Zombie outbreak. But I am Steve, it was a beautiful noon. The sweltering heat of midday had faded, large patches of tree shade covered the streets, and a cool breeze blew from afar. Ding dong! Guanshan entered a convenience store, intending, as usual, to buy a carton of milk to go with the bread left over from lunch. This scene had been repeated countless times. Over the past 18 years, it had become muscle memory. Beside him was a lovey-dovey couple. Have you heard? The neighboring city has been locked down. Oh, don't worry, babe. It's fine. We're in the provincial capital. Guanshan didn't have any particular thoughts. He just wanted to pay and go home quickly. Whether it was a lockdown or a virus, it had nothing to do with him. Why aren't you here? Where have you gone? A message popped up on his phone. The profile picture was of a beautiful back. Just seeing this message made Guanshan's mood improve. Her name was Wen Wan. She usually greeted him by calling herself Aunt Wen. She was always wearing nude-colored stockings with flats. He rarely saw her in high heels. In fact, in Guanshan's memory, she almost never wore them. Her figure was slender yet graceful, and her skin was as crystal clear as jade. Especially when the sunlight hit it, it even made one wonder if it was transparent. Wenwan had moved in next door 3 years ago. Since then, she had become the focus of all the men, but Wenwan always deliberately kept her distance, except with Guanshan. Perhaps it was also because of the age difference between them. Not wanting to think about that, Guanshan picked up the milk and prepared to pay. He didn't have a strong desire to buy things. It wasn't that he was intentionally frugal, but rather he saved where he should and spent where he should. He had always maintained this lifestyle and intended to keep it up. Walking to the checkout counter, he handed over the milk. Just as he was about to take out his phone to pay, his vision suddenly flickered. What's going on? When he could see clearly again, a blocky figure appeared before his eyes. When his own perspective moved, it moved as well. Besides that, there were many square grids beside him, though they were all empty. This Minecraft? Am I dreaming? He turned his gaze to his phone, preparing to scan the code to check out, but a series of messages popping up made him pause. "Sir?" the cashier prompted him. "Oh, sorry, I'll be right." Before he could finish his sentence, a sound suddenly amplified, coming from far to near, as if something had suddenly rushed over. Crash! The transparent glass door was shattered instantly. Amidst the flying glass shards, a humanoid monster stumbled forward at an extremely fast speed toward that girl. Ah! Piercing screams rose one after another. The noise of the city mixed the sounds inside this small convenience store, grating on the ears in an uncomfortable way. "What are you doing?" The boyfriend was furious. He looked at the person who had tackled his girlfriend and angrily tried to pull them away, but suddenly let out a terrified scream. Guanshan hadn't figured out the situation yet. He looked over instinctively and realized that this person's mouth was crooked and eyes slanted. Drool was flowing from the corners of the mouth, the jaw had fallen halfway off, and the complexion was as pale as someone who had drowned. Ah! The next moment, the boyfriend was also tackled to the ground. The zombie frantically bit his neck, and blood splattered everywhere on the shelves, on the ceiling, everywhere. This bloody scene left both Guanshan and the cashier stunned on the spot. But eventually someone reacted. The cashier was the first to jump out. Judging by his build, he must have undergone some training. "I know what this is. It's a zombie." He was an enthusiast of zombie culture. At this moment, he was trembling with excitement. He never expected that something impossible in daily life would actually happen. "These zombies, as long as you don't get bitten, it's fine. Let me demonstrate." As he spoke, he picked up plastic cling film and wrapped it directly around his exposed arms. His broad back exuded a reassuring aura. Guan Shan's spirits lifted, and he quietly hid behind him. Taking advantage of the moment the zombies were tearing into the couple, the young cashier found a mop, assessed the situation, and rushed forward. "All right, watch this move." The young cashier's gaze was firm. The mop in his hand was like a long spear. He looked as if the spirit of Zhao Zilong had possessed him, unstoppable. "Ah!" The young cashier charged into the enemy formation, but was immediately surrounded and attacked by 3 zombies, instantly pinned down and unable to move. "That's not right. Why did they turn into zombies so fast?" This was the last sentence the young cashier left behind. It was too fast. They turned into zombies almost the instant they were bitten. It was completely different from what was on TV. Just Guan Shan was stunned. That young cashier had also completed the transformation. Holy crap! Before him, 4 zombies had already stood up, opening their bloodthirsty maws and charging toward Guan Shan. "Get lost!" Instinctively waving his hand out of fear, from a distance of 1 meter, he struck the leading zombie, directly knocking it back by about half a meter. Such an outrageous scene immediately filled Guan Shan with SC. He then threw a punch from a distance of 2 meters, and similarly, it struck a zombie through thin air. After experimenting, Guan Shan discovered that his attack range was 3 meters. That's right, Steve's attack range is 3 blocks, which, in the real world, is 3 meters. This is too easy. If I can hit people from a distance and still have knockback, I can absolutely grind them to death. Guan Shan was overjoyed. Just as he was planning to slowly beat the 4 of them to death with his golden right hand, an unexpected change occurred. Outside the window, a loud bang erupted. An out-of-control car flew up from the roadside, crashing head-on into the convenience store's glass. Shelves were smashed open layer by layer, and Guan Shan was sent flying in the process. In an instant, the convenience store was almost exposed to the elements, and countless zombies were swarming toward it. From the car just now, the 4 zombies that flew out upon impact, it was likely the whole family had unfortunately perished. Having been sent flying, Guan Shan didn't have time to stand up before a zombie bit his ankle. But strangely, Guan Shan felt no pain. Neither the impact nor the zombie's bite caused him to feel even the slightest bit of pain. "Get off!" Guan struck out again, directly knocking the zombie half a meter away. Looking at his status bar, the car from before had reduced his health by half, while the zombie just now had only reduced it by half a heart. But what was truly fatal was the debuff related to the zombie virus, which was causing his health to drop at a rate of half a heart per second. He had to eat something immediately. As long as his hunger bar was full, he could regenerate health. As the sound of a heavy iron door closing came, the zombies outside let out unwilling low growls. Only then did Guan Shan confirm that he was safe. The zombies outside were only separated from him by a wall. At this moment, Guan Shan could clearly hear the hissing and roaring sounds made by countless zombies. He inexplicably felt a chill on his back. When he reached back to touch it, he realized it was already soaked. Although he currently felt no pain, he could tangibly feel fear and terror. Suddenly, the world in his eyes turned red for an instant. At the same time, Guan Shan's health dropped by another half heart. It's okay, as long as it's just losing health. Guan Shan, enduring the debuff of losing half a heart per second, walked over to the cardboard box on the shelf in the storage room. Looking inside, it was full of small loaves of bread. Crunch, 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 crunch. The eating speed was very fast. A small loaf of bread twice the size of his palm could be finished in 2 seconds. Because his hunger bar was full, his health regeneration speed was extremely fast, and before long, his health bar was full again. Why did my body undergo such a change? Guan shunned his status bar and looked at himself, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. If it were just a few zombies, the military could easily wipe them out without leaving any trace. But this change seemed to be telling him that this event was definitely not ordinary. Putting these thoughts aside, he gathered all the items in the storage room into his inventory and planned to find a tree first. After all, the first thing to do when entering Minecraft is to find a tree. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. For good Taiwanese books, visit the Taiwan novel website. It's super convenient.e. But if I want a tree, I have to go to the side of the road. Guanshan used his hands to punch a standard square hole in the storage room wall and looked outside. The street was full of zombies, emitting low groans one after another while wandering aimlessly. It was a full 5 meters away. Having obtained this information, Guanshan used the fallen concrete blocks to patch the wall and then quickly started digging downwards. Of course, still just using his hands. Entering the pitch-black underground, he calmed himself down a little before digging forward. After digging a total of 13 blocks, he intended to dig upwards, only to discover that the block he had broken was actually wood. How is that possible? I see. Are these tree roots? Guanshan quickly realized this. In the real world, trees have roots. He immediately started digging in a 3x2 area around him. Crackle, 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 crackle. After digging a large pit in the ground, he had actually obtained 5 pieces of wood. Because he didn't have a torch, he didn't know what he had dug up, and could only judge by the increase in his inventory slots. Since I have wood, I don't need to go to the surface. It's too dangerous if I get surrounded. These zombies were different from the zombies in Minecraft. They didn't catch fire during the day and live just fine. He returned to the storage room with the wood, filled in the hole he had dug, and went back to the storage room to craft a crafting table. Placing the crafting table down, he used the resources in his hand to immediately craft a wooden sword and a wooden pickaxe. Looking at the tools in his hand, Guanshan nodded with satisfaction. He used the wooden pickaxe to dig a hole and was just about to check the situation inside the convenience store when a zombie suddenly pounced on him. It opened its bloody maw wide. Guanshan could clearly see the flesh and skin stuck together, and he even wondered if its saliva had flown onto his face. Scared the hell out of me. Guanshan stepped and began swinging the wooden sword in his hand. The zombie was inexplicably affected by knockback, then mindlessly rushed up again, emitting bursts of groans. Just like that, the cycle repeated. Dealing with this kind of single-celled organism was actually quite easy. Perhaps ordinary humans would feel pressured. For someone like Steve, it was just a piece of cake. In just a short while, with the attack bonus of the wooden sword, the zombies in the convenience store had already been cleared out. There were 8 zombies in total, as some more curious zombies had wandered in due to the noise earlier. Seeing that it was safe, Guanshan finally felt bold enough to walk out of the storage room. By this time, the zombie virus debuff was no longer draining his health. After all, with Steve's physique, no matter what virus it was, as long as he had health points, he couldn't die. Moreover, after killing those 8 zombies, his level had also increased. He went straight to the mid-level of level 4. Guanshan could clearly feel the increase in his health points and physical fitness. Walking into the convenience store, Guanshan first at the only television there, now broadcasting an emergency notice. Emergency measures have been initiated across the country. Please, all citizens. It has been confirmed that the virus is transmitted through water sources. Measures are currently being taken. Guanshan stared blankly at this scene, as if everything in the world had changed in just a few minutes. In the distance, a few small black dots stood on top of a building. Facing the approaching zombies, they jumped from the roof in despair, then fell heavily to the ground. Such a tragic scene, which would have been shocking before, was now common everywhere, and nothing unusual. I must secure a water source. Guanshan looked at the drinking water and picked up 2 buckets. Let me first confirm if there is any zombie virus. He twisted off the cap and drank it in one gulp. After confirming there was no zombie virus, he glanced at the production date. Fortunately, it hadn't expired. Next, Guanshan all the confirmed safe drinking water into the buckets, and after filling 2 buckets, he nodded with satisfaction. He only needed 2 buckets of water to create an infinite water source. For him, water was no longer a problem. There was a computer at the checkout counter, and the chat box was currently shaking constantly. Guanshan immediately leaned over. After all, this was one of the only 2 things he had that could receive external information. The other was his mobile phone. On the computer, messages kept popping up. Guanshan took a look. Most of them were messages of panic. When ordinary people suddenly encounter such things, all they can do is panic. Just then, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Aunt Wen. Guanshan, where are you? Do you know that something has happened outside? Listening to the anxious tone on the phone, a warm feeling flowed through Guanshan's heart. I'm fine. I'm currently at the convenience store, planning to collect some supplies, and I'll be back soon. Stop collecting supplies. Aunt Wen has plenty here. Come back quickly, and please be careful. On the other end of the line was a slightly trembling voice. Guanshan, I saw so many people being eaten. You must be careful. Her voice carried a slight sob. In just a split second, the world had undergone such a earth-shattering change. The civilization that humanity had evolved for near 10,000 years was on the verge of collapse. Anyone would feel at a loss, let alone someone like Aunt Wen, who had never done a day's hard work in her life. Okay, I'll be back right away. Hanging up the phone, Guanshan began to quickly collect items in the convenience store. Anything he picked up would magically disappear and then appear in his storage space, with up to 64 of one item per stack. Walking out of the storage room, Guanshan to run first. With his Steve physique, as long as he sprinted and jumped, his travel speed was practically comparable to Usain Bolt. Wah! When passing by a buffet restaurant, a strange sound came from inside. Following the sound, he found a huge Liangzi zombie inside, feasting away. What should have been a place for food was now filled with human flesh and broken bones. The zombie picked up a bone and put it in its mouth, making a crunching sound as if it were eating cartilage. What the hell is this? Shan was shocked. Is this human? He? Turi? After the huge Liangzi zombie saw Guanshan, its lips curled into an evil smile. It then mumbled repeatedly, and immediately after, a highly lethal glob of phlegm was born. It traced a graceful arc in the air, carrying a heavy, foul stench, glistening in the sunlight. The green phlegm seemed like an aggregate of the virus. Splat! The high-impact glob of phlegm hit him, saliva splattering everywhere. At the same time, a thick, foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Debuff. Zombie virus 3 debuff. Karitis. I really am. Guanshan stopped, laughing in anger. He hadn't expected this zombie to have a ranged projectile ability. He never imagined it could hit him from over 10 meters away. Can zombies even mutate? How to describe this feeling? It felt as if you were squatting in an open-air cesspit that had been fermenting for over 10 years to relieve yourself. It was already stinking, and just as you were holding your breath, carefully trying not to get any of the stench on you, A firecracker fell into the pit, splashing sewage everywhere. In just an instant, Guanshan became determined to kill this zombie. My newly crafted wooden sword can take this kind of indignity? I've become Steve, and I'm still going to let you bully me? 3 minutes later, Guanshan walked out. He didn't notice that there was something extra in his status bar, looking like a small ball of flesh. After Guanshan left, a person with a look of deep disbelief on his face walked out. Shouldn't this thing only appear after a month? And how did he win? How did he win? Lin Wanyu frowned deeply. When he looked at the back of the man running and jumping in the distance, he was still vaguely shocked. Lin Wanyu traveled back in time from 10 years in the future. During those 10 years of fighting against zombies, different ability users had emerged among humanity. The first ability users appeared 2 months later. This was a catastrophe for humanity, but also a form of human evolution. In their struggle against humanity, zombies continuously developed new characteristics. Steel-like skin, impervious to blades and guns. Some zombies even possessed intelligence no less than that of humans know. It should be said they were indistinguishable from humans. Later on, zombies even evolved self-propagation systems, no longer needing to infect humans to expand their hordes, the brood mother. Thus began the tug-of-war between humans and zombies. Lin Wanyu was an ability user who, relying on his wind superpower, occupied an entire city and could be considered a local warlord. But 10 years later, a sudden change caught them off guard. Lin Wanyu only remembered that day when the temperature suddenly soared, the world was engulfed by heat waves, and some plants even spontaneously ignited under the light. It lasted for about a week, followed immediately by a sudden rise in water levels. People were forced to flee to higher ground, but strangely, the seawater was rapidly evaporated, and even stronger heat waves followed. Afterward, the evaporated gases formed extremely thick clouds that blocked the sun, followed by endless torrential rain. No one knew when it would stop, or if it ever would. Then, the temperature dropped rapidly. Lin Wanyu died in that extreme cold. He only remembered that the temperature had reached -50 degrees at the time. While he was out exploring, he encountered a naked human whose entire covered in strange ruins. At that time, Lin Wanyu was known as a natural disaster class powerhouse. When they met, the battle was naturally earth-shattering. 3 days after that battle, people finally sent out a search party, and in total disbelief, they ultimately confirmed Lin Wanyu's death. Moreover, after Lin Wanyu died, the temperature continued to plummet. In the end, Lin Wanyu died in that global freeze and traveled back to the present. Right, the thing inside the zombie's head. Lin Wanyu slapped his forehead and hurriedly rushed in. He had just seen that when that person came out, hands were empty and he had nothing. Being reborn is truly awesome. Having the ability of foresight means I can pick up a huge bargain again. Getting this kind of thing in the early stages is undoubtedly a huge step ahead. In a 100-meter race, my starting line is at the 20-meter mark. That thing is a good item. The strength of ability users like us relies on it to increase. Although the process of taking out that little meatball is disgusting, it has a special, refreshing fragrance. Even if an ordinary person ate it, their health would improve 100-fold. At the very least, they wouldn't get sick. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't even get the chance to smell such a treasure. Lin Wanyu took the lead and rushed directly into the store, only to discover that there wasn't much damage here. It was even completely intact. Only one corner of the wall was slightly damaged. Seeing this scene, he confirmed his hypothesis. This person must have awakened power. And his ability is very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill mutant zombie so effortlessly. The huge zombie corpse lay there quietly, without any damage. But when his hand reached toward its head, the zombie's head miraculously shriveled up. It was just like a deflating balloon. In an instant, his body stiffened. How is this possible? Why isn't it there? Lin Wanyu was shocked to the core, suddenly realizing that this world was no longer the one he knew. The world had undergone changes he hadn't expected. If he continued to rely on his past experience to deal with things, there would definitely be big trouble. As a top-tier expert from the future, Lin Wanyu adjusted his mindset almost instantly. It seems that before I awaken, I must be even more careful. That man definitely has a huge secret. Lin Wanyu deeply imprinted that person's figure into his mind, unable to calm down for a long time. In the distance, Guanshan, who was hopping and moving forward at high speed, did not realize how much of a shock his appearance had caused to someone. He was currently moving at full speed, and with a running speed comparable to Bolt, he soon arrived in front of his residential complex. The previously kind old security guard had long since turned into a cyan-colored zombie with white, glazed eyes. Sorry about this, old man. Feeling a moment of regret, he brandished the wooden sword in his hand and took down the zombie in 4 strikes. Although this action made him feel terrible, and it was emotionally difficult to strike at a familiar face, reason still prevailed. Guanshan was very clear that order had collapsed. Relying solely on emotions wouldn't work, and he had to ensure his own survival. He believed that there would be many more such incidents. Sprinting all the way, he arrived downstairs at the residential complex, a place already surrounded by zombies. Actually, it wasn't just what was in front of him. A group of zombies was also following behind Guanshan, but they couldn't outrun him. Even though they had lost their sanity and could run frantically without caring about bodily damage, this guy's running speed was still fast enough to make the zombies despair. Is there really someone in this world who runs this fast? Why don't you go participate in the Olympics? Facing these zombies, Guanshan didn't have the slightest bit of fear. It had already been proven before that these zombies posed almost zero threat to him. He drew his wooden sword, his whole person as if possessed by Zhao Zelong, charging straight into the enemy formation. Any zombie that approached was subjected to knockback. Regardless of their roars and unwillingness, they could only fall under this wooden sword. Once again, there was a pile of colorful experience points on the ground. After absorbing them all, his level had reached level 16. Killing the Liangzi zombie, let's just call it that for now, had provided him about 10 levels worth of experience, instantly boosting him to level 13. Although more experience was needed as he leveled up, these 20 or 30 zombies on the ground still gave him a total of 3 levels of experience. Reaching level 16, his HP became higher. In the chaos just now, a zombie had seized the opportunity to bite him, but the damage caused was negligible. Moreover, the poisoning duration had also been reduced. It only took a short minute to fully recover. After eating another piece of bread and restoring his hunger meter, he set off again. In the stairwell, many zombies still remained, and Guanshan hacked and slashed his way through with his wooden sword. At this moment, the durability of the wooden sword was only half left. It was mainly because it took too long to hack at that Liangzi zombie. Its HP was too high, causing him to hack at it for a full few minutes. Guanshan only remembered that he had cornered the Liangzi zombie and beat it. The knockback effect had pinned it in the corner, and it had vaguely spat some saliva at him, but it was all to no avail. In the end, it was naturally humiliated and tortured to death by his wooden sword. Along the way, he hacked many more zombies to death before finally arriving in front of that familiar door. Knock, knock. Inside the room, Wenwan's body instinctively twitched upon hearing the knocking. She slowly rose, her snow-white soles as silky as milk, moving slowly across the tiles. Upon learning that those monsters found people by seeing and hearing, Wenwan had already taken off her socks and shoes, remaining barefoot. The tiled floor transmitted waves of coolness. Wenwan moved carefully, observing the outside through the peephole. Only after seeing that it was Guanshan did she let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, and opened the door directly. Her movements were smooth and agile, as if she had done it countless times. In such a dangerous time, you were still wandering outside. You really scared me to death. She pulled Guanshan, who was still outside, in before speaking with a hint of feigned anger. Outside was currently a sea of corpses and blood. Calling it apocalypse was not an exaggeration. Yet, at a time like this, Guanshan was actually still out at the convenience store getting supplies. He really had enough guts. Why hadn't she seen this kid be so bold before? The things in my fridge can still last a few days. You just stay here now, don't go back. Glancing at Guanshan, who was still grinning foolishly, Wenwan felt much safer, even though it was still outside. I don't know when this will end. Through the glass, Wenwan could still hear the chilling roars of the corpse's outside horse, long and capable of making one instinctively feel the danger, making one's hair stand on end. It was near dusk when Guanshan returned, and now that night had fallen, the city, which should have been filled with thousands of lights, was now shrouded in a haze. Under the streetlights, it was no longer a scene of people coming and going. In its place were zombies with dull expressions and mutilated bodies. Wenwan came to the window, her slender figure completely unguarded and exposed in front of Guanshan, appearing extremely fragile. Watching the scene outside, she placed one hand on her chest in worry. In this state, perhaps only the military has a way. Guanshan really wanted to say that perhaps the military had no way either. He had fought a Liangzi zombie today, and it was too hard. After it died, he had touched it once, and its skin felt like steel. If he didn't have the Steve constitution, he would have 100% died on the spot. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out again. Who is it? The heart that had just settled down instantly became anxious again. Aunt Wen stepped on her long legs clad in flesh-colored pantyhose, her toes lightly touching the floor, moving quietly toward the security door like a thief. Immediately after, she leaned against the peephole, squinting one eye as she peeked out stealthily. Her full, moon-like buttocks were raised high, and looking up, one could see her narrow, slender waist. At this moment, Aunt Wen seemed unaware of how alluring her posture was as she focused intently on the peephole. Under normal circumstances, Guanshan would undoubtedly have finished admiring her before giving a light cough to show his respect and demonstrate his fine character as a gentleman. However, the situation was special now. With zombies surrounding the area, it was truly impossible to make even the slightest sound. Outside the security door stood a man in a black tank top, stained with some blood clearly fresh, and recently acquired holding an iron rod, though it was unclear where he had found it. Miss Wen, did you see the message in the WeChat group? I'm here to provide protection and take you over there. Wang Li flashed a shy smile, tinged with obsequiousness yet also a hint of confidence. He didn't know what was going on, but that there were zombies everywhere. Surely Wenwan must be very scared, and as a fitness coach, he could provide protection for her. If nothing else, at least he could handle 1 or 2 zombies. By then, relying on this connection, it was entirely possible he could win over the dream lover of all the men in the residential complex. He considered his identity as a fitness coach to be sufficiently attractive. Among the private training sessions at the gym, he had the most female students. It could even be said that, as long as he wanted to, there wasn't a woman he couldn't win over. It was only after meeting Wen Wan that he noticed this stunning woman at first sight, and he couldn't wait to her over. What message? Wen Wan hid behind the door, asking in a lukewarm tone. Miss Wen hasn't seen it? Wang Li smiled. In these special times, the gymnasium in Teng City has become a gathering point. There are supplies dropped by the government, and many people have gathered there. Speaking of this, Wang Li was full of confidence, as if he could see Miss Wen opening the door the next second and following him to the gymnasium. Then, after various things happened along the way, he would capture Wen Wan's heart directly under the effect of the suspension bridge effect. And as far as he knew, Miss Wen was not married. She hadn't even been in a relationship. She was undoubtedly the best of the best. Thinking of this, he stood straight, like a knight waiting for a princess. No need, I can go myself. However, Wen Wan just left this sentence in a cold voice and walked away. Hearing the sound fading away, Wang Li couldn't help but get anxious. This wasn't going according to his script. Miss Wen, you must not be willful now. Supplies in the residential complex will definitely run out one day, and the gymnasium has regular helicopter drops. Listening to the knocking sound from outside the house, Wen Wan held her forehead, as if she had a headache, looking as delicate as a in the wind. It almost made one feel an urge to embrace her, an uncontrollable desire to protect her well. Ignoring the sound outside, Wen Wan looked at Guan Shan with a grave expression. Do you still have supplies? Mine are estimated to last for more than 10 days, or maybe 5 or 6 days more if I save. At this time, supply were indeed an important issue. No one knew how long this disaster would last. Perhaps it would end soon. But in any case, it was never wrong to be fully prepared. Honestly, regarding that fitness coach outside who thought he was very charming, Wen Wan's attitude had always been to keep him at a distance, similar to a physiological aversion. That person's words and actions revealed a strong sense of purpose, which Wen Wan disliked very much. Even among all the people Wen Wan had met, everyone was like this, except for Guan Shan. Therefore, only Guan Shan could enter her room and be close to her. Because of this, Guan Shan was often targeted by the men in the residential complex. Regarding supplies, don't worry, I have prepared plenty. Guan Shan raised a confident smile. If nothing else, Steve's storage space was sufficient. Taking an entire convenience store had only used up a dozen slots. If all these supplies were taken out, it would be enough to fill this place to the brim. Hearing this, Wen Wan looked somewhat disbelieving. After all, Guan Shan's hands were empty now, and when he came in, his pants were a bit tattered, looking like clothes worn by a beggar. Seeing Wen Wan's skeptical gaze, Guan Shan didn't talk nonsense. He raised his hand as if performing a magic trick, conjured a box of bread. Seeing this scene, Wen Wan widened her eyes and circled around Guan Shan, wanting to see where he had conjured it from. What is going on? After circling him, Wen Wan's little mouth opened slightly, somewhat in disbelief. Guan Shan smiled slightly. Damn it, I don't believe I can't find out. Seeing this, Wen Wan clenched her little fists and, very unconvinced, started searching Guan Shan up and down, intending to use practical action to discover his secret. In an instant, a soft, boneless hand pressed against his chest. At the same time, Wen Wan leaned forward, and a snowy, massive peak appeared completely before him. Facing this massive offensive, Guan Shan could only muster all his strength to suppress it. Aunt Wen, don't do this. Guan Shan really couldn't hold on. Who could withstand this? Looking up, he saw a stunning, gentle face that perfectly suited her name, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, her large, sparkling eyes swept over him from head to toe. There really isn't anything. How on earth did you do that? Only after a complete search did Wenwan slowly pull away. After this commotion, Wenwan's complexion became somewhat flushed, her chest heaved slightly, and beads of sweat rolled on the surface. An indescribable atmosphere permeated the room. Wenwan seemed to realize only then how inappropriate her previous actions were. Regardless of anything else, Guanshan was now a normal male. Her beautiful eyes looked down slightly, then moved away as if shocked by electricity, and she pinched her arm somewhat unnaturally. When Guanshan's throat bobbed up and down as he tried to speak, suppressing his somewhat heated voice. "Miss Wen, what's wrong with you?" Wang Li outside the door grew anxious. After not getting a response for a long time, he heard some chaotic sounds inside. He was confused, not understanding what happened. And in his anxiety, he knocked on the door directly. I'm fine," Wenwan forced herself to speak, her voice revealing a bit of shortness of breath. Wang Li, leaning against the door, listened to the sounds inside, his blood rushing to his head. "Miss Wen, you really don't need to worry about troubling me. I am very happy to be of service." Wang Li was still fawning while leaning against the door. "No need, I have someone to take me." Hearing this, Wang Li 10,000 levels of unwillingness, wondering which bastard had beaten him to it, and contacted her via WeChat first. His brain began to search frantically, and he spoke again. "Who is it? Do I know them?" "Of course you do, it's me." Guanshan opened the security door, directly face to face with Wang Li. Seeing this scene, Wang Li's face turned somewhat green. Seeing this, how could Wang Li not understand? Looking at Guanshan in front of him, and Wenwan behind him, slightly panting with a flushed face, Wang Li was about to die of anger. Usually Wenwan was always lukewarm towards him. Although she didn't keep people at a distance, she was always pleasant and irreproachable. He had thought he would have a chance, but he didn't expect she had already been taken. Thinking of Miss Wen's usual temperament, like a lady from the Jiangnan water towns, and her curvaceous figure, to think she was being held in the arms of this scrawny bean sprout, and even pinned under. A strong sense of resentment welled up in Wang Li's heart. It even felt such a waste. "Don't talk big. It's about 2 kilometers from here to the gymnasium. Do you really have the strength for that?" As Wang Li spoke, his words became barbed, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Before becoming a fitness coach, he was once a thug for a gang boss, but later he felt he had earned enough money and left the industry. Fortunately, he left early. Otherwise, he would have been arrested long ago. Later, he was idle until someone took a liking to his muscular build and had him become a fitness coach, which finally put him on the right track. However, his inner ferocity still existed. Just a moment ago, he even had the urge to take action. It was only because he didn't know what the situation was like outside that he hadn't made up his mind. If this guy knew what the future held, he would probably have made up his mind on the spot. You have to know, he was still gripping the iron rod in his hand tightly. Wang Li's eyes shifted back and forth like a vicious wolf. Even Wenwan behind him something was wrong and, with a tense expression, came to stand behind Guanshan. "Wang Li, what exactly are you trying to do?" With this sharp shout, Wang Li finally regained a bit of his sanity. He gave a dry laugh and then said, "I just wanted to see the situation with your supplies, just out of concern." Then he craned his neck to pretend to look inside, acting as if it were genuine. But the next moment he saw an unbelievable scene. In the kitchen area, There were rows of boxes filled with instant noodles, bread, and some biscuits and the like. Besides that, water was also very plentiful. It was as if they had opened a supermarket in their home. Impossible. How could you have so many supplies? Wang Li lost his voice, staring at this scene in dumbfounded shock. Wen Wan also saw this scene, her beautiful eyes widening slightly, covering her lips in surprise. Are you done looking? If you're done, you can leave. Don't disturb us. After saying this, Guanshan slammed the security door shut with a... As the heavy door closing sound echoed, Wang Li finally snapped back to reality. Damn it! That bastard! Wang Li clenched his fists in frustration. He hadn't expected that this guy actually had so many supplies. Now he didn't even have an excuse, especially when thinking about the two of them being in the same room, and the fact that Wen Wan was probably already shaped by that bastard. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. For a moment, his desires grew wildly in his heart like weeds. Returning to his own floor, he opened the door to a smoky and chaotic scene inside. Cigarette butts and betel nuts were thrown everywhere. 3 burly men were sitting on the sofa, all wearing black tank tops, with various degrees of tattoos on their bodies. These people were invited by him for a small gathering. After all, they were former associates, and he intended to chat about the glorious days of the past. But unfortunately, before they could reminisce, the zombie virus broke out. After that, they were trapped together. What? Back already? Did that chick not agree? Seeing Wang Li return, Chu King laughed directly, then walked towards Wang Li with a cigarette hanging from his mouth. If you ask me, if she doesn't agree, just force yourself on her. As soon as the words fell, it immediately stirred up a burst of laughter from the other two. What do you know? What if this zombie virus is brought under control soon? We'll all be held accountable then. Wang Li waved his hand irritably, not intending to pay attention to these people. He thought it was the era when surveillance wasn't well developed. But now there is surveillance everywhere on the streets, and there's nowhere to run. In my opinion, I think it's very difficult. After speaking, one of them took out a phone and placed it in front of him. You don't know yet, right? A new variant of zombies has appeared. Over in the US, these zombies are impervious to blades and guns, and the military is retreating steadily. Jin Daong pointed at the news triumphantly and said. Wang Li frowned and asked directly. Then aren't you guys afraid? As the words fell, the group burst into loud laughter. Afraid? I'm not afraid of a damn thing. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. We just need to enjoy ourselves. Exactly. Brother Wang, you're losing your touch. Listening to the mocking words of the few, Wang Li all clenched his fists unconsciously, and a bold idea appeared at the bottom of his heart. Maybe we don't have to go to the gymnasium? How come? Then a fierce light flashed in Wang Li's eyes, and he explained his plan to the others in detail. Is that chick really that pretty? Hearing Wang Li's plan, Jin Daong's throat rolled unconsciously. He had really gone too long without getting any action. Would I lie to you? You'll know once you see her. Hearing this, Jin Daong was overjoyed. The eyes of the other two flashed with lewd gazes. Wang Li looked up at the group and could guess what they were thinking almost instantly. It didn't matter anymore. Anyway, in his heart, Wen Wan was already a used woman. He thought she was a flower on a high peak, but didn't expect she was just a slut. Wang Li made up his mind when the time came, he would play with her until she died, and he would do it in front of that Guanshan. Let her know the consequences of rejecting him. Taking advantage of the night, the group grabbed their equipment and quietly went downstairs. Among the 4, Jiang Wanbo was in the lead. When he was in the underworld, He had a special skill for stealing electric scooter batteries. After it disbanded, he used his own intelligence to teach himself lockpicking, and later became a legitimate locksmith. So, he was the most important part of this operation. With a click, following his gentle manipulation, the heavy security door slowly opened. Damn it! It's finally open. It was killing me. Jin Daeong took the lead, holding an iron rod in one hand, while the other hand furtively reached into his crotch and rushed into the room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wen Wan and Guan Shan, both with faces full of shock. She really is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm in for a treat this time. Jin Daeong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, feeling a bit hot all over. As for Guan Shan on the side, he had long been ignored, although he didn't look like the bean sprout Wang Li described, and was even a bit sturdy. So what? We have 4 people. No matter how tough you are alone, can you take on 4? Almost in the blink of an eye, the 4 had already rushed into the room. Wang Li walked swaggeringly in front of the 2, revealing an evil smile, scanning Wen Wan. Brothers, tie this guy up first. The group looked at Guan Shan, with wicked smiles on their faces. Brother Wang is still the best. His methods haven't lost their touch from the past. This is so interesting. So exciting. As 4 large men suddenly flooded into the bright and spacious living room, the originally ample space suddenly felt cramped. Wen Wan, who had been sitting leisurely on the sofa, changed her expression instantly, shifting from shock to panic. What are you doing? Wen Wan stood up and blocked the way in front of Guan Shan. Having spent so much time with Guan Shan, she had always viewed herself in the role of an older sister, or even an elder. Therefore, now that danger had arrived, Wen Wan stood in front of Guan Shan almost subconsciously. Not bad. At this moment, the last member of the 4-man group appeared. Jin Daeong walked forward with a smile, scrutinizing Wen Wan's figure. The waist is slim, the legs are long. Heh! Jin Daeong looked her over, very satisfied. Wen Wan trembled with rage. Having always been a refined lady, even after moving here, she had maintained a high-quality lifestyle and had never had to worry about money. Because of this, Wen Wan didn't even realize what the men were planning to do. Subconsciously, she still felt that they wouldn't dare to go through with it. Wang Li, I am so disappointed in you. Wen Wan glared with her beautiful eyes, her delicate face revealing a flash of indignation. Looking at Wang Li furiously, she continued, if you want supplies, you can take them. You don't need to return them. If you leave now, I won't call the police. As she spoke, she raised the phone in her hand. After finishing, Wen Wan let out a long sigh of relief. The words she thought were so intimidating were, in the eyes of the men, complete nonsense. It's the apocalypse now. Who still cares about that? But Wen Wan didn't think so. After all, zombies were carbon-based life forms. How could they possibly withstand planes and cannons? When the 7.62 rounds started flying, no matter how many zombies there were, they would be beaten until they ran like dogs, or even beaten until not a scrap remained. I'm afraid your thinking is too naive, Wang Li was decisive. Since he had already gone this far, there was no turning back. His initial hesitation had vanished the moment he pried open the door, leaving him with nothing but a reckless, might as well go all the way mentality. Come to think of it, he was just returning to his old ways, as that was what he used to do anyway. However, he didn't reveal the truth. This little beauty probably didn't know about the existence of mutant zombies yet. How could he reveal such news so quickly? This kind of thing was like seasoning for a meal, because if he said it now, it would only drive her to despair. It was bit of her a little hope and enjoy the feeling of her struggling. Wang Li loved that kind of vibe. He would reveal the truth later. right when she was glaring at him with hatred. He wanted to savor it slowly. "I'll go first. What do you think?" After saying this, Wang Li began to discuss it with his brothers as if no one else was around, completely forgetting about Guanshan's existence. The men were just about to speak when they were rudely interrupted. "I think you're looking to die." Guanshan stood abruptly, his voice overpowering the others, echoing through the room. The volume was so loud it made them all jump. Jin Daeong finally noticed that there was another person there. His gaze had been entirely captivated by the beauty Wenwan. After all, such a top-tier beauty was something one simply never encountered in daily life. They were almost always by the side of big shots, impossible to even catch a glimpse of. Wang Li frowned, his reasonably handsome face filled with irritation and impatience. "How are you handling this?" "Sloppy. Tie him up and gag him, otherwise his yelling will attract zombies." Brother Wang is still the most thoughtful. Jin Daeong walked forward with a lecherous grin. He was basically a hanger-on in the four-man group. The only reason he was able to follow them was because of his superb cheating skills, which helped the others win money. Also, because he had little presence, he was all the more eager to show off. "You brat, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk." Jin Daeong pulled a length of rope from somewhere on his body and slowly walked toward Guanshan. At the same time, Xu Kun and the other man flanked Guanshan in a product triangular formation. "How dare you?" Wenwan panicked and issued another reprimand. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she didn't know what to do. Her typically lithe and supple body was now incredibly stiff, and she could only watch helplessly as the three men approached Guanshan. "I'm really going to call the police." Wenwan was truly desperate and couldn't think of any other good solution, so she could only pin her hopes on this last resort to intimidate them. After all, as a lone woman, she really had no other options when facing such a situation. Not pretending anymore? Seeing your little lover in danger, and you're this anxious?" Wang Li gave a sinister smile, completely shedding his usual feigned politeness. At this moment, he was nothing but a thug, revealing his true nature entirely. "I'll show you pretending." As he finished speaking, Wang Li grinned and took a step forward, his large, rough hand reaching out to grab her beautiful, snow-white swan-like neck. But just as his hand reached halfway, it could move no further. Looking closely, he realized it was a hand, like an iron vice, firmly gripping his wrist. The tremendous force made his wrist ache faintly. It felt as if a humanoid giant standing before him. Otherwise, how could there be such strength? Impossible! Wang Li gritted his teeth in disbelief. After all, he was a fitness coach. Whether it was arm strength or wrist strength, he believed he could surpass 99% of people. How could little runt in front of him possibly be stronger than him? What about those three pieces of trash? A glance revealed that the three men were now lying on the ground in various poses, groaning in pain, with some even having passed out on the spot. Wang Li reached out his other hand, trying to pry open that iron grip, only to find that the strength of both his hands combined was still far inferior to his. How could that lean arm possess such power? Wang Li couldn't fathom it no matter how hard he thought. Guanshan let out a cold snort. He himself didn't even know how great his strength was. He only knew that every time he leveled up, his strength and physical fitness improved. He was level 16 now. Just a moment ago, when he was testing it downstairs, he had smashed through the fire door in the stairwell with a single punch. How could the three pieces of trash from earlier possibly withstand that? He didn't even need any fancy techniques. Just the simplest punch was enough that no one could block it. Steve and MC could break diamond blocks with his fists. With arms 20 centimeters thick, you have no idea how strong Steve could be. Now, at only level 6 Saiyans, Guanshan's strength was as if he were possessed by the Hulk. He dared not even imagine what would happen if he reached level 100. He would probably be able to thrash the Hulk with ease. Of course, that was assuming there was a Hulk. But given the current mutated environment, who knows? After all, he had just seen a massive Liangzi zombie earlier, so perhaps he might even see a tyrant-sized zombie in the future. Let go. Let go. Wang Li truly could not endure it anymore. His wrist felt like it was about to shatter. His entire body was forced onto one knee by this tremendous force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from that plain-looking hand, and he could only kneel on the ground, begging bitterly, looking at Wang Li, who was kneeling and begging bitterly. At his feet, a trace of reluctance instinctively flashed in Guanshan's eyes. But this reluctance was quickly swallowed up by reason. After all, this guy had broken in with ill intent. During a time like this, breaking in by picking locks, it was obvious at a glance what he intended to do. Nothing more than murder, arson, robbery, or assault. Thinking of this, the anger in Guanshan's heart grew even more intense. Damn it, the apocalypse had only just begun, and you're already pulling this kind of stunt. Don't you need a little time to adjust your mindset? To do some psychological preparation before you go around killing and setting fires? Wang Li's group of 4, being able to do such things so quickly and without the slightest psychological burden, were truly born for this line of work. The only reason they hadn't spent their lives rotting in prison was that, previously, society was well structured, and with the presence of surveillance cameras, they had been forced to suppress their thoughts. As he thought this, the strength in Guanshan's hand gradually increased, and the sound of bones being crushed echoed in the room. Through the flesh, Guanshan's hand could clearly feel the bone fragments contained within. Ah! Wang Li was drenched in sweat, which gathered into little streams on his face, eventually dripping from his chin onto the floor. His legs shook like a sieve, his face was pale, and he looked up, wearing an expression of begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was possessed by the devil. Spare my life. I beg you. Wang Li couldn't even stand up, and could only beg bitterly over and over again. As for the 3 people knocked unconscious behind Guanshan, they didn't dare to say a word now either. Jiang Wanbo, whose condition was slightly better, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He only dared to watch this scene in silence, his heart no longer holding any thoughts of brotherhood or lewd desires. He just wanted to get out safely now. When Guanshan had punched earlier, he had instinctively taken out an iron rod to block it. The result was that the iron rod was bent, and the remaining force struck him heavily, causing his vision to go black on the spot, and he collapsed to the ground, losing all his strength. He had just been woken up by Wang Li's pig-like squealing, but now he only dared to play dead. Watching Wang Li beg bitterly, Jiang Wanbo felt a faint sense of pleasure in his heart. If it weren't for this idiot, how would they have provoked this Guanshan? Damn it, when that punch came over earlier, he even thought he had died on the spot. Suddenly, heavy breathing came from beside him, a sound like a demon panting in your ear while you slept, which gave him a huge fright. He looked back and saw Jin Daong. This guy had charged at the front line and was the first to be knocked to the ground. It was estimated that he had broken a few ribs and injured his lungs. His voice sounded like an old, broken bellows. This guy was the most vicious. While others iron rods, he brought a small knife. He had charged at the very front and stabbed Guanshan with it. Jiang Wanbo had seen it clearly, and just as he was about to praise this guy for being ruthless, he had been knocked to his knees with a single punch. Now that he was awake, Jiang Wanbo was strangely surprised to find that the place where the knife had been stabbed didn't bleed at all. What had happened? Was he even human? Thinking of the unusual things that had appeared recently, Jiang Wanbo didn't dare to breathe loudly. He felt he had discovered a terrifying truth. This person named Guanshan might very well no longer be human. When Wan finally recovered from the shock, biting her thin lips, she realized now that her actions just a moment ago had indeed been very naive, and most importantly, her mindset hadn't yet shifted. Guanshan, how could you have such strength? After hesitating for a long time, her crisp and pleasant voice finally escaped from those red lips, carrying a trace of confusion and a hint of fear. That was extremely difficult for others to detect. Recalling the events that had just occurred, everything was too strange. The supplies that had appeared out of thin air, and this inexplicable power as well. Guanshan did not speak, but was quietly feeling the power within his body. This sensation gave him a strange feeling. After all, possessing a sharp weapon naturally breeds the desire to kill. Just like when someone buys a hydraulic press for their home, they can't help but want to test it out by putting things on it, one by one. And now, with this power, Guanshan felt his heart filled with something. But in the end, Guanshan suppressed the brutality in his heart. If he really went down this path, he didn't know what kind of road he would end up on, and his original intention to kill these few people faded quite a bit. What he feared was that if he killed these people, and it really dropped experience points, what would he do in the future? After all, humans were much easier to kill than zombies. Get out, I won't kill you. In the end, after much thought, a cold glint flashed in Guanshan's eyes, and he said slowly. Hearing this, the group of 4 felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They nodded in agreement hurriedly, scrambling to support themselves and stand up, wanting to leave. Wang Li was overjoyed and lowered his head, hiding the resentment in his eyes. Damn brat, I'll make you pay later. It's a good thing this bunch are good people. Otherwise, I'd really have been done for today. Wang Li stood up, and after a bout of nodding and bowing, he wanted to walk out. Wait, I said I would spare your lives, but you must leave behind one leg? What? I said I want to cut your Achilles tendon. Wang Li turned back, looking at Guanshan with an urge to curse him out loud in his heart. Damn it. Zombies are running rampant outside right now. If you cut our Achilles tendons, aren't you just condemning us to a slow death? I previously thought you were a gentleman, but now it seems you are a hypocrite who couldn't be more sinister. Guanshan, you are simply a hypocrite. How is what you're doing any different from killing us? Wang Li's eyes were fierce as he growled. The 3 people beside him all nodded repeatedly, trying their best to act pitiful, attempting to awaken the conscience in Guanshan's heart. Some even looked toward Wen Wan. After all, women are always a bit softer-hearted, and they tried to get her to persuade him. Since the relationship between these 2 wasn't ordinary, maybe whispering in his ear would work. Regarding these gazes, Wen Wan didn't even want to pay them any mind. She was indeed kind-hearted and naive. But after what had just happened, how could she plead for these villains? Wen Wan knew that pleading for them now would undoubtedly be harming Guanshan. She would not damage the relationship between them for the sake of a few insignificant people. Wen Wan's pretty face was icy, and she crossed her arms in disgust, pulling away. Then, realizing something, she blushed. In front of others, she generally wouldn't make such a gesture, as it would greatly highlight her assets, which were quite full and easily attracted men's gazes. Thus, she quickly turned around and walked to the side. I am not a gentleman, I am just a normal person. Guanshan looked at them and said coldly, If there is hypocrisy, it is you who are hypocritical. You have already broken into someone else's home. Did you think a few apologies would suffice? Since you did it, you should have thought of the consequences. I am sparing you because I still have a conscience, and I am cutting your tendons because I am not stupid. Now, either I do it or you do it yourselves. There is no third option. Otherwise, I will kill you all right here and now. As his voice fell, the few of them immediately fell into despair. I'll say this one last time, don't make things difficult for me. Seeing that the group hesitated and seemed unable to make the decision, Guanshan stepped closer. Watching Guanshan's approaching figure, Wang Li and the others began to tremble. Finally, Wang Li, as the leader, mustered his courage and said, "Even if we have to cut our Achilles tendons, we need a blade." "That was my oversight." Guanshan nodded, then turned to Wen Wan, said, "Aunt Wen, could you please bring a knife?" Wen Wan was stunned, then turned and walked toward the kitchen, muttering, "You've really gotten capable, ordering your Aunt Wen around. Do you want a kitchen knife or a fruit knife?" "A fruit knife will do." Wen Wan appeared before the group of 4 and handed a fruit knife to Guanshan. The sharpness of the blade glinted in the light, sending a chill down their spines. Just looking at it made their heels ache with a cold dread, and their legs were shaking. They wanted to run, but when they entered, they had closed the door to prevent Guanshan and the other from escaping. Now, they couldn't get out. As for fighting to the death, they no longer had the courage for that. Guanshan took the fruit knife and tossed it toward them. It clattered onto the floor, slid a short distance, and landed right in front of them. Wang Li tremblingly picked up the fruit knife and took one last look at Guanshan, trying to find any hint of pity or mercy. However, the only response he got was a cold gaze and a restless, eager impulse. A chill rose in Wang Li's heart, and then, as if resigning himself to fate, he picked up the knife. With one swift motion, immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Behind them, Wen Wan, who had been peeking, was startled by the scene. She shuddered and turned her head away, not daring to look again. As Wang Li made his cut, the other 3 were terrified out of their wits. A chorus of wailing erupted, sounding just like pigs being slaughtered for the new year. "Shut up, all of you. If you attract zombies, don't blame me for throwing you out," Guanshan said in a deep voice. Instantly, their voices cut off as if they had been throttled. Wang clutched his heel, resting for a moment, his palms covered in blood, then stood up again. "Can I go now?" "Get lost." Guanshan didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on the other 3. A strong sense of humiliation surged in Wang Li's heart. Did he not even deserve a single glance? Back when he was a fitness coach, who didn't give him a second look? Walking outside, enjoying the awe-filled gazes of others, flaunting his muscles, and even intentionally walking in front of women who had boyfriends. At that time, he thoroughly enjoyed that feeling, even intentionally trying to steal them away. Calling it the flower protected by others smells sweeter. You could say he had everything except being a yellow-haired guy to complete the set. Once he succeeded, he would find every way to add the woman's boyfriend on social media and send him pictures and videos. Then, they would break up happily. The reckless, unbridled him back then never imagined he would end up this pathetic today. He was practically like a stray dog, unfortunately even humiliated to this extent. He didn't dare to show a hateful gaze. Through his actions just now, he clearly understood this son of a bitch, Guanshan, was definitely not some upright gentleman. Just from the act of making them cut their own Achilles tendons, he could tell that he was a ruthless guy whose bottom line was just a little higher than theirs. If he showed any defiance, he suspected that this hypocrite Guanshan would really kill him in the middle of the night. A security door definitely wouldn't be able to stop this humanoid monster. He just wanted to leave here safely and then find a way to become stronger. What Guan Shan could do, he could do too. The road ahead is still long. Wang Li lowered his head, hunched his back, and supported his leg as he limped out, not making a sound, disappearing into the darkness. Seeing the door open, a restless, eager look appeared in the eyes of the others. What are you thinking? I'll say it one last time. Don't make things difficult for me. However, the words in their ears were like the whispers of a devil, sending shivers down their spines. They, who used to throw their weight around, never imagined they would face such retribution today. I'll do it. Just don't come any closer. Perhaps it was because Guan Shan's fists were too terrifying, but Jin Daong, usually the #1 slacker and schemer, had uncharacteristically mustered up his courage. He picked up the fruit knife and with one swift motion, I'm done! I'm leaving first. After doing this, Jin Daong limped away as if fleeing a demon's lair. Watching Jin Daong's actions, Jiang Wanbo and Xu Kun were stunned. Can you let me go just this once? I'm really begging you. I have an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-year-old child below. Jiang Wanbo still held a glimmer of hope, or perhaps just wishful thinking, and began to beg bitterly again. Xu Kun, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Aren't you from an orphanage? Where did the mother come from? Generated from the void. Also, where did you get a daughter? Are you having delusions? By the way, who was the one who picked the lock just now? Guan Shan obviously wouldn't listen to this bullshit and said coldly, it was him. Without any hesitation, Xu Kun pointed his finger righteously, pointing out Jiang Bo with full vigor. Jiang Wanbo didn't even have time to react or make an excuse. He was stunned. The brother from usual days, you just sold me out like this. Good. Your hand tendons must be left behind too. If I let you go, who knows how many more people you'll harm. Hearing this, Jiang Wanbo fell into total despair. If he had known, he wouldn't have begged. Jin Daong was still smart. He cut and ran, not saying a word. Clean and swift. Jiang Wanbo just wanted to slap himself a few times now. Let your mouth run. Let your mouth run. Why beg? Just cut and run. Finally, in the atmosphere of despair, Jiang Wanbo finally gave up hope. He tremblingly picked up the knife and aimed it at his hand. In an instant, blood flowed freely. Take this and bandage it. Don't die from excessive blood loss. After all, I'm not a devil. From a distance, a towel was tossed over. Jiang Wanbo picked it up, almost crying, and bandaged it simply. Why stop? What about your feet? Immediately after, the devil-like voice came again. Jiang Wanbo really cried this time. I can't use my hands. It's fine, I'll help you. Xu Kun bowed and scraped, picked up the knife, and efficiently completed Jiang Wanbo's task. Damn you, Xu Kun. Being cut by oneself and being cut by someone else are two different things. Instantly, resentment toward Xu Kun appeared in Jiang Wanbo's heart. Damn you. You weren't so diligent when you had to do it yourself, but you're so good at selling out your teammates now. How about you? I don't need to say more, right? I'll cut it right now, right now. Xu Kun was straightforward. He gritted his teeth and cut cleanly. Guan Shan nodded with satisfaction, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed that Xu Kun was still standing there, motionless. What is it? As the cold gaze swept over, Xu Kun shuddered and said tremblingly, Boss, I had no choice before. Now, I want to be a person. Boss, I had no choice before. Now, I want to be a good person. What trick are you thinking of now? Guan Shan didn't fall for it at all and asked directly. Xu Kun shivered and spoke again. I can prove my loyalty with my actions. I truly and sincerely want to follow you. Xu Kun had thought it over repeatedly. Following that bunch of people really had no future. Originally, he had no choice but to follow those scoundrels. Now that there was a better option, naturally, he had to switch. Moreover, when he first came, he wasn't very willing himself. During the time he mixed with the underworld, he was just a fringe figure, merely someone who managed finances. It was just a pity, for well-known reasons, he got arrested. After coming out of prison, because of the stigma, he couldn't find a job for a long time. With no other options, he had to follow this group. But today, he saw someone with more potential. This kind of strength, combined with this kind of mindset, could definitely go further in this apocalyptic era, even further than anyone else. This was also the reason why he was willing to do anything today to join Guanshan's side. Guanshan watched him coldly for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Suit yourself, but if I discover you doing anything detrimental to me, I won't hold back. As the voice fell, the heavy door made a clicking sound. Shu Kun stood in place and gave a bitter smile. It made sense. How could it be so easy? He had just been trying to rob and kill them, and now was saying he wanted to be the other person's underling. The shift was simply too drastic. But in any case, I won't follow those 3 idiots anymore. Those 3 people have no possibility of accomplishing anything in this lifetime. Shu Kun secretly shook his head at the trio's performance today. He had known before that they were a bunch of good-for-nothings who couldn't be helped, but only today did he realize he had overestimated them. He feared they weren't even as good as a pile of dog shit. They didn't even investigate before taking action. Kun shook his head and planned to find a nearby vacant room to stay in for now. Because of the zombie outbreak, many rooms had become vacant. Finding a place to stay was not difficult at all. In the brightly lit room, many bloodstains still remained, but Guanshan turned a blind eye to them. Just as he entered, he saw Aunt Wen coming towards him with a pair of slippers. Just stay there. Let me help you change your shoes. I'll mop this place clean in a moment. After speaking, he saw Wen Wan bend down, displaying her curvaceous figure to the fullest. Her buttocks, like a full moon, were completely highlighted, and even her ample chest overflowed from the pressure of her knees. Seeing this scene, Guanshan's throat couldn't help but feel a bit dry. He quickly bent down and said, "This is too much trouble for you, Aunt Wen. It's no trouble." Wen Wan gently brushed aside a strand of fallen hair, tucking it behind her ear. She neatly helped Guanshan change his shoes, then stood up and disappeared into the corner again. Only after he was out of sight did Wen Wan let out a long sigh of relief. Guanshan was still the same Guanshan. Nothing had changed. She had been worrying unnecessarily. This brat actually bent down just now. Wen Wan was not naive. After all, she was an adult and knew about these things. On one hand, Wen Wan felt that she was still quite charming, and it hadn't diminished with time. But on the other hand, she felt a bit awkward. After all, in her eyes, Guanshan had always been like a younger brother. The current role reversal left Wen Wan feeling a bit unaccustomed. She didn't know how to treat him. But there was one thing she was clear about. When Guanshan stepped forward just now, she had truly and uncontrollably felt her heart flutter. Covering her rapidly beating chest, Wen Wan, with a flushed face, slowly leaned against the wall, trying to calm her heartbeat. After a long while, it finally slowly subsided. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became somewhat awkward. The two exchanged a few glances, and finally, Wen Wan spoke first. "There's been a problem at the gymnasium. I'm afraid we can't go there. We have to go to the next gathering point." Wen Wan coughed lightly and shared the information she had obtained. Guanshan looked at Wen Wan in surprise. He had always felt that Aunt Wen's identity was very mysterious, with a sense of being well connected. Now it had been confirmed. "Where is it?" "Jiangxin Island Prison. They will clear it out in 10 days, and then we can just go directly." This information would be made public in 2 days, but knowing it one step ahead meant they could set out one step ahead. Upon hearing this, Guanshan's eyes brightened slightly. He knew about Jiangxin Island Prison. It was situated on a river flowing from north to south. It was called a Jiang River, but it was actually just a river. Where it converged with other rivers, it formed a massive lake, and in the middle of it was a small island. Later, a prison was built there to house serious criminals. If they could convert that place into a gathering point, it would truly have every advantage of time and location. But we will need a vehicle by then, Guanshan pondered. No rush for that, just take your Aunt Wen's car. Wen smiled and displayed the car keys in her hand. The car was currently parked in the basement garage. Aunt Wen is still the best. Guanshan gave a thumbs up directly. Not as capable as you. Hearing this, Wen rolled her eyes playfully, pouted her lips high, crossed her arms, and turned away from Guanshan. You've even started ordering your Aunt Wen around. When I ask you questions, you won't tell me, acting all mysterious. As she spoke, she would occasionally peek at Guanshan from the corner of her eye. Clearly, Wen was still a bit bothered by what happened earlier, but it was only a small bother. Hearing this, a few drops of sweat seeped onto Guanshan's forehead. How exactly should he answer this question? How could I? Guan shifted a few times on the sofa, moving closer to Wen. As soon as he got close, a faint fragrance wafted over. It had to be said that Aunt Wen's figure was truly attractive, and she was in the prime of her age. The occasional teasing only added a bit of charm. Feeling Guanshan approaching from behind, Wen's mind went blank. However, before she could even think about what to do next, a pair of strong hands grabbed her arms and forcibly turned her around. As their eyes met, that scorching gaze almost made Wen's body melt. If not for a sliver of remaining reason, she feared she would have collapsed on the sofa right then and there. Aunt Wen, my body has indeed undergone some changes, but Aunt Wen must trust me. If you don't tell me, how can Aunt Wen trust you? At this moment, Wen's voice had already become somewhat numb and tingling. It didn't even sound like her own anymore. A soft, alluring aura emanated from her, plucking at people's heartstrings, becoming incredibly seductive. Does Aunt Wen not trust me? I trust you, Aunt Wen trusts you. Okay. Wen only felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was terrifyingly hot. Her usually slender, swan-like neck had turned a shade of pink. She didn't know why this change was happening, and even her thighs were unconsciously beginning to rub against each other. I'm a little hot, I want to drink some water. I'm a bit hot, I want to drink some water. With those words spoken, Wen finally had a chance to escape from there. She stumbled over to the supplies Guanshan had just brought out, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down. As she finished the bottle of water in one go, Wen finally felt the temperature inside her body drop a little. However, a new problem followed. That was, because of what happened earlier, she had already sweated quite a bit. The first time was when that group of 4 broke in, which had broken her out in a cold sweat, and then there was just now. Taking a careful sniff, Wen already furrowed her brows. She wanted to take a bath. But in this current period, the authorities had already confirmed the source of infection. It was the water supply. That meant that using water for daily needs also carried risks. If she turned into a zombie from taking a bath, she really wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wen wanted to use some of Guanshan's water to take a bath first, but she was a bit too embarrassed to ask. After all, this precious water was something Guanshan had brought back by risking his life, and she really found it hard to bring up. What's wrong? Aunt Wen? Nearby, Guanshan, seeing Wen there for so long, finally felt it a bit strange, so he asked directly. No, nothing. Wen forced a strained smile. thinking it was better not to bathe. Anyway, it was just a matter of enduring it. In special times, one always needed to endure a little. The more Guanshan looked, the stranger he felt, and he couldn't help but walk a little closer. As Guanshan approached, Wenwan lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and couldn't help but take a few steps back, worried that Guanshan would smell the odor on her. Now Guanshan was even more curious, and he stepped forward a few more inches. Wenwan finally had nowhere left to retreat and bumped into the wall. After letting out a cry of surprise from her cherry lips, she resigned herself to her fate, stopped moving, closed her eyes, and waited nervously. Guanshan had finally gotten close. The moment he did, understood Wenwan's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, Wenwan's face turned as red as blood, and she shouted, "Don't you dare laugh at your Aunt Wen. Aunt Wen is really cute." Looking at Wenwan before him, Guanshan only found it amusing. This level of sweat odor was practically non-existent. If one weren't standing close, it would be impossible to smell. "Go take a bath. I have enough water here," Guanshan said with a smile. If nothing else, perhaps food might run out, but he would definitely not run out of water resources. After all, he already had 2 buckets of water, and as everyone knows, in MC, as long as you have 2 buckets of water, you can have infinite water. That is to say, in this period where water resources are scarce, every drop of water is precious. Guanshan could squander water resources without restraint. Really? If it's out of consideration for me, there's absolutely no need. Wenwan opened her eyes and said, looking quite worried. Ever since she learned that water was the primary source of infection, Wenwan had realized the value of water. In this current period, water was the most noble resource, likely a hard currency equivalent to gold. After all, everyone was afraid that drinking a bottle of water would make them mutate into a zombie on the spot. "It's really fine. Go take a bath. I can already smell a bit of an odor." Hearing this, Wenwan got a bit angry again. She glared at Guanshan, wanting to say something, but was pushed by the back by a pair of strong, large hands. Eventually, she was pushed all the way to the bathroom. Under Wenwan's astonished gaze, Guanshan, just like before, took out a bucket of water from who knows where. Seeing this, Wenwan was still a bit relieved. After all, this kid still knew how to cherish water resources. A bucket of water was enough. She just needed to simply wet a towel and wipe her body. But immediately after, as this bucket of water was poured into the bathtub, a miraculous scene occurred. She saw that this bucket of water seemed completely inexhaustible. Upon entering the bathtub, it actually continued to spread outward until it filled the entire tub. Wenwan started to stutter. "This bucket of water of yours, how? Aunt Wen, do you believe me now?" Watching Wenwan's shocked expression, Guanshan became quite smug. "You." Seeing this, Wenwan felt it was quite funny. In the end, she only extended a slender finger, tapped Guanshan's forehead, and said in an earnest, persuasive tone, "You must keep this secret well protected and absolutely must not let anyone else." "No, Aunt Wen isn't anyone else," Guanshan said with a grin. After the 2 locked eyes, Wenwan also smiled. She felt that having someone to rely on during this apocalyptic period was a truly good feeling. That little brother, who was a bit immature in daily life, had now grown up. Looking at Guanshan, who was standing there foolishly, Wenwan rolled her eyes at him with a look full of charm and said, "What? Still not leaving? Waiting to watch?" Upon hearing these words, Guanshan's heart suddenly gave a fierce jolt. Immediately after, under Wenwan's somewhat shocked gaze, he shamelessly said a sentence. "Can I?" "Absolutely not." Wenwan was so angry she laughed. Her heart was pounding wildly. She grabbed her clothes and started hitting him, driving Guanshan straight out. watching Guanshan leave the bathroom in a sorry state, Wen Wanli relaxed. That was really terrifying just now. This little brother of hers had really grown up. In every sense. The usual Guanshan would never say such bold words. Calming her mood, Wenwan looked at the pool of clear water before her and slowly removed her clothing. In an instant, an extremely hot body was exposed to the air. Outside, listening to the splashing water inside, it felt as if ants were crawling in Guanshan's heart. He desperately needed an anteater right now. There was no other way. He could only suppress the fire in his heart and walk to the window. Pulling back the curtains, the outside world seemed as if it had been swallowed by darkness. The city, which used to be filled with 10,000 lights, now only had scattered specks of light. Guanshan knew that those were some scattered survivors. Apart from that, there were the streetlights that were still out of routine, fulfilling their mission as infrastructure. It was just that there were no longer any cars driving on the streets. As the primary source of infection, the water supply could be said to have dealt a fatal blow to human civilization. Instantly, nearly 50% of the people around the world were infected one after another. Within 2 hours, the number of infections continued to expand, eventually evolving into the scene of today. The speed of transmission even left some high-ranking officials dumbfounded. This speed was as if it had been designed in advance. Bang! The silent night was suddenly broken by an explosion. At the location of a gas station, flames suddenly shot into the sky. The intense fire was even somewhat blinding in the dark night. Even from this far away, one could still clearly feel the shockwave. Even the windows were shaking. Sigh, I'm afraid a few more survivors have disaster. Just at this moment, a sound came from the bathroom. Guanshan, can you help me get my clothes? As soon as these words left her mouth, Wenwan immediately felt a bit of regret. She was still quite confident in her own charm. Long-term yoga and beauty routines had maintained her figure and face at a level that seemed like she was 18, coupled with the aura of a mature woman. And especially added to the fact that she had no experience in dating, anyone who got to know her would launch a crazy pursuit. It was simply like she was seducing him, wasn't it? A man and a woman alone sharing the same room. Saying something like that was just like sending out an invitation. Too many things had happened just now. Wenwan's head was in a daze. She had gone straight to take a shower without thinking clearly. When she finished washing, she realized one fact. That was that she had forgotten to bring her clothes inside. If she hadn't said anything just now, could she have sneaked back to her room? No, that would be too inappropriate. What if she got seen? Just as Wenwan was pondering, Guanshan had already arrived at the bathroom door. Through the frosted glass door, she could clearly see the silhouette of a man. Wenwan couldn't help but bite her lip and spoke again. How about you bring me a bath towel? That would work too. But as soon as these words left her mouth, Wenwan regretted it again. Wenwan, oh Wenwan, what are you doing? Wearing nothing but a bath towel to go out. Isn't this just tempting someone to commit a crime? But the words were already out. Just as Wenwan was thinking about how to remedy the situation, Guanshan's footsteps had already left. Listening to the fading footsteps, Wenwan only felt that she had lost all face today. After a long while, the sound of footsteps came again. Every step felt like it was stepping right on the tip of her heart. Here, the slightly hoarse voice came from outside the door. Just hearing it made Wenwan feel somewhat unable to restrain herself. No, she must restrain herself. Otherwise, she would have to take another shower. But strangely, there was no resentment in Wenwan's heart. Usually, she was cold to all men, but today she was surprisingly different. It was just that Wen couldn't say what the reason was. Opening the door a crack, a creaking sound rang out. Guan Shan could almost clearly see this beautiful scene through the frosted glass. This was really bad. He couldn't hold on anymore. At the crack of the door, a fair arm stretched out, the skin looking like it had been molded from milk, shimmering with a luster. Give it to me." Listening to the trembling voice inside the door, Guan Shan was having trouble controlling himself. Handing the bath towel to that hand, Wen immediately let out a sigh of relief. But before the breath could even leave, she discovered that the door actually wouldn't close. A sense of tension and expectation surged into her heart together. But even more than that, it was a feeling of being at a loss. "Don't be like this. Give me some time, okay?" Wen said this almost with a sob. Hearing these words, Guan Shan's gaze also became slightly clearer. Biting his tongue, he forced himself to calm down, but while his upper house had calmed down, his lower house still hadn't. Accompanied by a rustling sound, the door opened, and Wen walked out, looking as pretty as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her curvaceous figure was only wrapped in a white bath towel. Her pair of fair jade legs and a flash of snowy skin were revealed without reservation. Wen immediately had the urge to cry. When she bought the bath towel, she only thought about convenience and assumed no one would see her. Now, it seemed she should have bought a longer one. But seeing Guan Shan in front of her, her gaze became gentle again. She knew, at the last moment, Guan Shan must have restrained himself. If Guan Shan had really been unable to hold back and had barged in, Wen wouldn't have said anything, but she would have felt a little uncomfortable inside. After all, it was just too fast. Looking at the still well-behaved Guan Shan before her, a wave of warmth couldn't help but surge in Wenwan's heart. She was very grateful for Guan Shan's act of respecting her. Subsequently, before Guan Shan had time to react, he smelled a scent like orchids and musk rushing towards his face. At the same time, an exquisite, pretty face suddenly magnified in his pupils. Guan Shan only felt a warmth press against his face, and before he could react, she had already pulled away, leaving only a lingering warmth exposed in the air, bringing waves of coolness. But his body was burning hot. "This counts as a reward for you. Don't overthink it." After saying this, Wen left Guan Shan under affection, her footsteps becoming incomparably light, like a beautiful butterfly, and she entered her own room. An excited heart, trembling hands. Guan Shan forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart and went to splash his face with cold water to calm down. What he had been thinking about in his head just now was whether he should be a beast or worse than a beast. In the end, he ended up being worse than a beast. Sigh. Click. The door behind him opened, and an incomparably lovely and beautiful person walked out. Her attire was still the same as usual, but it had a bit more vivid color. If she was originally a snow lotus on a high mountain, then now she had a bit more charm and beauty. The most eye-catching thing was still that pair of long, round jade legs wrapped in velvet-like nude stockings, appearing incomparably alluring under the illumination of the lights. It was just like a small cake in the glass display case of a cake shop. "What?" Stunned, Wen was very satisfied with Guan Shan's reaction and spun around in front of him, as if she had intended for him to see it. In fact, that was indeed the case. Wen was in a particularly good mood today, so she specifically put on some younger-looking clothes. At the beginning, she was worried that her figure might have gone out of shape and whether she would be able to fit into them, but it later proved that she was overthinking. Even though 5 or 6 years had passed since graduation, her figure was still the same as when she was young. "Aunt Wen, I want to ask if there are any jewelry stores here. or places with large amounts of iron. Guanshan coughed twice and decided to briefly pull himself away from the gentle trap, letting the upper house regain control of the lower house to avoid any insubordination. He had to travel across such a large area in 10 days, so equipment was essential. Therefore, Guanshan first locked his target onto jewelry stores. There must be gold and diamonds in the jewelry stores, so he could get everything done in one step. But iron was also a very important resource. After all, Guanshan wanted to build an iron golem. At that time, using the iron golem to fight zombies would definitely be satisfying. Let me think. Although Wenwan was a bit puzzled, she didn't ask much. I remember there are quite a few jewelry stores on the commercial street. As for ironware, I guess you'll have to look for those building material manufacturers or a construction site. Guanshan nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, at a time like this, one still had to look at the stuff from the civil engineering guys. Furthermore, as for a construction site, there was one not far away. It was a newly developed real estate project. When Guanshan passed by there, he had once seen quite a few dark-skinned people carrying red buckets, sneaking away. I know. Thank you, Aunt Wen. Do we need to thank each other? Aunt Wen was a bit unhappy. What about that water? What else can be done? Do you expect me to drink it? Oh, you only know how to tease. Wenwan had just finished showering, and her fair face turned red again. Not until she pushed Guanshan out the door did her restless heart slowly calm down. Walking out the door, the world outside was deathly silent. Through the corridor window, one could see the faint sparks lighting up the city and ashes drifting with the wind. Besides that, there was nothing left but the roars of zombies and some scattered cries for help. And some desperate cries for help, though these would all be swallowed by the zombies' roars, becoming one of them. Guanshan opened his status bar. Aside from a wooden sword, he had almost nothing to defend himself with, and he didn't even have a single piece of armor on his body. He was effectively in a state of naked running. The only reason he was able to defeat that Liangzi zombie was entirely due to his two-handed operation. Right hand swinging the sword, left hand eating bread. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned to death long ago. I'd better hurry. Going out at night always gives me a bad feeling. After saying this, he stepped out, intending to quickly go downstairs from the window. After all, with something like water landing, he could fall from any height without a scratch. B-boss. In the darkness, a voice filled with a hint of fear rang out. Who? Guanshan shouted sharply and looked toward the sound. From the darkness, a limping figure emerged. It was undoubtedly Xu-kun, who had just said he wanted to follow him. Seeing him, Guanshan involuntarily frowned and said in a low voice, "What trick do you have up your sleeve now? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? No. I really want to follow you. Be your underling." Xu-kun hurriedly shook his head. My leg is crippled. What could I possibly do? Guanshan's gaze shifted to that leg. That's not necessarily true. As long as someone wants to do bad things, there are always 10,000 to do it. Xu-kun gave 2 dry laughs and didn't answer, his figure hunched over like an old dog. After a long while he finally spoke. "Boss, where are you going so late?" Guanshan didn't care about the title. Since he wanted to call him that, then so be it. It wouldn't cost him anything anyway. I plan to find a jewelry store and a construction site to collect some diamonds and iron. Upon hearing this, Xu-kun's eyes brightened a little. He nodded and bowed hastily, saying, "I know a place that has both diamonds and iron blocks." Guanshan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. The outbreak here started in the East District. There was a thug called Brother Long there who had quite a bit of influence. After the outbreak, he looted a lot of gold, silver, and treasures and ran all the way here. They are currently at a construction site not far from here. using it as a gathering place. Actually, calling it a gathering place is just a polite way of saying it's a bandit's den. As Shukun spoke, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. If it were before, he might have held some awe for this so-called brother Long, but having seen Guanshan now, he realized how ridiculous that brother Long was. He was nothing. Why are you telling me this? Is there some trap there? Do you harbor resentment and want to harm me? Guanshan's eyes flashed as he spoke, testing him. At the same time, he stared fixedly at Xukun, trying to see any signs of guilt or evasion on his face. However, Xukun's expression was incomparably calm. Under Guanshan's gaze, he slowly spoke. I don't have any other intentions. Everything I've done is just to follow you, boss. You'd better not have any other intentions, or I'll make you die a miserable death. Guanshan snorted coldly, still not letting his guard down, against him and asked, What of those 3 people? Guanshan hadn't forgotten those 3 bastards. If those 3 took advantage of his absence to launch a sneak attack, Guanshan would never forgive himself. Those 3 offended you, boss, so they left directly. They probably went to seek refuge with someone else. Why didn't you go? They did invite me, but I refused. After saying this, Shukun didn't say another word, standing quietly in place like an old tree root. Fine. I'll go see if what you said is true first. You'd better behave yourself. After saying this, Guanshan walked toward the window under Dukun's puzzled gaze. Strange, he's not going downstairs through the window. What is the boss doing? Immediately after, Kun found out. He saw Guanshan's figure bathed in moonlight, then descending rapidly. Holy shit! Shukun instinctively let out an exclamation and leaned against the window to look down. I've played Airman in games too much, but I didn't expect it to be so thrilling in reality. The wind whistled in his ears, and the ground expanded rapidly in his pupils. Now! At the moment of contact with the ground, a bucket of water appeared under his feet. Just as expected, his health bar was still full, and he landed safely. Soon, Guanshan's figure quickly disappeared into the night, sprinting toward the distant construction site. In the corridor, Shukun, who had seen Guanshan safely, broke out in a cold sweat. He had always considered himself knowledgeable, but he had never seen anything like this today. Who plays Airman without any safety measures? And he even landed safely, but what followed was a burst of wild joy. He had undoubtedly hit the jackpot. As long as he followed the boss loyally, what was there to fear in the future? I must protect this place well. This is the boss's woman. All right. The first step to my success starts with guarding the corridor. In the middle of the night, there were still so many people on the streets. It's just that their identities had changed from people to zombies. As Guanshan walked out, one zombie after another seemed to receive the same command, swarming toward Guanshan, as if they shared a single brain. Ignoring these guys, Guanshan started sprinting toward the distance. The distant construction site was about 6 kilometers away. At Steve's speed, it would only take 10 minutes or so. Soon, a magical scene appeared on the street. With Guanshan leading at the front, running, the zombies behind him gathered like a long dragon. At the same time, more zombies gathered. Some tried to block the road, but they were all punched away. The zombies that were punched away were all dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. With Guanshan's iron fists paving the way, the attack rained as if it had been augmented by an invisible hand. It was incredibly magical, and soon a path was cleared through the zombie horde. After sprinting for more than 10 minutes, Guanshan finally slowed his pace slightly. Looking up, in front of him was the construction site that Xukun had mentioned. He could indeed hear clamor from inside. Glancing at the horde of zombies behind him, Guanshan jumped in place, used blocks to boost his footing, and then vaulted over the fence, leaving only a group of zombies wandering around. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there so many zombies outside? Tell everyone to be quiet. If too many come, they might actually break through. How is that possible? We've already blocked the gate with an excavator. How could the zombies get in? If I tell you to go, then go. What's with all the bargaining? As Guanshan walked into the construction site, he noticed a large area of prefabricated houses in the distance where many figures were moving back and forth, and a clamor was coming from within. Where are the iron blocks? Guanshan planned to find some iron blocks first to craft a set of iron armor before going to find that guy called Brother Long. With just a casual scan, he spotted quite a few iron blocks. There were many iron frames on the construction site, and these things could be broken down into iron blocks for reuse. Guanshan approached quietly, then took out his wooden pickaxe and began to dig vigorously. If he just used his hands, he could indeed break them, but they would only drop iron rods and couldn't be restored to iron blocks at all. To restore them to iron blocks, he had to use a wooden pickaxe, which was exactly what was in Guanshan's hand. What is this? Just as he took out the wooden pickaxe, Guanshan keenly noticed something in the corner of his status bar. After taking it out, it emitted a strange fragrance that gave him an urge to eat it. But Guanshan discovered that this thing was completely inedible. What is this? Why is it so fascinating? Guanshan held the ball-like object. It was flesh-colored, and no matter how much he looked at it, he couldn't figure out what it was. The only thing he knew was that it had a strong attraction. Whatever, get some iron blocks first. Clang, 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 clang. He pushed the matter to the back of his mind. Right now, the priority is to get some iron blocks to gear up and increase his combat power. By then, those zombies could probably be killed with a single sword strike, and the durability would be greatly enhanced. Seeing that he had already dug out 6 iron ingots, Guanshan immediately placed a crafting table on the spot and crafted an iron sword and an iron pickaxe for himself. Time to get serious. Help me. While Guanshan was happily digging, the night wind carried a very faint voice over. There's someone else. Guanshan immediately became alert and looked toward the interior of the construction site. The night wind blew the clouds away, and moonlight spilled down. With this bit of moonlight, Guanshan could vaguely see the scene inside. On the rough concrete floor, many people were tied up, their hands bound and tethered to steel pipes like livestock. That cry for help had come from a girl. Without hesitation, Guanshan quickly approached. It seemed only this girl had regained consciousness here. As Guanshan drew closer, the girl became agitated. Her mouth was sealed with clear tape, so she could only make a few muffled sounds. That he could hear her at all was entirely due to Guanshan's superhuman perception. He was currently at the mid-stage of level 16. All his senses had been greatly enhanced, and his physical strength had become extremely formidable. The girl was tied to a steel pipe, her hair hanging down in a mess, but it couldn't hide her delicate face, which was stained with some black soot, and her eyes were red. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Dressed in a school uniform, it was clear she was a high school student, though her chest was quite prominent, which even the loose uniform could hardly conceal. This was the only detail that might cause one to misjudge her age. Looking at the person before her, Jiang Yanyan's heart finally settled a bit. Those damn thugs, if she ever got out, she'd definitely make them pay. Jiang Yanyan had known about a special virus for a long time, but she hadn't known of infection. Nor had she realized it would be so powerful. The virus first started from a location in Iceland and then began to contaminate the water sources. By the time Jiang Yanyan noticed things were going wrong in the coastal areas, it was already too late. She wanted to flee, but she was caught by this group of damned thugs. Before, these people were like rats scurrying in the sewers with their heads down. But as soon as trouble arose, they were everywhere, like a sewer explosion sending them flying in all directions. Guan Shan peeled the tape off the girl's mouth. Jiang Yanyan gasped for air heavily, and after a while, she finally felt a bit better. How come you're the only one awake here? How did you get caught? Under the night sky, the two whispered. I don't know. I smelled a particularly pleasant scent and woke up. As for being caught, Jiang Yanyan gritted her teeth, her tone full of resentment. I came from the coastal area and wanted to run inland, but I ended up being caught by these people. The coastal area? You knew about this early on? Facing Guanshan's skeptical gaze, Jiang Yanyan nodded decisively. That's right, I knew a long time ago. To tell you the truth, I'm a hacker. You? Guanshan looked her up and down, feeling that she really didn't look the part. Shouldn't a hacker be the mysterious type, staying in a dark room with a mysterious mask on their face? How could it be such a normal high school girl? Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan rolled her eyes. You think we hackers are all a bunch of gloomy people? Actually, hackers aren't as mysterious as you imagine. There are even specialized communication websites. After saying that, Jiang Yanyan's budding body twisted slightly, and she said somewhat awkwardly, Can you help unbind me from behind? My legs are getting sore. Hearing this, Guanshan immediately went behind her and started pounding at the steel pipe with his wooden pickaxe. Clang, 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 clang. Wait, what is that sound? Why is it so strange? Jiang Yanyan kept her voice low, feeling uncomfortable all over. Her rear, encased in the school uniform, rubbed back and forth against the floor. Talk less. With some effort, Guanshan soon smashed the steel pipe directly, and 3 iron ingots popped out. Without hesitation, he took out the crafting table again, and using the remaining iron ingot, made a pair of boots for himself. What's going on? Where's the pipe? Jiang Yanyan finally broke free from her restraints. Looking back, she saw that the steel pipe behind her had completely vanished, and the break was as smooth as a mirror. Most importantly, the rope was still tied around her wrists. What on earth had happened? While she was wondering, a pair of warm, large hands had already enveloped her delicate, fair hand. Jiang Yanyan instinctively blushed. In all these years, no one had ever touched her. Fine, I'll forgive him this once. It's caused by sexual repression. This was a theory Jiang Yanyan had developed herself. Whenever she faced something inexplicable, it could be summarized as being caused by sexual repression. If Jiang Yanyan were to explain Wang Lai's situation, it would definitely be due to sexual repression. And now, this man holding her hand must also be because of her beauty. It was caused by sexual repression. Soon, his hands released hers, and the rope miraculously disappeared. Jiang Yanyan was both surprised and delighted, and she began to rub her wrists. Her hands had been tied until they were red. Her delicate and fair wrists now had a red ring around them, spoiling their beauty. Damn it, always bothering me with this crap. And I can't even get a hot meal. While Jiang Yanyan was rubbing her wrists, a man drenched in smelly sweat walked to the dim environment, his tank top pulled up above his belly. One hand slapped his belly hard, while he occasionally dug around in his navel. Looking at the yellow grime on his fingertip, he chuckled and then flicked it away with his nail. Sigh, I really don't know when I'll be able to take a shower. He thought it would be just another ordinary inspection, but he hadn't expected to actually discover an unusual scene. In an instant, he stared straight at Guanshan and Jiang Yanyan. Holy crap! Someone. Gao Dawei walked into the construction site. He didn't even need to look closely to see 2 distinct, prominent dark shadows. Everyone else was tied up and crouching on the ground, but these two were standing up. It was incredibly conspicuous. Gao Dawei immediately realized that someone had escaped. These people were extremely important for their temporary living quarters, the construction site. When zombies gathered, they could throw one person out to attract attention, thereby staying safe for a while longer. For this purpose, they had specifically dug a large pit. Whenever zombies gathered, they would throw a person into the pit, and a large group of zombies would fall in after them. And it was very difficult for the zombies that fell in to climb back out. This method was thought up by Brother Long. At the time, he felt he couldn't be any smarter. He was simply a God-given genius. In just these few short days, they had already thrown 3 people in. Jiang Yanyan saw that Gao Dawei had discovered the 2 of them, and she was shocked, her usually agile brain freezing for a moment. Just then, the sound of wind being broken rang out beside her, and a figure rushed past at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Guanshan rush out, Gao Dawei retreated and prepared to shout out what he was about to say. Guanshan threw a punch into thin air. Under Gao Dawei's puzzled gaze, a massive force suddenly struck him from half a meter away. His throat felt as if it had been grabbed by an invisible hand, and his entire face turned bright red. What puzzled him even more was how he could hit him from half a meter away. Before he could think, Gao Dawei's body was suddenly knocked to the ground like a kite with a broken string. "Spare me, hero." Gao Dawei instinctively wanted to beg for mercy, but when he turned around, he saw a massive fist growing larger and larger before his eyes. "Don't kill." With one punch, Gao Dawei fell into a deep sleep and could no longer say a single word. "Someone has come to save us." Behind them, joyful voices kept coming, and almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Guanshan and Jiang Yanyan. "Little girl, save me. Save me first." In the dim space, cries for help rose and fell. One could only hear the voices, but couldn't see the people at all. "Keep your voices down. Don't let them hear you." Seeing this situation, Jiang Yanyan was incredibly anxious and quickly lowered her voice to whisper. After it became a little quieter, Guanshan handed Jiang Yanyan a small knife, and they untied the people one by one. These people had been tied up with industrial zip ties, which were very thin, requiring some time to identify in the dim environment. After everyone was rescued, Guanshan took quick head count. There were about 5 or 6 people. Their condition was decent. They could all stand up, and there were no elderly, weak, sick, or disabled people among them. Among them, there seemed to be a family of 3 holding their heads and crying. It was very stifling. Only faint sobbing could be heard. There were also 2 other men. One was tall, and the other was wearing the same school uniform as Jiang Yanyan, looking like a classmate, whose eyes kept drifting toward Jiang Yanyan. However, Jiang Yanyan acted as if she didn't see him, not giving him a single glance, instead watching Guanshan intently. From others' perspectives, it looked as if Jiang Yanyan was looking at Guanshan with a beaming smile. Regarding that method of making objects disappear inexplicably, Jiang Yanyan had a bold guess in her heart. She had read a novel online before. It was a zombie novel written by Guangming Liji, which mentioned superpower. Therefore, in Jiang Yanyan's view, it was very likely that Guanshan had also awakened this ability, and that ability to hit people from a distance was also incredibly magical. Lu Chuan saw Jiang Yanyan constantly looking at Guanshan and felt quite jealous. But since he was also rescued by Guanshan, it was too early to turn against him. "Jiang Yanyan, let's hurry and escape under the cover of night." Lu Chuan approached Jiang Yanyan, lowered his voice, and leaned in to say, "We can escape at night? There are so many zombies." Jiang Yanyan rolled her eyes. Compared to the daytime, Zombies were much more active at night. Moreover, under the cover of night and being unfamiliar with the place, it was better to wait until daytime to try to escape. If it were before, Jiang Yanyan might have agreed with Lu Chuan's idea. But now, with Guanshan around, she really wanted to try to see if they could take this place over. After all, these people had managed this place quite well. It was like an iron bucket, and the walls were high and thick enough. When these people poured the concrete, they didn't skimp on the mixture at all. There was definitely no behavior of sticking a water hose inside, and the steel reinforcement was also laid out recklessly. They dismantled the steel from buildings and added it in, truly achieving rapid recycling and reuse. In the center of this construction site, there was also a 12-story cement concrete building that was very rough and primitive. But one could use this height to look out into the distance. Furthermore, in the kitchen area of the construction site, there were many ingredients. Except for the lack of water, it was almost impeccable. We can't leave yet. Those people are all in the basement. On the other side, the man from that family also walked out, wearing a suit. There are more people? Guanshan asked. They can't be saved. Hearing this, Lu Chuan got anxious. How could those people be saved? They were all elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. All locked inside the basement. And to open the basement, one had to pass through the area where those people were. Those people were eating there right now. In other words, to save those elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, one had to pass by the place where they were eating to unlock the door to the basement. There were over 20 of them. Each one was big and tall. They looked fierce and sinister. Jiang Yanyan didn't say a word. Her beautiful eyes, shimmering like autumn water, stared fixedly at Guanshan, making Lu Chuan, who was standing beside her, feel a bit jealous. Damn it! I've been following you for so long, providing protection for you, and you don't even give me a glance, but you fall for someone else the moment they arrive, right? No, I can't think like that. Jiang Yanyan is different. What if it's just a polite thank you? Oh, Lu Chuan, you need to pull yourself together. Lu Chuan shook his head and patted his face. Who said they can't be saved? Guanshan frowned and said, If you are worried about your own safety, I can send you out first, or you can hide in a corner and I will go save them myself. Hearing this, Lu Chuan instinctively wanted to mock him. Who do you think you are? You saved a few people, and now you think you're amazing. That's enough showing off, buddy. Just because there's a girl around, you don't have to show off like this, right? Are you crazy? I'll go with you. Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan's eyes brightened a little, and her lips curled into a faint smile, smiling exceptionally sweetly. With these words, Jiang Yanyan was finally certain of the guess in her heart. This person named Guanshan is definitely not ordinary. Lu Chuan was truly going crazy with anxiety. That guy is going to show off. Why are you getting involved? Jiang Yanyan, the point is, saying it is one thing, but don't say it in front of me. You say it in front of me, what do you expect me to do? Should I go or not? If I say I'm not going, wouldn't that make me look like a coward? Not like a real man? If you feel it's dangerous, you don't have to go. I won't blame you. Jiang Yanyan glanced lightly at Lu Chuan beside her, a trace of disdain appearing in her beautiful eyes, and then she said softly, No way, Jiang Yanyan, since you've said that, I definitely have to follow. Otherwise, would I still be a man? Hearing this, Lu Chuan puffed out his chest. Although he was secretly pleased, he still feigned an appearance of being ready to charge into battle together. Can I run away? At this moment, the tall and thin man raised his hand weakly and said, he had been kidnapped for no apparent reason, and the people below were strangers to him. He wanted to find his parents more than anything right now. Isn't that a bit wrong of you? Don't you have any compassion? Can't you see we are all going to save people? Lu Chuan wore a smug smile and reached out to naturally pat Guanshan on the shoulder. After all, he could see that this person was very strong, especially with thick arms, looking incredibly mighty. In the apocalypse, this kind of person is definitely someone worth clinging to. Actually, this was also due to the level up. He now felt his physical fitness getting stronger. I have more important things to do. What important thing could be more important than this? Let's hear it. Refusing to let him off, pressed further. Guanshan glanced at Lu Chuan, said nothing, and simply pushed the hand resting on his shoulder away. Feeling Guanshan's action, Lu Chuan's smile stiffened for a moment. Then he lowered his hand naturally, as if nothing had happened. I need to go find my family, so I can't stay here. After saying this, the tall and thin man looked at Guanshan. Where is your family? Guanshan asked. The man named a street. That street is near the gymnasium. The government set up another gathering point in that gymnasium, which can be considered a relatively large, safe zone. However, I heard there was some trouble inside. You might be able to find your parents there. Guanshan pondered for a moment before deciding to share this information. Although this was somewhat unfair to Wen Wan, he still had to say it. Although Guanshan wasn't a saint, sometimes, for small matters like this, he held an attitude of helping if he could. He didn't want to become too cold-blooded. Just like now, if he hadn't known about the situation in the basement, he would have definitely rescued the people, taken the iron ingots and diamonds, and turned to run, at most bringing the few people along the way. But now that he knew, naturally he had to save them. Even if they were nearly dead by the time they were rescued, he still had to save them. This way, at least he wouldn't feel indebted in his heart. Thanks. Hearing this, the tall and thin man's eyes brightened, and he gave Guanshan a grateful smile. My name is Liu Qingquan. What about you? Guanshan. Take this iron rod and these things. They might be helpful to you. After speaking, Guanshan tossed him a steel pipe he had just dismantled from here, and incidentally also threw him a piece of bread and a bottle of water. The water is clean, you can check the date. Liu Qingquan took the bread and water, finished them in a flash, feeling extremely grateful. He knew very well how important food and water were in this period, especially now that it was confirmed that water was a source of infection. Clean water was literally worth its weight in gold. After eating, Liu Qingquan took a deep look at Guanshan, then trotted outside, found a ladder, and climbed straight out. What a coward! Lu Chuan scolded him harshly, and after finishing, his eyes secretly looked toward Jiang Yanyan. Guanshan shook his head indifferently. Everyone has their own things to do, no need to force it. What about you? Do you need to stay? How could I do that? I already said I would go with you. Hearing this, Lu Chuan was secretly delighted, rubbed his hands and said, It's okay. I can handle that side alone. You stay here and take care of this family. After finishing, Guanshan looked at the family of 3. Their condition wasn't much better, not quite on the verge of death, but at least they were weak and listless. You probably don't have much energy left either. You guys should recover and eat something first. As his voice fell, amidst their hopeful gazes, he took out a few more bottles of water and bread and distributed them to the group. Lu Chuan took the bread and water, checked the date carefully, and after confirming it, began to feast. Oops, I forgot about you! Lu Chuan had eaten half, then slapped his head and leaned toward Jiang Yanyan. Yanyan, do you want to eat mine? Jiang Yanyan looked at the half-eaten bread, was silent for a moment and said, No need. It's all my fault, Lu Chuan said distressingly. I was too impatient and forgot about you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely save some for you. After Lu Chuan finished speaking, he began to eat in big mouthfuls again. Jiang Yanyan was feeling a bit numb. Why hadn't she realized before that this Lu Chuan was so? Jiang Yanyan couldn't describe it anymore. It could only be said that it was caused by sexual repression. Actually, I have more. Watching this scene, Guanshan took a few more loaves of bread from his bosom and placed them in front of them. Really? That's great. Lu Chuan hurriedly picked one up and started eating again. On the other side, the couple was feeding the bread to their child, and Guanshan took a glance. It was just a little girl, probably elementary school age, who seemed to be delirious from hunger and hadn't opened her eyes yet. Her parents were carefully using a bottle cap to catch water and slowly feeding it to the little girl. Everyone rest for a while. And by the way, find a place that isn't easy to be discovered and hide. It will be over soon. Guanshan took one last look at them, then walked toward that group of people alone, holding the steel rod. He did not take out his iron sword. He still didn't know what this group of people had done, so he had no intention of killing anyone. I'm going with you. Jiang Yanyan quickly finished what she was eating and stood up to follow him. Oh, it's dangerous. Seeing this, Lu Chuan was so anxious he slapped his thigh hard. If you can't beat them, remember to come back. Yanyan, I'll prepare a retreat route for you. After saying this, Lu Chuan stood there watching for a while, then started eating again. After finishing the bread in his hand, he still wanted more, and then his eyes lit up. He locked his gaze onto the last piece of bread. Are you guys still going to eat this? The couple was silent for a long while, and finally they slowly spat out one word through their teeth. Eat. Gaodoi. Where the hell did you go to a piss again? Aren't you afraid a zombie will drag you down? A man walked out of the room, scratched his armpit with one hand, sniffed it, and laughed while scolding. He was full, but still a bit thirsty. But there was no help for it. Water needed to be conserved now, and Brother Long was just about to make them drink their own urine. Damn it, where is he? Why isn't he saying anything? Trying to scare me, huh? Heh heh. Walking to the corner, suddenly a tall, dark shadow appeared. Not right. Why? There was no time to think. A whistling wind rushed past his ears. Too fast! Whack! He fell as if on cue, his body going limp as he collapsed. Guanshan did not use lethal force. He only knocked him unconscious. Otherwise, if he had really used his full strength, that strike just now would have split his head open like a watermelon. Exploding instantly, red flesh would have gone flying everywhere. Inside the room, figures were moving about. Save some of the liquor. Only one bottle per table. Brother Long sat in the seat of honor, looking down at his underlings with a sense of self-satisfaction. In front of him were many bottles and cans, almost all of them beer. There was no other way. Since they couldn't be sure if the water was safe to drink, they had to drink beer. Opening his bleary eyes, Brother Long suddenly felt in the mood. He vaguely remembered there was a particularly tender young girl. She looked like she was only high school age. She must be a virgin. Hey you! Bring that high schooler over to me. Seeing their boss give the order, the underlings below all got excited. Boss, is it a guy or a girl? Nonsense, it's definitely a girl, ha ha ha. What about the other one? Should we bring her back too? Brother Long looked at his underlings, the corners of his mouth curling up. Since he was eating the meat, he should let his underlings have a little soup. It had really been a long time since he'd had this feeling. The apocalypse is the best. Otherwise, how could it be this satisfying? Before, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. They were forced to hide in the countryside, constantly on the run, and didn't even dare to speak loudly when they went to the street. Now, whatever they want, they get. If you ask me, the apocalypse is better? Otherwise, where would I get an opportunity like this? I, Brother Long, have been resurrected? You too. Bring them to me. Brother Long pointed casually at two underlings, then continued to drink alone. But as he drank, he started to feel restless again. You! Go find someone else and throw them in. Don't let those zombies make so much noise. All right. One person opened the basement and walked in. Understood. The two received their orders and walked outside, chatting and laughing along the way. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a man standing at the entrance holding an iron rod. Who are you? Almost the instant he shouted that, a rod swung over. Caught off guard, he instinctively crouched down and managed to dodge it, but his buddy beside him was out of luck. Before he could even react, he was struck by the rod and lost consciousness on the spot. He only felt a rod-like object swinging over with a whistling force, accompanied by a crisp, dull thud, and then he knew nothing more. Someone broke in. In an instant, the whole room was in an uproar. Almost everyone stood up immediately and grabbed the machetes placed beside them. Brother Long, sitting in the seat of honor, saw Guanshan walk in and instantly sobered up. He squinted as he sized up Guanshan, seemingly unsure of what to make of him. My friend, what brings you here? Brother Long walked forward, surrounded by his men. He was shirtless with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder. It was quite imposing. You son of a bitch, you hit my brother. The man who had just dodged the rod was still shaken, but when he saw his good brother lying on the ground, his eyes instantly turned red. Without a word, he drew his machete and charged over aggressively. Get lost. But very quickly, following it from Guanshan, the man was sent flying, soaring a full 5 or 6 meters before slamming hard into the wall. The crowd, which had been aggressive, was now uncertain and suspicious upon seeing this. They looked at Guanshan, then back at Brother Long, seeking his input. Brother Long was also terrified when he saw this. To be able to kick a person 5 or 6 meters away. Was this even human? He sized up Guanshan again, but he couldn't tell at all. What did this kid eat growing up? But thinking about how many people they had, he felt a little more at ease. He wasn't so worried anymore, and there was another important point. They were all desperate outlaws who dared to kill. Brother Long knew very well that people have inhibitions. There is instinctive resistance to killing, even if it's killing a bad guy. By exploiting this trait, Brother Long's group could win again and again even when facing stronger opponents. This was their secret weapon. Therefore, when he saw that neither of those two had died, he concluded that this man was the same way, just a bit more skilled and stronger, which was no big deal. After realizing this, Brother Long gave a sinister smile and then said viciously, "Brothers, get him." As soon as his voice fell, the group of men charged forward immediately. Seeing this, Guanshan didn't hesitate, still holding that iron rod, swatting them one by one. Even if 3 or 4 people together, they would be sent flying by a single swing, no matter how they tried to block. If they blocked with a knife, he would bend the blade. If they blocked with their hands, he would shatter their bones. Moreover, the residual force was immense. Often, with a single swing, those people couldn't even hold onto their knives. They would fly right out of their hands. This guy is tough. How is he so fierce? Seeing his underlings being routed one by one, Brother Long was furious. He gritted his teeth and charged up as well. When he charged, he had timed it perfectly. If one uses a weapon like a steel pipe, there must be gaps when swinging it. And I'm either Long am looking for exactly that gap. This was also why he had been observing from the back. He was able to become a gang leader and earn the name Brother Long because of his brains, not because of any martial prowess. Haha, go to hell? He was very fast. With a burst of strength from his feet, he instantly leaped past all his underlings. Amidst their looks of admiration, he slashed his knife hard at Guanshan's chest. "Let's see how arrogant you are now." "Huh?" But suddenly, he realized that there was no blood flowing from the place he had slashed. Looking at the other man, he didn't look injured at all. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at him with a playful expression. The two locked eyes, and Brother Long suddenly felt that he was in big trouble. Whack! The last moment he was conscious, he vaguely saw the steel flying toward him, and then his head felt like a string had snapped, and he fell into a deep sleep. After handling all of this, Guanshan looked at the basement, pondered for a moment, and decided to go inside and explore. At the same time, he had a question in his mind. Why weren't these two groups of people locked up together, but instead kept in separate confinement? The group of people behind him would take a while longer to wake up. Let's go down and take a look first. Guanshan pondered for a moment, and was just about to open the door to the basement when he saw that it had already been opened ahead of time. Someone inside had opened the door a step before him. "Shut up, you old thing. Keep making noise and I'll kill you right now. We only need a corpse anyway. I beg you, let us go. Don't hit my spouse. Spare his life." It sounded like there was a man inside, and the voices of two elderly people. "Tell me, should I throw you out first? Or should I throw you out first? Just throw me out, I beg you, let my spouse go back. Ha 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 ha. Of course, both of you will be fed to the zombies together." The two elderly people had long known their fate and knew this day would come, but when it truly arrived, their eyes were still filled with despair. They didn't even dare to show much disgust, just because doing so would lead to more brutal beatings. The man laughed heartily, as if he had heard something particularly funny. Dragging the two old things all the way here had taken him quite a bit of time. If he'd known, he wouldn't have broken their legs in the first place. Dragging them here really tired me out. Tooey! He took out the key to open the door, but found his hand was a bit sore. Anger rose in his heart and he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm directly onto the old woman's face. The old woman just closed her eyes in humiliation, saying nothing, her wrinkled face shrinking into a ball. The other old man looked at his spouse with a face full of heartache, stretching out a pair of withered, thin hands to tremblingly try to wipe it away. "Damn you! You dare to wipe it?" The man had been watching with interest, but seeing the old man's actions, he instantly became displeased and kicked him directly. The old man was kicked to the ground, not daring to say a word, and still scrambled up tremblingly. "Damn it, you'll have plenty of time for affection later." Click! The door finally opened. The man pushed it open, and what he saw face to face was a mess. Wine bottles were shattered, things were scattered all over the floor, and there were countless people lying on the ground in various postures, looking like they had all been knocked unconscious. "Who are you?" After instinctively asking this, the man instantly became alert and reached back to draw his machete. "He's not even defending." Seeing that Guanshan didn't make any move, a sense of contempt suddenly welled up in his eyes. He didn't know how his brothers had been taken out by him, but he guessed they must have been poisoned in their food. "I'll avenge you." In the blink of an eye, a blade landed solidly on Guanshan's body. Seeing this scene, the two elderly people behind couldn't help but cover their eyes. These damned guys. How many more people do they have to harm? Guanshan looked at the blade embedded in his body, devoid of sorrow or joy. But in reality, he was already furious. Through the simple conversation just now, he had already understood the sequence of events, and why the two groups of people had to be separated. It was just that he really couldn't imagine that someone could be so despicable, capable of doing such things, and so lacking in any bottom line. They even broke their legs just for convenience. The man saw that his blade had no effect on Guanshan, and his face changed drastically. He immediately felt something was wrong. From Guanshan, the iron rod in his hand whistled out. This time, unlike before, he used all his strength. It was almost a blur of a rod shadow, too fast to see, and it hit the man's head solidly. Pop! Just like smashing a watermelon, the flesh and juice flew out, even with some white stuff. Wiping these things away with an expressionless face, Guanshan felt slightly surprised in his heart. He had thought that when he killed someone, he would feel some resistance, or rather reluctance. At the very least, his stomach would feel uncomfortable, and he would vomit for a while. But after he had finished all this, he discovered that his heart was unexpectedly calm, like the surface of a lake. Perhaps anger had already clouded his judgment. The old couple watched this scene, and before they could recover from the shock, they saw Guanshan stride out. He took a bucket out of his status bar and splashed it on the leader, Brother Long. Glug, glug, glug. Rushed by the water, Brother Long woke up instantly. A sensation of drowning made him extremely uncomfortable, and he wanted to open his mouth to take a breath. Smack! A dull thud of a rod struck him with lightning speed. The pain made him grimace, and he instantly remembered what had knocked him unconscious. This feeling was so painful he could barely breathe. Unexpectedly, this very action made Guanshan think he was still defiant, so he struck him 3 or 4 more times with the rod. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Good man! Brother Long finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out in pain while holding his head. After waiting for a while longer and finding no more beatings, he stood up and opened his blurry eyes. The first thing he saw was Guanshan standing in place before him. Although he made no move, like a statue, his face devoid of sorrow or joy, Brother Long could feel an immense sense of oppression from him. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calmed his mood slightly, and then saw a scene that shocked him. Those people from downstairs had actually been brought out. This meant that he knew what he had done. He shouldn't have given that order in the first place. If he didn't know, maybe he would have let him off. It's over. Everything is over now. I'm asking you, was throwing them out to be fed to the zombies your idea? Hearing the cold, piercing voice in his ear, Brother Long woke up as if from a dream. He shivered, feeling very much like death was imminent. No, it wasn't my idea. I didn't know at all. They did it all behind my back. His instinctive desire to survive made him start denying it frantically, shaking his head like a rattled drum. Only now did Brother Long realize that Guanshan's expression wasn't one of being devoid of sorrow or joy at all. It was an expression of anger about to explode, one of extreme restraint. He had seen this expression countless times on police officers, almost always when they were interrogating him. But back then, his crimes didn't warrant death, and he hadn't killed anyone, so he was always released. Just as his brain began to spin frantically, trying to figure out how to escape, a voice like a vengeful ghost came from behind him. It's him. It was all his order. The old woman lying on the ground used her last ounce of strength and screamed. Although she felt that Guanshan, who had so ruthlessly smashed a man's head, didn't seem like a good person either, it didn't matter anymore. As long as Guanshan could help them uphold justice, nothing mattered. As long as this Brother Long could die, nothing else mattered. I know. Guanshan nodded. Damn old thing. Shut up! Brother Long, with a strong desire to survive, instantly became desperate. He roared and rushed toward the 2 elderly people. He now wished he could strangle the 2 of them to death on the spot. The next moment, Long's lunging figure faltered slightly, stopping eerily in midair. A tremendous force struck his neck. Guan Shan intercepted him in midair, locking onto his neck. "Since you like feeding zombies so much, why don't you feed yourself to them?" The large hand around his neck felt like it was cast from steel. Brother Long reached up with both hands, trying to pry away a single finger, but found it was futile. Carried like this, Guan Shan took him all the way outside. Just when Brother Long thought he was going to die like this, Guan Shan suddenly let go. Gasp! Gasp! Brother Long clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground in pain, his face streaming with tears and snot. Turning his head, he saw the old couple looking at him with resentful eyes. If looks could kill, Brother Long had no doubt he would have died on the spot. He hadn't seen such intense resentment in a long time. "Spare my life. I beg you." Brother Long struggled to his feet and reached out to grab Guanshan's pant leg. Guanshan looked down at him. The scene was indeed pathetic, even making Guanshan feel a bit of sympathy. But upon second thought, weren't all those who died worthy of sympathy? Wasn't that old couple worthy of sympathy? The steel rod in his hand slightly lifted the man's head, and he said in a deep voice, "Guess, am I going to break your legs next? Or throw you out to feed the zombies?" Brother Long raised his head, revealing a fawning and sycophantic smile. A few teeth were missing from his mouth, knocked out earlier when he was sent flying. "Can you let me go?" He was still trying to struggle, attempting to awaken the other's pity with his pathetic appearance. Guan Shan shook his head. Impossible. A part of Brother Long's heart died. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, he asked tremblingly, "Are you going to throw me out to feed the zombies?" Guan Shan shook his head. Upon receiving this reply, Brother Long's heart finally settled a little. At least he could survive. If it was just breaking his legs, it wasn't a big deal. Being able to survive was already not easy. It's better to live a wretched life than to die. This was a truism. Just like back in the day, when those brothers were dragged to the shooting range one by one, or locked away until they died. And what about him? By humbling himself and going door to door to apologize, hadn't he made it through? Life is long. There are always opportunities. Thinking this, Brother Long's heart calmed down quite a bit, and he asked again, "Then you're just going to break my legs?" Guanshan looked down, seeing the hopeful smile on Brother Long's face, simply laughed. Seeing Guanshan laugh, Brother Long laughed too, a bright smile that revealed his remaining few teeth. "You're thinking too optimistically. Naturally, I'll break your legs, then feed you to the zombies." A light sentence, yet it made Brother Long's heart plummet to the bottom. The smile froze on his face, immediately turning into intense fear. "I beg you, spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-year-old daughter below." "I'm sick of hearing that." Guanshan shook his head and swung his rod twice, cleanly and decisively. A howl echoed from beneath him. It sounded just like a pig being slaughtered. When Brother Long looked down again, he found that his kneecaps had already been smashed. "Ah! Ah!" Brother Long opened his mouth wide, letting out a desperate howl. His face was a mess of tears and snot, filled with terror. Outside the wall, the zombies, hearing the sound, became increasingly agitated. Their roars grew louder and louder, and their nails frantically scraped against the wall, producing a piercing, hair-raising screech. "I beg you, spare my life." Brother Long used his last ounce of strength to grab Guanshan's pant leg. Snot even flowed into his mouth, but he didn't care at all. Listening to the zombie roars in his ears, he had long since been scared into losing control of his bowels and bladder, and he seemed as if he had truly repented. He had heard this sound several times before. Every time he dragged those people out, he would hear this noise. He just hadn't expected that one day it would come true for him. Guanshan remained silent. He kept dragging him until he brought him up to the second-floor concrete structure. There wasn't even a staircase railing here, and the second floor didn't even have a roof. Only a few steel rebars were exposed. Facing the night wind, Guanshan lifted him up directly. Brother Long's body hung outside like a caterpillar. And you still deserve to be called Brother Long? Guanshan revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Brother Long. He looked exactly like a bedbug. I beg you, spare my life. Brother Long looked at Guanshan before him, revealing a smile that couldn't have been uglier. Guanshan also smiled slightly. Be a good person in your next life. With a throw, the wail sounded incredibly eerie in the night, drawn out long, before being drowned out by the low roars of the zombies. Afterward, there were only sounds of tearing and chewing. Guanshan watched this scene in silence, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes. Then he shook his head and walked down. Seeing Guanshan return, the old couple looked at him with some fear. But there was also a hint of respect in their eyes. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Is there anyone else in the basement? Guanshan first comforted the two, then asked. Hearing this, the two old people looked at each other with hesitant gazes, exchanged a glance, and then said somewhat hesitantly, There is one more person, but he's not in a good state. Guanshan nodded and wanted to go down to save him first. Just as he was about to move, the old man said again, Young man, if that old guy wants to die, just give him a quick end. Guanshan turned around quite puzzled, wanting to ask, but saw their faces, filled, gloom, and heaviness. Guanshan just shook his head, his heart feeling a bit heavier. It seemed he had arrived a step too late, though he couldn't really call it guilt. After all, the fact that he could come to save people was already good enough. At least he still had a sense of justice. Guanshan didn't want to be a bad person, but he didn't want to be a good person either. He opened the door and walked along the passage into the basement. It seemed to be an underground parking lot with 2 levels. In an area where construction waste was stored, it had been enclosed with blue aluminum plates. In the entire massive parking lot area, only this one spot was enclosed. It was self-evident where the person was locked up. At the same time, Guanshan carefully surveyed the place. It was quite large. The developer had built a 2-level underground parking lot. Above ground, the area was also huge, with 5 buildings under construction simultaneously. The tallest one had already been built up to over 10 floors, though it was still in a raw, unfinished state. However, for a safe zone, this was already enough. But the downside was that only the first phase of housing had been enclosed with fences. The second phase area wasn't, and was still in a very primitive state. Pushing open the door made of aluminum plates, he saw a disheveled old man sprawled on his back, his unkempt appearance looking quite horrifying. Guanshan even thought it was a corpse. Seeing someone arrive here, the old man's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Guanshan. Guanshan looked back at the same time. Those eyes were as still as an ancient well, devoid of any light, as if all hope had been lost. Crouching beside him, he said softly, Do you want me to save you and get you out of here? Just as he crouched down, he smelled an extremely foul odor. Under the dim light, a few flies were buzzing around. Are you here to save us? Hearing this, the old man finally reacted slightly and looked at Guanshan. Yes. Guanshan nodded slightly, not moving an inch. A little foul odor was not worth mentioning to him. Then what happened to them? Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly became agitated, his withered, hand suddenly gripping Guanshan's hand tightly. A glimmer of brightness appeared in his eyes. The leader, Brother Long, was thrown out to feed the zombies. The rest were knocked unconscious on the ground. If nothing goes wrong, they are all going to die. Guanshan pondered for a moment before stating his decision. Good. That's good. Suddenly, 2 lines of murky tears slowly flowed down the old man's face, carrying the satisfaction of having his great revenge fulfilled, as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Thank you. Thank you." He had originally thought he would never see this day in his life, and that his ultimate fate would be the same as the others thrown out to feed the zombies. Or rather, he had long wanted to feed the zombies. He just wanted to find a release. This group of people had suddenly burst into their home and inhumanely raped his daughter and granddaughter. Afterward, they threw his daughter out, while his granddaughter was raped to death. And he blamed himself for all of this. If only he had remembered to lock the door when he went out to buy groceries. If he had locked the door, his daughter and granddaughter would have been fine. He had stood dumbly at the doorway, watching them push his desperately wailing daughter out of the window, watching his granddaughter's body covered in bruises, some parts even twisted, her legs splayed wide in an extremely bizarre posture. At the time, he was still holding a fish he had just bought in his grocery basket. His granddaughter loved sweet and sour fish. Unfortunately, his granddaughter was already dead and would never be able to eat it again. Looking at his granddaughter, he felt that he was practically dead himself. Guanshan remained silent. The old man before him just kept weeping, looking exceptionally desolate in the basement. "Do you want me to save you and get you out of here?" "No need, thank you, young man." The old man slowly shook his head and looked at Guanshan, saying, "Can you fulfill one last wish for me? Tell me first." Guanshan did not make any promises. "It's very simple. Can you let me kill that group of people?" A flash of excitement suddenly appeared in the old man's eyes, along with a touch of fanaticism. "I can, but you..." Guanshan looked at the other person's physical condition. In this did he really kill those people? Although they were unconscious, Guanshan was very doubtful now. Even like this, he doubted the old man before him could kill them. "No, you just need to trap me and them in one place. I will light the fire myself and perish with them," the old man said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. "Fine." Speaking of fire, Guanshanli remembered seeing some gasoline stored in space when he snuck it earlier. So he said, "I have some gasoline here. Do you want it?" "Yes." The old man was overjoyed. He had been worried that some might escape while burning them, but now it was perfect. Not one would be able to escape. "Sorry to trouble you. That's no trouble at all." Guanshan nodded, carried the old man out, and went to fetch the gasoline. The old man's legs were broken, so he could only sit against the wall, looking at the unconscious people for him, his eyes filled with indescribable satisfaction. "Sorry to trouble you, young man. Please help me pour it. I can't move anymore." "It's no trouble." Guan efficiently poured gasoline all around, then stuffed a lighter into the old man's hand. The construction site lacked everything except lighters. Before closing the door, he turned back one last look at the old man. He saw that the old man was staring fixedly at those people, the corners of his mouth upturned, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge and a touch of madness. After walking about 10 meters away, a flash of fire suddenly appeared behind him. First, just a small spark, then it shot up into the sky. The flames illuminated half the sky magnificently, and some black ash danced along with the fire. Under the influence of the fire, crackling sounds rang out continuously. The makeshift house that had originally provided shelter melted away, slowly losing its support and collapsing, serving as fuel for the flames. Even from such a distance, Guanshan could feel the scorching temperature. It felt as if his face was about to burn. But he just stood there, gazing at the flames, lost in thought for a long time. The flames were reflected in his pupils, dancing continuously until a voice sounded from behind him. "You scared me to death. What are you doing standing here?" Behind him came Jiang Yanyan's shouting. her face still covered in sweat, clearly having run all the way here. At the same time, another breathless, panting voice followed. Yan Yan, it's dangerous. Wait until he's finished fighting before going over. Lu Chuan ran over, looked at the silent Guanshan, then looked at the burning place in the distance, his mouth suddenly opening wide. Could this be destroying evidence? Thinking of this, he suddenly shivered, realizing that the person in front of him was definitely not a good person. He should have kept his distance from him. He shouldn't gotten so close. It's over. He had just put his hand on his shoulder. Wouldn't that annoy him? Just thinking about this made his legs tremble. Outside the wall, zombies hearing the sound kept swarming in, forming a sea of people. These were single-celled organisms that only listened to sounds, regardless of what the sound was. Their logic was to run toward whatever sound they heard and bite whatever they touched. At this moment, they were using their teeth and fingers to continuously gnaw at the concrete wall. The only purpose these people, now burned to ash, served was to have constructed a sturdy and durable reinforced concrete wall. Guanshan had actually wanted to ask the old man what had happened to make him so determined to seek death. Perhaps the sins of this group were far beyond his imagination. It was also the first time he had clearly realized the situation in the apocalypse. Lucky people like him might be able to protect themselves. But what about the others? Others also had people they cared about and people who cared about them. Every person was an independent individual. Thinking of this, something suddenly grew in his heart. Say something. You're worrying me to death. Jiang Yanyan looked at Guanshan's dazed expression and couldn't help but be startled. No way could he have been hit until he was stupid. Jiang Yanyan grabbed Guanshan's hand and shook it vigorously. It's nothing, I'm fine. Looking at Jiang Yanyan, who was holding his hand and shaking it repeatedly, Guanshan's stiff face suddenly softened. This feeling of being cared for was indeed very pleasant, and moreover, in the distance, there was another person who cared about him. As he thought this, looking at the pure and lovely Jiang Yanyan in front of him, Guanshan's hand suddenly reached out to touch Jiang Yanyan's delicate, flawless face. Such an abrupt action left Jiang Yanyan stunned on the spot. She wanted to take a step back and refuse, but her instincts made her stay put. She just stared blankly at Guanshan. Jiang Yanyan looked at Guanshan and suddenly felt that it wasn't so bad. At least she felt safe by his side. Fine, you can have this small advantage. This young lady is just that nanimous. Hands on hips, caused by sexual repression. But that large hand swept past her beautiful, delicate face without stopping, and under Lu Chuan's furious gaze, it moved towards Jiang Yanyan's head. The moment he touched it, a smooth, silky sensation, like satin, made Guanshan marvel slightly. Jiang Yanyan's hair quality was indeed excellent, dark and shiny, with a top-notch feel. However, he currently had no one to compare it with, so he didn't know how good it truly was. Perhaps he could touch Aunt Wen's hair sometime in the future. Feeling Guanshan's movement, Jiang Yanyan's tense body suddenly relaxed. The large hand on her head brought a special warmth. At the same time, Jiang Yanyan's gaze also turned towards the area burning with a raging fire, then looked at Guanshan. After some thought, she decided to let him touch her. Presumably, he must have suffered some kind of blow, or his spirit was traumatized. Jiang Yanyan didn't ask, but wisely remained silent. Such matters were useless for her to inquire about. She just lowered her head, her pretty face flushed, her small hands awkwardly clutching at each other, as if greatly embarrassed. Adorned by the starlight, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, and her delicate figure, wrapped in a school uniform, added a touch of purity to Jiang Yanyan, like the white moonlight in everyone's memory. And the noticeably prominent bosom, unsuited for her age, further added a touch of womanliness not typically seen at this age to Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan was naturally extremely beautiful. When the school held its beauty pageant, some people secretly nominated Jiang Yanyan. However, Jiang Yanyan at the time disliked participating in such activities and didn't campaign for votes, so she only placed second. From childhood, Jiang Yanyan had always been confessed to, and thus she was actually very bad at dealing with men, because they usually stammered after a few words, not knowing what to say. Their eyes would dart around or they would come to confess their feelings. Because of this, Jiang Yanyan never liked to wear makeup, always going barefaced. But even so, her smooth, supple, and flawless skin would still lead girls to ask what cosmetics she used. Jiang Yanyan didn't want to deal with these boring questions, so she spent most of her time on the computer. As for Lu Chuan beside her, Jiang Yanyan had long seen through his intentions, knowing he was just a simp. Lu Chuan thought he was hiding his thoughts well, but in reality, everything was already known clearly. Since he didn't say anything, Jiang Yanyan also pretended to be ignorant. However, Jiang Yanyan was different from some women. She had never spent his money, but perhaps it gave Lu Chuan some misconception, making him think Jiang Yanyan was genuinely fond of him, thus making him even more fervent. Jiang Yanyan had already made up her mind. As soon as Lu Chuan confessed or displayed any inappropriate behavior, she would clearly tell him and reject him. However, even such a Jiang Yanyan was uncharacteristically stunned when faced with Guanshan's touch. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, standing nearby, was already heartbroken. His fear of zombies had completely vanished. "Stop it! Xiang Ye, you doing?" "Reject him. Summon the courage you use to reject others." No, perhaps Jiang Yanyan fears this person's strength. That's why she dares not refuse. "So, is that right? I'm coming to save you, Jiang Yanyan. My princess." Lu Chuan clenched his fists, gathering his meager courage, and bravely stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Guanshan's hand already lowered. "Is something wrong?" Guanshan asked when he saw Lu Chuan approaching. Nothing really. I just wanted to ask if you were hurt. Since you're our pillar of support, haha." Lu Chuan awkwardly scratched his head, then strangely walked away again. Watching the peculiar Lu Chuan, Jiang Yanyan had already completely figured out his little intentions, caused by sexual repression. Jiang Yanyan chuckled twice, then her beautiful eyes looked at Guanshan again. "Will you stay here?" In Jiang Yanyan's opinion, this place was really suitable for building up and sheltering some survivors. Apart from that, the only issues were supplies and water. Water could be stored by collecting rainwater, as nature is the best purifier, capable of purifying even water containing the zombie virus. As for supplies, it was simple. This place was close to a commercial district, making it easy to obtain many resources. Jiang Yanyan wanted Guanshan to stay here and help build up this place. Looking at Jiang Yanyan, who stood smiling, her beautiful eyes openly revealing her anticipation, Guanshan pondered for a moment before saying, "I won't stay here. I have someone I care about." Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan's heart trembled imperceptibly, and she said with some difficulty, "You can bring here." My original plan was to go to the prison on Jiangxin Island. I heard the government would establish a safe zone there, and the terrain is better than here. Jiang Yanyan finally, some of her worries subside upon hearing this. But here, resupplying would be easier, wouldn't it? Each has its pros and cons. Guanshan nodded, acknowledging this point. "I'll go back for now. I'll return here tomorrow morning." Jiang Yanyan's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing this. This guy, he wouldn't be trying to use this excuse to get rid of them, would he? Am I really that unappealing? I even let you take advantage of me. I even let you pat my head." But watching Guanshan walk further and further away, Jiang Yanyan felt wronged and didn't dare to speak. Guanshan walked a few steps, then seemed to discern Jiang Yanyan's little thoughts and turned his head to say, "Don't worry, if I leave, I'll take you with me. I won't abandon you." Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan's face suddenly turned frighteningly red, and she quickly lowered her head. Who was worried at that? Guanshan shook his head, ignoring the voice as faint as a mosquito, and said with a smile, "Jiang Yanyan, that really is a beautiful name. My name is Guanshan, remember it. I'll be back tomorrow." Guanshan walked to the corner, gathered all the steel materials, then broke them down, crafted a set of iron armor for himself, and left. After all, this was what he came here to do. He hadn't forgotten his main objective. As for those diamonds, it was a pity that he had been too caught up in the killing at the time and hadn't asked about them. However, that Brother Long was dead. He couldn't ask anyway. It's a pity about those diamonds. Forget it, let's go home first. Opening his status bar and seeing himself fully equipped in iron gear, Guanshan nodded with satisfaction. These steel materials had contributed quite a bit, and besides that, he still had over a stack of iron ingots left. These iron ingots would be enough for him to use for a long time. However, Guanshan also realized a problem. Collecting by himself was ultimately too slow. If he could establish a safe zone, efficiency would be greatly improved. As long as he had enough iron blocks, he could craft enough iron golems. By then, zombies would be hardly worth mentioning, and he could completely wipe out all the zombies in the entire city. However, the cost of building an iron golem also made Guanshan slightly gasp. One iron golem required 4 iron blocks, and 1 iron block required 9 iron ingots, which meant 36 iron ingots. With his current inventory, he could craft at most 2 iron golems. 2 iron golems might be fine for guarding the door, but if thrown into a horde of zombies, they would likely be smashed to pieces in less than an hour. Sigh, resources are still too scarce. Guanshan sighed. He hadn't even considered mining in the real world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the night, Guanshan dashed into the distance. The zombies that gathered this time were basically sent flying with a single slash of his sword. They then collapsed on the spot, turning into colorful experience points that were collected by Guanshan. Slashing his way along, Guanshan's experience level had reached the mid-stage of level 23. He felt his strength had increased, and his health seemed to have improved as well. Just now, he had accidentally been bitten by a zombie, and amidst the continuous health drain from the zombie virus, he had only lost a total of 2 health points. It quickly recovered automatically. Arriving at a familiar place, Guanshan navigated with ease to Aunt Wen's door and knocked. "Who is it?" Hearing the familiar voice, Guanshan's heart finally settled a bit. "It's me." The door suddenly opened. Aunt Wen stood before him, wearing a shiny red lace nightgown. The material was incredibly smooth, clinging to her gourd-shaped figure like silk. The 2 mounds of snow-white softness on her chest, which were about to burst forth, were held in place by 2 thin shoulder straps, revealing only a patch of fair, creamy skin that reflected the light. The lace embroidery pressed gently against her ample, soft flesh, rising and falling with her breathing. Wenwan stared blankly at Guanshan, her breathing quickening slightly. Seeing such a seductive scene, Guanshan was momentarily stunned, and he felt a mix of wry amusement in his heart. "Aunt Wen, what is this?" He had just been feeling complicated and melancholy, but he hadn't expected to be distracted by primal desire so quickly. Seeing Guanshan's question, a flash of panic crossed Wenwan's face. She fidgeted with her hair, feeling quite uncomfortable, and inwardly regretted it. This garment was something she had bought a long time ago, but at the time she felt it was too too seductive, so she had locked it away in her cabinet. After Guanshan left, for some reason, she had inexplicably thought of this outfit and had, on a whim, put it on. At this moment, if Guanshan were to walk behind her, he would see a large expanse of exposed fair skin, with several ribbons tracing her flawless back, which looked like milk. Further down, her rounded, peach-like curves held the nightgown high. What if Guanshan mistook her for that kind of indiscreet woman? Just thinking about this made Wenwan's heart feel very uncomfortable, so she eagerly opened her mouth to explain. I bought this outfit a long time ago. I've never shown it to anyone else. As she spoke, Wenwan's face flushed red like peach blossoms, and her beautiful eyes were moist, swirling gently with a soul-stirring allure. Seeing Guanshan looking over, she lowered her bashful face. Come quickly, it's cold outside. As she spoke, she extended a jade-like hand and with a gentle tug pulled Guanshan inside. As the heavy anti-theft door behind them made a dull thud, Guanshan realized that there were only the two of them, himself and Aunt Wen, in the room. Wenwan took a deep breath, then turned around, fully showcasing her ripe figure before him. The incredibly fair, beautiful back before his eyes was covered only by a few ribbons, giving a sense of half hidden behind a pipa. Guanshan did not doubt for a second that he could bypass these flimsy defenses and practice his ball-handling skills with his hands. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so strange? Wenwan looked at Guanshan before her, feeling that something was off. According to her thoughts, shouldn't he be feeling restless and eager to try? Could it be that her charm had diminished? That shouldn't be. When she looked in the mirror earlier, she herself had felt heart-pounding, and even worried that Guanshan might pounce on her the moment he saw her. I'm fine, Aunt Wen, I just saw some things. Guanshan shook his head, casting all the messy thoughts out of his mind. Today's events had indeed given him a huge shock, and he also realized the cruelty of this world. Without constraints, anything could happen, and it would only constantly challenge your moral bottom line. Just like what he saw today, could those people still be called human? However, Guanshan didn't feel much guilt in his heart. These people had to be killed. If they weren't, he didn't know how many more people would be harmed. All he felt in his heart was a bit of confusion. Just then, a warm palm touched his face, and at the same time, an exquisitely beautiful face slowly leaned in close. Don't think so much, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wenwan looked at the young man before her, the heartache in her heart overflowing, almost spilling out through her eyes. She opened her small mouth and slowly leaned in, exhaling an orchid and musk-like fragrance, accompanied by gentle words. Although she didn't know what he had seen outside, as long as he returned to this home, he should rest. Wenwan didn't want Guanshan to remain so tense even after coming home. Looking at the Guanshan before her, Wenwan gently bit her lower lip. She knew that for a young boy of this age, troubles were always easy to solve. Immediately after, in Guanshan's shocked and somewhat fervent gaze, Wenwan's ripe body slowly crouched down, gradually revealing her gourd-shaped, charming figure and her slender, shide-like fingers. Slowly began to move. Wenwan slowly raised her head, her voice carrying a faint, imperceptible tremor. Her beautiful eyes also slowly brimmed with moisture, as if she had been bullied, filled with mist. Don't overthink it, relax, Auntie will help you. Aunt Wen. Call me Wenwan. Platinum gold light pierced through the clouds as a crimson sun slowly hung itself in the sky. A new day had arrived. Wenwan came to the window wearing a conservative nightgown. She slowly pushed the window open, feeling the cool breeze brush against her hair and cheeks. It carried a hint of moisture and was incredibly refreshing. Yesterday's red nightgown had already been tossed into the washing by Wenwan. Recalling the scenes from then, Wenwan was still a little astonished, and even now, her heart was racing slightly. Are young boys this age also terrifying? Do they really have this much energy? Wenwan was a bit dazed. She had read some doujinshi and knew a bit about it, but she had never seen anything so terrifying. Could it be that Guanshan was an exception? Recalling the rumor that 1 drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood, Wenwan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, while simultaneously scolding herself for not knowing how to show restraint. If she caused Guanshan's body to become depleted, what would she do? Returning to the room with a flushed, pretty face, her nostrils twitched slightly, as if she could still smell that scent. Without hesitation, Wenwan immediately opened the window for ventilation. As the cool breeze blew into the spring-warm bedroom, Guanshan's eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes and saw Wenwan leaning over by the window, her buttocks slightly upturned. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall the heat of last night. With a chuckle, he reached out and wrapped his arms around that waist. He had become intimately familiar with last night. It was plump yet graceful. Not the slender type, but it felt absolutely wonderful to the touch and didn't look fat at all. You? Do you want to die? Wenwan was startled by the sudden attack. After regaining her composure, she lightly slapped him with her jade-like hand, while her curvaceous body began to wriggle, trying to escape his grasp. Wenwan, does this mean we're boyfriend and girlfriend now? Guanshan said with a grin, thinking of last night. Hearing this, Wenwan bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her face turning so red it looked like it might bleed. Although their relationship had taken a huge step forward, she was still somewhat embarrassed, especially since it was now daylight. As a woman who was usually conservative, Wenwan found it a bit difficult to accept such a massive transformation. All night was night, and day was day. Moreover, the thought of the name Wenwan coming out of Guanshan's mouth made her feel flustered. What, Wenwan? Show some respect, I'm your aunt. As she spoke, Wenwan turned around, reached out with 2 fingers, and gave him a hard twist. Taking advantage of the gap while Guanshan was in pain, she slipped out of his grasp with incredible precision, like a water snake. Watching Wenwan's graceful figure, Guanshan rubbed his waist and gave a soft laugh. When the sunlight spilled over the lower house's roof, Guanshan noticed his own abnormality and understood why Wan had been acting so awkwardly just now. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. A young body was just so full of vitality. After finishing his morning routine, Guanshan went to Wenwan's side and said, I forgot to tell you yesterday, but I actually plan to move to a safer place. Where? Wenwan completely entrusted. Her back Guanshan as she busied herself in the kitchen. Ever since they had an infinite supply of water, a major problem had finally been solved. At the very least, their quality of life had improved by more than just a little bit. In other households, people couldn't even cook without water and had to rely on simple foods. They couldn't bathe either, fearing that water would enter their bodies during the process. But now that Wenwan had water, she could always keep herself smelling fragrant, which made her much happier both physically and mentally. A construction site, the place I went yesterday. That place can serve as our temporary safe zone. Guanshan briefly explained the situation of that place, worried that Aunt Wen might not agree, made a simple comparison. The defenses of the place they were living in now were practically non-existent. The security gate at the entrance had long since been smashed through. Even when there were guards, they weren't of much use. A pack of leaking cigarettes was enough to paralyze them. Zombies could enter this residential area from many different spots. To put it bluntly, it was like a public space. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. I'll listen to you. Wenwan hadn't actually processed much of what he said. She only knew she just had to follow Guanshan. This young man before her was very reliable, especially when he spoke about how to build up that place. Wenwan rested her cheek on her jade hand and watched him quietly with a beaming smile. After setting breakfast on the table and eating a simple meal, Wenwan intended to tidy up. "Don't bother tidying up, Aunt Wen, we're leaving anyway." Guanshan stepped forward and said to Wenwan, "Clothes could be packed, but was there any need for the dishes?" But Wenwan looked at the dishes and felt a bit reluctant to part with them. These items were things she had brought from her old home. They carried memories, and leaving them behind was clearly something she couldn't bear to do. On the other side, Guanshan saw Wenwan's dilemma. With a sigh, he simply stored all the dishes into his status bar. "Thank you." Seeing this, Wenwan felt that her young man really cared for her and couldn't help but lean in to give him a sweet kiss. Turning aside, she ran into the bedroom with light steps and began rummaging through the cabinets. About an hour later, Wenwan finally walked out of the bedroom drenched in sweat, saying softly, "The clothes are all in the bedroom." Guanshan nodded and walked into the bedroom. Piles of clothes were stacked like small mountains, but all in all, it wasn't too much. Tops took up one slot, which could hold 64 items. Adding in skirts, shoes, underwear, and stockings, they occupied quite a few slots. Guanshan moved quickly. The clothes vanished rapidly and then reappeared in his status bar. Seeing that there weren't many slots left in the status bar, Guanshan sighed slightly. It seemed he would have to be selective about what he stored next, otherwise his storage space wouldn't be enough. As he was collecting things, Guanshan suddenly realized a fact. "Where are the stockings?" Guanshan looked doubt in his eyes. Did Aunt Wen not plan to bring her stockings? Previously, Guanshan really loved seeing Aunt Wen in stockings. That hazy, ethereal feeling was simply beautiful beyond words. Stockings were the greatest design of humanity. Whether it was white, black, or nude-colored stockings, they were all equally good. The only thing he didn't like was bare legs. At the thought of not being able to see Aunt Wen's beautiful legs in stockings in the future, Guanshan's heart felt a dull ache. "Hee hee, do you really like Aunt Wen's stockings that much? You little rascal." Aunt Wen spoke quite playfully, reaching out her jade finger to lightly tap Guanshan's forehead, her eyes filled with mischief. "I just thought stockings would be inconvenient for moving around, so I didn't plan to bring them." "How can that be? Stockings are very useful. In critical moments, they can even stop bleeding, and sometimes they can be used as masks." After Guanshan solemnly delivered his unique insight, he began to urge her. "I really can't do anything with you. Fine, the stockings are in those drawers. If you want them, go get them yourself." Wenwan smiled slightly and then pointed gently. Guanshan impatiently opened the drawer to see a dang array of stockings inside. Besides the usual ones, there were also some black stockings. Seeing this, Guanshan swallowed slightly. He hadn't seen Aunt Wen in black stockings yet. "Should we just take the nude ones? How about it? How can that be?" "Naturally, we have to take them all." Guanshan coughed slightly. It was only 3 slots anyway, and he still had plenty in his status bar. When Wan stood with her hands behind her back, looking at Guanshan with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected this young man to be so obsessed with stockings. Thinking of this, Wenwan couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Her own flawless, long legs were, as always, capable of attracting the gaze of ordinary men. Being able to make Guanshan look so intently made Wenwan incredibly happy. Compared to the gazes of others, she much preferred Guanshan to be the one watching her. She just hadn't expected this young man to like black stockings as well. Wenwan hadn't bought many pairs of black stockings. She had only bought a few out of curiosity and limited their use to trying them on at home. Wenwan didn't dare wear them outside. However, if the young man before her had such thoughts, she could wear them for him as a reward. After a period of busy activity from Guanshan, everything was packed. Guanshan himself didn't have much to pack, just a few shirts and a few pairs of jeans. Nothing worth noting. After a brief and simple cleanup, they set off on their journey. Due to the power failure, Guanshan and Wan had to take the stairs. There were very few zombies in the stairwell, only a scattered few that had stumbled in by mistake. Once they got in, they couldn't find their way out. As for these zombies, Guanshan simply drew his iron sword and dealt with them casually. Such an ordinary scene was viewed by Wen Wan with immense admiration. When ordinary people saw these zombies, they could only run. How could they be like Guanshan, dealing with them so effortlessly and casually? Her man was truly capable. So amazing. Wen Wan followed behind, her voice sweet. Guanshan, charging ahead, felt a bit embarrassed by the praise while he slashed. Wen Wan just smiled, and she also noticed that any zombie killed by Guanshan didn't leave behind any particularly disgusting bloodstains. Instead, they lay there perfectly intact before slowly disappearing. At that moment, Wen Wan seemed to remember something. She stuck out her tongue and said apologetically, "Right, I forgot to tell you, the network here has failed." "The network has failed?" Guan turned back, a look of astonishment on his face. "Can the phones still be used?" "No, they can't either." Guanshan's heart grew a few degrees heavier. The current situation had turned for the worse again. The importance of the network to humanity was self-evident. It connected various areas, making the acquisition of information incredibly fast and efficient. In the past, information that required days of travel by horse and carriage could be obtained in an instant with just a tap of a finger. Now, having lost the network, Guanshan felt like he was blind. What about Jiangxin Island prison? Guanshan still hadn't forgotten his main goal. From the start, he wanted to go to Jiangxin Island. The construction site was just a backup, though this backup was almost too perfect. I don't know. There's been no news from the gymnasium safe zone either. Wen Wan furrowed her delicate brows, her expression somewhat grim. News from the gymnasium was the most important. After all, it was one of the largest safe zones. If something went wrong there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides that, there were the original civil defense shelter safe zones. Those places were prepared for war, and given the current special circumstances, they had naturally all been put to use. Wen Wan's eyes held a hint of heaviness. After all, she had a friend in the gymnasium safe zone, who was also the person who first told her about the anomalies occurring at the gymnasium. Let's not talk about that. We should hurry to the construction site. Wen Wan smiled slightly, hiding her worry deep in her heart. Guanshan nodded as well. As the two of them reached the first floor and opened the door, what met their eyes was a dense mass of zombies. Because the virus was transmitted through the water supply, it could be said that the vast majority of people were infected, turning into zombies before they even realized it. Currently, these zombies were packed so tightly it was almost impenetrable. Seeing this, Guanshan simply stepped out and closed the door, intending to go on a killing spree. As Guanshan stepped out and made a sound, a massive swarm of zombies immediately surged toward him. The iron sword in Guanshan's hand swung continuously. Every swing mowed down large swaths of zombies, and colorful experience points burst out, only to be absorbed into him. Hidden within the crowd was a slightly strange zombie with half its head missing. Its gaze was fixed on Guanshan, as if it were contemplating something. Then, as if it had realized something, it slapped its head and immediately ran off. Though there were many zombies, they couldn't stop the slaughter. Amidst a frenzy of carnage, Guanshan was like the Noxian hand possessed, or like Dian Wei incarnate, truly slaughtering in all directions. By the time everything was killed off, Guanshan felt only a sense of numbness. He didn't even know how many he had killed, because the zombies outside had also gathered after hearing the noise. He simply killed them all together, as a massive amount of experience flooded into his body. Guanshan discovered that his level was rising rapidly. From the early stage of level 23, he rose directly to level 41. After reaching level 41, his body became considerably tougher once again. Guanshan even felt that he could take a head-on impact from a speeding car. He tested his skin slightly with a blade and found that it could only leave a white mark on it. Seeing this, Guanshan's confidence soared. Now, with the iron armor and the defensive power provided by the mid-stage of level 41, ordinary zombies were completely unable to cause him any harm. Mere nobodies. At this point, hearing that the commotion outside had died down, Walili pushed open the door. In a glance, she saw Guanshan holding a blade and testing it against his own body. Wenwan's face turned pale with fright, and she rushed forward. Only after finding that Guanshan was perfectly fine did she finally relax. "Your body, how did it become like this?" Wenwan looked at Guanshan, finding it increasingly miraculous. Could it be that Guanshan's body had undergone some kind of mutation during this upheaval? "I don't know either." Guanshan shook his head with a bitter smile. He truly didn't know that increasing his level would enhance his physical constitution. Furthermore, there was something else he didn't know. The small meatball sitting in his status bar was still emitting a strange, puzzling fragrance. Guanshan could only be certain that it was a good item, but he didn't know how to absorb it. "Let's go first. Did you see him?" In a forest, a white ape looked at the zombie before it and actually spoke directly. Its stature was incredibly tall, nearly 2 to 3 meters in height. Its white fur stood up like steel needles, and beneath this fearsome appearance, the ape's eyes revealed an indescribable intelligence. Its eyes were bloodshot and red, its muscles were bulging, and it was currently sitting on a large tree, eating a naked human. It had already finished half of it. Only half a body remained, exposing a bone-white skeleton. It turned its food around and began eating the meat from the buttocks. It loved the meat here the most. It was so tender. Abu abu aba. The zombie made sounds that were impossible to understand. "You didn't see him, but you smelled him." Hearing this, the ape finally had a reaction and leaped down from the tree. Its nearly 3-meter-tall frame crashed heavily onto the ground. After casually tossing the food aside, it wiped its mouth and revealed a gruesome smile. "Follow him, then tell me." On the road, a small car was speeding past, followed by a massive swarm of zombies. On the windshield, there were some severed zombie limbs and blood stains. Wenwan, in the passenger seat, turned pale and slightly blocked her view with her hand. Guanshan tried to use the wipers to clear the debris away, but once he turned them on, he realized they had already broken during the previous collision. Just after rushing out of the basement, they encountered a large number of zombies, one of whom was the old security guard he knew best. Although he couldn't bear it, Guanshan decisively slammed the accelerator to the floor, sending the old man flying over 10 meters away. Bang! Another hit. Following the impact, the wheels crushed over him. The car let out 2 muffled thuds. The front bumper slammed heavily onto the ground, and then it skidded, nearly throwing Guanshan out of the vehicle. This time, whether it was because the hit was too hard or something else, the car was completely immobilized. It broke down halfway, with billowing black smoke pouring out. "What do we do now?" Wenwan was a bit dumbfounded. With so many zombies on the road and the car dead, wasn't this a death sentence? "Don't worry, I'll go look over there." Saying that, Guanshan got out of the car and ran into the distance. Parked over there was a Dayun truck with its door wide open. It seemed the owner had unfortunately met their end. The front of the truck was wedged into a shop, and the window glass was shattered. Beside this vehicle were several smaller cars scattered about, seemingly knocked aside by this large truck. He climbed up quickly and gave the truck a simple start, finding that it could still be driven. He was immediately overjoyed. Although he, Guan, didn't have a license for this kind of vehicle, he felt it wasn't much different. Most importantly, this truck was an automatic. He checked it over briefly and found that the truck didn't have much damage. Everything was normal, except for some impact marks on the front. He guessed that the owner might have inadvertently taken a sip of water while driving, and after turning into a zombie, the vehicle went out of control, crashing through everything until it finally hit the street side. After that, Guanshan went to the back. Inside were watermelons, separated by straw for cushioning. However, under the force of the impact, some had already burst. It was hard to say how many. Seeing these things, Guanshan suddenly slapped his forehead. He had always thought that since the water was as drinkable, humans would find it hard to survive. Now it seemed there were so many things that could replenish hydration. He had to bring these good things back quickly. Then keep the seeds to farm. Thinking of this, Guanshan returned to the cab and tried to start the vehicle to back it out. He tried a few times, but it just wouldn't work. The weight in the back was too heavy, and the starting speed wasn't enough. Guanshan got out of the truck and thought it over repeatedly, finally deciding to use brute force. First, he unlocked the hitch connecting the cargo trailer. Then he went to the front and gave it a powerful push. Rumble. As Guanshan slowly applied force, dust rose everywhere, and some broken bricks and tiles fell off. In the distance, Lin Wanyu was stunned upon seeing this scene. Why is it him again? What exactly is his ability? Lin Wanyu watched this scene, feeling an indescribable sense of eeriness. A person's ability always has a limit. In his view, was this guy's body made of iron? How could he have such immense strength? To have such strength, his physical density must be very high, which means his weight would have to be greater. This was an eternal truth. If you are strong, your weight must be high. If you are weak, your build will be small. Then why could this guy in front of him, standing about 1.78 meters tall, possess such terrifying strength? Lin Wanyu simply couldn't figure it out. He had just escaped from the gymnasium. After realizing the world after his rebirth had become strange, he had been acting very cautiously. The development of this world had become too fast, so fast it caught people off guard. Originally, the zombie virus infection was also caused by water sources, but it didn't start from an island. Instead, it was from the plateaus of Dragon Country, where melting snow from the ice mountains flowed into the water. The virus then entered the human body, leading to the outbreak. But in the world he was reborn into, it started from a small island, allegedly caused by melting ice mountains. Could it be that the melting ice mountains released some ancient virus? Lin Wanyu couldn't say for sure, but the progression of the virus was far too rapid. However, it was precisely because of his caution that he had discovered the abnormality in the gymnasium ahead of time. At first, people just had coughs, then they coughed up blood, causing panic. The armed personnel quickly used isolation to cut off contact. One day, while delivering food, people noticed something was wrong because the previous meal was untouched. In their panic, they discovered the inside had completed a fusion. Yes, fusion in the literal sense. Many people had fused into a flesh ball, a giant flesh ball about 5 or 6 stories high. On the surface of the flesh ball, heads were growing. With disheveled hair, their only movement was continuously opening and closing their mouths, as if biting at something. Lin Wanyu was the first to discover it, because he was responsible for delivering the food. He chose this job because he could sneak a few extra bites during the delivery without anyone noticing. Awakening a superpower required food supplements and a strong body. Later, enhancing the superpower would require flesh balls. After discovering it, Lin Wanyu immediately reported the matter. He didn't know what happened after that. He only knew that earth-shattering roars followed, with many voices mixed together. The sound of a massive object rolling came from the gymnasium, along with the sounds of people fleeing. Naturally, Lin Wanyu was also one of the fastest to run. He felt no burden about this. After all, he was just an ordinary person, so why couldn't he run? If others could run, why couldn't he? After sprinting for over 10 hours, he neatly climbed onto a tower crane. Then, he felt his eyelids become exceptionally heavy, and his body began to heat up. There was no mistake. It was this feeling. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar feeling had returned. He had mastered a superpower. Just like in his previous life, it was still wind. Before his rebirth, he was capable of using his superpower to launch a disaster-level attack like a tornado, but now he could only release a single wind blade. But it was enough. At least cutting down a few zombies would be no problem at all. As for the attack range, Lin Wanyu calculated that it had actually increased compared to his previous life, reaching a full 30 to 40 meters. Once he felt his own power, he began his hunt with confidence. But before he could even start, he saw this scene. Standing atop a tall building, he saw a small figure below, trying to move the front of a large truck. He originally wanted to mock the person for overestimating themselves. But as it turned out, the person actually moved it. Just as he wanted to go and make an acquaintance, he realized he already knew this person. After seeing Guan Shan's strength, Lin Yu immediately felt they could cooperate. Lin Wanyu's gaze shifted toward the location of the gymnasium. That massive, disgusting ball of flesh was currently motionless. The gymnasium surrounding it acted like a cradle, providing excellent protection for the giant mass of meat within. And now, this ball of flesh was spitting out clusters of giant humans. The thing had originally intended to continue rolling to move slowly and devour humans, but unfortunately, the gymnasium had blocked its path. However, the creature seemed to possess intelligence. When one plan failed, it devised another. Its stomach churned, its mouth twitched, and then it suddenly retched. Quickly, a small ball of flesh covered in mucus emerged. It was only 2 or 3 meters tall and hideously deformed. It looked like a fusion of 3 or 4 people, with a naked, pale white body. Its gender was indistinguishable as it lacked those characteristics. These things generally had multiple arms and legs. Sometimes the legs were on top and the arms on the bottom, and sometimes hands were used in place of a head. It was as if these severed limbs had been slightly fused in the stomach and then spat out after being haphazardly assembled, without the slightest bit of refinement or modification. Yet these fleshball sons, these little monsters, had incredible regenerative abilities. After being attacked by his wind blade, their wounds would heal, and the flesh that had just been sliced open would pull itself back together. His attacks were completely ineffective. They only caused their footsteps to falter for a moment before they charged again. Lin Yu was also plagued by a headache. If all mutant zombies were at this level, he would have no way to obtain the energy gel, the very thing that could make his superpower stronger. Fortunately, Guan Shan's appearance now showed him another possibility. The possibility of cooperation. If possible, he hoped to cooperate with Guan Shan. He would handle long-range attacks while Guan Shan handled close combat. Once the job was done, they would split the rewards 50-50. This was a choice made out of necessity. If he had a choice, Lin Wanyu wouldn't want to cooperate with anyone at all. He would much rather keep everything for himself. As a transmigrator with rich experience, he knew exactly how to deal with these things. It was just that his own raw strength was insufficient, making his schemes seem utterly ridiculous. However, he was still a bit uneasy. To cooperate with others, your own strength must not be too weak. Otherwise, they won't listen to a word you say. Lin Wanyu clenched his fists. In this world where morality had collapsed, strength was the most important thing, or rather, violence was. If your violence is the strongest, then your word is the law and the rules. If you have only morality but no violence, then your words aren't worth a damn. With those thoughts, his gaze slowly shifted. He only nodded after seeing Guanshan take a woman and drive to a construction site. I see. A safe zone? That is indeed a good choice. However, seeing him with a woman, Lin Wanyu couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Having lived a second life, he no longer cared for such worldly things. To him now, even the most beautiful woman was nothing more than a breeding tool, existing only to bear his offspring. Beyond that, they had no value whatsoever. Better to improve my own strength first. I'll find some stray mutant zombies, or perhaps I'll create one myself. Lin Wanyu pondered. Artificial creation was actually quite simple. Just lock zombies in an enclosed area and have them devour each other. The one left standing would be a mutant zombie. Through this method, as long as the zombies didn't run out, there would be an endless supply of energy gel, and one's strength could keep rising. In his past life, this method was first pioneered by a human with the steel body superpower. It was an epoch-making approach. It truly achieved sustainable development. There was no longer a need to go out and risk one's life. Even Lin Wanyu had to admit that this method was indeed quite impressive. Later, people continued to improve it, constantly increasing the efficiency of trapping zombies, truly achieving assembly line production. It was precisely because of this that Lin Wanyu's strength in the later stages could be so exaggerated, to the point where he'd summon a natural disaster like a tornado. Powerhouses like them eventually gained a title. Natural disaster class. The peak of the peaks. But all that was in the past now. The most pressing matter at hand was, what is this? Lin Wanyu looked at a zombie following stealthily behind Guanshan, and a thick sense of interest welled up in his eyes. This zombie seemed different from the others, and looking at its appearance, it didn't seem too difficult to deal with. Standing atop the high-rise building, Lin Wanyu smiled faintly. He had already found his target. I'll start with you. In the middle of the zombie horde, a zombie missing half its head was ignorantly playing dumb. Upon seeing Guanshan enter the construction site, a flash of joy crossed its eyes, and it hurriedly ran back. There was only one thought in its mind: to complete the white ape's command and receive the reward. As for the reward, it was naturally the imprisoned humans. Humans could grant them intelligence and allow them to complete their evolution. Of course, eating zombies worked too, but there was always a risk. It wasn't certain who would eat whom. Moreover, eating one human was worth 3 or 4 zombies. The nutritional value was completely different. The white ape had imprisoned many humans, eating one every so often, and even ordering them to continuously breed so as to provide a steady stream of strength for the white ape. The zombie with half a head didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Right now, it just wanted to get back quickly and receive its reward. Ah! It let out a series of meaningless growls to simply express its joy, even if it was the only one who could understand. Then, the zombie with half a head began to stumble its way back. At the corner of a wall, Lin Wanyu was already prepared. he was currently sitting in a car. When the zombie emerged, he would slam on the gas to pin it against the wall, then use his wind blade to kill it. After taking the energy gel, he would slip directly into the building and use the stairs to lose the rest of the zombies. Lin Wanyu had calculated everything. Now, he was quietly waiting for the zombie with half its head. Outside the window, zombies were currently clinging to glass, opening their bloody maws. But Lin Wanyu ignored them. Good. I've been waiting for you. Finally, the zombie with half its head appeared. The moment he saw it, Lin Wanyu floored the accelerator to ensure he reached the necessary speed. He even performed downshift rev match to boost his acceleration. The half-headed zombie had only made it halfway across when it heard the roar of an engine. Its brain thought briefly, then realized there was a human, but it didn't sense danger. Instead, it opened its large mouth, wanting to devour that person. Eat shit. Lin Wanyu slammed the gas. The distance closed rapidly. At such close range, he could even see the maggots in the gap of the zombie's head. Bam! The next moment, a massive collision sound rang out. The half-headed zombie was directly welded to the wall, unable to move. Lin Wanyu immediately jumped out of the car, and a wind blade flew out at his command. Slash! The headless zombie, sent flying through the air, didn't even have time to think before a wind blade came slicing toward him. Shua! His head was severed instantly, and the last thing he saw was the world spinning wildly. My head fell off. Only then did this dim-witted zombie realize that he was dead. But hadn't he already died once? How could he die again? How strange. So tired. I don't want to think about it anymore. At least I don't have to go to work anymore. With that final thought, the headless zombie closed his eyes. Meanwhile, after severing the head, Lin Wanyu leaped deep into the air and caught the prize. His movements were as smooth and sharp as a basketball player, grabbing a rebound. Got it! Looking at the head in his hands, Lin Wanyu didn't have time to celebrate. He clutched the head and ducked into a nearby building. The massive noise had already attracted a huge number of zombies, which were now swarming toward the vehicle's location. Relying on his agile movements, Lin Wanyu hid and maneuvered until he finally reached the rooftop again. Once there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the rooftop was his true home turf. Ignoring the disgusting maggots on the head, he reached in, dug around, and pulled. Quickly, a piece of energy gel stained with a bit of blood emerged. It was steaming hot and emitted a strange fragrance. However, in the end, this zombie was just too trashy. The energy gel is only this small. Lin Wanyu looked at the energy gel and sighed. If it were the Liang zombie that Guan Shun encountered at the beginning, the energy gel should have been the size of a goose egg. But the one in his hand was, at most, the size of a planet chocolate cup. Whatever, even a mosquito's leg is meat. With that thought, Lin Wanyu swallowed the thing whole. Before he could even register the taste, it slid right down his throat. Lin Wanyu, why did that feel a bit uncomfortable? Could it have been a kidney stone? But that didn't matter. My strength has increased. Power! It's surging out. Lin Wanyu felt his power and frowned. Why is so little surging? Did I eat a fake? He did a quick test and unleashed another wind blade. It sliced into a steel pipe but only made it halfway through. Lin Wanyu. His strength had increased, but not by much. Damn it! Lin Wanyu punched the concrete floor, extremely dissatisfied with his current strength. Logically speaking, after being reborn, shouldn't there be a ring grandpa? Celestial phenomena, sages bowing down, the return of the Soldier King, a divine city doctor, the Dragon King's smirk, a live-in son-in-law, eavesdropping on inner thoughts, Empress falling in love, playing the pig to eat the tiger, and then becoming a winner in life, climbing to the top to become the strongest, and finally saving the world. On the other side, the white ape zombie, having received no response for a long time, couldn't help but grow restless. What on earth is that dim-witted fellow doing? Could he have just ignored my words? At that thought, a murderous glint appeared in the white ape's eyes. When that guy gets back, I'm definitely going to eat him. You. The white ape pointed at a mutant zombie and said, "Go see where that guy has died. This is a tracker. Take it." The white ape had placed a tracker in the head of every mutant zombie to monitor their locations. Human technology still had its merits. One must know how to learn. Once upon a time, when he was just a tiny monkey, he had understood the importance of learning. Back then, trapped in a cage, he would quietly observe every move humans made through the iron bars, while the monkeys around him only screeched foolishly and stared at the sky. When he got a bit older, he was sold to a circus because of his white fur, becoming a white monkey that rode a bicycle. He thought his life as a monkey would be like this, forever mediocre, performing in a circus until the end. But a zombie virus brought a transformation. After being infected, for some reason, his body grew incredibly tall. His nearly 3-meter stature made him invincible. When he charged from the backstage into the performing circus, many people hadn't had time to leave. The roars of zombies and the panicked screams of humans were no different. So he went on a rampage, and after killing and eating everyone, he gradually realized he had gained consciousness and learned how to speak. He saw these changes as a gift from heaven, believing that human atrocities had angered the heavens, which then sent down this punishment. By now, he no longer remembered how many people he had eaten. In his eyes, humans were just lower animals, just as humans had once viewed him. Yes, he believed he had stepped into a new evolution, a new species, a more advanced existence. In the cave behind him, many humans were imprisoned in male-female pairs. This was done specifically so they could continuously produce children. To this end, he even established a rule. The pair in the cell that produced a child would be rewarded. The reward was an extra year of rest, and the white ape would provide them with food and water. If they couldn't produce a child, they would die. The outcome, naturally, was being eaten on the spot of the white ape. So far, he had eaten 3 pairs of couples and 15 children. Sigh, another thing is being disobedient. The white ape's eyes were cold, and a hint of mockery flashed at the corner of his mouth. Humans were always so disobedient, and it was the same after they became zombies. They were all just a bunch of lowlifes. In the next instant, his figure leaped high and then sprinted toward the cave at an incredible speed. Under the explosive power of his muscles, his movements appeared extremely fluid and powerful, like an ancient Greek sculpture. As he sprinted, a mutant zombie soon appeared in his line of sight. In the zombie's arms was an infant, clearly newborn. This was also when it had the most nutritional value. As if you're worthy. The white ape's speed was like a gust of wind. Under the mutant zombie's terrified gaze, a punch suddenly boomed out. "No, spare me." Clearly, this mutant zombie had reached a bottleneck. He was just one step away from fully awakening his intelligence and could already speak simply. Seeing this, the white ape was even more determined to kill him. To think he had evolved to this extent right under his nose. Boom! With just one simple punch, the mutant zombie's body was shattered. However, another punch followed immediately. This mutant zombie, who would be considered a powerful figure in the outside world, had no ability to resist and was completely crushed by 2 punches. At that moment, in the cell, the couple who had just given birth were pale with terror shivering and bowing incessantly to the white ape. "Don't panic, I won't hurt you as long as you do as I say." The white ape smiled slightly, then looked at the infant and nodded with satisfaction. "You have done well." Then, before the couple's stunned eyes, he opened his bloody maw and slowly lowered the infant inside. Guanshan didn't notice what was happening behind him at all. He just drove the semi-trailer speeding all the way, arriving smoothly at the construction site. The zombies encountered along a way that tried to block the Dayun truck were merely daydreaming. Guanshan just felt like there were a few too many speed bumps today. It was a pity, however, that these guys couldn't be converted into experience points. It seemed he still needed to kill them manually. Otherwise, Guanshan had actually considered fully automated zombie killing. The specific method would be to use something to attract the zombies, such as noise, gather them all together, and then use a heavy hammer like a pile driver to crush them all to death in one go. In this way, he could continuously generate experience to level up. However, he hadn't told anyone about this. It was just a simple idea, because he felt that saying it out loud would be too shocking, perhaps even disturbing. In the end, he gave up on it. Just after arriving at the construction site, he saw the figure of Jiang Yanyan. A young girl in a school uniform stood atop a high building. As the breeze blew, her hair fluttered in the wind. The moment she saw Guanshan, her face beamed with a happy smile. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan was waving continuously at Guanshan. Beside her were the family of 3 he had seen that day, and, of course, Lu Chuan, who was inevitably there. He was currently observing the surrounding zombies with trepidation, terrified that one might run in, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Guanshan arrive. After Guanshan left, they had simply renovated the first floor, turning it into a living area, while the top floor served as a lookout point for observation. Seeing Guanshan arrive, the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. That little girl is pretty. Wenwan, who was beside him, just smiled faintly after seeing Jiang Yanyan. She could naturally tell that Jiang Yanyan had a fondness, perhaps even admiration, for Guanshan, but that didn't matter. Wenwan wasn't worried. Her man was so outstanding. Having women approach him on their own only proved her good judgment. As for competition, Wenwan wouldn't be afraid. She was confident enough. Her figure and appearance were impeccable, and her personal cultivation was even above this little girl's. If this little girl dared to challenge her, she would use her experience as a big sister to mercilessly crush her, make her give up completely. Wenwan had this kind of confidence. Guanshan heard this, but couldn't tell what she meant, so he just gave a sheepish smile. He considered himself upright and honest, and besides, nothing had happened yet, right? If he were to feel guilty, it should be when something actually happened, right? Otherwise, why feel guilty for no reason? Guanshan got out of the car and came to the wall of the construction site. At that time, those people had reinforced this place layer by layer with concrete, fend off zombies, making it airtight. To get inside, people had to use a ladder to cross this wall of about 3 meters. Trying to drive a car inside was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, in Guanshan's mind, the truck had to be driven inside because it was still very useful to him. He needed it for daily travel and scavenging for supplies. Moreover, even if they had to relocate, it could carry a large amount of supplies and people at once. Most importantly, he wasn't afraid of zombies gathering. With a small car, if there were too many zombies, it would be practically totaled after crashing through them. But this Dayun was different. Crashing through was effortless. In front of it, zombies were just cosplaying as speed bumps. He arrived at the concrete wall, prepared for a moment, and then took out a pickaxe and started hammering away. The Dayun truck was about 2 meters wide, and the concrete was about 3 meters high and half a meter thick. Thus, He only needed to break away 6 blocks to be able to drive the large truck inside. Soon, with Guanshan's deft operations, a passage was quickly carved out. In the car, Wenwan just chuckled. She was already used to this scene. After all, there were too many amazing things about Guanshan. Behind the wall, the group of people who watched Guanshan smash through these concrete walls with just a pickaxe, although though mentally prepared, still couldn't help but be stunned. Especially that family. The husband pushed up his glasses, clearly shocked by Guanshan's inhuman methods. Honey, I am truly shocked. This virus might just be a form of evolution for humanity. He pondered for a moment and said, Don't think about these things. It's enough to just live on safely. The woman shook her head, not wanting to talk about it. Immediately after, the roar of an engine was heard, and a large truck slowly drove in under the surprised gazes of the few people. Jiang Yanyan was the first to run over excitedly, followed by Lu Chuan. Yanyan, be careful. Lu Chuan followed behind, panting. Why are you only back now? And you drove such a big car here. Seeing Guanshan get out of the car, Jiang Yanyan eagerly wanted to climb into the driver's seat of the truck. After all, this was as a big truck. Jiang Yanyan was naturally lively and active, but she had previously been restrained by school. Now, her nature was completely unleashed. Hey, be careful, stop nagging, give me a hand. Jiang Yanyan didn't listen to Guanshan at all. She grabbed the handle and stepped on the step, trying to climb up. Guanshan stood below, watching the young and lovely Jiang Yanyan right above him without reservation, feeling quite awkward. He wanted to walk away, to be a gentleman and look away, but felt that doing so would reveal his guilt. After all, he hadn't seen anything. She wasn't wearing a skirt, and she was wrapped up tight. The school uniform goes without saying. She was wrapped up well from head to toe, and aside from her neck, it was really hard to see any skin. Then what if he looked up? He saw that the school uniform pants were stretched tight, outlining Jiang Yanyan's perky buttocks. And they were even a bit shiny. This also goes without saying, whose school uniform pants didn't have that shiny spot. Right at the buttocks area. I presume anyone has observed carefully during their school days would understand. When the person in front of you stood up to answer a question, that spot was always shiny, and it was pulled a bit tight, needing a tug when standing up. Guanshan didn't know where to put his eyes, so he simply pretended to raise his hands, looking like he was worried Jiang Yanyan might fall, so he could catch her. Jiang Yanyan climbed into the driver's cab in a frenzy, but the moment she looked up, she saw a woman with immense charm and appeal, or rather, a beautiful mature woman, with that unique allure of a mature female, and a figure that was so curvy, it was almost unfair. Most importantly, every smile and frown of hers exuded the charm of a Jiangnan Watertown woman. Just at the first glance, Jiang Yanyan was stunned. Hello. Wenwan smiled and greeted her. Hello to you too. For some reason, Jiang Yanyan's momentum suddenly dissipated. She gave a somewhat guilty smile, feeling as if she had been caught by the lady of the house while sneaking into someone's home for an affair. She immediately lowered her head, but then she had a second thought. Why am I lowering my head? What did I even do? I just climbed onto a truck. At thought, Jiang Yanyan raised her head again and smiled. I just came to take a look. It's nothing, I'm heading down now. With that, Jiang Yanyan tried to climb down, but her foot slipped, and she instantly lost her balance. With a startled cry, Jiang Yanyan fell helplessly. Watch out! Wenwan was also startled by this, and quickly looked down. Guanshan extended his steady, powerful arms and firmly caught the falling Jiang Yanyan. Ah! Jiang Yanyan screamed, but the expected pain never came. Instead, she fell into a masculine embrace, while a pair of strong arms held her tightly. Opening her eyes, she saw Guanshan's helpless expression. I told you to be careful. I've realized you might be a bit of a show-off. Guanshan was quite exasperated. Everything was fine, but now things had become complicated, especially since Wenwan had seen it all, holding Jiang Yanyan's delicate body. Guanshan could only say she was still a bit underdeveloped. Her body was indeed very soft, like a piece of glutinous rice. But compared to Wenwan's suppleness and elasticity, she was still lacking. However, Jiang Yanyan's body felt more youthful and had more potential. Their eyes met, and in an instant, her pretty face turned bright red, like a peach blossom in full bloom. Wenwan watched from above. Seeing Jiang Yanyan's cute little ears turn incredibly red, she could only sigh inwardly. As expected, Guanshan felt the delicate body in his arms suddenly turn stiff and realized Jiang Yanyan's change in mood. He coughed lightly and set her down. At that moment, Lu Chuan rushed over, feeling regretful that he was a step too slow. If he had stuck to a workout routine, he might have been able to keep up with Jiang Yanyan. If that were the case, he would have been the one to catch her when she fell. It would have been a classic case of a hero saving a beauty. Jiang Yanyan would have definitely been moved. Haha, he would have won the beauty's heart then. But it didn't happen. At that moment, Lu Chuan made up his mind that he must start exercising regularly. Looking at the shaken Jiang Yanyan, Lu Chuan wanted to offer some words of comfort. This way, he could have a sense of involvement, right? It would show that he still cared about her. Moreover, he would be the first one to speak up and comfort her. Even though he missed the first opportunity, he was ahead this time. Thinking this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel smug and immediately said, "Are you okay, Jiang Yanyan? Quick, let me see if you're hurt." Lu Chuan spoke with an extremely familiar tone, as if their relationship was truly something special. "None of your business," Jiang Yanyan said crossly. She was already annoyed to death by seeing Wenwan. She had wanted to come down and question Guanshan, but she didn't know from what standing she could even ask. Just then, Lu Chuan ran over. In her frustration, Jiang Yanyan blurted it out. After saying that, Jiang Yanyan didn't even give Lu Chuan a single glance and ran off on her own. Lu Chuan stood frozen on the spot as if petrified, unable to fathom why this was happening. What did I do wrong this time? Ultimately, he could only say awkwardly, "Yanyan isn't usually like this, ha ha ha." Even now, Lu Chuan still wanted to create an impression for Guanshan that he understood Jiang Yanyan well and that their relationship of the ordinary. Watching Lu Chuan's solo performance, Guanshan also fell silent. "Is she all right? That little girl from just now?" At that moment, a pleasant voice came from the truck. Almost the instant he heard it, Lu Chuan's attention was captured. An incredibly beautiful woman stepped down from the truck. No, beautiful wasn't enough. She was soul-stirring. She didn't do anything special or say anything provocative. Yet with just a few simple actions getting off the truck, her voice, they made Lu Chuan lose his mind. Wenwan leaned her head out, her jade-like hand gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Upon seeing Guanshan, her smile was as radiant as a flower. "Give me a hand." As she spoke, she prepared to get down from the truck. Lu Chuan was instantly overjoyed. Thinking she was smiling at him, he instinctively wanted to step forward. However, that position had already been taken. Guanshan reached out, one hand supporting Wenwan's long, slender legs, while the other reached around to firmly grasp her waist. Under Lu Chuan's envious and hateful gaze, he steadily carried Wenwan down. After landing, Wenwan first looked around. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was gone, she couldn't help but reveal a victorious smile. Actually, she could have gotten down by herself, but this was all a mature woman's ploy. Since Jiang Yanyan had been held once, She couldn't afford to fall behind. Seeing Guanshan take the lead again, Lu Chuan was anxious. Unwilling to give up, he tried to muster his courage to at least ask for her name. "Excuse me." Just as Lu Chuan's voice came out, he saw Wenwan leap into Guanshan's embrace. Guanshan felt a wave of warmth and fragrance as a seductive body crashed into his arms. With her fragrant breath, she left a mark on his face. Then she said with a charming, heart-melting voice and a beaming smile, "Thank you, hubby." Wenwan's face was flushed like a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes misty as she stared at him without blinking. Seeing this, Lu Chuan was completely petrified. Damn it, why does Guanshan get all the good luck? He felt indignant, but that feeling was quickly dispelled by the thought of Guanshan's prowess. Fine, during for a moment, bring its peace. Wait, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Chuan's mind. Since Guanshan already had a wife, he could totally pursue Zhong Yanyan. Now he finally had no competitor. Although Wenwan was as beautiful as a goddess, Zhong Yanyan was full of potential for the future. Once he figured this out, Lu Chuan was no longer angry. Looking in the direction Zhong Yanyan had run, Lu Chuan decided to chase after her. This was called taking the situation. Jai. But when he arrived at Zhong Yanyan's room, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why was the door locked? Yanyan opened the door. "It's me, Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan pounded on the door, but Zhong Yanyan inside acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. Watching Zhong Yanyan and Lu Chuan leave one after another, Wenwan finally curled her red lips and said softly, "Does that little girl like you? I don't know." Guanshan stood tall, exuding a convincing aura. "Hey, is it that you don't know? Or you just don't want to say?" Wenwan leaned in closer, wrapping herself around him like a snake spirit. Her charming face presented perfectly before Guanshan. Clap. A crisp sound instantly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Wenwan let out a cry of pain and slid right off Guanshan's body. A couple walked over from a distance. They were the ones rescued that day, and they were now slowly approaching Guanshan and Wenwan. Seeing the two of them arrive, Guanshan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, feeling as if he were recalling his fears from his school days, as if the instincts in his blood had unconsciously awakened. The two people before him wore simple plaid shirts and thick black-rimmed glasses. Every move they made exuded a convincing aura of authority. Coming to a stop in front of Guanshan, the man first pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, a cold glint flashing across them, before saying solemnly, "Hello, I am Yu Dahai, and this is my spouse, Fan Ning." "Hello, I am Fan Ning." Fan Ning, standing beside him, also nodded with a smile. Seeing this familiar scene, Guanshan felt a bit numb. His former physics teacher loved to push up his glasses in that exact way. Every time he went over a test paper and pushed his glasses, one had to be extremely careful, because that was the precursor to a skill being activated. At that moment, he would be scanning with his eyes, searching for an unlucky soul in the crowd to answer a question. Seeing Guanshan's stiff posture, Wenwan burst out laughing. "Hello, my name is Guanshan, and this is my..." With Wenwan's teasing, Guanshan finally managed to overcome his psychological trauma and spoke up. It was just that when he looked at Wenwan, he really didn't know what status to use for her. "Wife." Before Guanshan could speak, Wenwan had already spoken up. "I see." Yu Dahai nodded, showing no surprise at the age gap between them, nor any curious glances. He cleared his throat and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a truckload of watermelons." "That's right." "What are you thinking?" Guanshan didn't quite understand what they meant. Yu Dahai and Fan Ning exchanged a glance, then smiled. "The two of us came from the northwest. We have always been engaged in biological research, especially in the field of plants. If you don't mind, I hope you can let us clear a piece of land to cultivate these watermelon seeds. Guanshan nodded. If it were anyone else, he would definitely wonder if they were telling the truth. The two people exuded an air of authority just by looking at them, making one believe them. It's hard to say what kind of feeling it was, but anyone who had experienced it would understand. When you are at a loss at an exam site, you won't question the answers of someone nearby with a buzz cut, black-rimmed glasses, breathable shoes, and keys hanging around their neck. Even if they chose, you would only doubt that you had misread something, or wonder if you hadn't kept up with their pace, or if it was some arrangement you didn't understand. It's the same logic. These two had no ulterior motives at all. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely try to gain Guanshan's trust before proposing this idea. After all, obtaining hydration at a time like this was definitely a luxury. If done well, one could completely control a region's water supply through fruits like watermelons. Of course, I can even clear a piece of farmland for you right away. As for the seeds, some of the watermelons here have already gone bad. Those can be given to you. But I hope the remaining intact. Watermelons can be stored. How does that sound? Udahai smiled. That's perfectly fine. After all, we just want to give it a try. Fan Ning also nodded with a smile. Although their research projects were a bit far from watermelons, they were in the same general category. At this moment, Wen Wan felt something was strange and asked, "You said you came from the inland?" Yu Dahai nodded. "That's right. But I heard that when the zombie virus broke out, didn't it start from the coastal areas? We are near the coast here, so why did you run here from the inland?" Hearing this, Fan Ning gave a bitter smile and said, "The outbreak of this virus was multifaceted. It didn't just pop out from one place. We suspect it was organized and premeditated." Then, couple Yu Dahai and Fan Ning began to explain. The virus broke out almost simultaneously, though the speed of transmission followed a certain order. Specifically, the Himalayan region, the iceberg region of the Arctic Ocean, and a tropical rainforest in the Americas. These three locations broke out simultaneously. Among them, the iceberg region spread the fastest and was the MVP of the three viruses, achieving the highest casualty count. As it spread everywhere with the ocean currents, it first infected small fish and shrimp. Subsequently, these were eaten by humans, causing the toxins to accumulate and eventually break out one after another. Next was the tropical rainforest. Its outbreak momentum was the fiercest, but it lacked staying power. In an instant, it swept through Eagle Country and other nations. Eagle Country exhausted all its means but was ultimately helpless. They even tried using nuclear weapons, but in the end, they were unable to turn the tide. Now, Eagle Country is essentially every man for himself. They are trying to maintain contact with each other. But because of the vast number of zombies, they cannot link up. That they can maintain any scale at all is thanks to their simple folk customs in their cars, homes, and crotches. They are almost always prepared. As the tropical rainforest virus continued to spread after occupying the entire territory, it was limited by land boundaries and eventually stalled. Finally, there was the one from the icebergs. However, speaking of the fastest infection speed, it was White Elephant Country. Due to well-known reasons, such as health and hygiene, it fell almost from the very beginning, not to mention bathing in the river, let alone drinking directly from it. When the zombies appeared, they didn't know what was happening, even thinking a miracle had occurred, with people competing to go on a pilgrimage. The final outcome, naturally, all of them turning into zombies. Because of the massive population, that place is simply like Nether. It's hard to find even a single survivor. In contrast, the Dragon Country, with its extremely strong mobilization capabilities, still has multiple metropolises holding out, and is systematically relocating many industries to the deep rear. However, Guanshan felt the situation was not optimistic. Zombies would also continue to evolve. Take that Liangzi zombie he fought not long ago. Its skin was incredibly tough, and he estimated that bullets would have a hard time piercing it. To defeat these things, a completely new weapon must be developed. But as for what that was, Guanshan couldn't say. We just didn't expect that Xiang province would also become like this. Their speed was still too fast. After saying this, Yu Dehai and his wife sighed. It was truly a case of wolves in front and tigers behind. Neither being near the inland nor near the coast worked. If it really came to the final extremity, it was estimated that only the place where the little Japs were once exiled to plant potatoes would be survivable. The land there is vast and the population sparse. It might be humanity's last line of defense. This human disaster is an exam of mobilization strength, and the losers, like White Elephant Country, will lose everything and become a breeding ground for zombies. No one knows what kind of terrifying existence will emerge from within. In that case, isn't our understanding of zombies lagging behind? Guanshan's brow furrowed. Since zombies had only recently appeared here, wouldn't that make this place a newbie zone? Over there, the development of zombies was changing with each passing day, while here, mutant zombies were few and far between. Not necessarily. Yu Dehai smiled and performed his habitual gesture, pushing up his glasses. Guanshan stiffened slightly at the sight. At least our current understanding of zombies is similar to the rest of the world. They constantly mutate. Some become indestructible, impervious to blades and bullets. Some possess rapid regeneration, though the frequency and limit of this are still unclear. And then there are zombies with unique abilities. Because we lack samples, those are still being researched. Fan Ning spoke up. If you encounter a mutant zombie, you must run. They selectively hunt humans, and some have even developed intelligence, keeping humans in captivity like livestock. Hearing this, Guanshan's expression grew solemn. If that was the case, their combat methods were lagging behind the current version of the world. While he had some understanding, it wasn't as comprehensive as direct experience. Tactics needed to evolve based on actual combat. Guanshan and his group remained completely ignorant of these rapidly mutating zombies. It was like a League of Legends patch update. Other people's Darius would rush Iron Spike Whip as the first component, then build into Gore Drinker or Stride Breaker depending on the situation. If you didn't understand the meta and built Black Cleaver instead, then you'd be kited like a dog in team fights and spun around like a top in side lanes. The problem lay in not understanding the current version. Furthermore, according to our research, a strange substance forms inside the heads of mutant zombies. Following that, Yu Dehai revealed another shocking fact. This substance is incredibly miraculous. Its composition is still unknown, but it holds a fatal attraction for both humans and zombies. We call it energy gel. Yu Dehai pointed to the back of his own head and said, "They are generally located at the back of a mutant zombie's head. Their size is determined by the zombie's strength. Its texture is incredibly smooth, and it emits a strange, delicate fragrance that triggers an instinctive craving. It's currently still under analysis." Hearing this, Guanshan's eyelid twitched. He asked, "Did the analysis reveal anything?" He currently had such an item in his possession. Based on the description, it matched perfectly, but Guanshan didn't understand what the thing was used for. Back then, the research institute was destroyed by an enormous zombie. I don't know what happened after that. After all, I only heard about it. Under Guanshan's expectant gaze, Yu Dehai shook his head. Receiving this answer, Guanshan was immediately disappointed. He didn't doubt the truth of these words. After all, Yu Dahai and Fan Ning had no reason to lie to him. As for the 3 outbreak points, he believed that was true as well. Researchers like them had much better information-gathering capabilities than he did. They likely wouldn't lie, nor would they miss such details. But what he wanted to know most right now was the matter regarding the energy gel. This feeling of having a lead only to have it fall through was maddening. An impulse urged him to give the energy gel in his status bar to the 2 of them for reach. But after careful consideration, he suppressed the urge. They lacked equipment now. Looking at it with the naked eye wouldn't reveal anything. It would be better to wait until conditions allowed for a proper analysis in the future. "Can I see a photo?" Yu Dahai blinked, then nodded. "Sure." He took out his phone, found a photo in his gallery, and handed it to Guanshan. "This is what virus gel looks like. They're usually about the size of a chicken egg." Guanshan looked at it and nodded. The appearance was very similar, identical even, but the size, is it my imagination? When I took mine out, it felt as big as a goose egg, like I was holding a crystal ball in my hand. Could it be that the mutant zombie I fought was except strong? Guanshan was uncertain. He asked hesitantly, based on the size of this energy gel, how strong would that zombie usually be? Hearing this, Yu Dahai was startled and quickly said, "Mr. Guan, please don't get any ideas. A zombie with a gel this size is already incredibly strong. For a zombie with an energy gel this size, I remember it took over 100 people, and finally a tank to finish it off. When it was removed, the energy gel remained perfectly intact, almost like a reward for the victor." Fan Ning spoke next. The scene back then had been truly terrifying. Flames reached the sky, and an endless stream of bullets rained down on the zombie, yet it stood firm, merely shielding its head with its arms. In the very end, a tank was deployed. It fired an armor-piercing shell that finally punched through its body. After finishing, she looked at Guanshan with concern. "Mr. Guan, I know you're very powerful, but humans simply cannot defeat that kind of zombie." Wenwan was also shocked. Mutant zombies were actually that strong. Terrified that Guanshan might try to challenge one, she chimed in, "That's right, Guanshan. You must be extremely careful. If we run into a zombie of that level, we'll just retreat and use our wits to outsmart it." As she spoke, as if worried Guanshan's ego might be bruised, she made a cute expression and pumped her little fist. At the same time, she pressed her body closer to him, as if acting spoiled. Guanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he realized how reckless he had been that day. He had thought it was just some common trash zombie. He hadn't expected it to give him such a big surprise. It seemed the zombie he killed back then was quite formidable, if it could drop such a large energy gel. He had killed many zombies, but the only one he remembered being particularly troublesome was that Liangzi zombie. It was the most unique one he'd seen, capable of ranged attacks. If he had known the power levels beforehand, he probably would have retreated first and tried to kill it only after increasing his strength as much as possible. Yes, exactly. Yu Dahai also chimed in hurriedly, seemingly afraid of crushing this young man's confidence. Guanshan could only smile wryly, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Seeing this, Wenwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear was that Guanshan would be young and impetuous. Even though she knew Guanshan was extraordinary and possessed special abilities, that was a mutant zombie that required hundreds of people. An existence that ultimately needed a tank to be killed. She was truly worried Guanshan would blindly challenge such a mutant zombie. All right. Don't you know me? I definitely won't be that reckless," Guanshan said, feeling a bit guilty. Wenwan now understood the gravity of the situation, and her heart couldn't help but fill with worry. Her grip on Guanshan's arm tightened unconsciously. Feeling the increasing softness, Guanshan found it hard to handle and had to speak up. Let's unload the damaged watermelons first. There's no time to lose. We need to pick out the ones suitable for seeding. All right. Let's start identifying them slowly. Yudahai nodded with a smile, not refusing manual labor just because he was a researcher. Guanshan looked at the two of them with some surprise. Yudahai and his wife seemed to notice Guanshan's shock and smiled bitterly. Did you think we scientists never set foot in the fields? Theory alone isn't enough. Practice is the best way to verify results. With that, Yudahai and Fan Ning nimbly climbed up and began selecting them one by one. Seeing this, Guanshan also stepped forward to join in. After all, if the scientists were doing it, could he afford to be more precious? Wan, go and call Zhang Yanyan and Lu Chuan over. Guanshan coughed lightly. He had originally intended to call her Aunt Wen as usual. But for some reason, perhaps wanting to prove something, he addressed her directly by name this time. Actually, he felt Wenwan was a bit strange. She was fine with being called by her name when they were being intimate, but she was exceptionally mindful of status when outside. He felt it could be the other way around. Outside, they didn't need to care about status and could call her Wenwan directly, whereas when they were being intimate, he could call her Aunt Wen. After all, that would be more stimulating. Hearing this, Wenwan gave Guanshan a playful look, then chuckled. Seeing the visibly uncomfortable Guanshan, she said softly, "The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. You should go call them. I'll help out here." "What one who tied the bell? I don't understand. What do you think? Didn't you cause this?" Wenwan said with another smile. This time, she didn't give Guanshan a chance to defend himself and pushed him from behind. Left with no choice, Guanshan walked towards Jiang Yanyan's location. There was absolutely no need to search. He just had to look for Lu Chuan, who was currently leaning against the door, pleadingly calling out. It was obvious at a glance where Jiang Yanyan was. Arriving at Jiang Yanyan's door, he grabbed Lu Chuan, who was leaning against it, by the scruff of his neck and hoisted him up. Ouch! Lu Chuan let out a cry of surprise as he felt his feet leave the ground. "What are you doing? Gulp out." As he spoke, he pointed toward the large truck in the distance. "Help out?" Lu Chuan was still a bit dazed as he looked over. "I brought back a truckload of watermelons. Go help them unload." "Aren't there already people doing that?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan was completely unwilling. In his view, he had delicate skin and tender flesh. How could he do such work? Wouldn't he be exhausted and drenched in sweat? That would be far too uncomfortable. His whole body would feel awful. "If you don't help, you're not welcome here anymore." Guanshan wasn't going to indulge such bad habits. Haggling over moving a few things, did he really think he was some young master? It was the apocalypse now. Who would tolerate his nonsense? It was lucky Guanshan was kind-hearted. Otherwise, someone else would have just slapped him. Lu Chuan wanted to argue further, but when he looked up and saw that expressionless face, he immediately considered Guanshan's personal combat prowess. He immediately ran off toward the distance in silence. Once Lu Chuan was gone, Guanshan knocked on Jiang Yanyan's door. "I told you to stop bothering me." Jiang Yanyan's impatient voice came from inside. "It's me." The noise inside the room stopped instantly. After a moment, footsteps approached. The door opened, revealing a pretty and lovely little face full of collagen, though it still held a trace of anger, as if something unpleasant had just happened. "Well, what do you want with me?" Jiang Yanyan stood with her hands on her hips, looking like a victor. She had long predicted that Guanshan would come to explain himself. After all, it had always been this way. Jiang Yanyan had always been the center of attention. "I'm calling you to come help move watermelons." "What?" Jiang Yanyan was in disbelief. What do you mean, calling me to move watermelons? Can't you handle such a small thing yourself? Realizing he hadn't come to explain himself, Jiang Yanyan's eyes instantly reddened. As if she had suffered some great grievance, she glared at Guan Shan. She didn't say a word, seemingly waiting for Guan Shan to change his tune and explain. Her expression seemed to say, "I'll give you one more chance." If it were Lu Chuan, he probably would have yielded the moment he saw her like this and immediately changed his words. Like most people, he would be completely submissive to Jiang Yanyan. Unfortunately, she was facing Guan Shan. Moving things is no big deal. Everyone else is doing it, so you shouldn't be an exception. I'm not going. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out as Jiang Yanyan practically screamed at the top of her lungs. After saying this, she looked at Guan Shan with a stubborn gaze, as if to show she would never yield. Jiang Yanyan shared the same thought. If even Lu Chuan didn't want to do it, would she, Jiang Yanyan, do it? Lu Chuan had gone, because he was also a man and feared Guan Shan might resort to violence, which his small frame couldn't handle. Out of caution, he went. But Jiang Yanyan felt she was different. She had always received so much preferential treatment that she took it for granted as something perfectly normal. So, when the special treatment stopped, she felt a strong sense of resistance. Guan Shan figured she hadn't shown this before because she had been terrified by those unreasonable thugs, living in constant fear and intentionally making herself look ugly. Naturally, she didn't have the luxury for such a mindset then. Now that she was well-fed and hydrated, her old habits were resurfacing. Perhaps what happened earlier also had an impact. But regardless, it wasn't an excuse to be lazy. Thinking of this, Guan Shan spoke again. If you want an explanation, I can give you one later, but for now, you still have to come with me to move watermelons. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Jiang Yanyan thought Guan Shan had yielded. After all, she had been a shining little princess since childhood. It was only natural for him to give in to her. But when she heard the second half, she immediately lost her composure. Do you even understand what I'm saying? You still want me to go move things? Did I dress myself up so beautifully just do that kind of work? Jiang Yan instinctively felt enraged. Stop bothering me. With that, Jiang Yanyan into the room, intending to lock the door. But when she tried to close it, she found it wouldn't shut. Looking up, she saw a hand blocking it. Your temper is too volatile. To put it simply, you have a bit of a princess syndrome. It doesn't matter you have princess syndrome, but you must go move watermelons right now. Guan Shan understood now. Jiang Yanyan simply felt her charm was being overshadowed by Wen Wan, since someone even more beautiful had arrived. She was no longer the most eye-catching person, and felt her status was threatened. Secondly, she was resistant to manual labor. Originally had been a bit self-indulgent, wondering if Jiang Yanyan might have a slight crush on him. Now it seemed she might, but under the influence of those two factors, it was too faint to be significant. And if I refused to go? Jiang Yanyan's voice suddenly became frighteningly cold, and her expression turned incredibly calm, completely devoid of her previous anger and stubbornness. It was clear that Jiang Yanyan was truly angry this time. At the same time, her small hands exerted a bit of force, attempting to slam the door shut, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move it even a fraction of an inch. Guan Shan's current strength was enough to kill a bull with one punch, and that was no exaggeration. With Jiang Yanyan's strength, how could she possibly move it? In the distance, Lu Chuan was still looking over worriedly, his heart pounding. Jiang Yanyan, oh Jiang Yanyan, please don't be foolish. It's fine to throw a tantrum with me, but throwing a tantrum with this man will never work. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling like his waist was about to snap from exhaustion. He had felt a bit of secret joy when he won earlier, thinking he could show off his masculine charm. But after helping out for a bit, he regretted it. Right now, he only wanted to go back and lie in bed. In contrast, although Wenwan was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, she still persisted. With no other choice, Lu Chuan could only grit his teeth and push on, while constantly complaining about Guan Shan in his heart. "And if I don't go, what are you going to do?" Jiang Yanyan spoke again, her tone still just as cold, seemingly issuing a final threat. Guan Shan maintained the same attitude, though he didn't say it aloud. His meaning was self-evident. He just quietly looked at Jiang Yanyan. It seemed no one could shake his will. After another moment of stalemate, Jiang Yanyan finally gave in. She silently let go of her strength, her eyes reddening as if she had already cried once. "I get it, I'll go then." There was a slight nasal tone in her voice, as if she might burst into tears at any second. Seeing this, Guan Shan simply nodded and then walked away first. Jiang Yanyan stared at Guan Shan's retreating back with a resentful gaze. Although she desperately wanted to have a good cry right now, she held it back. Sniffing her nose and suppressing her tears, she walked over without saying a word. As Jiang Yanyan approached, almost everyone noticed something was wrong with her. Yu Dahai and his wife exchanged glances, but ultimately nothing, just focusing on their work. Yu Dahai, Guan Shan, and Lu Chuan were on the truck, pushing us the straw to pick out the watermelons and move them off the vehicle, while Fan Ning and the others received them below. Wenwan did notice the abnormality. She blinked and looked at Guan Shan with a hint of reproach in her eyes, though she only shook her head with a helpless smile. In her view, Guan Shan's handling of the situation wasn't wrong. It just would have been better if he were a bit softer. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was incredibly anxious and heartbroken for her. He wanted to help but didn't dare, feeling extremely uncomfortable in this oppressive atmosphere. But soon, as he moved a few more, he no longer had the mental energy to think about such things. Yu Dahai rubbed his waist and said with a smile, "Sorry to trouble everyone. We'll move these good watermelons into the basement for storage. As for the remaining watermelon seeds, we'll come back tomorrow to sift through them and separate the good from the bad." Inside the truck bed, some watermelon seeds had already been smashed to pieces from the impacts, but the vast majority were still good. However, these good seeds were hidden within the straw used for protection. Trying to find them would definitely be a tedious task. "Ah, there's more?" Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. He thought it would be over after this one trip, and he could have a good rest. But now he was being told there was more tomorrow. Was today just an appetizer? He wanted to complain, but he held it back. Wouldn't his eyes go blind from picking through them tomorrow? "I saw some window screens over there. We can take them down and adjust the gaps to be a bit larger. They should be usable," when one spoke up. Although she was exhausted, she was still forcing herself to keep going. On the side, Jiang Yanyan was also being stubborn. Her small, jade-white hands had turned bright red, yet she gritted her teeth, a surge of resentment fueling her. Whenever her eyes swept over Guan Shan, she would give him a vicious glare, as if she wanted to devour him whole. The morning temperature was still relatively pleasant. If it were the afternoon, they would likely all be drenched in sweat from the exhaustion. As the temperature gradually rose, the group finally finished unloading the entire truck of watermelons. Lu Chuan was now so tired, he didn't want to speak, only drinking water incessantly. Jiang Yanyan was much more resilient. She stubbornly returned to her room without saying a single word. Yu Dahai jumped nimbly off the truck and said mildly, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'll push this cart of watermelons over now. I'll go with you." Guan Shan looked at Yu Dahai's current state. The clothes around his neck were soaked through, and his back was covered in wet patches. It was already not easy for him to have persisted until now. Finding two small carts from somewhere, Guanshan walked along with Yu Dahai. Fan Ning and the others had already headed back. In the empty basement, only the sound of rolling wheels could be heard. After a while, Guanshan suddenly spoke. What you said earlier about the toxins accumulating in the human body and only erupting once they reach a critical point, is that true? Yu Dahai was startled. At first, then smiled. Of course, it's almost always like that. Turning into a zombie isn't something that happens in a sudden instant. There's an accumulation. Almost everything in the world works that way. Then aren't we all potential zombies right now? Not necessarily, Yu Dahai laughed. If that were the case, there would be no point in resisting, since we'd all eventually become zombies just by eating. The zombie virus is a double-edged sword. While it infects, it also potentially triggers the body's hidden potential. Don't underestimate the human body. As the virus accumulates, the body is also evolving. Potential? Guanshan focused his attention, intending to listen carefully. Actually, as the research deepened and I saw more and more data, I felt more and more that this is a great evolution for humanity. Using a near-extinction level virus to constantly screen and evolve. What would have originally taken millions of years is being accelerated under this pressure of life and death, attempting to complete the new humans in a very short amount of time. Hearing Yu Dahai's words, Guanshan's pupils constricted slightly. He had never thought about it from this perspective before. New humans? At some point, the two had stopped walking. Yu Dahai looked at Guanshan with a smile, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Is Mr. Guan not a so-called new human himself?" This kind of case is rare even in an elite military where everyone's physical quality is top tier, yet Mr. Guan is one of them. Hearing Yu Dahai's words, Guanshan nodded, effectively admitting it. Correct. My physical fitness has indeed been greatly improved, whether it's strength, stamina, or other aspects. I see. Is there anything else? Yu Dahai also nodded. He liked this feeling of holding nothing back and being honest with each other. After all, Yu Dahai had wondered if Guanshan would keep things hidden. Besides that, I can also create some things, including water. As long as I want it, I can have as much water as I want. Facing Yu Dahai's expectant gaze, Guanshan finally revealed a portion of his ability. This was only the tip of the iceberg of his power. He could even create sentient entities like iron golems. As long as he was willing and had enough resources, he didn't even know where his limits lay. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to speak up. After all, in his eyes, Yu Dahai was an honest and hardworking man. Such people usually didn't have many ulterior motives and could keep secrets. Most importantly, an invaluable ability like infinite water would only breed greed if heard by others. But in the hands of researchers like Yu Dahai, it could realize its maximum value. Now, Guanshan deeply felt that he was lagging behind the current version. To deal with the upcoming new zombies, he had to race against time. Sure enough, the moment Yu Dahai heard it, his breathing became somewhat hurried. To him, this ability sounded like heavenly music. Infinite water. If they could obtain an infinite source of clean water, there were simply too many things they could do. First was the issue of personnel. Previously, because of water rationing, they couldn't have people, which greatly hindered development. If they had a clean and infinite water source, population expansion would become incredibly rapid. Wasn't the lack of development in some desert countries precisely due to insufficient population? The saying, when people are of one mind, they can move Mount Tai, was no lie. Even if most were useless, a capable person could be selected based on the pity mechanism. Really? Yu Dahai looked at Guanshan and asked anxiously. He desperately wanted to know the answer. Of course it's true, Guanshan nodded. After I tell you today, I hope you won't mention this to anyone else. Keep the secret. Those without saying, Yu Dahai agreed decisively. If possible, I hope to build a water tank at a high point here. Yu Dahai rubbed his hands and shared his thoughts. If there were water, things would become much more convenient. Most simply, they could take baths, couldn't they? Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable with a constant smell on them, especially women who loved beauty? That couldn't be simpler. Guanshan nodded. It was just a water tank. He had already synthesized a large amount of water using 2 buckets. As long as there was a bucket, there was water, and it was inexhaustible. In that case, I'll have to trouble Mr. Guan to refill the water every day. Speaking of this, Yu Dahai felt a bit embarrassed, but Guanshan just gave him a strange look and said, "Don't worry about that. The water I create is infinite." Huh? What do you mean? It's just infinite. Yu Hai was dazed. He had never seen such a bizarre thing. The words coming out of Guanshan's mouth practically overturned everything he had learned so far. What did infinite mean? Could the water be used forever? Originally, Yu Dahai thought this ability also required energy, perhaps absorbing some special substances and converting them before outputting water. But now Guanshan was telling him it was infinite. For a moment, Yu Dahai thought he had misheard. What do you mean? Yu Dahai asked blankly. What do you mean? What do I mean? Infinite is infinite. Guanshan spread his hands, feeling helpless. How was he supposed to explain it? Feeling like he couldn't explain it clearly, he simply took Yu Dahai to the unfinished roof of the 12th floor. He took out a bucket of water from the status bar. Observing Yu Dahai, Guanshan found that he didn't seem to see the item in his hand. He was just staring intently at Guanshan's face. Under Yu Dahai's shocked gaze, in the next moment, water suddenly appeared in the bucket like a magic trick, filling it in an instant. It happened so fast that Yu Dahai even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Is this the infinite water? Yu Dahai swallowed hard, still finding it hard to believe. You'll know once you try it. Guanshan stepped forward, took out a basin, scooped some out and splashed it away. Seeing this, Yu Dahai felt a pang of heartache. This was the apocalypse. Water was an incredibly precious resource, and it was just splashed on the ground like that. But when Yu Dahai looked at the bucket of water again, an incredibly miraculous scene occurred. The water level in that bucket hadn't dropped at all. It was as good as new. Yu Dahai didn't believe it and tried it himself a few more times before finally accepting the reality. Taking off his glasses and rubbing his brow, he said with a face full of excitement, "This way, we won't have to worry about water sources at all. If this were placed upstream, wouldn't there be water downstream forever? If used for hydroelectric power, wouldn't it be an inexhaustible energy source? Isn't this just endless energy?" Looking at Yu Dahai's fanatical expression, Guanshan was stunned. So it could be used like that? "Mr. Guan, may I ask if you can take this water back?" "Yes." Hearing this, Yu Dahai got excited again, gesturing wildly. "If we release water from one or more high points, we can use the water's thrust to flush out all the zombies or gather them all in one place?" Holy. Are you a genius? Guanshan was shocked once more. It took a researcher's mind to think of this. They could actually develop a strategy like flooding the 7 armies. However, Guanshan also felt it was quite feasible, as long as humans weren't taken into account. But if they really did that, the problems would be massive. First was the personnel issue. Everyone would have to be evacuated. Second, small animals would drown, and germs would be everywhere. And if he remembered correctly, water flow seemed to have a distance limit. After flowing a certain distance, it would stop, losing its momentum. Looking at the fanatical Yu Dahai before him, Guanshan finally understood the imagination of these people. He had still underestimated them too much. Let's start with a water tank first and solve the water usage problem. It was midday, and after standing here in the sun for a while, Guanshan was starting to find it unbearable. The sun in Xiang province was notorious, especially with the high humidity. Once it got hot, your body felt sticky and miserable. I'm overthinking it. Let's start with this first. Yu Dahai also snapped out of his imagination. In fact, he had already thought of many methods just now. For example, in the plateau region near White Elephant Country, he could trigger a massive flood, a real-life version of the Great Flood to wash all those troublesome zombies from that goo breeding ground into the sea. He even felt he could completely submerge the world, leaving only the plateaus, drowning all the zombies. Drown them all. Solve the zombie problem once and for all. That would truly fit the saying, the passage of time is like this, never ceasing day or night. As long as one sat patiently on the riverbank, the enemy's corpses would float by day and night. However, he felt this was a bit too inhumane. After all, there were still people in other places. In the end, he didn't voice this somewhat appalling idea. Even he felt it was a bit scary just thinking about it. Let's rest at noon and use this water to take a bath. In the afternoon, I'll go out to scavenge for supplies and find a water tank while I'm at it. Guanshan said water tanks are easy to find. When the time comes, just tear one down from the roof of any resident building. As for the water pipes and such, just tear those down as well. How to build it, Guanshan doesn't know, but that doesn't matter, someone else does. Such trivial matters. Yu Dahai surely understands, since he is a scientific researcher after all. Guanshan, understands the general principle. Water flows from high to low. Place a water tank at a high point and water can be used below. It should be like that, more or less. As for anything more complex, Guanshan has no idea. He is completely in the dark. At noon, Guanshan, Yu Dahai, and Fan Ning lagged far behind the others, discussing some necessities. In the entire vast safe zone, only Guanshan could currently go out to search for supplies. As for the others, Yu Dahai and Fan Ning were professionals, extremely important during the apocalypse, and could not afford any mistakes. As for Wen Wan, she was his woman, and besides, she had no strength to truss a chicken. Going out was useless, so it was better to leave her here, where she could cook for everyone. What about Zhang Yanyan? It was the same. If her princess syndrome acted up outside, should he just abandon her or take her along? It was also a trolley problem, so Guanshan simply didn't take her. Then what about Lu Chuan? Although he was a young and strong man, currently his personality had some flaws. He was too cowardly and lazy, but fortunately, the priority of his cowardice was the highest, greater than his laziness. Therefore, although carrying watermelons was tiring, as soon as he thought this was Guanshan's order, he immediately went to do it. All of this was just because he knew how to distinguish between primary and secondary matters. All in all, although Lu Chuan had some minor issues, it didn't hinder anything. At least he could understand human language and didn't have other ulterior motives. Actually, Lu Chuan did have some in his heart, but because he was too cowardly, they were all suppressed and he dared not show them. Even if others were trying to entrap him, Lu Chuan would never believe it, because he knew that if he made a mistake once, he would die. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. At least he'd keep eating and drinking and live comfortably in this apocalyptic era. Lu Chuan even felt that this was perfectly fine. At least there was food and drink, and he didn't have to worry about being bitten to death by zombies. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Besides, Guanshan at least listened to people and could reason, whereas those gangsters were completely unreasonable. You talk back once, and you get a slap. Living well is more important than anything else. That was what Lu Chuan thought. Of course, it would be great if he could have a girlfriend. Guanshan felt he had grasped the general outline of Lu Chuan's personality. Lu Chuan was the standard type of cowardly and lecherous and lazy besides. Just like most people, this kind of NPC-like configuration. Arriving at the dining room, Wen Wan and Fan Ning had already finished cooking, and besides that, they had made a few dishes using the few remaining ingredients in the kitchen. However, it's already quite good. After smelling the fragrance, Lu Chuan was almost the first to rush in, quickly setting the bowls and chopsticks, waiting quietly for the food to be served, and occasionally peeking into the kitchen, though he was quickly shooed out by Fan Ning. Jiang Yanyan was a bit slower, somewhat unwilling, but the growling of her stomach forced her to give in. After all, Jiang Yanyan couldn't stand always eating cold bread. Having a bite of hot food was better than anything. Yu Dehai and Guanshan trailed at the back, constantly discussing details, since Guanshan was the only one among them with the ability to go out. Arriving at the dining room, he saw Lu Chuan still wearing that silly look, carrying a somewhat ingratiating smile when looking at Jiang Yanyan. It was just that his gaze still occasionally drifted toward the kitchen. Obviously, at this moment, the priority of hunger was higher than lecherousness. Jiang Yanyan, on the other hand, looked at Guanshan with a sour expression, her attitude very poor. Guanshan didn't care, a bad attitude didn't matter, as long as she was obedient. He, Guanshan, had actually never taken issues like attitude to heart. Guanshan sat down as if nothing had happened, and the Jiang Yanyan before him soon let out a whimper like a kitten. But upon realizing it had no effect on Guanshan whatsoever, she immediately dropped this seemingly ridiculous behavior. Lu Chuan, for once, didn't act like a sycophant. After all, and Fan Ning had brought out the food, and it smelled delicious. He was currently burying his head in his food and didn't have the time. He was wolfing it down as if he had been a starving ghost in his past life. After Jiang Yanyan found herself rebuffed, her eyes turned red, and she lowered her head. "Here, you eat more." At this moment, Wen Wan placed a piece of chicken into Guanshan's bowl. This sudden scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Yu Dehai saw this scene and smiled, winking at Fan Ning. Fan Ning couldn't help but laugh. They were an old married couple. Did they still care about this? But she still picked up a chopstick of shredded potatoes for Yu Dehai. "Wife, I love you." Yu Dehai was happy. Lu Chuan, however, was stunned, his chopsticks midair while scooping rice. "No, it's just a meal, what's going on? Are you not letting me eat? What's the meaning of this? Bullying me, a single dog?" Lu Chuan was furious, but had no choice. After tentatively glancing at Jiang Yanyan, he was unsurprisingly glared at. Forget it. Jiang Yanyan was in an irritable mood today. It seemed like her relatives were visiting. He would continue fawning over her in a few days. For now, he should just fill his stomach. This is what they call knowing when to advance and retreat. Blindly fawning will only invite annoyance. One must maintain distance. Lu Chuan thought for a moment, then continued to lower his head and eat frantically. As things stand, better just eat. Jiang Yanyan only felt that everyone was bullying her. Everyone was ostracizing her. Thinking of her mother, whose life or death was uncertain, tears were about to roll down from her eyes. "It's okay, I'll pick some for you." Just at this moment, an incredibly gentle voice came over. Looking up, it was the face she had just found incredibly annoying. It turned out Wen Wan had been the first to notice Jiang Yanyan's abnormality. After all, the minds of these young girls weren't much different from young boys. And for Wen Wan, they were easy too. With such a spoiled personality, Jiang Yanyan had just been reprimanded by Guanshan and now felt ostracized. Under these circumstances, feeling sad and aggrieved was normal. Sigh, there was no choice. since Guanshan, who sat beside her, was a bit dense, then this kind of thing could only be handled by her. Wenwan. What's wrong, are you homesick? Wenwan asked softly, her tone filled with endless gentleness. Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan couldn't hold it back any longer. Snot tears came streaming out, completely disregarding her image. Lu Chuan, on the side, was startled, thinking something happened, and the bowl he was holding shook. Upon realizing it was just an emotional outburst, he went back to eating. Wenwan felt heartache. Such a nice little girl had actually been bullied by Guanshan into this state. After helplessly glancing at Guanshan, she simply reached out and hugged Jiang Yanyan. They are bullying me, and Guanshan is also bullying me. Jiang Yanyan sobbed in a low voice, her little finger pointing at Guanshan. At this moment, as if she had found a pillar of support, she buried her head between her breasts. Feeling the dampness between her breasts, Wenwan glanced at Guanshan with some amusement, then gently patted Jiang Yanyan's back. Hearing this airy remark, everyone felt a bit awkward. Even Guanshan wondered if he had gone a bit too far. Although he believed he was right, perhaps his methods could be improved. If he was too aggressive, it might trigger a rebellious streak in some people, leading to results opposite to what he intended. Blindly being tough would only lead to parting ways in the end. All right, I admit I was in the wrong. Jiang Yanyan, who had buried her head in her bosom, slightly. She peeked out at Guanshan, then bit her lip, her eyes still somewhat red. Just then, Wenwan said softly, Guanshan has already apologized. What about you, Yanyan? Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan threw herself back into Wenwan's embrace, seemingly craving this warmth intensely. I was wrong too. I'm sorry. She gently opened her small mouth, exhaling a hot breath between the warm, ample breasts, which made Wenwan feel a bit uncomfortable. She could only stroke Jiang Yanyan's head to divert her attention. After the meal, Lu Chuan and Yu Dehai were responsible for washing the dishes, while Wenwan took Jiang Yanyan's hand and went to her room. Arriving in the room, Wenwan looked at Jiang Yanyan and said softly, What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to tell your big sister? You can say anything. As she spoke, Wenwan chuckled, looking at Jiang Yanyan. Every movement she made was full of tenderness. In the dimly lit room, Jiang Yanyan seemed hesitant, but when she looked at Wenwan, her eyes were filled with deep attachment. After the earlier guidance, Jiang Yanyan realized she no longer disliked Wenwan at all, and was even a little grateful. Jiang Yanyan took a few steps back, turned around, and looked at Wenwan several times with misty, beautiful eyes. Just as Wenwan was feeling curious, she saw Jiang Yanyan open her arms and crash directly into her embrace. Her head was pressed tightly against Wenwan's lower abdomen, while Wenwan's breasts rested on top of her head. Feeling the heavy weight on her head and the warmth from the smooth lower abdomen, Jiang Yanyan tilted her head and remained silent. Wenwan smiled, stroked Jiang Yanyan's head, and said softly, Is acting cute not enough? Looking at the endearing Jiang Yanyan before her, a bold plan suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she blurted it out. Since that's the case, why don't I just become your godmother? How about that? This way, she could also dispel this young girl's thoughts about Guanshan. Jiang Yanyan currently held some resentment toward Guanshan due to her girlish mindset. Wenwan understood this emotion all too well. Over time, this resentment would gradually turn into attachment, admiration, and eventually love beyond control. Therefore, Wenwan foresaw this possibility and intended to cut off such feelings early. Unfortunately, what Wenwan didn't expect was that, because Jiang Yanyan lost her father at an early age, she had always harbored a sense of admiration for the father figure. This would also be one of the few times Wenwan would regret her actions in the future. Huh? Jiang Yanyan widened her eyes, not understanding how things had turned out like this, her mind still a bit muddled. She had just hugged Wenwan to seek some warmth. However, this suggestion seemed pretty good too. Thinking this way, Jiang Yanyan felt that what Wenwan said made sense. And most importantly, she wouldn't have to be afraid of Guan Shan in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Yanyan felt it was all benefits and no harm, so she nodded and agreed immediately. Whenever the future Jiang Yanyan recalled the events of this day, she would often giggle uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guan Shan made a quick confirmation and set off bandages, antibiotics, and other such medical supplies. Walking on the road, Guan Shan took out a small note. It was what Yu Dahai had written for him. Besides that, he hoped Guan Shan could find some canned goods and other items with a long shelf life, which might be found at the supermarket. There was also food. Previously, because the water source was contaminated, cooking rice had been an issue, but now that they had clean water, they could cook rice. Therefore, rice also needed to be found. Then there were sugar and salt. These two items had a priority similar to medicine, and Guan Shan planned to raid a pharmacy first, then raid the supermarket. Basically, these things could be found without much trouble. Actually, Yu Dahai had another idea, which he implicitly mentioned to Guan Shan. It would be best if they could find a gun. After all, in these times, you might not need a gun, but you couldn't afford to be without one. Having a sword in hand and not using it is one thing, but not having a sword at all is another. After putting the list into his pocket, Guan Shan went to the driver's seat of the truck and started the engine. He shifted gears, lightly pressed the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, the truck slowly drove out. In the future, I should install a gate, or perhaps dig down to create a height difference. This way, I won't have to fear zombies, and it will be convenient for unloading cargo. Guan Shan felt it over and still thought it was a bit inconvenient. If he only installed a gate, zombies would still get in. In his plan, it would be better to build a downward slope leading into the enclosure, so the vehicle could enter and exit freely without worrying about zombies. After all, as everyone knew, zombies couldn't climb walls. Abba. It seems to be right here. Not far from the white ape zombie nest, a zombie with an unusually thick neck also embarked on a journey, holding a map in its hand. There was a red dot on the map, was the location of a large building. Based on the information provided by the locator, the white ape zombie had thoughtfully marked it on the map for him. Regarding this, the thick-necked zombie was extremely grateful, feeling that Boss White Ape was simply too good. It was just that he didn't know why, but that the zombie who usually had a good relationship with was nowhere to be seen. That one was a bit smarter than him, and had recently even started learning to speak. Once he completed the mission, he would surely be able to speak too. Then he would be able to communicate with him. Thinking of this, the thick-necked zombie was suddenly full of motivation and ran directly toward the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Wanyu had also completely digested this piece of virus gel, but his superpower still hadn't increased much. A zombie's virus gel would increase one's strength both when consumed and during the subsequent process of digestion. This was something Lin Wanyu knew from before his rebirth. It was just slightly disappointing to him that his strength still hadn't improved much. Previously, his wind blade could barely cut through half a steel pipe and it had to be hollow. It was a bit stronger, at least able to cut through it completely. Besides that, Lin Wanyu tested his strength, formed a fist with elements, gripped that hollow steel pipe, and bent it with force. It only slightly deformed. Seeing this, Lin Wanyu sighed and shook his head. At this point, I might as well go eat something. Lin Wanyu rubbed his stomach and decided to go find something to eat, while also storing some water resources. He had to be prepared for a long battle. I remember there's a supermarket in the distance. Let's go to the supermarket first. After speaking, Lin Wanyu carefully went down the stairs. The zombies he encountered along the way were all decapitated. His windblade. He looked around, discovered that this place hadn't been discovered by anyone yet, and left quickly. Behind him, a zombie with an unusually thick neck also saw Wanyu's figure, thought about it for a moment, and then quickly gave chase. The two were one after the other, and Lin Wanyu didn't notice the zombie behind him at all. Is that person? Just at this moment, Lin Wanyu spotted a vehicle driving out from the safe zone at the construction site, and the person sitting in it was none other than Guan Shan. He's driving, so he must be going to prepare some supplies. In that case, our goals are the same. I'll just follow him slowly from behind and catch a free ride. On a slightly sweltering afternoon, the asphalt road emitted steam, distorting the view. Just looking at it gave one a feeling of being roasted. A zombie, panting heavily, arrived in front of the supermarket and was wandering around. It had been doing this for a long time. It didn't know what the point was, nor could it think, only aimlessly repeating this instruction, unless it tasted the flavor of its own kind. Opened the door of taboo, gained power through devouring each other, and awakened its intelligence. Otherwise, it would remain in this muddled state for its entire existence. Beep, 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 beep. Just then, a sound of a horn came from afar. Is it a human? It froze for a moment, then, with red eyes and a wide-open mouth, it limped toward the distance. Before becoming a zombie, it was a disabled person who needed a wheelchair to live. And its dream was to be able to stand up and walk on its own legs. Now that it had become a zombie, it was finally able to stand up, fulfilling that wish, but it could no longer see or think, and it didn't know if that was good or bad. However, it currently had only one thought: to devour this damn human making the noise. Guan Shan was currently driving the king of vehicles, speeding recklessly, and honking the horn was one of the few remnants of his conscience. After all, the blind spot was large, and he couldn't distinguish between zombies and humans. If it were a human, it would be a huge sin to run them over directly. Those attracted by the horn were zombies, and those who knew to dodge were humans. What kind of zombie is this? It looks so deformed. Through a glance from the battle-damaged glass, Guan Shan spotted the zombie walking strangely. It wasn't just limping anymore, it was walking with a hitch in its step. Seeing this zombie rushing toward him with a hitch in its step, unaware of the danger, he shifted gears and accelerated. Instantly, the truck, with a net weight of nearly 7 tons, carried an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the zombie like a mountain. Bang! Without any surprises, it was sent flying, performed a set of calisthenics in the air, and slammed heavily onto a shelf, its head drooping. It was clearly dead. After running it over, Guan Shan tapped the brakes slightly. Intending to slow down, he planned to drive straight in. There were some steps in front of the supermarket, and Guan Shan intended to drive the car directly inside to make it easier to move things. After getting out of the car, there wasn't a glimmer of light in the supermarket. It was pitch black, and one couldn't see their own fingers, with only the low roars of zombies audible inside. Not long ago, even just a day ago, people were coming and going here. As long as one entered, they could see old men cooling off and enjoying the free air conditioning. But now, things had changed. It was hard to say if these old men, after turning into zombies, would still be as combat effective as before. With a slight sigh, he walked straight in. Based on his memory, he could still remember the areas, so even without light, he could roughly navigate them. Lin Wanyu, who was behind him, saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. As I expected, it's just that. Lin Wanyu hesitated for a moment. He was worried that if the two met inside, an unnecessary conflict would occur. In the apocalypse, the importance of supplies went without saying. If he provoked hostility, Lin Wanyu wasn't sure if he could escape. Forget it, I'll go in too. There's no need to have a conflict with him. This person probably whacked rashly. After thinking it over, Lin Wanyu also snuck in after him. In his view, the supplies here were sufficient, and Guan Shan also seemed like a reasonable person. Thinking about it, Lin Wanyu crouched down and quietly followed him in. At this moment, behind them, the thick-necked zombie saw this scene, narrowed its eyes, and stiffened its neck. Arba, arba, arba. I didn't expect it to drill it dead and stood. Originally, this mutant zombie was worried that if the person kept running, it might not be able to catch up. But now that they had drilled into a dead end, it saved the trouble of chasing. After entering, Lin Wanyu observed carefully, and after confirming that Guan Shan had already left, he propped up the wobbly iron gate and blocked it. A few minutes after Lin Yu left, the thick-necked zombie finally emerged. After confirming Lin Wanyu was gone, it also arrived at the supermarket entrance, revealed a wicked smile, and slowly slipped into the darkness. In the vast, empty supermarket, only the footsteps of Guan Shan, the only human, echoed continuously on the tiled floor. This sound was like a pebble thrown into water, creating ripples, and the surrounding zombies all came toward him. Lin Wanyu, following behind, frowned tightly. He had wrapped his shoes with socks and was exploring cautiously. He was not used to this dark situation. After all, in his opinion, it was too dangerous. What if a zombie suddenly appeared in his face? The reaction time was simply too short. The zombie following him felt the same. It also didn't like this situation. It was too easy to lose the trail. As it walked, it found itself losing track of the path. After thinking about it with a head smaller than its neck, it suddenly became incredibly anxious. If it lost the person, it wouldn't get the reward. If it didn't get the reward, it couldn't evolve. If it couldn't evolve, it couldn't speak. Arg! Damn it, I'm so anxious. In its haste, it stiffened its neck and rushed forward, and caught off guard, it crashed directly into a shelf. Clang, clang, clang. In the otherwise quiet supermarket, it suddenly became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, the thick-necked zombie realized it had done a stupid thing. By then, zombies had emerged one after another around it. Some even lunged at it, opening their mouths to bite down. After the thick-necked zombie was tackled, a flash of ferocity flickered in its eyes. Seeking death. These low-level zombies. Instantly, it opened its big mouth, bit through the necks of these ordinary zombies in one go, grabbed their heads, and began to chew and devour them greedily, emitting a series of crunching sounds. At this moment, Lin Wanyu, who was about 20 meters ahead, heard this sound and looked back with a complex expression. If he hadn't heard wrong, this should be zombies devouring each other. Generally, zombies would not attack each other, unless it was a special situation. After eating their own kind, zombies would slowly awaken their intelligence and some abilities. At this point, these special zombies could be called mutant zombies. And he, Lin Wanyu, was looking for a mutant zombie. It really is a case of finding what one is looking for without even trying. Wanyu thought silently in his heart. Once they started eating their own kind, zombies wouldn't stop. Their instincts would drive them to continue eating, to eat more. At the same time, as long as one zombie started this action, even if it was eaten by other zombies, it counted as lighting this barrel of gunpowder. This chain reaction would only once a mutant zombie appeared. Mutant zombies disdained eating low-level zombies because it was no longer useful to them. They would either eat mutant zombies of the same level, or they would eat humans. Since that's the case, I'll help you out a bit. Lin Yu estimated slightly. In this supermarket, there were about 50 zombies. After eating all the zombies, this guy should be able to become the lowest level type of mutant zombie. He picked up something from the shelf and threw it directly toward that one. Snap? Guanshan listened to the movement behind him, feeling quite strange. Do zombies attack each other? They've even started eating each other already? He had just picked up a few bags of rice and flour and stuffed them into his status bar when he heard the strange noise from behind. What's wrong with them now? Forget it, let them fight amongst themselves. I'll go get some sugar first. Guanshan didn't hesitate for a second, nor did he pay any attention to the details behind him, and walked directly towards another area. At the same time, Lin Wanyu was also exploring the supermarket. He had somehow ended up in the canned goods area. What is this? Lin Wanyu touched it. There was a layer of dust on top. He picked it up and felt it around, only then realizing it was a can. Canned food? This isn't bad. Lin Wanyu nodded, stuffed few cans into his jacket pockets, and planned to end this exploration in a hurry. He couldn't carry much to begin with, so getting something as cost-effective as canned food was already quite good. Besides that, he also planned to take a few bottles of water. This wasn't hard as they were almost right outside. After taking them, he could also wait for the mutant zombie on his way out. Let's head out first. Thinking this, Lin Wanyu retreated. Inside the supermarket, in the dim storage room, only a few candles were burning faintly, emitting a meager amount of light. This was also an area in the supermarket completely devoid of zombies. Currently, 3 survivors were hiding inside. Yang Haocheng, did you hear the noise outside? It seems like someone has come in. A slightly thin and small boy said in a low voice, looking outside with some anticipation. Don't be afraid, they're probably just here looking for supplies. We just need to keep our voices down. The slightly sturdy Yang Haocheng lowered his voice. The other person also spoke. Yang Haocheng, Su Wenhao, you two hold the candles. Be careful if that person comes in. If they do, we must blow out the candles immediately. Why, Baifeng, shouldn't we stick together? Su Wenhao was somewhat puzzled. At a time like this, shouldn't they be huddling together for warmth? Why be so guarded against others? In his view, now that the apocalypse had arrived and the outside was full of zombies, it was exactly the time to unite. Baifeng turned his head and glared at Su Wenhao, frustrated that he didn't meet expectations. Do you know how many people there are, whether they're good or bad? You want to unite, but others might not. Yang Haocheng also spoke up. Su Wenhao, you're too naive. At a time like this, there's no humanity left, only self-interest. The two were whispering. Beside them were some torn open packaging bags. There were many supplies in this storage room. After the zombie outbreak, they had stumbled into the storage room by accident, and to be safe, they even pulled the circuit breaker to create the impression that no one was there. Relying on this storage room, they had safely survived this period. Su Wenhao looked outside, thinking about his classmates. The 3 of them had skipped class just to go to an internet cafe. The reason they came to the supermarket was just to have some snacks and drinks before going online. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It could be described as an unforeseen disaster. Su Wenhao was only worried about the situation on campus. At this moment, the noise outside drew closer again, and footsteps were heard once more. Holy crap, isn't he afraid of zombies? The few of them were startled and quickly huddled together, holding the candles in their hands, ready to blow them out at any moment. If this person opened the door, they would lower their voices. The storage room was very large, with many places to hide. They hadn't heard clearly before and thought there were many people, until the person walked closer, and they realized there was only one person. Brother Bai, it seems like there's only one person. Quiet. Bai Feng lowered his voice. In times like these, anyone who could go out had their own skills. He concluded that this person must be a very, very powerful fighter. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless. You see, they usually spoke and moved in hushed tones, afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies outside. As soon as zombies heard a sound, they would rush toward it in a frenzy, like sharks smelling blood. When they were first trapped inside, the sounds of zombies outside almost never stopped, but now it was much quieter. Baifeng guessed that those zombies must have all been killed by him. Thinking of this, he felt quite envious of the person outside's fighting strength, while at the same time, wariness rose in his heart. If he could even kill monsters like zombies, beating them would surely be a piece of cake. If he discovered the three of them here, their lives would depend entirely on his whim. At this moment, Guanshan was frantically searching for supplies, stuffing things like white sugar into his status bar. In addition, he took all the brown sugar and rock candy. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Although Guanshan wasn't a thief, he was close enough like a bandit. Wherever he passed, nothing was left behind. As he was feeling around, he suddenly touched a handle. What's this? A handle? Is there more space in here? Guanshan thought about it, pressed down hard, and the door immediately creaked as he walked inside. Inside, the few people who heard the door opening were too scared to even breathe. They quickly extinguished the candles in their hands and lay quietly on the floor. In this environment, they could only vaguely see a person walking in. Judging by his physique, he was exceptionally burly. The type that clearly possessed great strength. The kind who, back at school, could beat that grade-dominating Brother Wang until he begged for mercy on his knees. Yang Haocheng and the others covered their noses with their hands, watching in terror as Guanshan walked straight in, all of them lying on the ground, looking up at him. There's actually so much rice here, and so much water. Guan opened one cardboard box after another. They were filled with a large amount of supplies, including things like instant noodles. In addition, there were full cases of canned cola. Cola? This is good stuff. I'll take it all. Cola can provide a lot of sugar. Guanshan remembered someone trapped in a shipwreck who survived on cola until they were rescued. Moreover, during the pandemic in Shanghai, cola was a form of hard currency. It was even a bestseller during World War II. One could say that cola is definitely a proven good thing. Guanshan estimated that there were about 40 or 50 cases of cola here. So much cola? It seems like it'll be a bit troublesome to move out. Rubbing his chin, Guanshan still planned to take it all back. A case of cola has about 50 or 60 bottles, and the status bar can't hold cardboard boxes. Anything like a box cannot be put in. Only individual items can. I've really entered a treasure trove. Guanshan looked at these supplies with burning eyes, licking his lips like a weasel eyeing a chicken coop. Let's go further in and see. Just then, he stepped on Su Wenhao's hand. Holy crap! Hiss. In the darkness, a sound of pain rang out, and Guanshan immediately became alert. Who is it? Get out here! A thunderous roar made Su Wenhao tremble all over. Guanshan leaped backward, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. If there were people present, why wouldn't they make a sound? If this wasn't an ambush, what was it? Don't coming out. Su Wenhao slowly stood up and said weakly. At the same time, he looked at Guanshan with some timidity, feeling quite envious. In his view, this was what a real man looked like, daring to scavenge for supplies alone, possessing this kind of courage. Su Wenhao sighed softly. Wasn't this the kind of person he wanted to become? If he had this kind of guts, at the very least, he wouldn't be bullied by that Brother Wang. Why are you sneaking around, lying on the ground? By now, Guanshan had also made out Su Wenhao's figure, lying on the ground without moving. Do you have a candle? Light one. Although he could see Su Wenhao, it was only enough to vaguely make out an object when it was moving. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything clearly. Guan Shan was 2 meters away from Bai Feng and Yang Haosheng, who were lying on the ground, but at such a close distance, he couldn't see them at all. Su Wenhao hesitated upon seeing this. He knew that lighting a candle would definitely expose his 2 good buddies. Forget it, everyone get up. Bai Feng sighed gloomily and pulled Yang Haosheng up with him. You guys are really insidious. At this moment, seeing there were 2 more people, Guan Shan let out a cold snort. Are you guys reincarnated ninjas? How can you hide your presence like that? If these people were lying on the ground without moving, who could find them? If he hadn't accidentally stumbled into this remote area and stepped on someone's hand, he really wouldn't have discovered them. As the candle was lit, Guan Shan narrowed his eyes and finally saw the 3 people in front of him clearly. They were about middle school age, with short buzz cuts, and all wearing school uniforms, looking quite standard. Su Wenhao was a bit cowardly, while Bai Feng puffed out his chest, looking at him with quite a bit of grit. Yang Haosheng looked vigilant. Why are you hiding here? When I came in just now, why didn't you say anything? Guan Shan looked at the 3 of them with a strange expression and asked curiously. We didn't speak because we were afraid you might do us harm. Bai Feng replied. You have quite a good sense of vigilance, Guan Shan said, looking at them with appreciation. The 3 in front of him, excluding Su Wenhao, all had some guts and didn't show fear when encountering him. They looked much better than Lu Chuan. Are you all middle school students? Yeah. Bai Feng nodded. You want to stay in this storage room and wait for rescue, right? Is that not allowed? This time it was Yang Haosheng who spoke. Hearing this answer, Guan Shan shook his head and chuckled helplessly. What's so funny? Bai Feng said, frowning. There probably won't be any rescue. The situation all over the world isn't optimistic, especially now that mutant zombies have appeared. Mutant zombies? The group looked at each other, not knowing what the concept of a mutant zombie was. They are just stronger zombies, the kind that are impervious to blades and guns. Guan Shan explained, then added, if you want rescue, it will take at least a long time. As far as I know, our city has long since fallen and become a paradise for zombies. How could that be? Upon hearing this, Su Wenhao seemed to lose all his strength. Zombies initially infected people through the water supply. You should know how many people turned into zombies in an instant. Bai Feng also nodded. They naturally knew about this. Many people suddenly started shaking. Their eyes turned red, and then they became zombies, without any warning. If it hadn't been for the broadcast later, they probably would have unknowingly drank the water and turned into zombies too. Right now, it's clearly no longer safe for you to stay in this storage room, but I have a good place for you to go. Saying this, Guan Shan finally revealed his true intentions. Clearing a plot of land required people to look after it and weed it. These 3 in front of him were excellent laborers for the apocalypse. What kind of place? I have established a safe zone. You can join. Water and food are guaranteed. Bai Feng and the others looked at each other, revealing expressions of being tempted. After all, humans are social animals and naturally crave being in groups. Su Wenhao had just wanted to agree, but was interrupted by Bai Feng. Thanks, big brother, but we still don't want to go. We just want to stay here. In Bai Feng's view, the promise of a safe zone was tempting, but he didn't know if it was true or false. Compared to that, the supplies in the storage room were tangible. Between an invisible pie and a tangible one, Bai Feng knew which to choose. Guan Shan shook regretfully and said, That won't work, I'm afraid. I must take the supplies in the storage room. If you can still stay in here after that, then I have nothing to say. What? As soon as Guan Shan said this, the scene immediately turned tense, and the atmosphere solidified. Bai Feng and Yang Haosheng clenched their fists tightly, looking at Guanshan with indignation. Even Su Wenhao, upon hearing this, looked full of defiance. That's all I have to say. I am definitely taking the supplies. There is no reason for me to leave them, so don't blame me. Guanshan looked at the three of them indifferently. Bai Feng and the other tightened and relaxed their fists repeatedly, wanting to punch Guanshan, but they didn't dare. After a long while, seeing that the group made no move, Guanshan shook his head. They were just young after all, and couldn't keep their cool. Since the three of them weren't moving, he would make his move. He didn't have time to waste with them. After that, Guanshan took a step, each footfall feeling like it was stomping on their hearts. Bai Feng and the others' hearts suddenly constricted, and they could only watch helplessly as Guanshan began to move the supplies. Arriving at the canned food section, Guanshan touched a cardboard box. It was covered in dust, having been there for a long time. However, canned food had a long shelf life, comparable to frozen food from ancient secret realms. Seeing that the origin was South Korea, he hadn't expected it to actually be Korean. Eating it wouldn't be a problem at all. At most, it just wouldn't be fresh. But this was also a benefit. In times like these, the older things were, the safer they were. He picked up the box, not caring about the dust, and walked out on his own. Watching Guanshan acting as if no one else was there, Yang Haosheng could no longer tolerate it, and immediately wanted to rush forward. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to fight. Fight! But just as he took the first step, his arm was grabbed by Bai Feng beside him. He turned his head and glared, only to see Bai Feng making a gesture at him. Immediately, Yang Haosheng understood Bai Feng's meaning. This was a pincer attack. Yang Haosheng nodded and began to move his feet slowly. On the other side, Guanshan completely failed to notice the two small movements. He probably would have just chuckled if he had seen them. Just like that, holding the box, he opened the door. Outside the door stood a thick-necked zombie, which looked at Guanshan with a ferocious grin, holding a fire axe in its hand, raised high. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a gust of wind struck Guanshan's forehead. Guanshan was happily estimating how many cans he had in his arms. They felt heavy, clearly substantial in weight. He most hoped for braised pork cans, as in the Doomsday era, the higher the calorie content, the better, providing more energy for people. The concept of dieting did not exist in the Doomsday era. He arrived at the door, holding the cans with one arm while opening the door with the other. What is that? Guanshan only felt a shadow standing before him, but because there was no light here, he could not see it very clearly. Thus, he was a bit bewildered. But in the next instant, the shadow moved. He had no time to react at all. The thick-necked zombie had been lying in wait outside the door for a long time, holding a fire axe, ready to strike. It had been listening outside the door for a long while, and confirmed that there were 3 or 4 people inside. Lin Wanyu was in there, just thinking about how after killing Lin Wanyu, it could eat the remaining people to increase its own strength. Or, after killing Lin Wanyu, it could follow the white ape bosses to bring these people back for breeding and mating, perhaps even completing an extra task. Its heart was incredibly excited. Having over-completed the task, the white ape boss would definitely reward it handsomely. After a brief thought, the thick-necked zombie decided to offer them to the white ape boss instead of eating them itself. The white ape boss had treated it well, and it should make a contribution to the white ape boss. As the fire door of the storage room slowly opened, a human was revealed inside. The moment the door opened, the thick-necked zombie instinctively swung with all its might. It was like splitting Mount Hua, or like a Noxian guillotine, a perfectly precise axe strike carrying a fierce gust of wind, slammed onto the top of Guanshan's head. Feeling the solid feedback from the strike, the thick-necked zombie could not help but be overjoyed. It hit. After the blow, it saw Guanshan still standing before it as if his brain had crashed, so it followed up with a strike of its iron elbow, sending Guanshan flying. Bang! Then, it stepped into the storage room, and with the help of the candlelight, took in everything at a glance. There really were 4 people. After the sneak attack, Guanshan's body fell backward, and the cans in his arms scattered all over the floor, rolling everywhere. Holy shit! What kind of monster is this? Yang Haosheng watched helplessly as Guanshan's head was struck by an axe, and then a thick-necked zombie entered holding a fire axe, causing him to cry out in shock. It seems to have intelligence. Be careful. Bai Feng's pupils constricted sharply. This zombie actually knew how to use objects, and its behavior of guarding the door, that its intelligence was not low. Seeing this scene, Su Wenhao's body trembled. The aura of a mutant zombie was different from that of an ordinary zombie. They were completely different species. If an ordinary human still had a fighting chance against an ordinary zombie, then a mutant zombie was absolutely invincible. One could only rely on various traps or tools to maneuver, and if lucky, could kill it. But relying on physical strength alone, there was absolutely no way. The regenerative ability and physical strength of a mutant zombie far exceeded that of humans. Based on these two factors alone, they could slaughter humans like chickens, one in each hand. As Guanshan was sent flying, the atmosphere in the storage room instantly dropped to freezing. Bai Feng just looked at this mutant zombie, and the fear in his heart surged like a tide, leaving him with only one thought: run! But the door to the storage room was behind this mutant zombie. How could they escape? Under the dim candlelight, the thick-necked mutant zombie triumphantly took out a key, showing it off to Bai Feng and the others as if to boast. That's the key! Su Wenhao exclaimed, his heart instinking into despair. So the key to the storage room was actually in its hands. Seeing the group's reaction, the thick-necked mutant zombie seemed very satisfied. It closed the door, and then, in the eyes of the despairing group, tilted its head back and swallowed the key. Hehehehe. Seeing the emotions in their eyes, the thick-necked zombie seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Fuck your mother! Under extreme fear, Yang Haocheng was instantly possessed by Tian Wenjing, trying to use language to dispel the fear in his heart. Bai Feng looked at Yang Haocheng and saw him grab a brick from somewhere, charging straight at the thick-necked mutant zombie. Seeing this, the thick-necked mutant zombie laughed even more wildly. It had seen too many humans. Whether they resisted or not, they could not escape the fate of death. But this Yang Haocheng before it was quite interesting and could provide a little bit of fun. In that case, it would eat this Yang Haocheng and Bai Feng. As for the slightly thinner man next to them, Su Wenhao, he could be taken back for breeding. The white ape boss had instructed that it was exactly this kind of coward that was easy to manage. Although Yang Haocheng was very brave, relying only on hot-bloodedness and recklessness, he could not defeat this thick-necked mutant zombie. The thick-necked mutant zombie stretched its arm a little, and then threw a punch, hitting Yang Haocheng squarely in the stomach. And that brick slammed into its head, creating a small gash and revealing some brain matter. Seeing this, Bai Feng's eyes flashed. As long as it could cause damage, there was hope for victory. Yang Haocheng suffered a heavy blow to his abdomen and fell to his knees weakly. But just as he knelt, his hair was grabbed by a large hand, and he was forcibly lifted up. Then, as if wanting them to completely lose hope, it deliberately exposed its injured part. It could be seen that the injured part of its head was slowly squirming under the candlelight. No, It should be said that the skin was squirming and merging. After just over 10 seconds, it had completely recovered. The storage room was almost silent enough to hear a pin drop, and an atmosphere of despair spread. Extinguish the candle. Quickly! At the critical moment, Su Wenao spoke up. He was already drenched in sweat, but he understood that to survive, the only way was to extinguish the light. Creating a relatively dark environment to muddy the waters was the only chance for victory. Otherwise, they would be like gophers trapped at home, whose fate was to be hammered to death one by one. Bang also suddenly realized this and extinguished the candle in his hand. The storage room returned to darkness, and the thick-necked mutant zombie curled its lips with interest. It felt that this game of cat-mouse was becoming more and more interesting, and behind it, without anyone noticing when Guanshan had stood up, looking at the thick-necked zombie with the eyes of someone looking at a dead person, without any emotion. The blow just now had taken away 3 drops of his blood, and now after just a while it had already recovered by half. But even so, his heart was filled with rage. Being attacked by such a trash zombie had already made him very dissatisfied with himself. But this also taught him a lesson. Even such a trashy zombie knew how to use the gap when he opened the door and wait outside. It seems that fighting methods really need to keep up with the times. If it weren't for Guanshan, anyone else would probably be dead and through by now. The thick-necked mutant zombie was currently savoring the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. After the candle went out, he actually felt it was a good thing. The door was now locked tight, and he had swallowed the key. Where else could they run? It merely added a bit of fun for him. At the thought of this, the thick-necked mutant zombie wanted to burst into laughter. However, because his throat had been damaged before he mutated, he had to use a large amount of flesh to repair it, causing his voice to sound quite bizarre. It was like the sound of a fart suppressed to the extreme. Indescribable. Jai Jai Jie. Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Trying to sneak attack me? After tossing Yang Haosheng aside, a wicked smile appeared on the thick-necked mutant zombie's lips. Thinking they were attempting a sneak attack, he swung his axe violently toward his rear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flickered in the darkness. The thick-necked mutant zombie blinked. That tactile sensation was the feeling of hitting something hard. I really can't underestimate you zombies. I'll have to keep this in mind for the future. At least I can't leave through the door. A cold voice came from behind him. Hearing this voice, the thick-necked mutant zombie realized almost instantly who it was. It was the person whose head he had just struck with his axe. Something was wrong. How was he not dead yet? Is a human's physical body this strong? As a mutant zombie, he was very clear about his own strength. Even if it were a fellow mutant zombie receiving such a heavy blow directly to the head, they wouldn't be able to get up for a while, let alone a frail human. In the blink of an eye, the thick-necked mutant zombie finished his train of thought. Immediately following, the counter-shock from his almost shattered joint. Such immense strength. Instantly, the thick-necked mutant zombie's center was wide open, leaving him completely defenseless. Guanshan's eyes narrowed. After roughly determining the thick-necked mutant zombie's position, he swung his sword. The sharpness of the iron sword went without saying. It easily sliced off one of the thick-necked mutant zombie's arms like cutting through tofu. Thud! The arm holding the fire axe fell limply to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the thick-necked mutant zombie could even process his shock, he immediately lowered his body, because an even faster sword strike had already arrived. The blade swept over the top of his head. He could almost feel the piercing cold light. No, I must escape immediately. This person is simply not human. He's a monster. The thick-necked mutant zombie turned to flee, but due to the darkness, he crashed straight into the storage room's fire door. Clang. A dull, heavy sound rang out instantly. Guanshan had been unable to grasp his position because he couldn't see, but now he didn't need to worry. This thick-necked mutant zombie had completely exposed its own location. In the darkness, as the thick-necked mutant zombie felt Guanshan's footsteps drawing closer, a flash of terror actually crossed his eyes. In terms of strength, he was absolutely no match. Sensing the approach of Guanshan's footsteps, his gaze sharpened. He knew in his heart that at this moment, his only choice was a desperate final struggle. Quickly, he lowered his stance and lunged directly at Guanshan, intending to use the momentum to tackle him to the ground and then pin him down to bite him frantically. Guanshan, holding his iron sword, was just about to press his advantage when he felt something grab his waist, followed by an attempt to tackle him. He immediately realized that thick-necked zombie. Die. Raising the iron sword high, he plunged it into the zombie's neck. Instantly, blood gushed out as if it cost nothing, splashing across nearly half the storage room. But the thick-necked zombie still didn't stop its movements. Its neck was too thick. Even being skewered from top to bottom, it could still survive. Left with no choice, Guanshan lowered his center of gravity. While enduring the thick-necked mutant zombie's bites, he tried to grip the iron sword in its neck and press down directly to end its life. The thick-necked mutant zombie struggled frantically, shaking its head wildly as it felt Guanshan's intentions. The two fought while stumbling backward, knocking over several shelves along the way. Finally, after Guanshan inadvertently stepped a can that had rolled onto the floor, he lost his balance and was pinned down by the zombie. Light the candle. Guanshan let out a roar. Hearing this, Bai Feng and the others frantically tried to pick up the candle and relight it, but they couldn't find the matches anywhere. In the pitch-black darkness where one couldn't even see their own hand, they could see almost nothing. If they couldn't find them normally, it would be fine, but right now was a critical moment. The zombies' snarls and Guanshan's roars were right in front of them, sounding as if they were right in their ears. If even Guanshan couldn't win, then they would have almost no hope left. They could only pray in their hearts while scouring their memories, trying to find where the matches were to relight the candle. Pinned to the ground, Guanshan reached out with both hands. Feeling a massive neck, he squeezed it directly with his hands. With its throat seized, the thick-necked mutant zombie couldn't lower its head to bite. It could only try to force its neck down while simultaneously attempting to regenerate its arm. As long as its other arm regenerated, winning this deathmatch would be easy. Furthermore, the human had already been bitten. Turning into a zombie was only a matter of time. At that point, no matter how strong you were as a living person, you would just be an ordinary zombie after infection. Pressed against the floor, Guanshan lost his patience as the candlelight failed to appear. Sensing the foul, stench-filled mouth before him like a collection of all the world's filth, he only wanted to end this quickly. Promptly, his hands shifted from the jaw of the thick-necked mutant zombie. Once he was certain he had a death grip, he exerted sudden force. The thick-necked mutant zombie was initially delighted, but then it suddenly froze. Feeling the massive upward and downward pressure between its teeth, it suddenly realized what Guanshan wanted to do. He wanted to rip its head open with his bare hands, accompanied by a scalp-numbing creaking sound. The thick-necked mutant zombie's mouth was being forced open bit by bit. In the storage room, Bai Feng and the others had no idea what was happening, while Yang Hocheng lay unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Su Wenhao finally found the matches. After lighting one with trembling hands, the candlelight once again appeared in the storage room. Immediately after, they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. The thick-necked mutant zombie that had been pinning Guanshan down was being slowly pushed up, held high above his head. Guanshan was currently gripping the upper and lower jaws of the zombie. The thick-necked mutant zombie's mouth had been forced open to an inconceivable angle. It was already very close to 180 degrees and was continuing to expand. A hint of despair flashed in the thick-necked mutant zombie's eyes. It never expected it would die like this, by having its mouth forced open by hand. Its arm had already halfway regenerated, but it was useless now. Soon, its eyeballs flew out, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Finally, under the almost catatonic gazes of the group, Guanshan let out a great roar, terror! With a final burst of strength, the thick-necked mutant zombie was directly torn in half. The two bloody halves of its body flew off, to either side. It was like a slaughtered pig being split apart. Bai Feng and the others were stunned. They had just lit the candle, only to witness such an explosive scene. The spraying rain of blood almost covered the entire storage room. Who would have thought that the thick-necked zombie, with such a normal build, possessed so much blood, nearly drenching the entire storage room? One must realize that this was the supermarket's storage room. Although Anshan hadn't explored it, the area was definitely not small. Bai Feng and the others had blood splattered all over their faces, and they immediately turned pale, frantically wiping the blood off their bodies, terrified of being infected. Because Yang Haocheng had fallen in front of the shelves, he was lucky enough to avoid this rain of blood. At this moment, Guanshan looked as he had emerged from the nether. He was a blood-covered man, and when he looked at Bai Feng and the others, they didn't even dare to move. Stop wiping it off, this won't cause an infection. Guanshan checked his status bar. Aside from the zombie virus debuff caused the initial bite from the thick-necked mutant zombie, there was nothing else. Moreover, the original buff had reached 30s as his level increased. Perhaps one day I won't need to fear the zombie virus at all. A faint glint flashed in Guanshan's eyes. By that time, he reckoned he could use his own blood to create a zombie serum. Are you alright? Bai Feng mustered his courage and stepped forward, attempting to strike up a conversation. I'm fine. Regarding what I just said, do you have any other objections? Guanshan shook his head, turned to look at Bai Feng and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Bai Feng's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Big brother, who would dare to contradict you at a time like this? You're so fierce. You just tore a mutant zombie apart in front of us. Bai Feng didn't know the strength of Lu Bu, but in his opinion, even if Lu Bu or Xiang Yu were resurrected, they wouldn't be able to defeat the person before him. The current Bai Feng had completely lost the rebellious sentiment he felt toward Guanshan just a moment ago. Only deep obedience remained. After witnessing that display of violence, Bai Feng didn't dare to say anything that would displease Guanshan. Absolutely not. Whatever you say, I'll do whatever you want me to do. After finishing, Bai Feng looked at Su Wenhao. In his view, Su Wenhao would definitely agree, and there was no reason not to. After all, in the apocalypse, this powerhouse before them possessed enough combat power to provide protection, had enough supplies, and even had a safe zone. What could be bad about that? That's for the best. Guanshan let out a cold snort. He had already exhausted all his patience with that thick-necked zombie earlier. Now, he just wanted to quickly finish gathering the supplies and head back. Take a bath, relax his body and mind, and get some good rest. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Bai Feng and Guanshan both looked over. It was actually Su Wenhao, the person who was usually quiet and reserved, who had spoken. I have an objection. I hope you, sir, can go to my school and rescue my classmates. Guanshan furrowed his brows. Bai Feng became incredibly nervous instantly, terrified that Guanshan would just punch them both to death. In the current world, killing people wasn't against the law. Even if they were beaten to death, there was nowhere to seek justice. How many people are in your school? Are you sure there are survivors? What Bai Feng didn't expect was that Guanshan actually responded. Su Wenhao was a bit excited upon hearing this, but when he heard the question about survivors, he gritted his teeth and said, "I haven't gone back." "Then why are you asking me to go? Do you know that most zombies are infected through water sources?" Guanshan raised an eyebrow. The characteristic of water source infection was its massive range. In an area like a school, Guanshan didn't believe there would be any survivors. Therefore, it was highly probable that all the people at the school had been infected and turned into zombies. Su Wenhao just silently opened his mouth, unable to say anything. He wanted Guanshan to go to the school entirely out of selfishness. After all, Guanshan's combat power was definitely evident to all. He had just torn apart a mutant zombie earlier. But without being able to confirm, Guanshan could completely choose not to go. After all, there was no benefit for him in doing so. Seeing that Su Wenhao couldn't speak, Guanshan dismissed the idea of going. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. He had once read a story about a beach where many small fish had been washed ashore by a storm. There were thousands of them, and it was impossible to save them all. A little boy, however, persistently picked them up one by one and threw them back into the sea with all his might. Someone asked him, "Why are you saving them? You can't possibly save them all." He said, "I know." Someone else asked him, "Who cares that you're doing this?" At that moment, the little boy said a sentence that Guanshan didn't understand at the time. "This one cares, and this one cares too." Back then, he was just a little brat who didn't quite understand the story. It was all vague. But now, it felt as if a bullet had struck him between the brows. The people in the school would care. Even just going to take a look was better than not going at all. "Fine, I give in to you people. Move the supplies outside. Once they're loaded, we'll head to the school. You guide the way." After Guanshan finished speaking, he intended to leave. He tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Only then did he remember that the door was locked and the key had eaten by that unlucky thick-necked zombie. There was no other way, so he smashed it open with a punch and went out. Su Wenhao's eyes suddenly brightened. He rushed to the fire door like a madman, opened it, and tried to find that person's figure in the darkness. In the silent space, only that man's footsteps remained steady and powerful. "Thank you." Su Wenhao mustered all his strength and shouted loudly. Guanshan waved his hand. "Keep it down. Don't attract any zombies." As Guanshan walked further away, Su Wenhao finally retracted his gaze in excitement, then hurried to find Bai Feng. "Bai Feng, let's hurry up and move them. Let's wake Yang Haocheng up to help move them too." At this moment, it was as if Bai Feng truly recognized the man named Su Wenhao before him. This classmate he was familiar with. In the past, when he saw those concessions and acts of kindness, Bai Feng only thought of Su Wenhao as a very childish, weak person, someone who needed protection. But only today did Bai Feng realize that Su Wenhao also possessed strength, decisiveness, stubbornness, and the courage to speak up. "You're amazing. I, Bai Feng, am truly convinced by you today." Bai Feng patted Su Wenhao's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Then, he crouched down and slapped Yang Haocheng. "Zombie! Zombie!" Yang Haocheng struggled to get up, waving his arms and legs, still muttering things about zombies. "Hurry up and get up to move the supplies. The zombie is already dead." Yang Haocheng had just gotten up, looking completely bewildered and still not understanding the situation. He touched his head and immediately hissed in pain. "What's wrong with my face? Why is it stinging?" Bai Feng said without looking back. I don't know, maybe you fell on the ground. Forget about that for now, come help move the supplies first. Why do we need to move them? Don't ask, just move them outside. Yang Haocheng was truly bewildered. He turned his head and saw an incredibly terrifying scene. Holy crap. A zombie! It's split in two. We know. Hurry up and move them. Why aren't you surprised at all? Also, where are we moving them to? Yang Haosheng held a box, feeling confused but sensing something profound inside the supermarket. The three men were busily moving supplies. When passing by Guan Shan, both Bai Feng and Su Wenhao wore looks of admiration. Only Yang Haosheng didn't understand what had happened. But he managed to piece together a rough idea from the fragments of conversation between Bai Feng and Su Wenhao. He didn't dare to spout any more nonsense now. Meanwhile, beside them, Guan Shan was examining the energy gel in his hand. It had been taken from the head of that zombie just now. Compared to the one he had gotten from the Liangzi zombie, it was about a circle smaller and felt hard to the touch. It felt as if there was something solid inside. Guan Shan didn't think about a positioning chip. Instead, he felt that this zombie might not have evolved completely. After all, Guan Shan and his group knew too little about zombies. If it had been the third brother and his group, or the people of Eagle Country known for their outstanding people and simple folk customs, those battle-hardened individuals would likely have known a glance that something was hidden inside. Guan Shan just turned the object over in his hands. After studying it for a while, he felt it was actually quite useful for wiping stains and grease off his hands, and it didn't leave any dye. The color remained just like new. After thinking it over repeatedly, Guan Shan finally decided to take it to Yu Dahai to see if he could figure anything out. Afterwards, he checked his own level, mid-level 43. The thick-necked zombie from just a moment ago had given a lot of experience, pushing him up a full level to reach mid-level 43. Forget it, no use thinking about it anymore. Guan shusted off his backside and walked over to the vehicle. By this time, the others had finished moving most of the supplies and were all panting heavily. Su Wenhao, who was relatively thin and weak, couldn't even lift his arms anymore. His face was deathly pale, as if he might collapse at any second. Here, have 2 Snickers bars. Don't die on me. Looking at these people, Guan Shan was afraid they might faint right there on the spot. After he handed them out, Su Wenhao and the others impatiently tore open the packaging and scrambled to stuff them into their mouths. When Guan Shan was scavenging for supplies, his targets were these high-calorie, easy-to-carry items. After eating, the complexions of Su Wenhao and the others improved significantly. All right, Su Wenhao, sit in the passenger seat. You guys sit on the bunk in the back. This vehicle didn't provide much extra space. Only the bunk behind the driver's seat could accommodate people. However, the group didn't complain. In their eyes, having a car to ride in was already good enough. What else could they be picky about? Immediately, they all climbed up one by one. Because Su Wenhao was giving directions, he sat in the passenger seat, while Bai Feng and Yang Haosheng crouched on the bunk. The two of them crouched there like monkeys, their heads squeezed together, observing the road ahead. After Guan Shan got into the vehicle and started the engine, the truck emitted a powerful roar. You could tell just by listening that it had plenty of power. Whiff of black smoke, Guan Shan slammed on the accelerator, and the vehicle shot off, leaving the others in the dust. Outside the supermarket, Lin Wanyu had been waiting for a long time, observing the situation inside. He craned his neck, looking forward to their appearance. Where are the people? Why aren't they coming out yet? Lin Wanyu was getting a bit annoyed from waiting. In this short time, quite a few zombies had already surrounded the area. At this moment, piles of zombie corpses lay at his feet, yet he just kept peering inside. My eyes! Suddenly, just as he was observing intently, two beams of strong light shot out from the darkness. Since it was now a world filled with zombies, Guanshan had no qualms about turning on his high beams and wasn't afraid of being called a high beam jerk. Lin Wanyu was hit by the glare and felt as if the world had turned white. He covered his eyes and dodged to the side. Rumbly. As the ground shook, a large truck rushed out from the darkness like a long dragon, its two glaring headlights almost blinding him. Lin Wanyu rubbed his eyes, watching the truck drive away, his heart full of confusion. Where is my mutant zombie? Damn, this is awesome! From the bunk in the driver's cab, Yang Haosheng poked his head out, watching the scene of zombies being attracted and then crushed under the wheels. He couldn't help but shout out in excitement. It's so awesome, I'm about to pee myself. A few more zombies appeared at the front of the vehicle. Guanshan remained expressionless, only continuing to press down on the accelerator, wishing he could stand up to stomp on it. The truck didn't have great acceleration to begin with, and now with so many speed bumps, he had to slam on the brakes. After rolling over the speed bumps, the truck wobbled slightly, then stabilized and continued driving forward. This is it, turn right. Seeing the intersection he knew all too well, Su Wenhao was incredibly excited and hurriedly gave directions. After passing this intersection, the school was right ahead. This is it. Got it. Guanshanshan nodded and continued to increase the throttle. As the engine let out another powerful roar, it smashed straight through the guardrail at the entrance, as if it were a piece of brittle paper. All right. Pulling the handbrake, Guanshan was the first to jump off the vehicle. On the school side, because of the existence of the guardrail, there weren't many zombies, and there were almost no outside zombies. On the teaching building, one could vaguely see a few zombies. Some were wearing long dresses, likely English teachers, while others were wearing flip-flops and striped plaid shirts, with a long string of keys hanging from their belts, likely math teachers. I wonder if the PE teacher, who was always getting sick, managed to run out. Subsequently, Su Wenhao, Yang Haosheng, and the others all got off the vehicle one after another, looking around quite nervously, afraid that a zombie might suddenly rush out. Su Wenhao, you lead the way. I'll take the front, and Bai Feng, you take the rear. As he said this, he handed a steel pipe to Bai Feng for self-defense. Got it. Bai Feng took the steel pipe and swung it a few times, feeling the force of the wind it created, and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. On the other side, Yang Haosheng watched this scene with envy and wanted one for self-defense too. Yang Haosheng asked, wearing a silly smile and scratching his head in embarrassment. Just don't cause any trouble. If you really encounter a zombie, I'll step in. After glancing at Yang Haosheng, Guanshan shook his head. In his view, Yang Haosheng was a bit reckless, though he had no issues with courage. If it were normal times, Guanshan would have given him a weapon, but right now, he didn't want any extra complications. Suddenly, Yang Haosheng looked like a frost-bitten eggplant, listless and dejected. Leave this kind of thing to us. Don't we know what kind of strength Brother Guan has? Bai Feng said lightly, admiring the steel rod in his hand. However, at this moment, while Guanshan was asking Su Wenhao for details, a female zombie walked over from a distance. Guanshan took a look and, discovering it was just an ordinary zombie, didn't want to waste time, so he said, Bai Feng, this one is yours. Be careful not to get bitten. The area in front of the teaching building was very open, with plenty of room to dodge, and it was just an ordinary zombie. Guanshan immediately decided to use this to help Bai Feng gain some experience. No accidents occurred. Bai Feng tentatively stepped forward and first tugged it from side to side. The female zombie moved extremely slowly, and her only action was a single lunge forward, monotonous move. Let's finish this quickly, Brother Guan said. At first, Bai Feng was cautious. After all, this was a zombie, the kind where one bite meant mutation. But once he gradually figured out the zombie's movements, he quickly began to toy with it. He kept swaying left and right, circling around the zombie. Upon hearing Brother Guan's words, Bai Feng quickly used the steel pipe in his hand to smash the zombie's head in one blow. Damn, this smell! After smashing the zombie's head, a stench of rotten eggs immediately spread out. The thick, foul odor almost made Yang Haosheng vomit. It got on my clothes. Bai Feng was even more desperate. The fluids that had just splashed out were equally incomparably foul. At this moment, Guanshan looked over from the side. After the female zombie's head exploded, her body burst open as well. Yet Guanshan did not see any organs like a brain inside. In other words, the female zombie was hollow inside. Because of this, there was almost no blood inside the female zombie, and the inner skin showed signs of tiny holes enough to make a person with trypophobia faint on the spot. At this moment, these tiny holes were still continuously oozing green pus, bubbling as it came out. Run! It stinks to death! It stinks to death! Bai Feng turned and ran, while Yang Haocheng, who had been watching the spectacle from the side, had already vanished. Not until he reached Guanshan did Yang Haocheng open his mouth wide to breathe. I nearly suffocated. Afterwards, another wave of stench hit. Bai Feng had arrived. Hey, don't get near me! It's really going to stink me to death. Seeing Bai Feng approach, Yang Haocheng backed away a bit further, pinching his nose. I can't help it. Who knew this zombie would be so stinky? Bai Feng was also speechless and asked, Brother Guan, are the zombies you usually fight this stinky? This is the first time I've seen one like this. Guan Shan was also puzzled. Could there really be a zombie smells this bad? Oh man, I really hit the jackpot. Bai Feng tugged at his clothes and really wanted to take them off. But considering they were one of his few pieces of protective gear, he dismissed the thought. It might be stinky, but the clothes could at least save his life, right? Having something is better than having nothing. After saying this, Guanshan led the group toward the dormitory building, intending to see if they could find any survivors. And this small anomaly was overlooked by Guanshan. The group didn't understand zombies well yet and felt it was a normal situation. After all, zombies' bodies were rotting, so how could they not stink? It felt like cracking a bad egg when you were planning to fry an egg. Although it was disgusting, one wouldn't usually overthink it. Let's go. All right, Bai Feng replied. And before leaving, he looked back at the first zombie he had killed. After all, he still felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. But for some reason, a faint sense of unease always lingered in his heart. He quickly cast this unease to the back of his mind and chased after Guanshan and the others. The dormitory building wasn't far. It was separated from the teaching building by only the cafeteria. No need to search one by one. You just shout loudly right here, and if a zombie comes out, I'll chop it. Looking at the two 6-story dormitory buildings, Guanshan couldn't help but get a headache. He knew very well that these student dormitory buildings generally didn't have elevators. In other words, it would take too much time to search floor by floor. As such, it was better to use a high-risk, high-reward method. Even if it attracted a few zombies, it didn't matter. All right, then I'll shout. Su Wenhao was stunned for a moment, then shouted at the top of his lungs. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Following Su Wenhao's shout, the nearby zombies immediately began to sprint toward them as if they had received an order. Su Wenhao only felt the ground shake. He turned his head and saw that the zombies were already swarming toward them. Should I keep shouting? Su Wenhao swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. Continue. Guanshan had already drawn his iron sword, though no one knew when he had taken it out. The cold light made Su Wenhao unable to open his eyes. It was clearly an incredibly ordinary iron sword, yet it gave Su Wenhao a feeling that made his hair stand on end. "There's someone!" After Su Wenhao called out a few more times, finally, a middle-aged man's voice came from the top of the dormitory building. A middle-aged man, with a receding hairline, wearing a plaid shirt, was leaning over the rooftop looking down. "Watch out for the zombies!" Originally, the man was a bit worried, as the actions of Su Wenhao and the others were too reckless. Making noise in front of zombies was akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine suicidal. Even if they wanted to find survivors, they were being too impatient. "Kids, be careful." At this moment, another voice came from the rooftop. Clearly, there were a few more people up there. "All right, we're heading to the rooftop." Following Guanshan's order, the group started running. Under the protection of the others, Su Wenhao reached the dormitory staircase first, followed by Yang Haochang, Bai Feng, and Guanshan. At the same time, the zombies swarmed over, densely packed, and charged toward the narrow stairwell. Guanshan stood on the stairs, truly a case of one man blocking the pass, 10,000 unable to open the way. A large number of zombies surged toward him like a tide, but with a single swing of his sword, they retreated like a tide. No matter how many zombies there were, they couldn't break through this line of defense. As long as the durability of the iron sword in his hand was sufficient, then the zombies were all just a matter of one sword strike. Bai Feng and the others didn't dare stop for a moment. Listening to the roars of the zombies below, they couldn't help but look back at Guanshan. They saw that figure, reliable as always, like a god of war. Facing the surging zombies, Guanshan swung his sword again. Before the few zombies could rush in front of Guanshan, they were instantly sliced open, unison, and collapsed powerlessly to the ground. As the zombies behind rushed forward again, these fallen zombies gradually became transparent, turning into colorful experience points that returned into Guanshan's body. Guanshan stood at the stairwell, repeatedly swinging his sword. 5 minutes later, no more zombies came. By this time, the stairwell was like the nether. Although there wasn't a single corpse, zombie blood was almost everywhere. How many did I kill? Guanshan didn't know how many zombies had come. He only knew he had become a bit numb. He checked his level. E-level, Sukti. And the experience bar had also reached the middle level. He let out a long sigh before slowly walking toward the rooftop. Passing around the 6th floor, Guanshan saw Bai Feng guarding there with a slightly nervous expression. Upon seeing Guanshan, he immediately relaxed quite a bit. Clearly, he had been worried that if Guanshan couldn't hold the line, he, as the only one with a weapon, would have to rely entirely on himself. Seeing Bai Feng's actions, Guanshan nodded. This little brother was quite responsible. Guanshan stepped onto the rooftop. The few people present were instantly gripped by tension. After all, a man covered in blood, holding an iron sword with the blood on his body not yet dry, was looking at them with a murderous aura. Anyone would feel nervous. Although Guanshan had tried his best to appear friendly, having just finished killing zombies, he still looked like a demon in the eyes of others. A large group of people had gathered on the rooftop. Among them were 4 teachers, and the remaining 20 or 30 were students, both male and female. Suddenly, a man who looked exactly like a math teacher stepped out from the crowd. He had a receding hairline, wore a striped plaid shirt and black slippers, his keys jingled as he walked, and he wore thick spectacle lenses. When looking at people, he liked to lower his head and slide his glasses down, but when looking at test papers, he liked to hold them at a distance and tilt his head back. His math teacher was just like that. "Hello, I am the math teacher here, Teacher Zheng Suecheng." "Hello, I am Guan Shen." "Hello, Mr. Guan, this iron sword in your hand is..." Teacher Zheng Xuesheng looked the iron sword in Guan Shan's hand, hesitating to speak. Even though this young man was covered in blood, the iron sword, which appeared to have incredible sharpness, was completely free of blood, as if it had just been forged. Moreover, he was inwardly puzzled. Such an item was undoubtedly a controlled weapon. How could this young man have obtained it so quickly? Thinking of this, Teacher Zheng Xuesheng felt a bit of regret. If they had these things, more of them could have survived at least 50 or 60 more people. Many people had avoided the water source but lost their lives after being caught zombies. I made this myself. It didn't scare you, did it? Guanshan smiled and prepared to put the iron sword away. As soon as he picked it up, his eyes glazed over for a moment. He saw several prompts appear on the iron sword. Sharpness, level 50 experience points. Sweeping edge, level 50 experience points. Smite, level 50 experience points. Bane of arthropods, level 50 experience points. A fire aspect, level 50 experience points. Unbreaking, level 50 experience points. Prompt boxes appeared around the iron sword, floating with his perspective. It seemed that as long as Guanshan willed it, he could enchant the iron sword at any time. After reviewing them all, Guanshan roughly understood. These things required his own experience points to enchant. He figured they could be upgraded later, but that would require more experience points. After a little thought, he ruled out the Bane of Arthropods enchantment. After all, the things it could deal with were truly limited. It was bottom tier. What was currently beneficial to him was nothing more than sweeping edge, a smite, and sharpness. Unbreaking and fire aspect were just nice-to-haves. They could be useful, but weren't necessary. Sweeping edge could improve his monster grinding efficiency. When he swung his sword, he could already hit 4 or 5, but if he added sweeping edge, it would become like mowing grass. A smite was also undoubtedly T1. In this world where zombies ran rampant, a smite was definitely the right specialty. Zombies should be about the same as zombies, right? Sharpness was a versatile attribute. Adding attack power was always correct, and it would hurt whoever he hit. I'll go with a smite. After a little thought, Guanshan felt that a smite was better. Efficiency was just a matter of speed. If he had more experience points in the future, he could choose again, but now that things weren't completely stable, he clearly needed the stronger smite. Sharpness was certainly good, versatile, and had stronger general applicability. It hurt whoever you hit, but it wasn't as specialized. Moreover, when it came to dealing with zombies, the boost from smite was stronger. His main target right now was the zombie population. After thinking it over, Guanshan immediately chose a smite. Immediately after, his level dropped to 0, and a few large characters appeared on the iron sword. Smite Guanshan felt that the iron sword in his hand had become stronger. Looking at the iron sword in his hand, Guanshan suddenly felt a sense of affection for it, and touched it tenderly. When it was just an ordinary, plain iron sword, he naturally didn't feel bad using it. But now that there was a sunk cost, he immediately felt protective of it. Guanshan immediately decided to forge another iron sword. He would use the ordinary iron sword for normal zombies, and the enchanted iron sword for mutant zombies. Along with the draining of his experience, his body didn't change much. Previously, as his experience points increased, his physical fitness would also strengthen. Guanshan had assumed this was brought about by the experience point bonus. But now he discovered that after his experience points were drained, he was still the same as usual, with no significant change. Could it be that experience points just make me adapt better rather than providing a bonus? Or perhaps this was my power all along, just given to me in batches? Guanshan thought about it and felt that was probably close to the truth. This iron sword is really nice. Soon, his attention was drawn back to the iron sword. At this moment, teacher Zhang Xuecheng and the others were looking at Guan Shan with extreme shock. What on earth is this guy doing? He's covered in blood, and he seemed like someone you could communicate with. But after a few words, he ignored them, then started stroking his long sword with an expression as if he were looking at a lover. He's just like a pervert. Could they have run into some kind of psychopathic killer? Thinking of this, teacher Zhang Xuecheng looked at Su Wenhao. They shouldn't have just escaped the tiger's den only to enter a wolf's den. Su Wenhao, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. What was going on? He walked forward and tentatively asked, "Big brother Guan?" As he spoke, he heaved his hand in front of Guan Shan. "What's wrong?" Guan Shan immediately came to his senses and gave a light cough. The joy he had felt just now was truly overwhelming, which was why he had lost his composure in front of everyone. "Oh, it's nothing." Su Wenhao felt relieved, fearing that Big Brother Guan had been hit in the head during his battle with the zombies. "All right, if there are no problems, let's go. The vehicle still has enough room." Guan Shan looked at the people here, 20 or 30 of them. They could still fit in the vehicle if they squeezed in. Once these people returned, they would become population resources. The more people there were, the higher the productivity. Guan Shan believed that to defeat the zombies and rebuild civilization, they still needed more people. And at this moment, just as Guan Shan was thinking, a shrill scream came from the stairwell. "Ghost!" Guan Shan's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that the only person in the stairwell was Bai Feng. Could it be that a zombie has snuck in? After seeing Guan Shan go up, Bai Feng also intended to follow along. He planned to show off a little in front of others and act cool. Just as he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a small black object out of the corner of his eye. Looking down, he saw a pitch-black child, the size of an infant, wearing no clothes. At this moment, the little creature was crawling up the stairs, one step at a time, using both its hands and feet. When Bai Feng looked down, their eyes met. Bai Feng's hair stood on end. He was practically bristling. "What is this thing? So eerie?" When the little saw Bai Feng, a hint of a smile flashed in the corner of its eyes. It opened its small mouth and spat out two poorly enunciated words. "Mama." The instant he heard it, Bai Feng's eyes glazed over, and he unconsciously lost consciousness. Only a short while later, when he regained consciousness, the child had already crawled right in front of him, only 2 meters away. "Ghost!" Bai Feng was truly terrified to the point of pissing himself. After all, a normal, ordinary zombie would be one thing, but to have one capable of mental attacks. Who could withstand that? "Oh no! Bai Feng is in danger." The moment he heard the scream, Guan Shan immediately rushed over, turning into an afterimage, his speed almost staggering to behold. Teacher Zhang Xuecheng, who was beside him, couldn't understand it. Could human speed really be this fast? Upon reaching the stairwell, Guan Shan saw Bai Feng kick the ghost infant. With a powerful volley, Bai Feng, in his terror, unleashed his strongest move, the soccer kick. When his foot connected with the zombie's head, Bai Feng only felt like he was kicking a rotten pumpkin. There was no sensation of it being human at all. After being kicked away, the zombie child tumbled a few times and fell down. "Mama!" Just at that moment, the child opened its mouth again, and a sound like a demonic screech assaulted them once more. "Not good. Cover your ears." Guan Shan shouted and immediately covered his own ears. Before this, he had never seen such a sinister thing. Almost the very first moment he saw it, fear had taken root in his heart. The ghost infant's voice was like weeping and pleading, lingering and endless. filling the entire stairwell with its sound. As a sharp sound erupted, the surrounding air seemed to ripple like a physical substance, with visible sound waves spreading outwards at an extremely rapid speed. Ah! It hurts so much. Bai Feng let out a painful wail, attracting Guanshan's attention. When he looked over, he discovered that Bai Feng's mouth and nose were bleeding, looking terrifying. He instinctively touched himself, and looking down, saw there was no blood on his hands. Instead, on his status bar, a layer of negative debuffs was rapidly stacking up. Fear, 90s confusion, 60s, and accompanied by the ghost infants. His HP was also gradually decreasing. Damn it! Can't let it keep screaming. Guanshan squinted at the ghost infant. The little creature was shrouded in black energy and looked so horrifying that one just wanted to kick it to death upon seeing it. It tilted its head high, tears welling in its eyes and sliding down one by one, while it shrieked the top of its lungs. Stop screaming! Guanshan grabbed the pickaxe from his status bar and threw it straight out. After spinning through the air for a distance, it struck the creature directly on the head. One side of the pickaxe sank deep into its head, causing black blood to flow out. As this black blood landed on the floor, it made a sizzling sound, and a puff of steam rose from the ground. What happened? At this moment, the others finally arrived late, and looking at the ghost infant downstairs, they all gaped in shock. You guys go back first. Guanshan waved his hand, wanting Bai Feng to drive them away. After all, having too many people here was not a good thing. Turning his head, he saw Bai Feng standing blankly in place, blood covering half his face, looking like an idiot. Slap! In his urgency, Shan slapped him across the face, and Bai Feng immediately sobered up. I'm not your mom. Your mom isn't me. The just awakened Bai Feng shouted loudly, his expression still filled with terror. Make them leave. Guanshan roared. Bai Feng also fully recovered, and trembling, he grabbed his steel pipe and ran towards the back. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Bai Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and poked his head out to observe the battle. The others were also practically scared silly, having never seen such an eerie thing before. What's going on? How did you become its mom? Yang Haosheng grabbed Bai Feng's arm and asked hurriedly. I don't know either. Who its mom is has nothing to do with me. While the two were talking, the voice of the ghost infant came from down the stairwell again. Yang Haosheng and the others could only cover their ears, huddle and squat on the ground, trying to stay as far away as possible. Wang Yongqi also arrived beside the two at this time, his sturdy physique and dark complexion revealing a sense of ruthlessness. He was the brother Wang that Yang Haosheng and the others spoke of, the leader of the school hooligans. Relying on his 1.8-meter frame and the habit of frequently practicing basketball, no one in the school dared to provoke him. His most ruthless feat was cracking someone's head open with a brick. After that battle, his name spread throughout the school. What the hell is going on? Wang Yongqi asked in a low voice. If you want to ask, go ask yourself, don't drag me into it. Bai Feng didn't want to deal with this guy at all and turned to leave. He hadn't expected this guy to actually survive. In Bai Feng's opinion, the best ending for this annoying guy was to turn into a zombie. Seeing that Bai Feng and the others didn't respond, Wang Yongqi instinctively wanted to clench his fists. But when he saw the steel pipe in Bai Feng's hand, he didn't speak again. At the stairwell, after being hit by the pickaxe, the ghost infant was practically crying as it tried to pry the object out of its head with its two small hands, but its strength was too weak, and it really couldn't it out. Just when Guanshan was feeling relieved, the ghost infant's mouth suddenly widened, and a cyan-purple hand reached out from the middle. In Guanshan's shocked gaze, it slowly gripped the pickaxe and then pulled it out with a sudden jerk. Subsequently, as the ghost infant's mouth continued to widen, a female zombie crawled out of its mouth, using her hands and feet. However, her head was already tattered and torn, constantly emitting a foul stench. Isn't this the zombie that Bai Feng blew apart? So she was this ghost infant's mom. Bai Feng must have gotten her sent to him, which is why he was mistaken for its mom. After the female came out, the ghost int immediately cried even louder, just like a bullied child crying as it went home to find its mom. The female zombie immediately squatted down and reached out a hand to the ghost infant. Immediately, the ghost infant began to chew greedily, making crunching sounds that were bone-chilling. As the ghost infant ate the female zombie's arm, the injury on its head truly began to heal. Didn't expect another zombie to appear. And it looks like it's a blood bag for the ghost infant. You remember the site domain? Go to Taiwan Novels for a complete collection. While the ghost infant was feasting, Guanshan wasn't just standing around. For a psychic-type zombie like this, if you can't run, you have to close the distance to fight. Right now, with the rooftop behind him, there was almost nowhere to retreat. Although he could rely on a water bucket clutch to escape, the other 20 or 30 people didn't have that capability. Once caught by the ghost infant, they would either be cried to death or become human projectiles, leaping from the high building and falling to their deaths. Just then, seeing the ghost infant let its guard down, Guanshan's son suddenly leaped high into the air. He thrust the enchanted iron sword in his hand fiercely into the ghost infant's mouth. Guanshan pinned the ghost infant down with his body, gripped the hilt, and once he confirmed it had pierced into the ghost infant's mouth, he exerted all his strength. The ghost infant's two fleshy hands tried to push away the iron sword, but how could it compare to Guanshan, who was currently imbued with godlike strength? Nearby, the female zombie, seeing the ghost infant being beaten by Guanshan, became agitated and lunged at him. Unfortunately, she only had one usable hand. Her head had been blown apart by Bai Feng and hadn't healed yet, and her other hand had been chewed off by the ghost infant. Under Guanshan's gaze, the ghost infant's body was rapidly regenerating, making a hissing sound where it touched the sword blade. Clearly, the smite enchantment he had just applied was dealing massive damage to these creatures. While he was suppressing it with all his might, another female zombie had already charged in front of Guanshan. Scram! Guanshan held the hilt down, performed a kip-up, and suddenly rose to kick the female zombie. The tremendous force struck her abdomen, sending her flying, her body tumbling down the stairs like a rag doll. After twitching a few times, she stopped moving completely. In the stairwell, Wang Yongqi, who had witnessed this scene, felt his fear subside slightly. His eyes locked on to that female zombie. If he wasn't mistaken, that was his ex-girlfriend. Because Wang Yongqi was the captain of the basketball team. He was very tall and muscular. From every angle, he had a body radiating masculinity. During one of his basketball games, he caught a glimpse of this girl, Li Yu. Although she was just a plain, dowdy girl at the time, Wang Yongqi, relying on his experience, quickly realized that this girl named Li Yu had a great bite, definitely the kind with curves in all the right. It was absolutely the best body among all the ones he had played with. With that thought in mind, Wang Yongqi quickly launched his offensive, and the young Li Yu soon fell in love. Once they established a relationship, things heated up quickly, and finally, after a month, Wang Yongqi successfully had his way with her. Li Yu had hoped they could start a sweet love story. But after 2 months of dating, Wang Yongqi proposed a breakup because he had already had enough. Although Li Yu had a great body, her face was lacking, and her skin wasn't fair enough. Most importantly, Li Yu was often too inhibited, which Wang Yongqi found very disappointing. No matter how many times he tried, Liu would always just blush and refuse to try more positions, and was very boring in bed. Precisely because of this, Wang Yongqi decisively broke up with Liu, though Liu refused to give up at the time. But then, seeing Wang Yongqi tangled up in bed with some flashy girl, Liu felt like she had been struck by a heavy blow, and she became listless. Afterward, Liu returned to campus with a dead heart, always alone, never regaining her former vitality, and even distancing herself from her friends one by one. Finally dead, Wang Yongqi clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, he was scared when Liu appeared. Although she had no head, he could accurately identify her by that school uniform. What he couldn't figure out was why a child had appeared. He felt no pity for the child. His heart was filled only with the joy of surviving the ordeal. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, in the stairwell, as Guanshan gripped the hilt tightly and stood up, using his body to drive the blade, he sliced the ghost infant in two. After confirming the ghost infant was dead, Guanshan let out a long sigh of relief. His health points were now running low. He was practically in a critical state. He took out some bread to quickly restore his depleted hunger bar, and even after it was full, kept eating. Watching his health replenish bit by bit, he finally felt a sense of security. If another mutant zombie had appeared just then, Guanshan would have had no choice but to take everyone and escape. After being sliced in two, the ghost infant let out a shrill scream, then dissipated into a wisp of smoke, leaving only colorful experience orbs behind. After a large amount of experience points flooded into his body, Guanshan suddenly realized that his level had reached 36. Current level, 36. I didn't expect a ghost infant to give so much experience. After a brief exclamation, he began to check his status bar, wanting to see the energy gel that the ghost infant had dropped. Why isn't it here? He saw that his status bar, aside from the items he had put in earlier, showed no sign of any energy gel. Just as he was surprised, a voice came from behind him. What's not there? Without him noticing, Wang Yongqi had arrived behind Guanshan, reached out, and familiarly placed a hand on Guanshan's shoulder, feigning a very eager attitude. Who are you? Guanshan frowned, slapped the arm off his shoulder, and looked at the dark-skinned man in front of him with guarded eyes. After his hand was slapped away, Wang Yongqi's expression changed, but he didn't lash out, because he knew that the person in front of him could kill him at any moment if he wanted to. Leave this one to me. Wang Yongqi pointed at the female zombie and said, You? Can you handle it? Wang Yongqi walked up to the female zombie, and seeing her currently embedded deep into the wall, he couldn't help but feel a deep fear of Guanshan's strength. Just as Guanshan was puzzled, he saw Wang Yongqi reach out. With a breath, the skin on his forearm and fist turned the color of iron, looking indestructible. Immediately after, he threw a punch, ending the female zombie's life on the spot. After doing all this, Wang Yongqi finally felt truly at ease. Only by destroying the evidence could he truly cover it up. How about that? My strength isn't bad either, right? Looking his handiwork, Wang Yongqi relaxed, whistled at Guanshan, and raised an eyebrow watching Wang Yongqi approach. Guanshan didn't know why, but he felt a sense of disgust toward this person. At the same time, he pulled back slightly and said in a deep voice, So, you are an ability user too? What is your purpose in revealing this? Watching Guanshan's vigilant gaze scanning him up and down, Wang Yongqi's lips curved slightly upward, and he spread his hands, smiling. It's nothing. I just thought that more strength means more security. You must be an ability user too, otherwise you wouldn't be able to defeat these zombies. My name is Wang Yongqi, what about you? As he spoke, he moved closer and said to Guanshan, I want to know what can enhance one's ability. My strength is still too weak right now. Compared to yours, my ability is like heaven and earth. Looking at Wang Yongqi's enthusiastic gaze, while he also extended his hand to show friendliness, Guanshan just frowned slightly. My name is Guanshan. I don't know how to become stronger. I have always become stronger during the process of fighting. Also, if you approach without my permission next time, I will treat you as an attack target. Hearing Guanshan's words, Wang Yongqi's mouth twitched. A surge of violent emotion rose in his heart, and he wanted to kill him right then and there. But he wasn't sure how much strength Guanshan still had left, especially that iron sword, which was shimmering with cold light and was incredibly sharp. Wang Yongqi narrowed his eyes and sized him up for a moment, feeling that this guy named Guanshan's ability must be his iron sword. He had seen it clearly just now. This iron sword could be said to have played a huge role, almost like a divine artifact acting as a stabilizing force. Brother Guan, you finally won. From behind the door, Bai Feng finally ran over. When he saw Wang Yongqi, his expression shifted from respectful to disdainful. You Wang, what kind of evil schemes are you plotting again? Wang Yongqi only gave a contemptuous smile at this, not caring at all about trash like Bai Feng. In his view, he had already become an ability user, and he was no longer the same species as these ordinary humans. Only he and Guanshan were the same kind, and the only ones qualified to speak to him. Wang Yongqi's hand was still suspended in midair, making a half-clenched gesture, and he said to Guanshan, "Not going to shake my hand? Isn't it inappropriate to be so disrespectful?" Hearing the tone of Wang Yongqi, Guanshan suddenly felt his disgust for him rise another notch. I don't want to shake hands in a place like this with someone who hasn't bathed in days and might have used his own hand to touch his little chick. After Guanshan finished speaking, he intended to leave. Besides, I don't think you have any face to give. Hearing Guanshan's words, the veins on Wang Yongqi's forehead bulged. He wanted to make a move, but didn't dare. Well said. Brother Guan, you are my god. Hearing this, Bai Feng laughed out loud. After mocking Wang Yongqi, he went back to call the others to leave together. Guanshan walked a few steps, and when passing by the female zombie, he suddenly caught sight of an object out of the corner of his eye. He saw that on her abdomen there was a fleshy orb slowly heaving, almost the same size as the thing that dropped from the Liangzi zombie he had fought. Guanshan was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out the fleshy orb from inside and tucked it directly into his chest pocket. What is that thing? Wang Yongqi also saw this scene. As soon as that fleshy orb came out, his throat involuntarily loped. He had only one thought at that moment: to obtain this fleshy orb, and then eat it. Seeing Guanshan take the fleshy orb away, Wang Yongqi got anxious and went up to press down on Guanshan's arm. Let me see it. Guanshan, whose arm was suddenly pressed, had a cold look in his eyes. He had just said that no one was to approach without permission, but now it seemed that his words had been treated as wind in the ears. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Guanshan turned his head and looked at Wang Yongqi with a cold gaze. However, in Wang Yongqi's eyes there was only greed. His gaze was fixed tightly on that fleshy orb. His impatient appearance was just like a drug addict. Let me see. Wang Yongqi spoke again, but this time he was met with a heavy punch. A fist carrying the sound of breaking wind suddenly expanded in his pupils at an extremely fast speed, until it occupied his entire eye. Oh no! Wang Yongqi broke out in a cold on his back, and only then did he suddenly come to his senses. But at this moment, he still didn't have much fear. After all, in his view, both of them were ability users, and the difference couldn't be that great. However, the next scene made him harshly realize the reality. Caught off guard, Wang Yongqi had no choice but to brace himself with both hands to defend. At the same time, he quickly activated his own ability. With just a thought, he saw his skin like steel, with a faint luster passing over it, as if it were indestructible. For being so arrogant, today I must ruthlessly slap your face. Looking at the fidges away, a trace of sinister malice appeared on Wang Yongqi's face. Crack! However, as soon as the two made contact, the expression on Wang Yongqi's face froze. The huge force transmitted to his arm, and the incredibly clear pain transmitted to his brain. Both told him with absolute clarity what a stupid thing he had done. He saw that his seemingly indestructible skin, at the very moment it made contact with Guanshan's fist, quickly crumbled and shattered inch by inch, and the skin hidden underneath was torn and mangled. Accompanied by the impact of the remaining force, even his bones emitted a crisp wailing sound. Subsequently, he discovered that his body was flying backward almost uncontrollably, becoming completely unresponsive, until finally, he slammed heavily into a wall and stopped. His body gradually slid down from the wall and fell to the ground. He stared with almost vacant eyes, seeming somewhat unable to believe it. The scene just now had directly shattered the faint sense of superiority and vanity in his heart. Was he actually so vulnerable? To the point of being beaten like this by a single punch? He tried to lift his hands, but found he couldn't do it at all. In his eyes, which were filled with a bit of terror, Guanshan walked over again. Don't. Wang Yongqi opened his mouth tremblingly, but the sense of fear seemed to choke his throat, and he was unable to utter a complete sentence. As Guanshan approached, his gaze, looking down from above, was like looking at an insect. Guanshan reached out, grabbed his directly, and lifted him to his own eye level. Do you understand what I said earlier now? Hearing those words that did not contain a single trace of emotion, Wang Yongqi finally realized the reality and nodded tremblingly. I understand. Until this moment, Wang Yongqi only then saw the group of people behind Guanshan clearly. His classmates and teachers were all behind Guanshan, and they had all seen his miserable scene clearly. As Guanshan let go of his hand, Wang Yongqi fell to the ground again. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with violent rage, and his fists were clenched tightly. I will definitely kill you, he silently vowed in his heart. At this moment, the people in the school looked at Wang Yongqi, who was usually so arrogant and domineering, in such a pathetic state, slumped on the ground like a dog, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Among them, some people had a gleam of satisfaction in their eyes, seemingly gloating over his misfortune. This thing is not something you can covet. You had better put away your little schemes. Watching Wang Yongqi with his head bowed, a flash of coldness crossed Guanshan's eyes as he spoke. Understood, Wang Yongqi said with his head bowed. His expression couldn't be seen, but his voice sounded as if he were completely convinced and had submitted entirely. Guanshan didn't want to probe too much. To him, it didn't matter how Wang Yongqi viewed him, as long as he could be used. The most crucial thing was that this was the second ability user he had discovered, and perhaps he could make some contributions to the safe zone. In any case, he was always stronger than the average person. Guanshan didn't care about his emotions because, in his view, Wang Yongqi was simply too weak, and there was no need to take action against him. How would a lion worry about a rabbit? However, if this rabbit were to jump around in front of him one more time, he would kill him without mercy, leaving no room for anything else. It could be said that if Wang Yongqi hadn't shown his value, he would have already been dead. The only reason he hadn't killed him now was just to make him recognize reality and work for him. But now, looking at Wang Yongqi, who seemed to have submitted, Guanshan decided to give a little verbal reward. After all, to take someone in as a dog, just beating them blindly wouldn't work. One also needed to give some dog food as a reward, using both kindness and severity. Of course, if you can make contributions, then I wouldn't mind considering giving you a reward, like the thing from just now. Hearing this, Wang Yongyi finally raised his head. As Guanshan looked over, it seemed the resentment from just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. Wang Yongyi raised his head, hiding all his previous emotions deep in his eyes, and put on a grateful expression. "Thank you, brother." Saying this, Wang Yongyi nodded like a pug. Watching this scene, Guanshan's vigilance toward this person increased a notch. This ability to endure humiliation like this made it hard for him to tell if it was real or fake. What if this Wang Yongyi before him was just a complete lowlife who would just submit once beaten? Most people, when beaten, would swallow their anger, forget it as time passed, and convert their initial hatred into fear. In the end, people who endure hardships for the sake of revenge are, after all, a minority. However, he didn't know what kind of person Wang Yongyi was, nor did he know his character traits. He should find Bai Feng later to find out. One couldn't rule out the possibility that he would Gu Qian. But, as it stood now, Wang Yongyi's expression looked like he had truly submitted. Guanshan didn't want to think too much. After all, Wang Yongyi was just a small character, not worth spending too much mental effort on. If he was a good dog, then he would take him in. If he was a bad dog, then he would kill him. I am very pleased that you can realize this. After saying that, Guanshan walked downstairs. Watching Guanshan's departing back, endless rage surged in the depths of Wang Yongyi's heart. He was not some lowly dog that would yield and obey just because he was beaten. He was Wang Yongyi. One day, I will make you kneel at my feet well. Wang Yongyi roared in his heart. It was just a pity that he didn't even dare to shout it out loud now. Footsteps gradually approached, sounding very chaotic. Teacher Zeng swang by him. Looking at the student who was usually idle and only focused on making trouble, he sighed deeply. Wang Yongyi, it's not that I, as your teacher, want to lecture you. But now that we've encountered such a major catastrophe, it's good enough to be alive. Don't think about those pointless things. At this moment, these people still didn't know that Wang Yongyi was also an ability user. Because Guanshan dealt with it so quickly, they had only seen Wang Yongyi seemingly come into conflict with Guanshan and then get punched into the wall. There was no difference from an ordinary person. Wang Yongyi bowed his head, responding with silence. At this, teacher Suecheng shook his head and sighed, escorting the students downstairs. At the end of the group, Yang Haosheng and Bai Feng finally arrived late. As soon as the two saw Wang Yongyi's state, they immediately beamed with joy. First, Yang Haosheng stepped forward, grinning with a mouthful of teeth. "Yo, isn't this Brother Wang? Why are you in such a pathetic state?" Bai Feng also laughed. He just didn't know what was good for him, provoking Big Brother Guan, forgetting what of thing he is. Because of the conflict they had with Wang Yongyi before, their relationship with him could be described as irreconcilable. A few days ago, when Wang Yongyi was playing on the court, he knocked down Su Wenhao. When Bai Feng and the others saw it, they intended to seek justice and demand an apology. Although they had known Wang Yongyi's infamous reputation for a long time, their brother had been beaten. Could just act like cowards? That would be inhuman. However, at that time, Wang Yongyi had absolutely no attitude of apology and instead felt that Su Wenhao was blind for coming near the court. "This is near the court? Are you blind? This is a concrete road?" Yang Haocheng was immediately enraged. Being straightforward since he was young, he started retorting angrily. Yang Haocheng had always been the type to match the quality of others strong against strong, and weak against the weak. Now, encountering a low-quality player like Wang Yongyi, he didn't need to hold back. It was just a pity that the vocabulary he had accumulated through the game League of Legends had only allowed him to say one sentence before he was slapped. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Yang Haocheng was enraged on the spot and immediately retaliated. Afterward, Bai Feng also rushed up, but because they couldn't win, the two were beaten up severely. At the time, Wang Yongqi was slapping them while asking if they were convinced. Both of them were tough back then and insisted they were not. Among them, Yang Haocheng was brave enough. He slammed his head into Wang Yongqi, making Wang Yongqi see stars. The two immediately started wrestling together. This conflict didn't stop until someone shouted that the teacher was coming. Over the past 2 days, Bai Feng, Yang Haocheng, and the others had been discussing how to set a trap for Wang Yongqi to beat him back hard. But they didn't expect to encounter the zombie outbreak. Now that there was an opportunity, the two wanted to mock him fiercely and rub it in. "I'm dying of laughter." "Forget it, let's go." Bai Feng laughed very loudly and then left with Yang Haocheng. Watching their departing backs, Wang Yongqi finally struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, every part of his body was in pain, as if it were about to split open. Ever since he awakened his superpower, his body had been different from ordinary people. His recovery speed and resistance to blows were far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet now, just a simple punch had almost knocked him unconscious on the spot. He stood up shakily, leaned his waist against the handrail, and trembled as he went down the stairs. As he walked, he endured the pain in his body and slowly went downstairs. On the way, not a single person he encountered went to help him. Instead, they avoided him in fear. Arriving at the dormitory building, Guan Shun finally looked at the two teachers at the front and asked, "Teacher Zhang, there's no one else, right?" "No one else." Teacher Zhang Xuesheng shook his head bitterly, revealing a trace of sorrow. In such a large school, only these 20 or 30 people remained. "And who is this?" Guan Shan looked at the person standing to the side who looked just like an English teacher. "This is the English teacher, Zhang Lixia." As expected. Guan Shan nodded silently. His intuition was surprisingly accurate, perhaps due to professional habit. This English teacher before him still had a portable voice amplifier strapped to her waist, wore a standard, drab floral dress, and had a pair of thick pink glasses on. "Since that's the case, let's get on the vehicle. Bai Feng, you guide the front. As for you all, just sit in the cargo area. I apologize for the inconvenience, but there's still plenty of space in the back." When they were at the supermarket earlier, the vehicle was only half loaded, so there was still plenty of empty space left. Packing 20 or 30 people in shouldn't be a problem if they squeeze together. It's no inconvenience. At a time like this, what is there to be picky about? Teacher Zhang Xuesheng shook his head with a bitter smile and led the others onto the vehicle. The looks these people gave Guan Shan were filled with surprise and envy, but mostly gratitude. After getting on the vehicle with the others, Guan Shan chatted with Bai Feng about Wang Yongqi. "I only know that his style of doing things is overbearing. He has had conflicts with others before, but without exception, he always won in the end," Bai Feng said. "That's right. This guy looks reckless, but he's actually meticulous. He's like a viper. You must be careful with him," Su Wenhao also chimed in. Yang Haocheng agreed deeply and made a direct suggestion. "In my opinion, this Wang Yongqi is a ticking time bomb. We might as well just drive away and leave him here." Guanshan pondered for a moment and said, "It might surprise you, but he is an ability user. With him alone, he can equal more than 10 people. Although he's disobedient, we have no other choice right now." "An ability user? Like you, big brother Guan?" The three of them were shocked. Yang Haocheng even showed strong resentment. If someone like you, Big Brother Guan, becomes an ability user, I have nothing to say. But that Wang Yongqi, a dog-like person, he simply doesn't deserve it. Bai Feng also asked, Big Brother Guan, what exactly does it take to become an ability user like you? I don't know either. I just suddenly became one. Guan Shan didn't know if he could even be counted as an ability user. This might be related to some sort of incident. Zwenhao said, when I was gathering intelligence earlier, I learned that Wang Yongqi seemed to have had a high fever a day ago. Since then, he has been hiding in a place by himself, not knowing what he was doing. Now it seems he was likely testing his abilities, Su Wenhao added. Damn it! Yang Haocheng scratched his head in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Bai Feng was also silent for a moment before saying, since that's the case, let's take him in. He will ultimately be useful to Big Brother Guan's safe zone, at least more than us. Su Wenhao also spoke up. But don't worry, Big Brother Guan, we will keep an eye on him. If he makes any suspicious moves, we will tell you immediately. Looking at the three of them, Guan Shan couldn't help but feel that his previous decision was correct. The three people before him had different abilities, but in terms of mindset, they were absolutely top-tier choices. Being able to put aside their prejudices to make such a decision, while still being cautious and guarding against this hidden bomb, was undoubtedly the best choice for now. Their strength was currently far too weak. Even if they brought back these 20 or 30 people, there would only be about 40 people in the safe zone in total. What could 40 people do? It was just the number of students in an elementary school class. What they could accomplish was truly limited. And Wang Yongqi, an ability user, was undoubtedly a powerful thug. Even if he were to rebel in a few days, at the very least, he could do some work in the meantime, right? Guan Shan had always been the type to pluck a feather from every passing goose. Facing an ability user like Wang Yongqi, he had to squeeze every drop of value out of him, treating him like a beast of burden to be worked to the bone. If his attitude had been gentle, perhaps he would have gone easier on him. But now that the two were at the breaking point, there was no need to be polite. He would just let him handle any dangerous tasks. Furthermore, Guan Shan would keep a constant eye on him and would decisively kill him at the first sign of trouble. That's what I wanted to say too. If he makes any suspicious moves, I will kill him without a moment's hesitation. After Guan Shan finished speaking, he looked at Yang Haocheng, who was holding back his frustration, and said, You don't need to be envious. If I discover a way to awaken superpowers in the future, I will definitely make sure you all awaken as well. Guan Shan felt that the three people before him had great potential. Although Yang Haocheng was a bit reckless, he definitely had enough courage. Sometimes, recklessness was closer to bravery than cowardice. At the very least, he had the courage to resist. Su Wenhao was more steady. He liked to consider the cause and effect of things and thought more deeply, though his moral compass was a bit higher. Bai Feng was somewhere between the two. He could fight when needed and could also resort to underhanded tactics. His moral compass was lower than Su Wenhao's, not to the point of being unscrupulous to achieve his goals. Thank you so much, Brother Guan. You're practically my own brother. No, you're my own father. Yang Haocheng was suddenly stunned by this huge surprise and was overjoyed. If the current situation and space allowed, he would even want to hug Guan Shan's leg to express his gratitude to his heart's content. Forget about the father part, I'm not that old. Guan Shan shook his head. Besides, he was destined to have a child of his own. If he had a child and then discovered he already had a son this big, what would he think? While they were chatting, Wang Yongqi finally limped down. His two arms hung down listlessly like the tail of a vervet monkey, swinging limply in mid-air. Seeing Wang Yongqi come out, Yang Haocheng snorted coldly and reached out to close the window for Su Wenhao. Su Wenhao couldn't help but laugh or cry and could only shake his head. Limping along, Wang Yi finally arrived at the vehicle. But looking at the high cargo bed, he could only show a bitter expression. "Can you help me?" In the cargo area, everyone had cold faces. Almost no one was willing to help him. As his classmates naturally knew what kind of dog-like character Wang Yongqi had, it was truly a blind eye from the heavens that such a person hadn't been bitten to death by zombies. Among them, one female classmate glanced at him with disgust. She was a former classmate of Li Yu and naturally gritted her teeth, with hatred for someone like Wang Yongqi. With no other choice, Wang Yongqi had to try to push himself up with his legs and crawl onto the cargo bed with his upper body. But after several times in a row, he couldn't climb up. In the end, it was teacher Zheng Xuecheng who saw how pathetic he was and pulled him up. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Yongqi smiled as Wang Yongqi boarded the vehicle. Everyone consciously kept their distance from him, almost sitting in a circle around him. Teacher Zheng Xuecheng had originally wanted to change seats too, but seeing this, he could only offer an awkward smile and decided it was fine to just sit next to Wang Yongqi. Seeing this, Wang Yongqi wore a look of gratitude, as if he had truly repented, and said to teacher Zheng Xuecheng, "Thank you so much, teacher. I really regret not listening to your lessons properly in the past." "It's all in the past. It's all in the past." Teacher Zheng Xuecheng offered a few words of comfort. Sitting inside the vehicle, accompanied by a jolt, the car started up and swayed as it drove down the road. In the vehicle, everyone was chatting idly. A moment ago, Su Wenhao had already described the situation at Guanshan's safe zone. There was water and electricity, everyone could have sufficient food, and there were even private rooms. The group of students was suddenly filled with anticipation. They hadn't had water for too long. Their throats were so parched they felt like they were smoking. In the driver's cab, Bai Feng, Yang Haocheng, and the others were also looking forward to seeing the safe zone. After all, with someone as strong as Big Brother Guan, the quality of the safe zone certainly couldn't be low, right? Big Brother Guan, is that your safe zone? Finally, Yang Haocheng saw the safe zone that Guanshan had mentioned and immediately spoke up with excitement. "Mim." Having received a response, Yang Haocheng became even more excited. Looking at the group of people outside, he spoke again, "Big Brother Guan, people inside have all come out to welcome you. You really have a lot of prestige. Big Brother Guan, will we be able to eat lots of good things later?" At the thought of the happy life that awaited him, Yang Haocheng started to drool. However, after he had spoken to himself for several sentences, he still received no response. "Big Brother Guan, why aren't you saying anything? Big Brother Guan, why do they seem so unfriendly?" By this time, Su Wenhao also realized something was wrong because the group of people before them, 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all looked imposing as they stood outside the perimeter wall. Inside the wall, Yu Dehai and his group were confronting them. Wen Wan looked at these people with a solemn expression, while Jiang Yanyan's face had gone slightly pale. Needless to say, Lu Chuan was holding a stick he'd picked up from somewhere, trembling so much he could barely stand. At the same time, this group of people, Guanshan's vehicle, and some of them looked over in their direction. They made no move to step aside, instead looking at them with the feeling of someone eyeing their prey. "Because I don't know these people at all. They're here to cause trouble." As he arrived in front of the group, Guanshan turned off the engine, shifted into neutral, pulled the handbrake, and jumped straight out of the car. Guanshan strode forward quickly, walking directly up to the 5 people in front of him. The 5 of them noticed Guanshan approaching and turned around. The leader was exceptionally tall, resembling a giant bear, estimated to be around 3 meters in height. He was truly terrifying, with a build that could only be described as having the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and he watched Guanshan with a smile on his lips. It was the look one gives to the weak, a condescending gaze that made him feel very uncomfortable. In their center stood a man and a woman. The man had long hair tied back behind his head, not in a braid, but gathered in a way that kept it from falling loose. Although his hair was messy, it had a certain chaotic beauty to it. The woman was very beautiful, her straight, fair legs exposed without reservation. She wore a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and black high boots, and was currently looking down at Guanshan with a haughty expression. Behind them, 2 people seemed to be saying something to those inside, but Yu Dahai just shook his head, only breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Guanshan arrive. These final 2 people also noticed Guanshan's approach and looked at him with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. They looked identical and were likely twins. One could only identify them by their clothing. "Little brother, you're from here, right? Do us a favor and tell them to let us in." The leader walked up and placed a hand on Guanshan's shoulder. With just that one hand, he could easily have crushed Guanshan's head. Guanshan looked at the hand on his shoulder, scanned the group calmly, then indifferently swatted Xiong Yan's hand away. Xiong's gaze narrowed. He hadn't expected Guanshan to have such strength. His superpower was to enlarge his body, similar to the multi-size technique used by the Akimimi clan in Naruto. After the corresponding body part enlarged, his strength would increase as well. Ever since he awakened this superpower, his already large frame had soared in size, turning him into what he was today. One of his hands now weighed over 30 or 40 jin, yet he hadn't expected this person in front of him to have such strength. Xiong Yan immediately decided to test him. During their earlier confrontation and conversation, they had learned about a person named Guanshan, and it was very likely that this person was also an ability user. Now, it seemed this was the person. Tenhua, who stood in the center, saw Xiong Yan's intention but did not speak up. In today's world, strength was king. If this Guanshan was weak, then this safe zone was being wasted. It would be better to let their group take it over. Their group had come all the way from the coastal regions. Zombies in that area were endless. Although they had killed many, there was simply no end to them. It seemed like something was creating them. The most ordinary zombies would swarm in by the thousands, and they were impossible to kill off completely. They had thought about hunting mutant zombies to enhance their own strength, and at first, it had gone quite smoothly. But suddenly, all the mutant zombies seemed to gain intelligence, hiding behind the ordinary zombies and letting them wear down their group's strength, only attacking when they were exhausted. Hunting mutant zombies became increasingly difficult. Their own strength couldn't improve for a long time, while the number of zombies kept increasing. Facing this predicament, they had almost no good solutions. As one resistance organization after another lost contact, they had no choice but to migrate inland. Apart from them, only a few official organizations remained, hidden underground. They had tried to persuade them to leave together. After all, there were many skilled individuals among them, many of whom were powerful ability users. The awakening of superpowers was a selection process, weeding out the inferior and selecting the superior among humans, ultimately choosing the new humans. It could also be described as a process of raising goo. The zombies were raising goo, and so were the humans. In the end, there could only be one winner. Clearly, in the coastal regions, the zombies had the upper hand, having established a more organized structure. With no other options, they had chosen to come to more inland areas to establish an organizational structure to fight against the zombie hordes. They had finally realized that fighting alone like a lone wolf ultimately wouldn't work. Individual strength was simply too weak. No matter how strong you were, there were thousands upon thousands of zombies that couldn't be killed off. If 1,000 zombies weren't enough, then 10,000. If 10,000 weren't enough, then 100,000. To truly defeat the zombies, they had to work together. Therefore, they had chosen this safe zone at the construction site. In other words, they wanted Guanshan to get lost, or become their lackey. "Are you Guanshan?" Xiongyan spoke, his voice muffled and booming. "I am. What is it? Why are you here?" Looking at Xiongyan, who stood before him like a small mountain, his shadow completely engulfing him just by standing there, Guanshan estimated that he would only reach the other man's waist. Xiongyan looked at Guanshan, who showed no signs of fear, and laughed. "You've got some guts. Let me put it this way, we want you to switch places." Guanshan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Isn't it clear enough? We mean for you to get out and let us in. What do you think?" After saying this, Xiongyan bared a mouthful of white teeth, looking at Guanshan with a malicious grin. Saying this in front of so many people was undoubtedly a naked insult. But what could an insult do? Although they were both ability users, there was a gap between ability users. Ability users like them had already consumed many energy gels. Whether an ability user was strong or not depended first on their superpower, and second on the number of energy gels they had consumed. In their view, since the zombie virus had just broken out here, this guy named Guanshan probably hadn't consumed any. After all, even mutant zombies were rare here, so how could he have consumed any? He probably didn't even know what an energy gel was. With the attitude of looking at a country bumpkin, Xiongyan looked at Guanshan with a hint of pity. "I'm curious, what are you relying on?" Guanshan looked at the arrogant attitude of this group and was momentarily unsure. After all, it was 5 against 1. No matter how you looked at it, he was outnumbered, and he didn't know how strong they were. "This is what we're relying on." Saying this, Xiongyan took a virus gel from his pocket, held it between 2 fingers, and waved it in front of Guanshan. "This thing is called a virus gel. You've never seen one, right? You probably think all ability users are more or less the same, but I'm going to shatter that pathetic fantasy of yours. To tell you the truth, there's a huge gap. Whether an ability user is strong or not depends on how many virus gels they have consumed. You've never seen one before, have you? We've already consumed many. You can't defeat us. You'd better leave. However, if you want to stay, we can consider giving you a place. After all, you are an ability user. As long as you work for us, this thing isn't impossible to give to you." From beginning to end, Xiongyan maintained a condescending tone, speaking with a hint of pity. At this moment, Guanshan looked at the medium-sized energel before him. After a moment of thought, he took out a larger one from his pocket. It was from the first time he encountered a Liangzi zombie. At that time, they were both just passing by, and because of one of the zombie's rude actions, Guanshan drew his sword and killed it. He had retrieved this from its body. It was a virus gel the size of a goose egg, crystal clear, like fine suet jade, surrounded by a faint luster, like a creation of heaven, smooth and flawless. "Is this what you're talking about?" "If it's this, I'm sorry, but I do have one," Guanshan said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly erupted in chaos. The group looked at Guanshan in disbelief. How could someone from a backwater area possibly have such a large virus gel? Impossible. This is something only an advanced zombie could have. How did you do it? Xiongyan's eyes widened as he stared at the small figure before him. You have to know that an advanced zombie is already above a mutant zombie. Whether it's defense or recovery ability, it cannot be compared to an ordinary mutant zombie. As long as a zombie begins to mutate, it will produce something called an energy gel, though it is very small. If a zombie becomes a mutant zombie, the mark of that is the ability to speak. As long as it can develop intelligence, it has completely stepped into the stage of a mutant zombie, and an advanced zombie is an upgraded version of a mutant zombie, which means it has acquired its own special ability. This ability can be strong or weak, but without exception, they all have their own unique characteristics. They had seen some special ones that couldn't speak but had the strength of an advanced zombie. But without exception, these guys had extremely hard shells. They speculated that having a hard enough shell was also a type of ability, almost nearly indestructible. Their team had attacked for almost an entire night before finally killing one. When the group saw Guanshan take out this virus gel, they finally started to take him a bit more serious. Tewa, who was in the center of the group, spoke up. "I see. It seems your strength is not to be underestimated. But what makes me a bit curious is, why didn't you consume it to enhance your strength instead of keeping it?" Tanhua looked at Guanshan, voiced his question. Wen Yating also looked at Guanshan with some confusion. For ability users like them, the moment they obtained one, they would consume it immediately rather than keep it. This kind of thing doesn't need verification, because the moment you see an energy gel, your body will issue an instinctive command. Anyone who has seen one knows that it is the body's hint. It is absolutely non-toxic and safe to consume, with only benefits and no harm. I don't need to eat these things to enhance my strength, and besides, I can't eat them. Guanshan just shook his head, then under the greedy gazes of the few, he put it away. Tanhua, slightly surprised to hear this. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. As long as someone was human, they would develop a craving, whether they were an ability user or not. Someone like Guanshan was the first case. Since that's the case, you should give it up and let us have it. In the crowd, the stunningly beautiful woman finally spoke, carrying quite the air of a queen. "What if I refuse?" Guanshan looked at Wen Yating and asked with a raised eyebrow as well. "How about this? I'll fight you. Both sides will stop at a certain point. If you lose, give the energy gel to Yating." Hearing Wen Yating's words, Xiongyan immediately stepped out, patting his chest to indicate that he wanted to have a match with Guanshan. Behind him, Wen Yating heard this and just cast a disgusted glance at Xiongyan, though she didn't say anything to refuse. "What if you lose? Then I will do one thing for you, anything at all." Guanshan sized up Xiongyan and felt that this wager was acceptable. Furthermore, he also wanted to show off a little to see if he could recruit these people. After listening for a while, these people seemed to be veteran ability users, and their strength was undoubtedly much stronger than that guy Wang Yongqi. Looking at the tall Xiongyan in front of him, Guanshan said, "All right." As soon as he spoke, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Tanhua also wanted to test Guanshan's strength, while Wen Yating watched Guanshan with a cold gaze, seemingly indifferent. "Yating, in your opinion, how is this person's strength?" "Yating, in your opinion, how is this person's strength?" Wen Yating looked at Guanshan with an expressionless face and a hint of disgust, speaking in a flat tone. "Although I really hate this guy Xiongyan, I still have to say that it is impossible for him to win." In Wen Yating's view, Guanshan was simply lucky. She had no idea what method he used to get such a large piece of virus gel. Right now, this battle had already begun. Xiongyan took a step forward, and his figure grew with the wind. In an instant, he reached a height of over 15 meters. In front of him, Guanshan was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. Immediately after, a hand covered him completely, descending like a massive bell. Xiongyan looked at Guanshan through the gaps in his fingers, a cold sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth. He wasn't dodging or evading, Could he have been scared stupid by him? He had seen this scene many times before. Every time he unleashed his ability, almost everyone reacted this way. Compared to the anxiety of Wenwan and her group, Tan Hua and his people wore expressions of indifference, just watching quietly. Xiong Yan looked at Guan Shan before him, smiled, and directly grasped him in his palm. Giving up? Looking at Guan Shan before him, Xiong Yan revealed a smile that said, "Just as I thought. No, I just wanted to see how much strength you have." How is it now? Xiong Yan's expression changed slightly, turning into a cold sneer, and he suddenly exerted force. The muscles on his thick arm bulged instantly, shining like obsidian under the sunlight. He had expected to see an expression of pain on Guan Shan, but instead, he found that Guan Shan seemed to have a hint of mockery. "Is that all? I thought since you were quite large, your strength would be quite significant as well. Now it seems it's just empty strength." As the words fell, Xiong Yan only felt an even greater force coming from his palm. How is it possible? Xiong Yan froze for a moment. How could anyone have greater strength than him? You have to know, what he enhanced wasn't just his body size, but also his bones, meridians, and such. His strength naturally increased exponentially. How could this little speck in front of him have such great strength? It is well known that in the natural world, the greater the strength, the larger the body size, and the smaller the body size, the smaller the strength. Those with small bodies cannot have great strength, and those with great strength cannot have small bodies. However, the scene today, the scene happening right before his eyes, made him unable to believe it. Xiong Yan even felt like he was dreaming. Guan Shan only felt that he had used 50% of his strength, and yet it had opened so easily, which made him feel a bit disappointed. Landing back on the ground, he moved around a bit and said to Xiong Yan, "Just come at me. I don't have time to play with you anymore." The moment the words fell, everyone felt as if a volcano was boiling. Looking up, they saw that Xiong Yan was angry to the extreme. His already massive body size grew once again, now nearing a height of 20 meters. But this wasn't the most shocking part. His right arm had swollen to a deformed degree. At this moment, Xiong Yan wasn't feeling so good either. His face was flushed. Sweat as large as beans was rolling down incessantly. "You have really angered me." Xiong Yan let out an angry roar, the sound like thunder, shaking the eardrums of those around him. Everyone nearby couldn't help but cover their ears. High up in the building, Jiang Yanyan watched this scene blankly, her mind reeling. At this moment, even the gazes of the Gao brothers, Tan Hua Wen Yating, and the others were drawn over, facing Xiong Yan's fist that blocked out the sky. Guan Shan did not dodge in the slightest. He threw a punch without any flashy movements. Compared to Xiong Yan's fist, it was far smaller. But no one dared underestimate Guan Shan anymore. Finally, amidst the shocked and slightly expectant gazes of the crowd, the two fists suddenly collided. Boom! A gust of wind exploded from the center of their collision, like a pebble falling into a lake, creating ripples. Immediately after, a fierce Sigala struck, and everyone could only sharely shield themselves with their hands, observing through the gaps in their fingers. Who had won? After the punch, the two stalemated for a moment. Finally, amidst Wenwan's heart-and-hurt anxiety, Guan Shan pulled away first. Guan Shan left so nonchalantly, as if he had long known the result, turning and leaving without hesitation. In place, Xiong Yan's body still stood there blankly, his body seemingly already stiff. About 10 seconds later, Xiong Yan's body suddenly collapsed, like a golden mountain toppling and a jade pillar crumbling, smashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When everyone looked over, they realized his arm had already been shattered by Guan Shan's punch. The arm bent uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Tan Hua's expression was grave. What immense strength could his ability be this? Seeing the fallen Xiong Yan, Wen Yating's eyes revealed a look of disgust. An embarrassment. After saying this, she walked to the side and stopped looking at Xiong Yan. The Gao brothers were relieved that they hadn't come into conflict with Guanshan. Otherwise, encountering such a local tyrant with both strength and influence, they feared life in this city wouldn't be easy. Guanshan returned to the driver's cabin. Bai Feng and the others were still in shock. Yang Haosheng's mouth was wide open, as if it had been dislocated. Seeing Guanshan return, Su Wenhao stammered and asked, Big brother Guan, just how much strength do you have? How much? I don't know either. Guanshan raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. If calculated based on a person being able to shatter a 1/3 block of gold, the yield strength of gold approximately 100 megapascals, FFE sans AC sasis inimidus, umindos e unicintuate. 1 kilogram force is approximately equal to 9.8 newtons. So his strength would be 10 million kilograms, roughly equivalent to 140 adult African elephants. In other words, when he threw a punch, it was like 140 adult African elephants gathered his small fist, striking out directly. What if it were a 1/3 block of iron? Then his strength would be 40 million kilograms, roughly equivalent to 570 adult African elephants, or 5.5 Eiffel Towers. And what if it were a 1/3 block of diamond? Then his strength would be 110 million kilograms, roughly equivalent to 2.5 aircraft carriers. When he threw a punch, it was like 2.5 aircraft carriers gathered on such a small fist, striking out directly. Boundless strength, punching through diamonds. Even in the world of cultivation, this could be considered a small achievement in body cultivation. As for putting it in Doluo, never mind. If Guanshan were to transmigrate directly into the Pokemon world now and become a Pokemon, he would definitely have his own signature move. Mega Punch. After thinking for a moment, he said, About 1,000 pounds or so, I'm not entirely sure. As the group arrived inside, Tan Hua and the others began to look around. Xiong Yan was carried off by the Gao brothers to be taken care of. As an ability user, even a comminuted fracture only required a period of recuperation to recover. This was one of the conveniences of being an ability user. Brother Guan, this safe zone of yours really has more than meets the eye. Ever since witnessing Guanshan's strength, Tan Hua's attitude toward him had turned into flattery, and the condescension from just a minute ago was gone. In the current apocalypse, strength was king, and Guanshan had no objections to this. Now is the time to be pragmatic. Those who aren't pragmatic will only be swallowed by zombies. I can only say it's passable. As the two were talking, they saw Wen Wan walking over quickly. Just as Guanshan was about to speak, Wen Wan rushed in with hurried steps. Soon, a warm body came into his arms. Seeing this, Tan Hua laughed and said, So that's how it is. I didn't expect Brother Guan to be so young and already have a family. With Wenwan in his arms, Guanshan finally began to size up the person in front of him. If not for the tone of voice earlier, he wouldn't have even noticed what this person was wearing. How should he describe it? It was like the all-white outfit worn by an old grandfather doing Tai Chi in the park. It looked very plain and simple. Guanshan nodded slightly as a response. Seeing this, Tan Hua didn't want to disturb them and took the Gao brothers and the others off to rest. The two hugged quietly for a while. Wenwan raised her head. Her originally fair and bright face now looked as if she had been frightened, staring intently at Guanshan. You almost scared me to death just now, Wenwan said softly, pressing her head against his chest, listening quietly to his heartbeat. As if only in this way could she feel at ease. We already won, what is there to worry about? Guanshan was somewhat amused and helpless. Just at this moment, Jiang Yanyan walked over again. Jiang Yanyan? Why are you here? Jiang Yanyan walked over somewhat timidly, her small hands twisted together. After all, she had just had a conflict with Guanshan not long ago, so she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Upon being noticed by Guanshan, her heart suddenly tightened. She stood still, muttering some words that couldn't be understood, sounding like a foreign language. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Wenwan smiled sweetly, looking a bit proud. This is my newly adopted goddaughter. What do you think? She reached out and gently held Jiang Yanyan's hand. The two beauties, one big and one small, came before Guanshan with a sense of rivalry between them. Guanshan was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Yanyan, he never expected such a development. Doesn't that make me Jiang Yanyan's godfather? Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan, who had already mentally prepared herself, began to feel resistant again, though she didn't know why. Under Wenwan's expectant gaze, Jiang Yanyan mumbled for a long time, but ultimately couldn't say those words. Wenwan didn't mind. After all, the age gap between the two wasn't large, and Jiang Yanyan was a proud person by nature, so it was normal that she couldn't say it. Wenwan didn't think too much about it, feeling that now that she had accepted her as a goddaughter, the matter was settled, and Jiang Yanyan could no longer pose a threat to her. At this moment, Wenwan looked at Jiang Yanyan, whose face was flushed red like an apple. She didn't find it strange at all. Instead, she enthusiastically pulled Jiang Yanyan forward. Jiang Yanyan stepped forward awkwardly, lifting her head slightly. Like a little deer, her eyes were moist, and she looked at Guanshan somewhat shyly. Guanshan was confused. What exactly was going on? Just as he was still wondering, he saw Jiang Yanyan gently hug him. Her two fair arms wrapped around his waist, and she pressed against him just as Wenwan had done earlier. Guanshan was startled and was about to push Jiang Yanyan away. Hey, don't. Wenwan stopped Guanshan's action and explained with a smile. This child Yanyan lost her father when she was young and was raised by her mother alone, and her mother's current fate is unknown. I saw how pitiful she was, so I took the liberty of accepting her as my goddaughter. I hope you don't blame me. Of course, this has nothing to do with you. You can just continue to be as you were with her. As she spoke, Wenwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Guanshan also said helplessly, What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Aren't you my wife now? Hearing this, Wenwan felt as if she had eaten honey, but she still pouted and said, I know that, of course. But the age gap between you and Jiang Yanyan is too small. If she really had to call you godfather, wouldn't you find it awkward? Yanyan, don't you agree? Guanshan lowered his head and found Yanyan had buried her head directly into his chest. He could only see a small head twitching. Jiang Yanyan's little head nodded like a garlic masher, counting as an agreement. So, you two can just stay as you were. Before Jiang Yanyan finds her mother, I will temporarily fill the role of mother. Guanshan looked at Wenwan, finding it hard to understand. However, seeing Wenwan radiating maternal love, he felt it was better not to disturb her. So, is Jiang Yanyan here to replenish her fatherly love from me? After realizing this, Guanshan hugged Jiang Yanyan with both hands. After hearing Guanshan's words, Jiang Yanyan trembled, and her temperature gradually rose. Guanshan could clearly feel a ball of heat near his abdomen, like a heater, and as his hands fell and embraced Jiang Yanyan, that heat gradually increased. This temperature made him wonder if Jiang Yanyan might roast him. Finally, after a while, Jiang Yanyan slowly released him. Her eyes seemed to be dripping with water, and her face was flushed red, full of the aura of a young girl. Lowering her head, she ran away directly. She's just shy. It's fine, I'll go find her. Wenwan said with a smile, and then chased after her. Inside the basement. This thing should be moved here, not there. Lu Chuan looked at Yang Haocheng, ordering him around imperiously. Yang Haocheng was stunned, a bit confused. This guy had been pointing fingers here and there earlier, refusing to do any work. But when asked, he spoke with great eloquence. Talking about leadership, planning and the like. Essentially, he was high and mighty, while they were just rough brutes. He had been remote-controlled for a long time, causing his arms to ache a bit. Why can't this thing be moved here? They are all food, they should be placed together, Yang Haocheng asked tentatively. Why are there so many whys? Lu Chuan glared at Yang Haocheng. Is this Big Brother Guan's intention? Yang Haocheng asked tentatively again. Who would have thought that? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan puffed out his chest and shouted, It's my intention. Seeing this, Yang Haocheng nodded, already knowing the truth in his heart. This guy named Lu Chuan was just an idiot, and to deal with an idiot, one must be low class. What's your name? What's your name, Lu Chuan? Fine, screw you, Lu Chuan. I have to say Jiang Yanyan's hug was truly heart-stirring. The age gap between Guanshan and her wasn't large, but due to various reasons, he felt it was still a bit difficult to make a move. Forget it, I won't think about that anymore. I'll go find Yu Dahai to discuss the follow-up first, and I still need to find Tanhua in a bit. Guanshan gazed toward where Tanhua and the others were, only to see that they had already started, eating silently, replenishing their stamina. As for the massive Xiong Yan, he had already returned to his normal size, about 2 meters tall, and was being supported by the Gao twin brothers as he ate. For some reason, that had only shattered and knocked him unconscious. Furthermore, it had only caused a slight impact on his internal organs. Xiong Yan could still eat and drink normally now, he just needed some help. He believed that after some time, he would be able to work for Guanshan. Guanshan did not doubt the recovery speed of this group. Although it could compare to his own, it shouldn't be that far off. After all, they were powerhouses who had broken out of the fallen zone. Over there, Xiong Yan saw Guanshan's gaze, shivered, and then lowered his head, not daring to look again. Just as Guanshan pondering, he saw another beautiful figure walking over. A pair of fair, straight, and slender jade legs were displayed without reservation before Guanshan, and she had a cold face, as if someone owed her something. Arriving in front of Guanshan, she parted her lips slightly and said in a commanding tone, Can I take a bath here? Yes, you can. Then do you have any clothes here? Go get some for me. After saying this, Wen Yating turned and left directly as if it were only natural. Guanshan was still standing there, not even having time to voice a refusal. This Wen Yating didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Was she afraid he would refuse, or was she confident he wouldn't, letting go of this opportunity to get close to her? Or was she simply treating him like a servant? Guanshan was a bit confused. However, the only thing clear right now was that Wen Yating had walked far away, taking long strides with her slender legs, wearing a look of disgust, and walked far off. Why was this group still so self-righteous? Guanshan was a bit numb. What am I supposed to do? Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Lixia, the English teacher, happened to come over. Teacher Zhang, you're finally here. What's wrong? Teacher Zhang had already taken off her portable microphone at this time. After all, wearing a loudspeaker at a time like this was simply courting. Go help me get some women's clothes. There's a girl over there who needs them. As he spoke, Guanshan pointed toward Wen Yating in the distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lixia looked at Wen Yating in the distance, then looked at Guanshan, giving him a strange look as she sized him up. Xiao Guan, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you really need to settle down. One after another, look at how good a person Wenwan is. It's just to get some clothes. There really is nothing else going on. Please don't overthink it. But Zhang Lixia clearly didn't believe him. If a woman asked you to get clothes for her to take a bath, it was obvious that you were well acquainted with her figure. Really nothing? How could there be anything? We just met for the first time. After explaining a few more times, Zhang Lixia finally walked off, half believing and half doubting, to find the clothes and deliver them. In a bright room, Tanhua and the others were sitting in a circle around Xiongyan. Xiongyan, do you know about his strength? Tanhua asked. It's about 1,000 jin. Xiongyan lay on the bed, recalling the moment. When Guanshan's fist came at him, he felt like he was about to shatter, and his body was on the verge of collapsing, but Guanshan held back at the last second. Thinking of that thrilling scene, Xiongyan still felt lingering fear. After hearing this, Gao Qianhao's eyebrows twitched, and he became more convinced that this guy was a local bully. I just don't understand why he has such great strength. Logically, shouldn't the larger the body, the greater the strength? Why is it like this? This was also what Xiongyan couldn't figure out. It completely defied the laws of nature. Tanhua just shook his head and said, Are there any laws of nature left now? Zombies, ability users, which one of them conforms to the laws of nature? If you still look at problems with the eyes of the past, you will die sooner or later. Gao Qianmiao also spoke up at this time. So it seems his superpower is strength? No. Xiongyan spoke again. If strength is enhanced but the body can't keep up, the first thing to collapse will be one's own body. Xiongyan knew this best. An increase in size meant an increase in weight, which also meant that the strength of the bones had to increase. He believed that if Guanshan's strength was this terrifying, his body must be even stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible to exert such great force. I suspect his physical constitution must be very strong. His superpower should be to enhance his own physical constitution. Tanhua nodded in appreciation and analyzed further. He said he had never eaten virus gel, yet he has this level of strength. In your opinion, is that true? Hearing this, Gao Qianhao's eyes flickered, and he blurted out, I think he's lying. Maybe it's just to confuse us, creating a fact that he's very weak so we'll underestimate him. No, I don't think he is the type of person who would lie. Xiongyan denied this. When he fought me, mercy. That's enough to show that he is an open and honest person. Tanhua listened to their opinions, lost in thought. Gao Qianhao just disagreed, thinking that Xiongyan must have been beaten stupid. It was you who suggested a friendly match, and the other party agreed. Besides, even if the other party intended to kill, there were still 4 ability users on their side. If he had killed Xiongyan on the spot, how would he have dealt with the aftermath? Because of this, Gao Qianhao felt that the previous of taking out the virus gel was just to make them underestimate him. As it turned out, the effect was very obvious. Look, isn't Xiongyan already lying in bed? By the way, where is Wen Yating? Gao Qianmiao only then noticed that someone was missing. Don't worry about her. She was never one of us to begin with, just a temporary team member. Tanhua said indifferently. In fact, their team originally consisted of just the 4 of them. Wen Yating had only joined halfway. And the reason she joined was simply because her superpower was strong enough. Tanhua had once fought her, but no matter what, he couldn't do anything to her, so he had to give up. Wen Yating was indifferent to everything and had no interest in anything. The only thing she was interested in was virus gel, and only when eating the virus gel would a smile appear on that eternally unchanging poker face. It was precisely for this reason that Xiongyan, blinded by lust, had sought out Guanshan, attempting to win the virus gel to present to Wen Yating. Tanhua sighed, looked at Xiongyan lying on the bed, and said, Wen Yating is not a good match for you. It's better to wake up sooner rather than later. Xiongyan heard this, sighed and closed his eyes. Gao Qianmiao was unwilling to give up. Was he the only one who liked Wen Yating? It was just that due to his own strength, he simply didn't have the courage to get close. Seeing Xiongyan repeatedly fawning over her, how could his heart not be stirred? He feared more than once that Wen Yating would agree to Xiongyan. Yes, Gao Tianmiao loved Wen Yating almost to the bone. Back when Gao Tianmiao was just a very weak ability user, he couldn't speak up in the group. Only his older brother, Gao Qianhao, cared for him and gave him protection. And during a danger, even his brother got separated, and it was Wen Yating who saved him. At that time, Gao Tianmiao was already in love with Wen Yating to the bone. But because of Xiongyan, he only dared to watch Wen Yating's back from afar. Now seeing that Xiongyan seemed to have completely given up, a dark joy welled up in his heart. In this way, no one would be able to compete with him. His superpower was actually very ordinary, even somewhat trashy. When he first awakened, he could only control one zombie. He had no self-protection ability at all, the lowest level kind. Because of this trashy superpower, almost no one wanted to team up with him. The reason he joined this team was only because they valued his brother's superpower, and his brother insisted on bringing him along. As of now, after eating a few virus gel, his superpower was only enough to control a dozen or so zombies, and still the lowest level kind. He had also tried to control a mutant zombie, but he bled from his 7 orifices on the spot, and almost died suddenly. And now, Gao Tianmiao, watching the scene of everyone discussing, also felt a bit of envy and resentment. He couldn't get a word in, and in his view, it was also due to his own strength. Knock, knock, knock! Just as they were analyzing Guanshan's intelligence, the door was suddenly knocked. Everyone looked towards the sound, confused. Is it Wen Yating who has come? After Tan Hua said this, he immediately felt it was wrong. Wen Yating loved cleanliness the most, liked to be alone, and even had a bit of mysophobia. And in this room, Xiongyan was injured and currently recuperating, so he absolutely wouldn't come in. He was probably finding a place to stay by himself. Then who could it be? Just as he was thinking, Gao Tianmiao had already rushed over like a gust of wind and happily opened the door. Tan Hua was startled and wanted to rebuke Gao Tianmiao. At this time, it's not just humans who can open doors, but also zombies. Being so reckless, what if you open the door and there's a zombie standing right there, holding a fire axe and giving you a hit? Therefore, in his eyes, Gao Tianmiao's behavior was very reckless and suicidal. He shouldn't have brought this person along if he had known. Tan Hua just felt that this person was too unreliable. Click! Gao Tianmiao opened the door, but standing at the door was not the beautiful figure he was longing for, but a tall man. Why is it you? Guanshan? So what if it's me? Where is Wen Yating? She went to take a bath. Gao Tianmiao was dumbfounded, especially when he heard the last sentence, and immediately flew into a rage. How do you know Wen Yating went to take a bath? On what grounds do you know? What is your relationship with her? Just as he was blinded by anger and wanted to ask a few questions, he was pushed aside by Guanshan's body. You are the leader, right? Guanshan's gaze locked directly onto Tan Hua, and he asked, It is me. What's the matter? As everyone's gaze gathered on Guanshan, a faint pressure lingered in the room. They didn't know what Guanshan was here for at all, and in this special period, with the zombie outbreak, all order had returned to nothingness, so they could only think of the worst. It could be said that, as long as Guanshan made any suspicious move, he would face a group beating from everyone, and he seemed not to feel it at all. He walked in swaggeringly and stopped at a position that was at the critical point of an outbreak. I want to discuss something with you. When you are here, you must listen to me. As for when you go out to search, you can do as you please, but you must complete the tasks I give. Guanshan looked directly at Tan Hua. He said it was a discussion, but in fact, There was no tone of negotiation. Instead, it was like a statement in the simplest tone. Tan Hua and the others looked at each other, then looked at Guanshan. Why? Because this is my turf. Concise and to the point. Let's have a contest, just you and me, how about it? Fine, let's go outside. Both agreed at this time whatever was said was bullshit. A fight would give all the results. Tan Hua could be their leader, so his strength was naturally the strongest among them. And as they came out, everyone's gaze turned to this area again. What exactly happened again? Don't know, they seem to be about to fight again. Really? I didn't see it when I was in the car just now. And now there's another fight? In the crowd, many people hadn't seen it before because they were locked in the carriage and listening to the words of those who knew. They were very itchy in their hearts. They had never seen ability users fight each other before. What they didn't expect was that there could be a second round now. While they were talking, the two had already made their moves. What fast speed! An exclamation erupted from the crowd. Looking at the direction of his finger, it was clearly Tan Hua. In Guanshan's eyes, Tan Hua was moving at an extremely fast speed, causing Guanshan to be unable to see his figure clearly at all. What kind of superpower is this? You should feel it well, Tan Hua said. Looking at Guanshan, whose speed came extremely slow in front of him, Tan Hua spoke slowly and unhurriedly. This was his superpower, bullet time, slowing down all time, and in it, only he was as usual. This was his exclusive time domain. If it was just simple speed, then one's physical fitness and dynamic vision would be a test. If the body is not strong enough, excessive speed will cause one to tear themselves apart. If the dynamic vision is not good enough, too much speed will cause one to bump into things, equivalent to reincarnating early. And his bullet time had no such problem. Under his control, he could already slow down the speed of time by 5 times. And his limit was now 15 times. In this situation, Guanshan's every move was extremely slow. This was also the reason why he wasn't very surprised after hearing about Guanshan's strength. No matter how great the strength, it's just empty talk if it can't hit anyone. In my eyes, your every move is already fully exposed. Tan Hua said quite confidently. No one could know about this superpower. Ordinary people who saw it would only think that his superpower was speeding himself up. Just when he confidently launched an attack and punched Guanshan, he found that his body was as hard as iron. It was as if he was wearing a suit of iron armor. Tan Hua was a martial artist, after all. Before the zombie outbreak, he had been a nationally renowned martial arts champion, with experience in sanda, boxing, jeet kune do, and more. But when he punched Guanshan, he felt like he was attacking an iron wall. What's going on? Is his body actually made of iron? Tan Hua felt his fists burning. He had stubbornly unleashed a dozen more punches just now, and the recoil made him doubt whether he was even hitting a human. What astounding physical strength! Only now did Tan Hua realize what made Guanshan truly troublesome. He had almost no weaknesses. His physical constitution, defense, and attack power were all top tier. Such a setup was enough to make him invincible. My strength is still too weak. If it were Xiong Yan combined with my bullet time, perhaps we could defeat him. But then again, how could that be possible? Tan Hua shook his head. In the current situation, he couldn't break through Guanshan's defenses at all, and thus had no way to attack. And given the opponent's strength, Guanshan could afford countless mistakes, while he couldn't afford a single one. He wasn't like Xiong Yan. If he were hit just once, he feared he would suffer full-body fractures on the spot, or even be killed instantly. That strength of over 1,000 jin was simply too terrifying. My speed is both my protection and my shackle. Admittedly, he was as invincible within his own time domain, but facing a high attack, high defense opponent like Guanshan, he was still too powerless. If this were a fight to the death, Guanshan only needed to drag it out until he was exhausted to easily win the victory. Just as he was contemplating this, Guanshan's fist came smashing over ferociously. Truly amazing. Even slowed down by nearly 5 times, his punch spiel this fast. Tanhua dodged the punch with a casual sidestep. This scene caused an immediate uproar among the onlookers. What amazing speed! Can Guanshan beat him? That guy is so fast too. I really want to become someone like them. If it goes on like this, Guanshan is going to lose. No, didn't you see? Although that man is fast, he can't deal any effective damage. If it turns into a war of attrition, Guanshan will definitely win. The crowd behind Guanshan suddenly grew noisy. He naturally understood such a simple logic himself. Tanhua's speed had indeed surprised him earlier. After that, he already knew the outcome. His attacks seemed lethal with every move, but as long as he protected key areas like his eyes and throat, Tanhua's only outcome would be defeat. Of course, if Tanhua didn't keep his word and attacked his little brother, then he would definitely make him regret coming into this world. Another figure rushed over like lightning. Guanshan immediately protected his throat and eyes to avoid being hit there. Do you want to keep fighting? The result is already set, Guanshan said. Hearing this, Tanhua could only smile helplessly. That's right, the outcome is already set. I really don't know why your body is so strange, it's like it's made of iron. He looked down at his slightly swollen hands and sighed. Are you actually made of iron? Every time I hit your body, it feels like I'm attacking an iron wall. Guanshan remained silent upon hearing this, looked at his full set of iron equipment, and said nothing. Maybe it's my constitution. Tana shook his head and walked toward the Gao brothers, who were watching the show. From now on, we have to listen to him while we're here. Gao Qianhao had no complaints upon hearing this. After all, Tanhua was their boss, and if he couldn't beat him, then neither could they. Listening to him here is fine, but when we go out to collect resources, what if the quotas he gives are unreasonable? Gao Qianhao raised his question. We have the right to refuse at that time. We'll have to play it by ear. Tanhua sighed deeply. Although he said play it by ear, Guanshan's will would definitely prevail most of the time. But fortunately, there was still room for negotiation. Compared to the desolation on their side, the crowd in the distance was abuzz. In their view, the stronger Guanshan was, the more secure they were, so they were naturally overjoyed. All right, let's go eat, Guanshan said with a chuckle. Feeding so many people was a difficult problem. But fortunately, among the group from the school, there were some surviving chefs, which solved the dining issue. Otherwise, if they really had to rely just Wenwan and Fan Ning, how could they possibly cook for so many people? In a park, thanks to the white ape's careful cultivation, the area was lush with foliage, with tall trees blocking out the sky, almost completely turning it into a paradise for plants. And in the midst of this, the white ape was racking its brains to repair the signal base station. Why are human things so fragile? Atop the high tower, several humans were standing there, trembling with fear. They had all been captured by the white ape. Because they possessed certain technical skills, they were valued by the white ape and thus didn't do things like breeding. Can fix? Yes, the 3 replied hurriedly. The white ape could no longer wait. Can you change this to Lixin? Why does Yadong always break? The white ape cursed. We can't change it, Lord White Ape, that's really impossible to do. The 3 answered tremblingly. Forget it, just hurry up and fix it. The white ape waved its hand impatiently. Before long, the signal base station was functional again, and the white ape below finally received the signal from the locator. I want to see if it's the same person. The white ape had been burning with rage ever since it sensed the thick-necked zombie had died. It was just that, because the signal base station had malfunctioned again, it hadn't been able to find location until now. It opened the locator and saw 2 locations flickering with a dim light. Good, good, good. You both really come to disgust me. The white ape clenched its fists. Didn't understand. Why was it so difficult just to track down Guanshan's location? As a powerful, advanced zombie, everything had been going wrong for it lately? When it returned to its cave burning with rage, a group of mutant zombies below were wandering around aimlessly. It gave the impression that they were just idling around. Seeing this scene, the white ape finally lost its temper. Have you finished your tasks? And you're already resting here. The group of mutant zombies was startled and immediately erupted in noise, filled with grunts and groans, among which one voice said, "There's no way around it, boss. White ape, the mission rewards you give are just too little." The white ape gave out human rewards based on the missions, so if the mutant zombies wanted to increase their strength, they had to help. The white ape, the missions. It could be said to be a labor system where the mutant zombies worked for the white ape. I give too little? Hearing this, the white ape was so angry it almost jumped up. Am I giving too little? Where is it too little? It's been so long, has your ability increased? Have you been working hard? Don't always your own compensation. You need to look at your contribution. Do you understand? The white ape zombie was so angry he was practically foaming at the mouth, cursing up a storm at the many mutant zombies. The anger in his heart surged like a tide, and he even had the urge to kill this bunch of losers. But in the end, he endured and endured, simply because he understood that his path to becoming stronger still required the help of these guys. Otherwise, collecting resources alone would be too slow. After being lectured, the mutant zombies were all fearful and kept their heads down as they continued to search for humans. However, among them, one mutant zombie was kept behind by the white ape. "Lord White Ape, is there something you need?" This mutant zombie lowered his head and knelt on one knee, appearing extremely worshipful toward the white ape, even with a hint of fanaticism. His name was Bitten. Before the zombie outbreak, he was just an ordinary person, and even if he died, no one would know. He would probably just wait until the stench came out to be discovered. But after the zombie outbreak, he was transformed into a mutant zombie by the white ape, starting a brand new life. For this type of person, there is a special term, human traitor, but he didn't care at all whether he was a human traitor. He felt that, as long as he lived well, that was enough. The white ape looked at this capable subordinate in front of him and said meaningfully, "Actually, I am a bit disappointed in you. When I turned you into a mutant zombie, it was because I valued your level and I hoped you would be able to help me. You joined my zombie group, but it's not enough to just do things well. You need to have a fighting spirit. Don't think that just because you completed a task, everything is fine. I originally thought you were different from other mutant zombies, but now you make me very disappointed. I don't see the difference between you and others, nor I see your core competitiveness. What you do is the same as what others do, focusing on completing tasks. In the future, I hope you can work harder." After speaking, the white ape sighed lightly. After hearing this, Bitten began to tremble all over. Out of shame, 2 lines of hot tears actually welled up. "What have I been doing all this time? Is it enough to just complete task? No, I must use my body to create more value for Lord White Ape." The white ape looked at Bitten kneeling on the ground in this posture, and knew that from now on, there was one more nuclear-powered donkey. Nowadays, the number of humans the white ape has imprisoned has reached over 200, nearing the 300 mark. It is precisely because of so many people that he can afford to support 40 or 50 mutant zombies under his command. Otherwise, they would have long since scattered like birds and beasts. Lord White Ape, I have an important matter to report. Speak. That mutant zombie named Zhang Li has recently had many opinions about you, Lord White Ape. When the White Ape heard this, he sneered in his heart. He also knew that Zhang Li, who had quite a bit of strength, was already very close to becoming an advanced zombie recently. However, if he thought that just because his strength was close to an advanced zombie he could challenge him, then he was underestimating him, the White Ape. His current strength was at the peak of an advanced zombie. He was only one step away from entering the realm of an elite zombie. And elite zombies have an ability: super regeneration. There is no need to worry about this. Their little thoughts are nothing more than children's play in my eyes. After saying this, the White Ape snorted coldly and waved his hand to signal Bai Yangxin to withdraw. The White Ape stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking the entire city. Humans have always been a scarce resource. The White Ape realized the importance of humans from the very beginning. If things continue like this, humans will become fewer and fewer, and their strength will stagnate. Therefore, the White Ape believed that sustainable development was necessary, and for this reason, he kept humans in captivity. It's just that there are many others with the same idea as him. As the coastal areas decrease, they head inland. He could feel that there were still many humans in this city. If they were all captured, there would probably be tens of thousands. At that time, he could rely on these resources to easily become the zombie king. The White Ape had heard that in the distant White Elephant country, multiple zombie kings had appeared. Consciousness can shuttle between zombies, which means that as long as there are zombies around, one will not die. They can control a large number of zombies, moving as they please, with great power in every action. Generally speaking, one province can only give birth to one zombie king. Those with large populations can give birth to two, and those with small populations almost only have half. And the White Elephant country, with its beautiful mountains and rivers and love for hygiene, had already given birth to 3 at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. And it is expected that about 14 could be born there. There will definitely be such a day. I am bound to rule everything. The White Ape clenched his fists. Why is there a sweet and greasy scent? After a slight bewilderment, by the time he went to smell it again, it had disappeared as if it were a hallucination. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Li was surrounded by 5 mutant zombies, who were whispering, "In my opinion, we are re-giving the White Ape too much face." It was agreed that there would be human rewards for completing tasks. At first, we could get a whole person, but now it's all severed limbs. It's becoming more and more outrageous. Yeah, I think what Zhang Li said makes some sense. Working for him is not as good as working for ourselves. At least we don't have to be exploited by this White Ape. But Boss White Ape says that there are those ability users outside, hunting us in groups. Yeah, I still think it's good as it is now. At least it's stable. The ability users outside are not to be trifled with. They will catch us and dig the energy gel out of our heads. Really? That's too scary. Hearing this, these mutant zombies all felt scared. That's why it's better here with the White Ape. At least we can have. Zhang Li heard these cowardly words and snorted heavily. You are not worth conspiring with. He stood up angrily and turned to curse. I didn't expect you all to be a bunch of spineless cowards. How many humans have we caught for him? At least 50 or so, and now, how many can you eat? Don't you feel sad? What you said is very good, but we can't beat the white ape. Who doesn't want to catch and eat for themselves? But the problem is that the white ape's thing is powerful. As he spoke, this mutant zombie pointed to the tracker inside his head. Whenever a mutant zombie did not return within the specified time, the white ape would find them and punch them to death. I naturally know this. This thing grows in our heads, can't be taken out, and will always exist. Then you still... Zheng Li smiled confidently. It's simple, what if I become an advanced zombie? After speaking, Zheng Li opened his hands confidently and explained his plan to the few zombies. But I also know that just me becoming an advanced zombie is not enough to resist the white ape. He is already a leader among advanced zombies, and I fear that taking another step forward would reaching a higher realm. But what if all 6 of us could become advanced zombies? As soon as the words were, the pot exploded. Impossible. Where would you find so many people? Exactly, for the 6 of us to become advanced zombies, it'd take 50 or 60 people, or even 100. Do you mean to eat boss white ape stock? No, this is too dangerous. It's impossible to do. He has always prioritized guarding the prison. Faced with everyone's questioning, Zheng Li smiled faintly and said, "When did I say I wanted to attack the prison? I have already scouted a place, and there are at least 40 or 50 people there." Where? Construction site. It was an afternoon after lunch, and everyone was resting. The scorching sun shone down on the earth, baking the ground and the people on this land. In the blistering sun, Guanshan was working hard to build houses. With so many people having arrived, it was impossible to manage without proper living quarters. Initially, it had just been a simple arrangement, but for these people to settle down, they needed houses and a connected water supply. At this moment, he was holding stone blocks and beginning to build. As he waved his hand, block after block was quickly placed on the ground. Without needing any cement, nails, or other fixings, they were already the sturdiest buildings in this world. In a sense, Steve could definitely be considered the great emperor of civil engineering. Guanshan planned to build the walls with stone and the roof with wooden planks, which would look very aesthetically pleasing. The rooms were built in a uniform style, with the living room and bedroom combined. Additionally, there were 2 small rooms separated by stone walls. One was a toilet, and the other was a bathroom. As for a dining room, there wasn't one, nor did they need to cook for themselves. As for lighting, he didn't place any torches because he hadn't found any coal yet, and using wood to burn them would be a bit of a waste. There wasn't a large supply of wood here. In the city, trees were pitifully scarce. However, he did have a few saplings, about 5 or 6. Guanshan planned to dig out a huge space beneath the underground parking lot later to plant trees and create a small forestry farm. But right now, his most urgent need was to find a place with plenty of trees. Soon as rows of matchbox houses were built, the gazes of the crowd gradually became heated. At first, when Guanshan said he would build houses for them, they were a bit skeptical, especially when he said they could move in today. The quality was guaranteed, and the walls would be a meter thick. Are you kidding me? Walls a meter thick? Can you really be that conscientious? It's probably just shoddy work. But even if it were shoddy work, they would be content. After all, in these times, having a house to shelter from the wind and rain was already quite good. But when Guanshan actually started working, they realized they were truly wrong. Terribly wrong. He was truly capable of building houses. Guan's single hand moved like a phantom. The onlookers could only see after images. Rows of houses rose from the ground. He didn't even need to rest. Tan Hua watched this scene, lost in thought. No, his superpower is definitely not just increasing his physical attributes. This building ability, As Tanhua began to ponder, a bold and logical conjecture quickly emerged. I've got it. His superpower is creation, alteration, or perhaps generation. When fighting against Xiongyan, he altered his fist, creating something extremely hard, and through the recoil, he caused Xiongyan to be defeated. When fighting me, he also used alteration. He turned his body into steel, rendering my attacks ineffective. And now, he is using creation, creating stone and wooden planks to build houses. Thinking of this, Tanhua couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. It was truly a power like that of a creator. If he had met Guanshan before this, he would have served him as his master without hesitation. This kind of superpower was undoubtedly the backbone that would allow human civilization to flourish once again. If humanity wanted to win in the future competition against zombies, then this superpower was the most important factor. Tanhua had also just learned that the water they were using had been created. Shan, Gaoqianghao, did you see that? A truly astonishing superpower. It completely surpasses us. Compared to him, we are just amateurs. I have never seen such an amazing superpower. It's like that of a creator. Gao Qianghao watched this scene, his eyes flickering. If Guanshan could appear in the coastal region, the situation would be vastly different. The simplest point was water. If they had a clean and sufficient water supply, they could extend their resistance for a very, very long time. What a pity. We are destined to be mere passers-by, and I have no desire to serve under anyone else. However, there is a chance for cooperation. Tanhua shook his head. Neither he nor Guanshan were the type to like working for others. Sooner or later, they would go their separate ways. Being here was just a temporary measure. Meanwhile, Gao Qianmiao, the brother standing Gao Qianhao, saw this scene with eyes full of jealousy. Why was his own superpower so trashy, while his was so strong? If only he had this kind of superpower. Just as they were pondering, someone walked straight over. Who are you? My name is Wang Yongqi. Wang Yongqi put on what he thought was a friendly smile, but Tanhua, who had seen countless people, could tell at a glance that Wang Yongqi's expression was fake. Wang Yongqi's disguise might pass in front of high school students, but it was still too immature for old hands like Tanhua and his group. Do you need something? If not, get going. Wang Yongqi's mouth twitched. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said, Actually, I am also an ability user. With that, Wang Yongqi began to show off, and his skin suddenly turned the color of gold and iron. Not a bad superpower. Seeing this, Tanhua finally became a bit and asked, How much can it cover? How is the defensive power? It can cover an area. You can try it out yourself for the defensive power. Tanhua listened and touched it with great interest, but to his disappointment, he was let down. He had thought it would be Steve's skin like Guanshan's, but it turned out to be just a thin layer of iron plating. If it was only this level, he could break through the defense with a single punch. Still too weak, though it has some potential. Tell me, what do you want? Tanhua shook his head indifferently. If Wang Yongqi's superpower could cover his whole body, or if the defensive power were a bit stronger, he would have been interested. But after seeing Guanshan, looking at Wang Yongqi felt a bit like chewing on chicken ribs, tasteless, but a pity to discard. He felt he was, at best, a large punching bag. Feeling looked down upon, Wang Yongqi just smiled faintly. We are both ability users, so we are the same kind of people. I want to know how you guys became so strong. Is the key the fleshy ball inside the zombie's head? You actually know about this? Tanhua didn't seem to expect this bumpkin to know about it. He sized him up, said, That's right. That thing is called a virus gel. Have you seen one? Of course I have. Wang Yongqi clenched his fists and said rather resentfully, I once defeated a mutant zombie, but that virus gel was snatched away by Guan Shan. How big was it? As big as a fist? After Wang Yongqi finished speaking with great regret, he continued to smear him, saying, But you guys shouldn't think Guan Shan is a bad person or anything. Although I was the one who defeated it, Guan Shan helped quite a bit. It's just that I didn't snatch it in the end. At the time I asked him, and he wouldn't even tell me. He really isn't much of a brother. Actually, I wouldn't have minded giving it to him, but him not telling me made me feel a bit uncomfortable. My hands were both injured in the battle. I didn't expect Guan Shan to be so heartless. Just for a virus gel? After saying this, Wang yobbed his head, trying hard to feign the image of a well-meaning person who had suffered a loss because Guan Shan wouldn't explain things clearly. If someone who didn't know the situation heard Wang Yongqi's words, they might actually think Guan Shan was a bit of a jerk. But they all knew better. A virus gel the size of a fist could not possibly have been cultivated by an ordinary mutant. At the very least, it had to be an advanced zombie. Could someone like you, a novice ability user, really defeat an advanced zombie? So as soon as they heard it, they knew he was lying. They exchanged glances and did not expose his clumsy performance. It was likely that this guy wanted to steal the kill but failed, which was why he was getting anxious. But because he was inhibited by Guan Shan's strength, he had to keep his head down. Now that he saw their force, which was vaguely on par with Guan Shan's entering the mix, he just wanted to slander him a few times. Tan Hua just found it funny in his heart and shook his head. His scheme was truly ridiculous and childish. In fact, even if this matter were true, Tan Hua and his group would still find it quite normal. It didn't prove anything. They wouldn't break ties with Guan Shan over this. After all, his strength was obvious. Besides, everything is determined by strength. If someone is stronger than you and takes what's yours, what is there to complain about? It's already good that they didn't kill you on the spot. You have to understand that Tan Hua and his group were already accustomed to such things. Wang Yongqi all sensed the atmosphere among the group. Although he didn't understand where he had slipped up, he still pretended to be calm and said, Since that's the case, I won't disturb you guys. I got a little injured recently, so I still need to rest. I'll be going now. Tan Hua gave him a faint look and said nothing. Like a clown, a bit childish. Gao Qianhao laughed. Tan Hua hadn't thought much of it just now, but hearing that, he couldn't help but hold back a smile, shaking his head and chuckling. While the group was joking around, Guan Shan had already finished being 50 or 60 matchboxes. I guarantee there's absolutely no formaldehyde. Come choose. As soon as his voice fell, people immediately gathered around Guan Shan and started discussing. Big brother Guan, is this your superpower? So amazing. Boss Guan Shan, is there any furniture inside? Guan Shan gave a bitter smile. That there isn't. I don't have the ability to manufacture furniture. The only thing he could manufacture was probably a bed, but he didn't have any wool right now. However, he didn't want to make one anyway. After all, it was really useless. It would be better to go to a furniture store to stock up. Guan Shan was surrounded by the crowd. Everyone's enthusiasm was really more than he could handle. So he hurriedly clapped his hands and said, all right, everyone hurry up and choose. After choosing, it's time to work. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally let Guan Shan go and scattered like birds and beasts. You all heard that, right? Let's go, time to work. Tan Hua and his group had been standing far away the whole time, and only after hearing this sentence did they walk toward Guan Shan. Tan Hua led the group toward Guan Shan. Seeing Tan Hua and the others walking over, Guan Shan also nodded. It seemed this group was self-aware and didn't need him to call them over. I want to put a circle of scaffolding around the outside of the wall. There are more and more people. If everyone relies on ladders to get in and out, it's inconvenient, especially as people returning from outside all gather in one place, making it easy to get surrounded by zombies. So I want to build a row of scaffolding on the wall. That way, zombies can't climb up, but humans can, making it convenient to enter and exit. Tanhua listened to Guanshan's description and thought it was a very brilliant idea. Zombies were empty-headed things. Faced with construction scaffolding, they would be completely helpless. Humans, however, could climb in and out. This way, it would also be convenient to stand on the scaffolding and clear out the zombies outside. This feeling was just like in Attack on Titan, where the Survey Corps stood on the walls of Maria, bombarded the Titans below with cannons. High ground versus low ground. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. So you want us to build it? I need you to protect them. You don't have many people, so your efficiency would be too low. I have 40 or 50 people here, just right for building this. You just need to guard against zombies approaching. If one comes, kill one. Besides that, if you encounter a situation that is hard to resist, you need to protect the personnel during their evacuation. Understood. That's simple enough. Is there anything else? Tanhua asked again, as this task was still too simple. Nothing else. After all, today is your first day joining, so you should rest a bit and continue tomorrow. Sure. Tanhua also nodded in agreement. Just as the two were talking, a graceful figure walked over from a distance. Wen Yating's hair carried a faint mist of water, and she stood before the crowd as pretty as a lotus emerging from water. Her oversized, ill-fitting clothes did not diminish her beauty. Instead, they added a hazy, ethereal feeling. When the sunlight shone on her, one could faintly see her curvaceous figure. Gao Tianmiao, who was standing to the side, saw this scene, and his heart couldn't stop racing, but he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look again. Fortunately, he lowered his head quickly, because Wen Yating's look of disgust had already swept over. Wen Yating, you're here. Let's go. Go where? Wen Yating's voice was very cold, and she asked some confusion. To protect them, we need to listen to Guanshan here. Why? Wen Yating's expression was cold. Tanhua was stunned. He couldn't exactly say he lost the fight, right? Moreover, he thought about it carefully. Wen Yating seemed to have a transcendent status in their squad from the beginning to the end. She didn't participate and just felt like she was hitching a ride. The only difference was that she would contribute when encountering zombies. No reason. Guanshan spoke up, his tone carrying an unquestionable will. Wen Yating's face turned cold. She felt like she had been ordered. No one can order me. This isn't an order, but a request. Is there a difference? Think what you want. Either way, you have to do it, and it's now. Guanshan said coldly. He didn't think anyone in this place could be special. Besides, Tanhua and the others had just agreed, so why couldn't she? Just because you are an ability user, does that mean you can just eat without working? Tanhua and the others listened to Guanshan's words and felt helpless. They had sensed something was wrong the moment Wen Yating spoke. When Wen Yating was with them, she had never moved anything and was always empty-handed. Besides eating and getting dressed, she was almost like a fairy who didn't touch the affairs of the mortal world, never lifting a finger. They originally had complaints, but considering Wen Yating's somewhat strange superpower, plus the fact that Xiong Yan was willing to take on Wen Yating's share, they had kept silent. They just hadn't expected that the moment Guanshan and Wen Yating met, there would be such heavy gunpowder. Looks like a fight is about to break out. A fight would be fine too. I've long been annoyed with this young lady. She thinks she's some kind of immortal. I just don't know if Guanshan can win. Tanhua and the others tactfully pulled back and whispered. Wen Yating's pretty face was cold, her expression menacing, and she radiated an extremely dangerous. She didn't know how long it had been since anyone had ordered her around like that. Ever since she had awakened this superpower, when had she ever been anything but high and mighty? Even before she awakened her superpower, she had been showered with praise and sycophants. Whenever she went out to eat, people would fight to pay the bill. And now, this uncouth brute actually dared to demand that she do something so impolitely. Wen Yating was instantly enraged. Her willow leaf eyebrows arched, her chest heaved violently, and with a single thought, wind began to stir around her without any breeze. Invisible hand. This was Wen Yating's ability. This hand could not be destroyed, could not pass through objects, and its range increased with her strength. With just a thought, she could launch attacks according to her will, and the attack range depended on the strength she had awakened. At first, this attack range was only about 5 meters, but after her strength increased, Wen Yating's current attack range had reached 50 meters, an increase of more than tenfold. Hearing the sound of whistling wind all around, Guan Shan sensed something was wrong and immediately performed a large leap backward to put some distance between them. She's attacking, it's that invisible move again. Gao Qianhao stood beside Tianhua, his eyes narrowed, carefully gathering information. Within the team, the two of them were considered the brains. Tianhua acted as the backbone and primary brain, while he served as the secondary brain. Of course, his combat power was still very reliable. I wonder how Guan Shan will handle this. Tianhua was also watching intently. If it were someone who didn't understand Wen Yating's ability and fought her for the first time, they would probably be in a complete panic. This kind of invisible and intangible ability would cause fear to well up in one's heart, leading to wild speculation about the opponent's capabilities, ultimately resulting in paranoia. As for Guan Shan, just after he jumped away, a large hole suddenly exploded where he had been standing. Hey! Why are they fighting again? Quick, scatter. It's probably another duel. The people nearby were already familiar with this routine. After all, they had seen it once before, so they scattered with practiced tacit understanding. Tisk! Wen Yating looked up at the surrounding people and clicked her tongue in extreme annoyance. This feeling of being treated like a circus act made her somewhat irritated. Get lost, all of you. With a sharp cry, the invisible hand swept across the surroundings, directly injuring several people. Many people were so frightened that they couldn't dodge in time and fell to the ground, their faces deathly pale, before scrambling away in a sorry state. At this moment, they finally understood that not all ability users were as easy to talk to as Guan Shan and Tianhua. There were plenty of others like Wen Yating and Wang Yongqi who considered themselves superior to everyone else. Seeing this scene, Guan Shan was greatly shocked. You've got some nerve. Today you must pay for your actions. Guan Shan could never have imagined that Wen Yating would actually attack unarmed people. This had clearly crossed his bottom line. He felt a nameless rage rush straight to his head. If Hua knew what Guan Shan was thinking, he would probably only shake his head with a bitter smile. Someone like Wen Yating could still be considered to have some humanity, as she had only driven them away. If it were other ability users, they might just kill people as a matter of course if they were in a bad mood. As the saying goes, having a sharp weapon in hand gives rise to a murderous heart. Even more so for ability users. From the moment they awakened their superpower, they felt that they were no longer the same species as others. They were a transcendent existence, naturally carrying a sense of superiority and not treating others as human. Some people with a bit of dirty money and better food would have this feeling, and those ability users added even more to this foundation. Enslavement was just a small matter. Their behavioral style could be completely described as not eating beef. Even Tanhua frowned when he saw this. But he couldn't say much and could only shake his head to himself. However, Guanshan could no longer tolerate it, and immediately drew his sword and charged forward. Stupid. Watching Guanshan charge over like a bull, Wen Yating's eyes revealed a hint of contempt, and her red lips curled slightly. Immediately, the invisible hand struck again, with the sound of wind whistling all around. It slammed fiercely toward Guanshan, but this time, it was as if Guanshan had a premonition. Sensing the whistling wind attacking again, the moment he felt the attack descending, he blocked horizontally with his sword. Clap! The invisible hand collided violently with the blade, causing the sword to vibrate slightly, but it still did not shatter. How is this possible? What kind of material is this? Wen Yating was surprised at the sight, her small mouth slightly agape. Ever since she had awakened this superpower, nothing had been able to withstand the power of this hand. In her expectations, she should have heard a crisp shattering sound the moment of impact. Wen Yating took a small step back and manipulated the invisible hand to strike down overwhelmingly, facing the invisible attack. Guanshan had no choice but to push forward, using his own flesh to judge the attacks. Just now, when his sword collided, it had already lost a significant amount of durability, a full 1/5, which pained him greatly. This was an iron sword enchanted with a smite, and if it were destroyed here, he would definitely be heartbroken. Guanshan planned to apply an experience repair to it later, but felt it was too extravagant for an iron sword. He put his sword away, truly foolish. Seeing Guanshan put away his sword, Wen Yating's contempt grew even stronger, and she understood in her heart that her shock from just a moment ago had been unnecessary. Her blow just now must have brought this sword to the breaking. Thinking of this, Wen Yating's certainty deepened a little more. This person was nothing special, just a lucky brute. Thinking of this, the invisible hand, which had just been repelled by the iron sword, once again slammed fiercely toward Guanshan. Why isn't he defending? Has he given up? Wen Yating looked at Guanshan, who was not dodging or avoiding, and was extremely puzzled. Could this person be an idiot? Had his brain been eaten by zombies? As fellow ability users, that he was such a simple-minded person truly brought shame upon me. No longer doubting, the invisible hand immediately slammed down directly onto Guanshan. Bang! A precise sound of impact into flesh rang out, and Wen Yating could see that this strike had hit him squarely. However, the situation she expected him, being sent flying directly, did not happen. Guanshan had actually grabbed the invisible hand directly. Seeing this scene, Wen Yating immediately understood his intention. This was trading injury for life. The moment he was hit, Guanshan had already prepared himself mentally. Wen Yating's attack range was unknown to him. Facing this situation, the only option was a quick battle. This was because Wen Yating's ability did not consume as much as Tanhua's. From her nonchalant expression, it could be seen that this was an ability with minimal consumption and extremely long endurance. And from the attack method and frequency, it could be seen that this attack was launched singly, meaning it could not perform combos. Using this information, Guanshan immediately made a decision. Grab this invisible hand and close the distance. At the same time, Wen Yating also realized Guanshan's intention. Wen Yating's combat experience was also exceptionally rich. Guanshan she could also think of, damn it, I was truly careless. Wen Yating's mindset underwent a slight shift. She had to admit that the person before her was actually a bit impressive to have come up with this method. Furthermore, his control over his body and physical fitness must be astonishing, otherwise, it would be impossible to execute this maneuver. At the moment the invisible hand struck, Guanshan accurately judged the timing of the attack based on the sound of the wind beside his ears. His current physical fitness fully granted him the possibility of this maneuver. As he had estimated, the invisible hand struck him right on time. With a massive force erupting, Guanshan pressed his legs down, withstood the impact, and immediately grabbed this invisible giant hand. Everything was exactly as he had anticipated. The opponent's attack method was very singular, and there was no appearance of any second hand or anything of the sort. At this moment, Wen Yating was somewhat bewildered by Guanshan. In all her battles, there had never been anyone like him. How is it? As if knowing what she was thinking, a somewhat provocative voice drifted down from the air at just the right moment. Looking up, she saw that his smile was full of confidence, giving off a distinct feeling of everything is as I expected. Wen Yating felt a wave of anger rise in her heart. Her already bad mood became even worse at this moment. Don't think you've won just because of this. With that, the invisible hand suddenly went berserk, swinging left and right in the sky. Guanshan, who was holding tightly onto this hand, was swung around in the sky. He felt as if he were riding a mad bull, dancing crazily in the air. He was then slammed hard against the ground, being dragged and rubbed along the floor like a rag. However, due to the protection of his iron armor, these actions did not cause any damage, only resulting in a tiny bit of wear that was almost negligible. Just as Wen Yating was fuming with anger, suddenly she saw that Guanshan seemed to have taken something out. Wen Yating narrowed her eyes and discovered that it was a sword. It was the very same sword he had put away just a moment ago. What did he want to do? In an instant, Yating realized Guanshan's plan. Meanwhile, Guanshan, who was flying back and forth in the air, was trying his best to stabilize his body and threw the iron sword in his hand directly at Wen Yating. Under the sunlight, the iron sword glinted with cold light as it flew toward Wen Yating at extreme speed. Guanshan's strength now reached over 1,000 caddies. The power of an iron sword with such strength could be imagined. Listening to the howling wind by her ears, Wen Yating felt a bit flustered. In the mere moment she was stunned, the iron sword had already flown before her. So fast! In her panic, Wen Yating had no time to think, and could only instinctively command the invisible hand to return and defend. And Guanshan was also brought in front of Wen Yating. Watching the sword and Guanshan arrive one after another, Wen Yating, caught off guard, had to make the optimal choice. That was to surround herself with the invisible hand, creating the most solid fortress. The invisible hand had volume. It was just invisible to people, and since the invisible hand could not be destroyed, this was the most solid fortress. The invisible hand swatted the approaching iron sword away, just as it was about to launch another attack. It saw that Guanshan had already arrived in front of her. Oh no! In her haste, facing the fierce and menacing Guanshan, Wen Yating had no choice but to wrap herself with the invisible hand, attacking while trying to create distance again. The invisible hand's attack range was now 50 meters. This 50-meter range was enough to wrap her up tightly. Looking at Wen Yating in her defensive stance, Guanshan, still in mid-air, grabbed the iron sword that had been swatted away and then thrust it directly at Wen Yating. Clang! The iron sword pierced with absolute precision into the gap between the invisible hand. Realizing this, Guanshan shoved both his hands inside and began to exert tremendous force. How is this possible? Watching this scene, Wen Yating's heart was like a raging sea. Could this person be trying to rely on brute force to tear open her defense? Impossible. Guanshan had just begun to exert force when he felt the resistance increase, and veins immediately popped on his forehead, looking at Wen Yating, who was right in front of him. He was furious. I said I would make you pay the price. And I will definitely make you pay the price. The Wen Yating before him no longer had her usual poker face. Her cold expression, which seemed as if it had remained unchanged for 1,000 years, now carried a hint of fear. Seeing this, Guanshan felt immensely satisfied. As he exerted force, he actually managed to slowly tear a gap in the invisible hand. This thing of yours is supposed to be indestructible, right? You seem very confident in it, but have you ever considered this method? As the last sentence was spoken, the invisible hand was suddenly torn apart by a massive force. Wen Yating, at this moment, became incredibly flustered, her steps retreating uncontrollably. After taking a few steps, she staggered and nearly fell to the ground. However, before she could fall to the ground, a large hand directly grabbed her wrist. That hand was like an iron pincer, squeezing her delicate skin until it was somewhat red and swollen. Under normal circumstances, Wen Yating would have long since disgustedly swatted this person away, or perhaps even killed him. But at this moment, her heart was filled only with the desire to escape. Wen Yating was completely shocked by Guanshan. She now only wished to turn back time. Guanshan had directly shattered her perception. Ever since she awakened, the invisible hand had never been defeated. Even at its worst, it had been a match, a draw, protecting her in a way that left others helpless. Just like it had been moments ago. But now, this move was ineffective against Guanshan. He had actually, in a way that was almost savage and somewhat unbelievable, directly torn open her defense and reached her. What do you want? Looking at Guanshan, who was holding her wrist, Wen Yating's heart was filled with panic. Her beautiful eyes, which usually remained calm under any circumstances, were now trembling slightly, giving her a somewhat pitiful look. I said I would make you pay the price. As his words fell, Guanshan pulled Wen Yating closer with his other hand, raised his palm high, and slapped her directly across the face. Slap! A crisp sound rang out and the scene instantly fell into silence. Everyone watched this scene in astonishment. This method of punishment, showing absolutely no chivalry, caused some people to extinguish any improper thoughts they might have had. If he could treat such a beautiful ability user this way, wouldn't he be even more ruthless to them? Some girls who had originally wanted to slack off or rely on their gender to act coquettishly all shivered, and some of the people who had just been injured by Wen Yating now looked at Guanshan with conviction in their eyes. In the distance, Gao Tianhao and Tan Hua, who witnessed this scene, both clicked their tongues in wonder. For this woman, this level was enough to make her learn her lesson. It wasn't highly aggressive, but it was extremely insulting. And there was one person who was completely devastated. As Wen Yating was about to fall, her wrist was tightly gripped by someone. When she looked up, she realized a powerful hand was holding her firmly. With a pull, Wen Yating's body involuntarily moved closer to Guanshan. Seeing his other hand raised high, Wen Yating was actually somewhat incredulous. 2. Slap! Slap. The slap landed without any surprise, crisp and loud. Dusky, tisk. Seeing this scene, Gao Qianhao couldn't help but shake his head and click his tongue. His face showed quite a bit of schadenfreude as he shrank his body behind Tan Hua, trying his best to suppress the corners of his mouth from turning up. Tan Hua was quite helpless. Guanshan had a strong personality, and Wen Yating was an extremely arrogant person. With what happened today, the two of them would probably be at odds from now on. In this situation, if Guan Shan's strength remained strong enough, he could probably keep her suppressed. But as soon as he showed the slightest sign of fatigue, Wen Yating would definitely retaliate. After being slapped, Wen Yating touched the burning area on her face in a daze. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. On her snowy, flawless face, a shocking slap mark had appeared. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a bit of pity. Wen Yating sat slumped on the ground, her hair disheveled and hanging over her face, making her expression unclear. One hand supported her on the ground while the other touched her cheek. She looked dazed, as if she had been slapped silly. "Are you calmer now?" Guan Shan said coldly. "I can understand if you aren't convinced by me, but I don't understand why you had to lay a hand on others. You must pay the price for your actions. Now, apologize to them." As his voice fell, Guan Shan looked at Wen Yating, who was slumped on the ground, exuding a sense of fragility, and said sternly. Hearing this, Wen Yating suddenly raised her head and stared straight at Guan Shan. Those beautiful eyes were just as they usually were, with no discernible emotion, though now they were veiled in a mist of water, as if she had suffered a great grievance. But Guan Shan had a feeling that Wen Yating had completely remembered him. But it didn't matter. From the moment he struck, Guan Shan had prepared himself mentally. Offending people was a common occurrence, and a good person who didn't dare to offend anyone wouldn't live long. If you back down the moment you encounter a problem, it will only make others think you are pathetic. Wen Yating's lips moved slightly, and she softly spat out a few words from her red lips. "Fine." Before she could finish, a pig-like howl came from the distance. "No! How could you?" Guan Shan turned his head to look and saw a figure sprinting over from the distance. He swore he had never seen any mammal run so fast. The speed simply surpassed the wildebeests migrating on the African savanna. It was even faster than the people of Elephant Country and the universe thieves on the battlefield. After seeing Shan slap Wen Yating, Gao Tianmiao's heart was bleeding. It felt like something he had painstakingly protected was being trampled into the mud. That pain was like an invisible hand clutching his heart, bringing with it a strong sense of suffocation. Almost instantly, as a reflexive action, his legs began to move involuntarily, and with a speed he himself couldn't imagine. He ran in front of Guan Shan in an instant. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes turned red. When he looked at Guan Shan again, a surge of intense rage engulfed his heart. Unforgivable. He must be made to pay. In the blink of an eye, he threw a punch. In the distance, seeing this scene, Gao Qianhao shouted in desperation, "Don't, little brother. You are not." Before his voice had even faded, Gao Tianmiao had lost consciousness. Looking at the Gao Tianmiao before him, Guan Shan lightly tilted his head to dodge the punch, then lowered his body and landed punch directly on Gao Tianmiao's stomach. That dull thud was heard clearly by everyone present. It was as if they'd been hit themselves, and they all subconsciously clutched their own stomachs. Ugh! Gao Tianmiao clutched his abdomen, took a few steps back, and then lost consciousness. This sudden scene left Guan Shan a bit puzzled, but after seeing Wen Yating and glancing back and forth between the two, he understood. Seeing Guan Shan's gaze, Wen Yating guessed a bit of what he was thinking. Don't misunderstand. He and I have no relationship whatsoever. Really? I think he seems to quite like you. He only makes me feel disgusted. Wen Yating parted her red lips slightly and uttered a sentence that would have shattered Gao Tianmiao's heart, though it was. fortunate that he had been unconscious by Guanshan. After standing up again, Wen Yating gently adjusted her hair, patted her clothes, and walked towards the crowd. The people around, seeing Wen Yating approaching, retreated a few steps in fear, the crowd shrinking back. Who would have known that Wen Yating had no other intentions? She simply bowed slightly to the crowd and said softly, "I'm sorry, that was my fault just now." After saying this, she ignored the somewhat dumbfounded crowd and turned to leave. Wow, is this for real? It still feels a bit scary. Guanshan is really amazing to be able to suppress a woman like her. Wen Yating didn't pay attention to what the people behind her were saying. Wearing her usual poker face, or perhaps a somewhat cold expression, she headed back toward her room. "I thought you wouldn't do that." Hearing Guanshan's words, Wen Yating paused and said, "I have my pride. You defeated me, so I will do this. There's nothing wrong with that." After speaking, she walked past Guanshan and headed toward her room. "I'm going to take a shower. I'll come over in a while." Watching Wen Yating's departing figure, Guanshan thought for a moment and felt that she seemed to be talking a bit more. Could it be that his slap had slapped open her language system? Before Guanshan could ponder the reason Wen Yating was so unusual, the crowd surrounded him again. Everyone's enthusiasm far exceeded Guanshan's imagination. It was almost fanatical. In everyone's eyes, Guanshan now undoubtedly possessed many halos. He brought them clean water and food, provided housing, and stood up for them when they were bullied. Where could you find such a person in the apocalypse? He was truly a benevolent person rarely seen in the world. Guanshan was a bit startled by this wave of enthusiasm. In his view, these were just normal things. I provided these things and you helped me find resources. It's just a mutual exchange. But in the eyes of everyone, Guanshan had already become their backbone. Just the act of fighting Wen Yating earlier was enough to convince them. All right, everyone go get busy. There are still many tasks to do this afternoon." Just as Guanshan was at a loss, a gentle voice came to his rescue. Wen Wan, who knows when she started, had already walked over. Her outfit today was slightly different. A white long-sleeved shirt paired with women's dress pants, the excess fabric tucked into the pants. Her legs were straight, her upper body was incredibly full, and while she looked capable, it also added a touch of charm to Wen Wan, giving people the feeling of a career-driven woman. Outside the construction site in the city center, Guanshan, Tenhua, and a few others were clearing out zombies. Under the influence of bullet time, no zombie could even get near him. Being a martial arts expert with rich combat experience, coupled with his enhanced physical fitness, allowed Tenhua to easily kill a zombie with every move. Tenhua had also a mutant zombie alone. Although its skin was thick and impenetrable, Tenhua's fist force could penetrate to its internal organs, directly piercing through the zombie's defenses. Except for when he encountered someone like Guanshan, whose body seemed to be wrapped in steel that was truly helpless. Tenhua moved through the horde of zombies, as if dancing, truly passing through 10,000 corpses without a single leaf touching his body. Gao Qianhao was equally impressive. His ability was earth and stone manipulation. Any zombie that approached would be ground into powder by earth and stone. By comparison, his brother Gao Tianmiao was somewhat lacking, only able to manipulate zombies to kill each other. 5 ordinary zombies could hardly play any role. However, considering he was also putting in the effort, Guanshan acknowledged him. Seeing that his combat power was slightly weak, Guanshan assigned someone to him. Wang Yongqi. Xiong Yan was currently recuperating due to his injuries, but Wang Yongqi had been called out by Guanshan. At first, he was unwilling, thinking, if others can recuperate, why can't I? Unfortunately, he had no choice in the matter. Guanshan had already made up his mind to squeeze Yongki for all he was worth, so naturally, he wouldn't give him a chance to recuperate. Besides, the lad was so young. Working for him while healing wasn't a difficult task. At this moment, Wang Yongki was surrounded by a few zombies, gritting his teeth and fighting hard. It didn't matter what his abilities were, as long as his attitude was good. Whether one can do it is a matter of ability. Whether one it is a matter of attitude. However, to everyone's surprise, Guanshan did not make a move. Because of the characteristic that zombie corpses disappeared after he killed them, Guanshan had no intention of taking action. He just stood to the side, watching silently. He did not want to expose this in front of the others, to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion. Meanwhile, the others were enthusiastically setting up scaffolding. There was no shortage of such things at the construction site. They could have as much as they wanted. Just building a 3-meter-high wall was more than enough, and even if the area were several times larger, it would be easy. Everyone just found it a bit novel. After all, they were students. As long as they stepped out of campus, they would find even seeing a dog novel. Guanshan understood this feeling all too well. Building the scaffolding is just the first step. In the future, we will also need to cultivate fields on the other side. Guanshan's gaze turned toward the adjacent wasteland on the other side. That place was originally intended for building houses, but construction hadn't started yet. It was considered the second phase of the project, and now it was overgrown with weeds. Guanshan planned to enclose this area later and use hoes to reclaim it all. There was no need to worry about soil fertility at all, as long as he had a hoe. And as long as there was water and arable land, he could grow crops. While Guanshan was deep in thought, a commotion came from afar. What's the situation? Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a zombie with an extremely strange appearance walking toward them. It was nearly 5 meters tall, massive in size, with several tumors on its body, each the size of a basketball. Something seemed to be pulsating inside them, supplying blood like a heart. On its abdomen, there was a long gash that gave one the feeling of being cut along the dotted line. Yes, this was Guanshan's first thought. He didn't know what others thought, but that was his first impression. At this moment, this giant zombie was swaying as it walked this way, and that area happened to be Wen Yating's zone. As expected, almost at the moment the crowd became restless, Wen Yating also noticed this bizarre-looking zombie. Based on such a dull performance, the possibility of it being a mutant zombie was immediately ruled out. That left only one possibility. It was just an ordinary zombie. Only he didn't know what had happened to make it grow into such a monstrous appearance. The invisible hand flew directly toward it, and without any surprise, smashed its legs. The zombie let out a wail and fell straight down, but its body was still instinctively crawling forward. The next second, Wen Yating was about to finish it off, but she was called out by Guanshan. Wait a second. Guanshan stepped forward, stopped Wen Yating's actions. What are you doing? Wen Yating frowned, looking at Guanshan with anger. If this man thought that by defeating her he could boss her around, then he was thinking too much. I, Wen Yating, am absolutely not someone who can be ordered around by others. If this man didn't give her a reason, she would definitely have to show him who was boss. I just want to take a look at this zombie. It has such a large gash on its abdomen. Don't you find that strange? What's so strange about that? It's already turned into a zombie. Isn't it normal for it to look like anything? Wen Yating just felt speechless, didn't want to entertain Guanshan's scientific spirit. Guanshan approached the zombie, and just by getting slightly closer, the creature changed direction and crawled toward Guanshan inch by inch. It doesn't need vision. It seems it automatically approaches the person close to it. Guanshan saw it very clearly. The zombie was lying flat on the ground and couldn't see Guanshan at all, which meant it had some other sensory system. Seeing the zombie's two hands still flailing, Guanshan directly broke them both off, tore them away, and threw them aside. After it was completely harmless, Guanshan flipped it over and carefully examined the gash. "Are you bored? Can't you just kill it?" Wen Yating stood 10 steps away from Guanshan, looking at the scene with quite a bit of disgust. Having just been ravaged by Guanshan, the place was covered in blood and gore, and Wen Yating seemed to find such an environment repulsive. Just a moment. Guanshan pondered for a moment, then used a hand blade to directly split in the gash, continuing all the way up until it was completely opened. "There's something inside." In the process of splitting it open, Guanshan was startled. He had suddenly touched something inside, and it was moving. After instinctively pulling back, Guanshan said to Wen Yating, "Wen Yating, use your ability to take out what's inside." Wen Yating looked at Guanshan, not understanding what kind of trick he was. Moreover, she had never encountered such a bizarre zombie. After a moment of hesitation, she complied with Guanshan's words. And the others from the other side also walked over. Xiong Yan had not gone out due to his injuries and was currently recuperating. Otherwise, if he had seen Wen Yating being so obedient to Guanshan's words, he would likely have been shocked. Soon, under the curious gazes of several people, the invisible hand slowly reached into it, and accompanied by some wriggling, a human-sized crystal was pulled out. This thing was about 2 meters long, like amber, covered in a blood membrane. Inside the amber was a circular shadow. As the invisible hand lifted it up through the sunlight, the thing inside was actually a person. And he recognized him. This person, Liu Qingquan, whom Guanshan had rescued that day. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and his body was curled up tightly. And inside the crystal, a blood vessel was connected to his mouth. "Isn't that Liu Qingquan?" In the crowd, Lu Chuan also recognized him and shouted in shock. Seeing Liu Qingquan suspended in midair, everyone couldn't help but shudder. "It's simply like an egg." Someone in the crowd made this remark, but to Guanshan, it looked more like an eggshell. However, this was definitely not meant to gestate anything. On the contrary, the object inserted into Liu Qingquan's mouth seemed more like a life support device. "This tube is likely meant to keep him fresh," Wen Yating said slowly beside Guanshan. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, instantly grasping the function of the tube. It was likely to maintain his vitality, much like a freshly caught fish that needs water, so it can be sold at the market. "I can't open it." There was only one invisible hand. If there had been two, perhaps it could have been torn open, so he had no choice but to ask Guanshan for help. "I'll handle it." Drawing his iron sword, he approached the egg that resembled a chicken egg. After examining it carefully, he plunged the iron sword straight into it. As the iron sword pierced in, Guanshan's first impression was that it was highly elastic. Next, he felt a sense of repulsion from within, followed by a strange fragrance wafting out. This cloying, sweet scent was nauseating, leaving an overly sickly feeling. Forcing himself to ignore the churning in his stomach, he applied a little pressure and tore a slit open. As the slit opened, the interior of the egg came into contact with the air and began to decay rapidly, turning black and withering at an alarming speed. In just over 10 seconds, the egg, which had been elastic, smooth, and seemingly nutrient, completely vanished under the sun. Only a large wet patch remained on the ground, a testament to its existence. "What do you plan to do?" Behind Guanshan, Wen Yating parted her red lips slightly, eyeing him as she spoke. "What do you mean? What do I plan to do? Naturally, I'll wake him up and take him back." Guanshan was puzzled. What else could he do? Wen Yating's lips curled into a beautiful arc, as if she had foreseen something. She turned around and said, "Then that will depend on your ability." With that, she walked away without looking back. Guan Shan frowned, not understanding what the woman meant. Looking at the unconscious Liu Qingquan before him, he poured a bucket of water over him. Pff! As the bucket of water hit him, he reacted immediately. "Where is this?" Liu Qingquan narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked quite disheveled, as if he hadn't groomed himself in ages. His stubble and hair were unexpectedly long. Guanshan remembered that Liu Qingquan had had short hair and trimmed stubble just the other day. It had only been a few days, yet he had changed so much. Could the nutrients inside actually make hair grow? Liu Qingquan opened his eyes slightly, but the intense light made him uncomfortable, so he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. After a moment, he managed to prop himself up. This single movement seemed to drain all his energy. He felt as though his body hadn't moved for ages, every part of it rusted and stiff. Taking a deep breath, his heart began to beat steadily again, and his originally pale complexion flushed with color. He opened his mouth to exhale a breath of stale air, then looked toward Guanshan. "I didn't expect you to save me again. This is really..." After clearly seeing Guanshan's face, Liu Qingquan gave a wry smile. "Where did you go? How did you end up like this?" Hearing this, Liu Qingquan began to reminisce. He remembered that, following Guanshan's guidance that day, he had finally reached the gymnasium before dawn. That place was indeed full of people. Everything was orderly, and supplies were distributed regularly by helicopters. If nothing went wrong, that place was practically a perfect safe zone. Liu Qingquan had also found his mother inside. Everything had been heading in a good direction, and he had intended to thank Guanshan if he ever met him again. The turn of events occurred one afternoon. It was an overcast day, the air heavy with humidity, and strong winds bent the large trees, making them whistle. Liu Qingquan was eating while watching the scenery outside, wondering when the military would appear to wipe out all the zombies and restore order. When he heard a commotion behind him, turning around, a massive zombie charging out of the room. Liu Qingquan was shocked the moment he saw it. He felt it was difficult to describe this monster using any language he had learned in his life. It looked like a giant meatball, its pale flesh quivering with every movement. Within this mass of white flesh, arms had grown out, grabbing nearby people and stuffing them into its own body. Whenever a human was pulled inside, the flesh in that area would turn a bluish purple and begin to wriggle. He guessed it was digesting. By then, Liu Qingquan was already fleeing while protecting his mother. Along the way, some people drew their pistols and fired, but without exception, it had no effect. They were ultimately swallowed. In an instant, crying and desperate wails became the dominant sound, and everything began to collapse. As Liu Qingquan desperately rushed toward the gate of the gymnasium with his mother, some people who had run faster were already standing there, seemingly hesitating over whether to close the gates. His heart was in his throat. Caught in the agony of despair and hope, he kept pleading for them not to close the gates. The group seemed to spot Liu Qingquan and his mother. After some hesitation, they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to close the gates. After Liu Qingquan and his mother successfully rushed out, the survivors began to flee once more. However, it wasn't long before many massive zombies were tailing them. They were incredibly tall, with a massive slit in their abdomens. Liu Qingquan saw with his eyes those zombies stuffing people inside. It was a storage area, presumably to be taken back to the hive. They had intended to drive away, but were overtaken by a zombie. At the last moment, Liu Qingquan pushed his mother into the car, and he himself was swallowed. With lingering attachment, he took one last look at the world. It seemed there were 4 other unlucky souls who had been swallowed just like him. Liu Qingquan had seen these 4 people before. They were enthusiastic about eating but lazy when it came to work. Since all 4 were lame, however, no one said anything. Later, however, someone mentioned that their legs had apparently been crippled by someone who severed their achillotendon, hence their condition. They must have encountered a ruthless person. Guanshan, sitting to the side, listened quietly to Liu Qingquan's story. When he mentioned those 4 unlucky guys with severed Achilles tendon, Guanshan felt a slight twinge of guilt. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? What do you plan to do next? I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. You've saved me twice. You've shown me great kindness. Why don't you stay here? My next plan is to expand and search for survivors. Wouldn't that mean? Liu Qingquan's eyes lit up. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to bring his mother back? That's right. Do you remember how many people fled? Hearing Guanshan's words, Liu Qingquan immediately began to recall. He remembered that there were tens of thousands of people there at the time, which was an exceptionally large number. Even when that final giant zombie appeared, at least a few thousand people had managed to escape. There were probably a few thousand, but they all fled in different directions. A few thousand? Upon hearing this, Guanshan forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. A few thousand people. That's so many. If he could bring them all into his safe zone, wouldn't that mean gaining so much labor all at once? Not to mention anything else. Just in terms of resource collection efficiency, the difference would be like night and day. Liu Qingquan seemed to see through Guanshan's thoughts and said with a smile, Mr. Guan, you want to take all these people under your command, don't you? Guanshan nodded upon hearing this. With so many people, they are all laborers. If they can all be absorbed, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of the safe zone. Guanshan believed that the strength of a safe zone or a stronghold did not lie in how many guns or cannons it had, nor in how many supplies or how many ability users it possessed. Instead, it lay in the ordinary people. The more people there were, the stronger the force. Conversely, the fewer there were, the weaker it became. Admittedly, management was also an issue, but Guanshan believed that there would always be a way when the time came. In that case, perhaps an help. Could it be? Looking at Guanshan's expectant gaze, Liu Qingquan also smiled and said, That's right. I have quite a bit of experience in management and have led multiple projects in the past. Managing a few thousand people is something I can handle with ease. Guanshan was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was exactly the kind of management talent he needed. Currently, with only Wenwan managing things, it was fine when there were few people, but with more people, it would inevitably become uncoordinated. Currently, Wenwan was handling material distribution, task assignment, warehousing, and so on all by herself. Guanshan intended to separate these duties in the future, and Liu Qingquan was a good choice for this. In that case, go wash up first, and then we can discuss it in detail. I've already prepared a house for you. Just pick one and settle in. All right. Liu Qingquan had been sitting for a while and felt that his strength had recovered a bit, so he stood up. He caught a whiff of the stench on his body and gave a bitter smile. I don't know how long I've been inside. I've become so smelly. Guanshan didn't say anything, as the smell was indeed quite pungent. As the two walked toward the safe zone, everyone had almost finished the construction of the first side of the scaffolding and had already begun on the second side. Scaffolding? That's indeed a very good method. This way, it can prevent zombies while also being convenient for coming and going. While the two were talking, Wang Yongqi also noticed the situation here. He quickly approached someone nearby and asked ingratiatingly, Big Brother Lu, Do you know that person who came out from among the zombies? I think Big Brother Guan seems to know him. Hearing this, Lu Chuan lifted his head, feeling quite flattered like a proud swan. Oh, you're talking about that. That person is Liu Qingquan. He was also rescued by our boss Guan at the time and was with me. But I don't know where he went afterward. Wang Yongke's eyes darted around upon hearing this. But I just saw him come out from among the zombies. Could it be? Lu Chuan was startled upon hearing this. What do you mean came out from among the zombies? Don't go around saying nonsense. Would I say nonsense? I saw it clearly just now. Following that, Wang Yongqi recounted everything he had seen in detail, even adding quite a few specifics. After finishing, Wang Yongqi stared intently at Lu Chuan. His intention was to cause trouble for Guan Shan. Since he couldn't defeat Guan Shan head-on, he would just try to disgust him. But after listening, Lu Chuan was shocked at first, then looked a bit lewd, and in the end he actually seemed indifferent. Brother Lu, what is this? Wang Yongqi was somewhat confused. Sigh, Big Brother Guan naturally has his own ideas when doing things. It's not for us to interfere. Even if he did come from among the zombies. So what? Lu Chuan spread his hands openly, clearly in a couldn't-care-less mode. Seeing this scene, Wang Yongqi was stunned to numbness. He had originally wanted to sow discord and let Lu Chuan, this big mouth, spread it recklessly. Who knew he would be all show and no substance? Wang Yongqi did see one thing clearly. This Lu Chuan was a bully who feared the strong, with a bit of a despicable streak, but he dared not act despicable toward Guan Shan. It was as if he had some psychological trauma, and Guan Shan was an existence he absolutely could not touch. However, he had no other options, so he could only offer an awkward smile and then retreated. Just as he was at his wit's end, another person walked over to his side. You said he came out from among the zombies? The person speaking was none other than Gao Tianmiao, who was currently staring gloomily at Wang Yongqi with dark eyes. Wang Yongqi also turned his head to look upon hearing this, and the two locked eyes. Although he didn't know what Gao Tianmiao was up to, Wang Yongqi still told him. After all, what he said was the truth. It wasn't like Guan Shan would hear it and immediately run over to punch him to death, right? They had to be reasonable, right? In Wang Yongqi's view, Guan Shan was a reasonable person. Although he possessed extreme violence and extraordinary strength, he had shackled himself. That shackle was reasoning. Of course, if I added any embellishments to what I said, you can report me at any time. Gao Qianmiao sneered inwardly upon hearing this. Guan Shan, oh Guan Shan, your only mistake was that you shouldn't have laid a hand on Wen Yating. And you shouldn't have gotten close to Wen Yating. After Guan Shan slapped her, Gao Tianmiao had already harbored a grudge against Guan Shan. But due to the disparity in strength, he dared not show it. After all, he could be dealt with in one punch. If he really tried to make a move, he wouldn't survive more than 2 seconds. His thoughts, at this moment, were highly aligned with Wang Yongqi's. Causing a little trouble was acceptable too. The two of them had only one thought at this moment, which was to disgust Guan Shan as much as possible. Gao Qianmiao shifted his gaze, and then he vanished from where he stood. Watching his back, Wang Yongqi felt a sense of satisfaction that made him almost want to shout out loud. He had finally returned to his most familiar rhythm. This was exactly the feeling. Inside the house, Liu Qingquan finally walked after washing up. Having changed into a brand new set of clothes and trimmed his hair and stubble, he looked as if he had been reborn. When he walked over from a distance, he truly had an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Thank you so much, Mr. Guan. The moment he saw Guan Shan, he quickly jogged over and shook his hand. There's no need for that. Since you're going to be staying here from now on, you might as well just call me Guan Shan. Mr. Guan feels a bit too distant. All right, Guanshan it is. Guanshan hadn't yet decided on a suitable title. Boss Guan sounded a bit like a bandit den. Some people like to call him that, and he couldn't stop them. It was better to keep it simple. There was no need to come up with some high-sounding title. After all, there were only 40 or 50 people now. If he really wanted to establish one, he would wait until there were more people. Kick him out! Just as the two were talking, a noisy sound erupted in the distance, faintly carrying a sense of anger. A group of people gathered around Guanshan and Liu Qingquan, looking at Liu Qingquan with disgust and anger in their eyes. In the distance, Wen Yating, Tan Hua, and a few others stood still, seemingly accustomed to such sights. Humans are such creatures, they didn't find anything ignorant about it. It was a normal choice for everyone. If there was a time bomb in front of them, they would surely throw it away rather than try to defuse it. People also wouldn't bother to distinguish between venomous snakes. Staying away from all snakes was the most effortless way. Distinguishing venomous snakes was someone else's business, not theirs. Only as a last resort, when there was no other choice, would people do so. Was it you who told the others? Tan Hua asked. You underestimate me. Wen Yating gently tucked her loose hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed on those people as she added, He defeated me, I accept that wholeheartedly. Tan Hua withdrew his gaze. Beth nodded. Fair enough. Within the crowd, everyone surrounded Guanshan, talking all at once, their underlying message being to expel Liu Qingquan. After all, in everyone's eyes, zombies were like fierce beasts. Anything associated with them had to be cast out. They didn't want to bear even a 1 in a million risk. Big brother Guan, he's been infected by a zombie. Why are you still letting him in? Exactly. If he turns into a zombie, how terrifying would that be? Hearing the crowd's words, Guanshan simply said, if he were going to turn, he would have turned long ago. He didn't turn while he was inside the zombie's body. Why would he turn now that he's out? Guanshan's words gave the crowd pause, but a second later, someone spoke up again. But there's still a risk. Yeah, exactly. Voices rose one after another from the crowd. Guanshan wasn't angry, as the crowd's concern was reasonable. He simply said, how about this? I'll build a separate small hut to keep him isolated from everyone. We'll set a 1-month limit. If Liu Qingquan hasn't turned into a zombie by then, we'll accept him. What do you think? Hearing this, some thought it was a good idea, but someone still asked, what if he does turn into a zombie? If he turns into a zombie, I'll deal with him personally. Hearing this, the crowd calmed down slightly. Seeing this, Wang Yongqi, hidden in the crowd, bit his nails unwillingly and spoke up. What if he turns into a zombie and bites someone? What if the zombie virus spreads into the water supply? The slightly calmed crowd became restless once more. Seeing the increasingly agitated crowd, Guanshan also felt a bit of a headache. Liu Qingquan spoke up. Guanshan, maybe I should just leave. If you insist on protecting me, it'll make things difficult for you. No, it's not difficult. Guanshan said softly, then looked at the crowd and spoke in a voice that brooked no argument. I understand all your concerns, but right now, Liu Qingquan is a living human being in your, not a zombie. Don't worry excessively, and don't create anxiety through speculation. If it really comes down to it, I'll watch over him myself. Hearing this, the crowd quieted down a bit, though there were still some whispers. Seeing this, Wang Yongqi felt he had done enough and stopped talking. This step could only go so far. Next, Wang Qi planned to use certain means to make Liu Qingquan turn into zombie and then bite a pupil to stripe to strengthen Guanshan's cohesiveness. All right, everyone go back. There's still work to be done. At this moment, Wenwan also stepped forward. Holding a roster, she smiled and said to the crowd, everyone needs to complete their quota of tasks to eat. Don't worry anymore, hurry back. This was the rule Guanshan had established. Without rules, there is no order. Eating and drink free would eventually lead to running out of resources. Not being able to eat without completing tasks was something the crowd also accepted. However, there wasn't much to do right now, mostly collective activities. Wenwan was currently responsible for. Initially, Guanshan thought Wenwan might have trouble adjusting, but to his surprise, everything was normal, even a bit too smooth. Wenwan handled it as if it were second nature, as if she were born knowing how to manage these people. Hearing this, the crowd finally dispersed. After everyone had left, Wenwan approached Guanshan, greeted Liu Qingquan, and then whispered in Guanshan's ear. I saw someone in the crowd with a dark complexion who seemed to be stirring things up. Guanshan listened and turned his head. Was it Wang Yongqi? Probably. I saw him when I was registering the roster. Earlier, Wenwan knew someone was pushing matter, so she remembered everyone's expressions and behaviors clearly. Wang Yongqi might have thought he hidden himself well, but in reality, he had been seen through completely. His approach was very clever. I really can't find a good reason to act against him. He didn't leave any loose ends for me. But even though Guanshan knew, it wasn't easy to take action. Wang Yongqi's actions were within the bounds of reason. By this time, Liu Qingquan had already left. He had his own tasks to do, which was to recall the locations of those people for future searching. You could target him a little, Wenwan said upon seeing this. Wang Yongqi's actions had provoked Wenwan. Even with her gentle-as-water personality, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. If Wang Yongqi had targeted someone else, she might have just shaken her head and at most called him dark-minded. But he was targeting Guanshan, her man, so she certainly couldn't let him off the hook. How do I target him? It's not like I can just pick a fight for no reason. Guanshan still didn't quite understand. Seeing this, Wenwan could only shake her head with a smile. This young man was still too straightforward, but that was exactly what she liked about him. What could she do? The more Guanshan was like this, the more infatuated Wenwan became. Such things will naturally be done by someone. Think about it. Is there anyone with a particular talent for picking fights? Someone who's good at making life difficult for others behind their backs. Oh, and one more thing. What is it? Next time you talk to someone, remember to look them in the eye. Don't let your gaze drift elsewhere. Wenwan said softly, then raised her jade-like hands to gently hold Guanshan's head, lifting it so he was looking directly at her. Cough. He was truly a bit embarrassed, mainly because her headlights were too prominent. Guanshan stammered again. I think I still need a jacket after all. Hearing this, the softest part of Wenwan's heart stirred, and she immediately said warmly, I know. I usually have a jacket ready. It's only around you that I don't wear it. You should know. I only show you. Suddenly, Guanshan felt a fire burning in his belly. Just as he was getting a bit heated, Wenwan had already put on her jacket and drifted away. After calming down a bit, Guanshan went to find Yang Haocheng. Yang Haocheng was currently panting while setting up scaffolding. Upon hearing Guanshan's words, almost instantly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Making life difficult? Picking fights? Fond of snitching? Isn't that exactly Lu Chuan? Almost every point matched perfectly. You know someone? Of course I do. Lu Chuan? Guanshan thought about it. He really was quite suitable. Most importantly, this guy was absolutely obedient to his words and had no ulterior motives. If he were to deal with Wang Yongqi, it would be a perfect match. Was this a case of it takes a villain to beat a villain? Using magic to defeat magic? Thinking of this, Guanshan suddenly felt his thoughts clear up. The slight unpleasantness from being disgusted earlier now completely transformed into a sense of satisfaction. Good, I'll go find Lu Chuan now and have him keep an eye on that kid Wang Yongqi for me. Late at night. At a large office desk, Guanshan sat in a chair with Lu Chuan standing before him. This was originally the project manager's seat, but he had now usurped it. Keep an eye on Wang Yongqi for me lately. Lu Chuan was completely bewildered, looking at Guanshan with confusion, not understanding what he meant. That fellow Wang Yongqi, among the crowd just now, he was the most aggressive one inciting trouble. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's knees almost buckled, and he nearly knelt on the spot. That bastard had actually tried to get him to incite the crowd earlier. What a total scumbag. At this thought, Lu Chuan finally realized the sinister intentions of that insidious villain, Wang Yongqi. He looked like an honest man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he was actually so filthy. Guanshan then continued, Lu Chuan, you actually have your own strengths. You just haven't discovered them yet. In Guan's eyes, Lu Chuan had always been someone whose work ability was below average, but whose eating capacity was well above average. Such a person could be described as someone who purely ate much and did little. However, he possessed a very formidable ability. He was skilled at snitching and was excellent at tormenting others. As long as a villain like Lu Chuan was given power, and you happened to have a bit of a grudge with him, he could torment you until you wished you were dead. In Guanshan's view, Lu Chuan was best suited for places like the Eastern Depot. It was just a pity he was born in the wrong era. Was Lu Chuan loyal? As long as Guanshan's combat power remained superior, he would be loyal. That was more than enough. Having said this, he took a form out of a drawer and said, We are going to implement unified management here recently. One team leader will manage 10 people. I've arranged for Wang Yongqi to be in your group, and you will be the team leader. What? I'm the team leader. Lu Chuan was almost dazed by this massive, pleasant surprise. He never expected that he could actually scramble his way into a team leader position. This, can I manage them well? Lu Chuan was a bit flustered and timid. After all, he had never done anything like this before. Guanshan smiled slightly. I believe in you. Actually, this team leader role doesn't have many tasks. You just need to convey assignments. For you, it's even simpler. You just need to help me watch Wang Yongqi's every move. But that Wang Yongqi is an ability user, You don't need to worry about that. You just focus on giving him small shoes to... No, you just keep an eye on him and utilize your strengths to the maximum. It doesn't matter if he has a superpower or not. If I say you are the team leader, then you are the team leader. Even if he is an ability user, he must listen to you. At this point, Guanshan walked up to Lu Chuan, patted his shoulder. As a team leader, you can have an extra chicken leg at lunch. I guarantee I will complete the mission. As soon as Guanshan's words fell, he heard Lu Chuan's passionate and resonant response. Good. Very spirited. Yes. If I kill this one, my strength will already be quite considerable. Lin Wanyu looked at the mutant zombie before him. Several wind blades flew out, severing its limbs. Then, a storm vortex condensed at its head, directly twisting it into a bloody mess. Among the shredded meat was a fleshy sphere. A breeze lifted it up and delivered it steadily into Lin Wanyu's hand. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it in an instant. Soon, a warm current appeared in his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. I've become quite a bit stronger again. Looking up at the night sky, Lin Wanyu didn't plan to exert himself further. After a busy day, Master Lin ended his hard hunting session and was now planning to go home for a good night's sleep. When he returned to one of his temporary residences, he suddenly heard voices coming from inside. The alert Lin Wanyu instantly found a place to hide and carefully observed the people inside. These people were moving the supplies he had collected, acting just like bandits. Lin Wanyu observed quietly and seemed to hear what they were saying. "Wow, I didn't expect there to be so much stuff here. Keep it down. Someone probably lived here but just hasn't come back yet. Let's move it all back quickly." "Exactly. Don't you know about making a fortune in silence? By the way, remember not to be so rigid." As the man spoke, he stuffed some items into his own pocket. Lin Wanyu watched for a while. There were only 3 people in his room, but surprisingly, they were all wearing bulletproof vests. He saw it clearly. There was no mistake. Though he didn't understand where this motley crew got bulletproof vests, it was enough to prove there was an organization behind them. They probably stumbled upon them. An organization? I'll have to follow them and take a look. Lin Wanyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately had an idea, looting it for himself. He followed silently behind the 3. The group was discussing matters related to their organization. Lin Wanyu caught the gist of it. It seemed to be some kind of nonsense cult with a cult leader and such. He heard they had recently captured a batch of believers, and the organization's size recently reached over 20 people. Over 20 people, that's barely enough to be useful. An organization of 20 or so people wasn't large, but if he could take it over, it would be better than being a loner. After following for another distance, he saw the 3 were extremely careful, trying their best not to make noise. When they encountered zombies they couldn't avoid, they would deal with them cleanly and efficiently. Lin Wanyu once again confirmed their combat effectiveness. With this level of strength, they were indeed decent enough. The 3 before him were all young, fit men. He just wondered how many more like them were in that cult. Lin Wanyu had already made up his mind. He would naturally kill the cult leader and the related personnel. He disdained using such methods to control people. While his thoughts were spinning, they reached a hidden location. He saw the 3 look around for a moment before slowly moving away a series of obstructing debris. At this moment, Lin Yu knew it was time to make his entrance. "Wait a moment," the sudden voice gave the 3 a fright. Looking toward the sound, they saw Lin Wanyu walking toward them. "Who are you?" Lin Wanyu didn't speak, but simply accelerated his pace, changing from a walk to a run. The 3 only saw a shadow rapidly approaching. They barely recognized it was a person, and before they could even pull out their short clubs for defense, Lin Wanyu had already rushed over. Lin Wanyu was very fast. After taking down one person with a flying kick, the other 2 reacted and swung their short clubs straight at him. He attached a wind vortex to the center of his palm and struck out against a club. The man's arm twisted uncontrollably, and he was sent flying with a dislocated shoulder on the spot. "What the hell is that?" He was almost scared out of his wits and turned to flee. Lin Wanyu grabbed his arm and twisted him around. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he was slapped across the face. "Of all the people to steal from, you had to steal from me." "We didn't know it was yours, great master. If we had known, we would never have dared." Lin Wanyu gave a cold snort. "Enough nonsense. Open this door and take me in. From now on, I am your boss." Walking inside, he found a bright and magnificent lobby, brilliantly lit. Many supplies were placed in the corridors, mostly resources like canned food and water. Lin Wanyu didn't hide his footsteps at all, his gaze scanning the layout of the place. After walking a little further, he heard the sound of hymns being sung, the voices very orderly. Taiwan Novel Network has a complete library. Take your pick, the soundproofing is actually quite good. Listened for a while, then pushed the door open and walked straight in. Inside was an exceptionally bright hall, entirely white. In the center of the hall hung a massive portrait of a human face. The person in the portrait had a very kind smile. Based on the portrait, Lin Wanyu shifted his gaze slightly downward and saw a man who looked exactly like the one in the painting. The people sitting below were all dressed in white clothes, long sleeves, and long pants, praying with their eyes closed. Have no fear. God loves the world, but he also punishes it. Everyone is born in sin. Lin Wanyu stood listening for a while, feeling that it was all utter nonsense. Where did you come from? I haven't seen you before. Someone noticed Lin Wanyu. A person walked up, sizing him up from head to toe. Lin Wanyu didn't waste words. He threw a direct punch, knocking the man unconscious on the spot. Tate. The man fell straight to the ground. In an instant, the singing stopped. Everyone stared at Lin Wanyu in unison. I'm only killing the one sitting on the stage. Anyone uninvolved, get out. Lin Wanyu clapped his hands, signaling for the crowd to leave. He didn't want them blocking him when he started his slaughter, and he wanted to avoid collateral damage. However, after he spoke, no one in the room moved. He felt it was strange. Looking at the people present, about a dozen or so, he asked, "No one's leaving? So, everyone involved is here?" Naturally not. At that moment, a man sitting on the stage stood up. He was dressed in white with a warm smile. Looking at Lin Wanyu, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he said, "Dear believer, why resort to violence? This is truly not good at all. God will punish us." What kind of crap are you talking? There's a change in management here, get lost. Dear believer, the man forced a contemptuous smile and walked forward. Just as he was about to speak, he was kicked flying. Several wind blades then sliced out, ending his life. Blood instantly splattered across the bright hall. None of you want to leave? The crowd stared blankly, seemingly not having reacted yet. One of them stood up and charged at Lin Wanyu with a roar. Lin Wanyu naturally didn't show mercy. In his eyes, these guys were no different from zombies. One was a physical threat, the other a mental one. Wind. He softly uttered a single word. A howling gale suddenly whipped up around him, lifting the man high into the air. Disperse. A body slammed heavily onto the floor, cracking a large crater into the ground. Does anyone else want to step forward? Seeing this scene, the crowd fanatically prostrated themselves before Lin Wanyu. To them, the ability to manipulate the wind at will was nothing short of divine. 7 a.m., the first morning meeting. The current goals are: first, establish our own power generation system. Second, establish communication as soon as possible. Third, search for survivors. And fourth, reclaim the surrounding wasteland to sow crops. Guanshan looked at everyone and said slowly, Fan Ning will assist with the power system. Communication is still uncertain. Ten Hua and his team will lead the search for survivors. As for reclaiming the wasteland, that will be left to you all, under the unified coordination of Yu Dahai. Are there any objections to the above? At the table were Yu Dahai's group, Wen Wan and Liu, King Quan's group, and Tan Hua's group. They were all ability users and were currently in a cooperative relationship. Besides them were the various team leaders, such as Lu Chuan and Jiang Yanyan. These people needed to follow orders and complete tasks. Just Guanshan finished speaking, he saw Jiang Yanyan raise her hand. Immediately, all eyes turned toward her. Jiang Yanyan's face was a bit pale, 'cause no one sitting here was an ordinary character. Wen Wan and Liu Qingquan were there because of their outstanding abilities. Jiang Yanyan naturally felt they were like superiors when she saw them. Tan Hua's group were ability users who seemed unassuming, but were actually not to be trifled with. They were only temporarily suppressed by Guanshan's strength. Being watched by these people, Jiang Yanyan was naturally a bit timid. While she might feel some superiority when facing ordinary people like herself, That bit of superiority had been completely shattered by Guanshan. Almost everyone was stronger than her. When Guanshan arranged for her to be here, Jiang Yanyan even felt her face burning with embarrassment. Sitting with them, Jiang Yanyan's heart felt a bit conflicted. Her strong self-esteem also made her feel uncomfortable, making her desperate to achieve results. Meeting everyone's gaze, Jiang Yanyan found it difficult to speak. "It's okay. Go ahead and speak, don't be afraid." Guanshan, from the head seat, saw Jiang Yanyan's predicament and spoke gently. Jiang Yanyan stared blankly at Guanshan for a good while before finally saying, "Actually, regarding communication, I know a little bit about it. As long as I have the materials I need, I can build a telegraph machine." "Really?" Guanshan immediately looked over, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. This was truly something he needed. After all, he couldn't build such a thing, and there was no such gadget in the MC world. Seeing Guanshan's gaze, Jiang Yanyan's heart felt as sweet as honey. Before, Jiang Yanyan always felt like she was dead weight. Now she could finally play her part. Jiang Yanyan had been interested in these things for a long time. The main reason she started was her Wi-Fi was turned off, and she wasn't allowed to use it. It was born out of an environment plagued by internet addiction. Since then, she had embarked on a path of no return. Jiang Yanyan just hadn't expected that she would actually be able to this knowledge now. As long as there are high-voltage coils, capacitors, spark gaps. Besides those, there's also... Jiang Yanyan counted them off on her fingers, listing them one by one. The others listened to Jiang Yanyan say things they didn't understand, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her technical knowledge. I'll just write it down. Jiang Yanyan realized it was inappropriate, shyly sticking out her tongue before writing on a piece of paper and handing it to Guanshan. Guanshan felt a headache just looking at it. "All right, I'll find everything for you. By the way, Yanyan, can you hand-make walkie-talkies?" "No, I can't do that." Jiang Yanyan waved her hand. Walkie-talkies were too sophisticated and couldn't be compared to a telegraph machine. In fact, she had only ever experimented with hand-making a telegraph machine because it was illegal. But now, the law no longer existed, so there were naturally no qualms. Whatever was convenient worked. "It's okay. Being able to do this much is already amazing." Guanshan gently stroked Jiang Yanyan's head. The smooth sensation almost made him lose himself in it. Jiang Yanyan also lowered her head, looking completely obedient, with no trace of her former self. "In that case, I'll be responsible for the reclamation of the fields." Yu Dehai adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "Then I'll head to work too." Fan Ning also stood up with a smile. There was a diesel generator at this construction site that currently lacked fuel. Fan Ning also planned to research if there were any other parts or the like nearby. "We should go gather supplies as well." Tan Hua and the others also laughed. As their voices fell, everyone began to operate efficiently like precise gears. Only then did Guanshan feel that they were finally on the right track. Just 50 people could do so much. If he were alone, he didn't know how long it would take stepping out of the meeting room. The cool morning breeze brushed against his face, and Guanshan felt pressure on his shoulders lighten. "I just remembered something," Liu Qingquan said, walking over and tapping his head, which still felt a bit sluggish. "What is it?" "There are walkie-talkies in the gymnasium, lots of them. They used them to stay in touch. Those things were kept in a secret room, though I don't know if they're still there." He tapped his head again, trying to recall more memories of that place. "Another thing is the civil defense shelter. There should be many survivors in those places, but for now, we still need to re-establish communications." "All right, I've got it. But for the moment, I plan to upgrade the defenses here." Guanshan felt the situation was becoming increasingly grim. Setting aside the group of high-level zombies far off on the coast, Where it was said the areas had completely fallen, he had to establish one, or even multiple indestructible bases as soon as possible. Closer to home, there was that giant meatball in the gymnasium with unknown intentions. The zombies were consciously bringing people there, so it seemed they were cultivating something. Guanshan planned to head over and see exactly what was going on before long. After Liu Qingcan left, Guanshan began the construction work. He didn't have many wooden planks left, and there weren't many trees in the city. He now wanted to find a place like a forestry farm. He remembered there was one not far away and decided to check it out later. Taking out stone blocks, he built 5x5 stone towers at the four corners of the construction site. They featured a spiral staircase design and a roof on top to shield from the rain. At the same time, he used stone blocks to connect the four stone towers. After finishing all this, he only had one stack of stone blocks left. He'd have to go dig some more from the ground later. He just didn't know if the ground would collapse after being hollowed out. That would truly be digging his own grave. Meanwhile, the reclamation work was also in full swing on the other side. Wang Yongqi, what are you doing? Chuan saw Wang Yongqi resting and walked straight over. I'm taking a break. After all, I'm injured. Wang Yongqi said, lifting his arm to show his injury, a hint of disdain in his eyes. In his view, the fact that a guy like this could become a group leader, while he was just a member, was proof that Guanshan didn't know how to judge talent. He was an ability user. He was being bossed around by someone like Lu Chuan. It was a complete disgrace. He buried all of this deep in his heart, planning to take his revenge for everything in the future. So, what if you're injured? Everyone else is working, why can't you? Are you special? Lu Chuan stepped closer, hands on his hips, speaking condescendingly. If you don't work, you don't eat. You eat so much every day, do you think this is a cafeteria? You want to eat and not work. Your arm might be broken, but your fingers still move. Can't you pull weeds? If you don't get back to work, watch out or I'll file a report against you. With that, he brandished the small notebook in his hand. Wang Yongqi was fuming with rage. He didn't know how he had offended this guy, but Lu Chuan was singling him out for misery. He didn't catch others slacking off. He only had eyes for him. He desperately wanted to lash out and beat Lu Chuan into a paraplegic. But considering Guanshan standing behind him, he ultimately swallowed his pride. Fine, I'll do it. Having said that, Wang Yongqi forced his body to move, keeping the humiliation in his heart as he wobbled off to pull weeds. But he had only been pulling for a moment when Lu Chuan returned. Hey! Lu Chuan pointed it at him and started again. What's this? Why are you leaving the weeds where you pulled them? That's the same as not pulling them at all. Remember to throw them out next time. Don't leave them here. Chuan took out his notebook and noted down that Wang Yongqi was not working seriously. Even long after Lu Chuan left, Wang Yongqi couldn't straighten his back. His fury nearly consumed, but because Guanshan was standing in the distance, he could only swallow it. Lu Chuan, Wang Yongqi hissed in a low voice, not even daring to let others hear. When had he ever suffered such grievance? He could only lower his head and use his peripheral vision to look at Guanshan with a venomous gaze, using it to curse him. In his peripheral vision, Guanshan was talking to a female student. Is what you said true? Every word is true. The female student looked at Guanshan nervously. After all, they had learned recently that Wang Yongqi was an ability user, but she didn't stomach this. She had to tell Guan exactly what Wang Yongqi had done. Thank you. I'm aware now. Guan nodded. In his mind, Wang Yongqi had already been sentenced to death. The only thing to consider now was how to squeeze every bit of value out of him. I happen to be going to the gymnasium soon. I can take Wang Yongqi along then. The danger level of the gymnasium was definitely high. Taking Wang Yongqi along would be putting him to good use. If an emergency arose, Guanshan would not hesitate to break Wang Yong's limbs and throw him into a horde of zombies to buy everyone time to escape. He had originally thought Wang Yongqi could be kept as a dog. Since he had this kind of dark history, there was no need to keep him around. Looking at the pensive Guanshan, the female student asked hesitantly, can I ask what will happen to Wang Yongqi? He'll die, of course, but his full value must be squeezed out first. Guanshan gave a smile that the female student found somewhat hair-raising. After all, I'm not a devil. I naturally won't jump down and beat him to death on the spot. By the way, don't mention this to anyone. Okay. In that moment, the female student felt Guanshan was a bit too terrifying, but thinking about Wang Yongqi's end, she also felt a sense of gratification. At this time, everyone was still reclaiming the wasteland, mainly doing work like weeding and clearing stones. Once they finished, Guanshan would go over everything with a hoe. However, this patch of land was still a bit small. Guanshan planned to gradually clear the surrounding zombies in the future and expand with walls to gradually increase the size of the farmland. Then, Guanshan took out an iron sword. This was a new one he had forged specifically for dealing with ordinary zombies. He planned to build a zombie farm that could automatically attract zombies and gather them in one area. Then, he would only need to swing his sword to collect experience. It's better to build a semi-underground structure. That way it's easier for zombies to gather. Thinking this, Guanshan went outside the area. After dispatching the nearby zombies with his blade, he cleared out a space and began to dig. I'll build a tenaverde semi-underground space with one side open. The cross-section will look like a Z shape. I'll use virus gel to attract ordinary zombies, and then use a water flow to wash them down. With that thought, Guanshan immediately set to work, first marking out an area with stone blocks and then using an iron pickaxe to rapidly expand underground. The first level was 5 meters high, with 3 meters exposed above ground. He placed a piece of virus gel on top of the wall, the very one that had dropped when he fought the ghost infant. At the same time, he opened a 1 window on the other side of the first level, creating a drafty design to help spread the scent of the virus gel. The next part was simple. He just needed to build a few slopes and place flowing water on them. As long as zombies fell in, they would be washed down by the current, following the zigzag structure all the way to the bottom floor. The space would gradually narrow there, leaving only a 2-10 area, which would make it convenient to kill them with the iron sword. After finishing all this, Guanshan finally left, satisfied. It was just a pity that experience couldn't be stored. Otherwise, he would have wanted to design a fully automated zombie killing farm that could continuously produce experience points. That was the only useful thing about zombies. They didn't have any storable drops to speak of, and they had to be killed personally. Otherwise, he could have just built a hopper to suck everything into chests. Taiwan Novel Network is super powerful. Toucan.com is awesome. After digging himself out of the dirt, Guanshan returned to the construction site. At this moment, the cultivation of the fields was already 1/3 complete. With only 10 or 20 people, this speed was sufficient. At this time, Tan Hua and his group, who had gone out to search, also returned. Guanshan paid special attention to the numbers and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that not a single person was missing. In the crowd, Wen Yating spotted Guanshan and walked straight toward him. This scene caught the attention of Xiong Yan and the others, though they only gave it a brief glance. Gao Tianmiao, however, watched Guanshan with a dark, sinister expression, his thoughts unknown. What were you just doing? Wen Yating walked straight up to Guanshan. She had just smelled the scent of virus gel on him, and she looked at him with burning eyes. as if she were looking at some rare treasure. I smell virus gel on you. What were you doing just now? Seeing the Guanshan didn't speak, Wen Yating asked again. Just made a simple device for hunting zombies. Guanshan hadn't expected Wen Yating to be able to smell even that. He was somewhat surprised. Wen Yating was very astonished, her eyebrows arching. Using virus gel to hunt zombies? You're truly extravagant. Is it extravagant? You know these things are of no use to me. No use? Then you might as well give them to me. Wen Yating looked at Guanshan and grabbed him, preventing him from leaving. Guanshan looked at Wen Yating, who stared back without showing any weakness. Sensing that she wasn't joking, he pondered for a moment and said, I can give them to you, but you need to work for me. Doesn't this count already? In Wen Yating's view, her group helping Guanshan's search for resources, leading the training of personnel, and collecting intelligence for him already counted as working for him. Of course that doesn't count. What I need is for you to help me unreservedly. Guanshan spoke with hidden meaning. He couldn't fully trust Tanhua's group. Everything had to be seen to be believed. Ultimately, he and Tanhua's group had not established a community of shared interests. When they worked for him, it wasn't wholehearted after all. And Guanshan urgently needed someone who would infiltrate their inner circle and feed him intelligence. Wen Yating fit the bill perfectly. She was integrated into their group, but would stand on his side. You don't trust Tanhua? Wen Yating understood Guanshan's meaning almost instantly, her eyes flashing. Smart people saves a lot of trouble. Then what can you give me? A single virus gel isn't enough. Wen Yating's red lips parted slightly as she said slowly, If you need my help, I'll need 5 virus gels every month. If it's from an advanced zombie, then just 1 will do. Deal. Guanshan agreed immediately. He then took a virus gel out of his status bar. He had kept this for a long time, as it had dropped from the Liangzi zombie back then. An advanced zombie's virus gel? The moment he took it out, Wen Yating's eyes suddenly lit up. Consider this an advance payment. Keep an eye on Tanhua and the others for me, and there will be more in the future. These things were useless to Guanshan. As long as he had enough ordinary zombies, he could infinitely increase his experience, thereby upgrading his equipment and completing enchantments. But for Wen Yating's group, ordinary zombies were the useless ones that only consumed their strength. They were only interested in mutant zombies. Since you trust me so much, I'll tell you something too. What is it? In the nearby zoo, there's a white tiger infected with the zombie virus. It's already close to becoming an advanced zombie. And? It seems you still don't know. Generally speaking, animals are extremely difficult to infect with the zombie virus. But once an animal is infected, its combat power becomes terrifying. Usually, they must be killed upon discovery. Moreover, the zoo cannot be bypassed on the route to the gymnasium. It can also serve as a stronghold. Wen Yating recalled that white tiger. Generally, such animals were hard to infect, and usually couldn't escape the fate of dying on the spot. Although that white tiger was only at the level of a mutant zombie, its strength already slightly exceeded an advanced zombie. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, Tanhua and the others would likely be killed. The reason it hadn't attacked was only because they had numbers on their side. If possible, I think you should eliminate it as soon as possible. Wen Yating reminded him again. She remembered that in the location of Magic City, an elephant infected with the zombie virus. At first, no one cared, until finally, no one could stop it, leading to a disastrous situation. She vaguely remembered that the elephant's strength was already very close to a zombie king. She didn't know what had become of it now. Fine, take me there tonight and we'll just kill it and be done with it. Wen Yating nodded, tidying her hair that had been ruffled by the wind. She gave Guanshan another deep look and said, I also smell the scent of soil on you. What exactly did you do? Do you have to get to the bottom of everything? Guanshan chose to evade the question. Then I won't ask. I'm going back to take a shower. After saying that, Wen Yating turned and left, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. From the shadows, Gao Tianmiao, who had seen Wen Yating leave, slowly emerged and walked toward Guanshan. What did Yating just say to you? What did she just say to you? Guanshan didn't want to answer this question at all. He didn't even bother to look at him. There was nothing between him and Wen Yating to begin with. It was just a simple relationship of interests. Yet this Gao Tianmia was sticking to him like a piece of unwanted plaster. Watching Guanshan's retreating back as he walked away, Gao Tianmia was about to explode with rage. But he didn't dare to act out. He could only watch Guanshan leave with eyes full of hatred. With hurried steps, he went straight to Wang Yongqi, who was currently resting. Wang Yongqi was sitting on a large rock when Gao Tianmiao got straight to the point. That method you mentioned, what is it? You agree? Wang Yongqi nodded in surprise. He had thought this coward would never dare to do it in his life. He guessed that whatever happened between Wen Yating and Guanshan must have provoked the coward again. Immediately, he explained his plan in full detail. Late at night, while everyone was sleeping, two figures darted out. Is it here? Guanshan whisked Wen Yating, his warm, humid breath brushing against her pretty face. Don't get so close to me. Wen Yating rolled her eyes at Guanshan and pointed into the distance. It's in that direction, about 10 kilometers away. Remember, this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, is super thoughtful and convenient. After saying that, she took a step forward with her long legs leading the way. At this moment, in the zoo, the white ape was leading a group of zombies to face the white tiger. Brother Tiger, it's not that your big brother white ape is forcing you, but look around. Who fights alone these days? You're too far behind the times. The mutant zombies were faintly forming a circle around the white tiger. The white ape approached the white tiger and stood upright. The moonlight shone on his body, coating his powerful muscles in a layer of silver. Every strand of fur shimmered with a brilliant glow. You talk a big game, but you just want me to work for you. The white tiger let out a roar that sent a wave of unease through the hearts of the surrounding zombies. This white tiger had been enhanced by the zombie virus, and after devouring a large number of tourists, its strength had grown rapidly, nearly rivaling that of the white ape. Upon hearing about such an animal brother, the white ape was eager to bring it under his command and make it one of his top generals. Brother Tiger, don't be so stubborn. The white ape zombie's eyes gradually grew cold. He had tried to persuade it many times, treating it with respect at first, but now he had finally run out of patience. My remaining patience has been exhausted. Brother Tiger, you must make a choice today. And if I don't join? A flash of resolve crossed the Weiger zombie's eyes. He was the king of the forest. There was no way he would work for a monkey. Then you can only die, the white ape said softly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was heavy with pressure. I doubt you can do it. The white tiger panted heavily, its aura becoming equally terrifying, surprisingly matching that of the white ape. Truly impressive. Just a mutant zombie, yet you're almost equal to my normal state. If you were an advanced zombie with your own ability, I would have turned and left immediately. Unfortunately, you are currently just a mutant zombie. As he spoke, the white ape's aura became even more fearsome, and the surrounding zombies suddenly felt the pressure intensify. Then, as the white ape breathed, a white mist suddenly formed around him. Within the mist, sparkling crystals shimmered as the vapor spread. Within a few breaths, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Seeing this, Bai Yangxin, who was among the zombie crowd, looked on with increasing fanaticism. No matter how many times he saw it, it was still breathtaking. This was Boss White Ape's signature move. The crystals in the white mist could block a person's breathing. The only way to survive was to flee early. Furthermore, the white mist was a perfect match for Boss White Ape, serving as a natural camouflage. Whether zombie or human, all need to breathe, and as long as they breathe, they cannot escape this move. The white tiger zombie watched the encroaching white mist with a trace of wariness in its eyes and slowly backed away. Bai Yangxin, being very observant, moved to the exit and blocked the path of retreat. Seeing this, the white tiger zombie's eyes flashed with anger, and it immediately prepared to lash out with its sharp claws to tear him to shreds. It should be this way. I can't wait. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, a voice came from outside. It sounded like a human. Can you keep your voice down? I'm honestly tired of you. Then a woman's voice followed, sounding somewhat helpless. Upon hearing the voices, the group of zombies looked toward the source, glancing at the white ape with uncertainty. The white ape glanced outside first, then ordered Bai Yangxin to take action while he and the other zombies suppressed the white tiger. As Bai Yangxin's figure receded, the exit gate was closed. In the zoo, Guanshan had already drawn his iron sword and was walking into the distance, with Wen Yating following behind him. In the silent environment, the sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear, especially the clicking of Wen Yating's high-heeled boots echoing through the park. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows, with bluish-purple skin and a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. He stared toward Guanshan and Wen Yating. It's actually a mutant zombie? Guanshan was slightly surprised and held his iron sword ready. Wen Yating was also a bit startled. If she remembered correctly, the area behind them was where they had spotted the white tiger this morning. She hadn't expected a mutant zombie to appear here. Be careful. This white tiger has probably gathered a group of mutant zombies. Hearing this, Guanshan's expression turned serious. It seemed they were dealing with an organized and premeditated group of zombies. Seeing the two of them, Bai Yangxin roared and charged forward. Guanshan swung his long sword. The iron sword, enhanced by a smite, shimmered with a faint, eerie light in the night. Bai Yangxin, still oblivious, charged straight at Guanshan. In his eyes, Wen Yating was clearly the more difficult one to deal with. She wasn't holding a weapon and was just standing there calmly. She must have some special trick up her sleeve. As for this man, he was holding an iron sword and looked very weak. Bai Yangxin bared a cruel smile and threw a punch directly at Guanshan's body. But in the next second, a cold light flashed, and his body was sliced clean through. Why is this happening? Bai Yangxin stared blankly at the other half of his body. His upper torso had been sent flying into the air. Guanshan immediately grabbed his upper body, thrust the iron sword straight into his mouth, gave it a twist and a flick, and plucked the virus gel right out of his head. His movements were as skilled as an assembly line worker's, as if he had done this 1,000,000 times before. Wen Yating looked at the virus gel with envy. Bai Yangxin had been very close to becoming an advanced zombie, so a virus gel of this quality was highly attractive to her. However, since it was Guanshan's loot, she didn't feel right asking for it. After all, among the ability user community, such things were absolute treasures beyond price. Just as Wen Yating was feeling regretful, Guanshan handed the item over. I don't need this. You eat it? Really? Wen Yating's lips parted slightly. She hadn't expected Guanshan to do such a thing. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could have used it to reward someone else. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Just as Guanshan was about to retract his hand, Wen Yating lunged forward and snatched it away. Let's get this straight. We're only in a business relationship. I'll keep a close eye on Tanhua for you in the future. Consider this an advance payment for the month after next. With that, Wen Yating took a large bite. The virus gel was springy and had a great texture, like a handmade beef ball. After a few chews, she swallowed it down. My ability has grown a bit stronger. My attack range has reached 80 meters. Wen Yating opened her eyes slightly to feel the power. Her usually unchanging poker face now held a hint of joy. She had struggled with Tan Hua's group for so long and had only reached a range of 50 meters. And they had to split any virus gel they found. But now, after just one afternoon with Guanshan, she had already, inside Tiger Park, the white tiger fought while retreating as it faced numerous mutant zombies. Its maneuvering space was being constantly compressed. Meanwhile, the white ape was using the white mist to stealthily hide its figure, intending to launch a final strike at the critical moment. Inside the white mist, visibility was only about 2 or 3 meters. Yet, the white tiger still instantly detected the zombie planning a sneak attack. A sharp tiger claw swiped out, its size nearly a third of an ordinary zombie's body. The sharp claws glinted coldly, directly shredding its flesh. In an instant, flesh and blood flew as the zombie was sent flying backward. But only a moment later, its wounds began to squirm, and new flesh slowly grew back where the white tiger had clawed it. Tiger Park, which should have been peaceful and serene, was now covered in blood stains. A bloody scent mixed with the snowy mist permeating the area. The white tiger's body already bore several injuries, the most serious being on its hind leg, which had caved in. Every movement triggered a burst of intense pain. This had been caused by the white ape earlier, who landed a solid punch on the hind leg. If its speed hadn't been fast enough, it would likely be dead, as the white ape had originally aimed for the heart. Brother White Tiger, still not surrendering? The white ape's eerie voice rang out again. The tiger tried to judge the white ape's location, but the voice seemed to come from all directions. The white ape was constantly changing its position. It had even accounted for this. It was unwilling to reveal even the slightest weakness. The current situation left the white tiger feeling somewhat desperate. The white ape was definitely a cunning opponent, sinister and ruthless, yet also decisive. Just as the white tiger was at its wit's end, a strange noise came from the direction of the exit. Turning to look, it saw the iron gate at the exit being smashed open as if by a massive force. The gate was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a zombie, instantly turning it into a bloody pulp before pinning it against the wall, deeply embedded into the concrete surface. From within the white mist, a figure slowly walked out, seemingly holding a sword, surveying the surroundings. Seems there are quite a few people here. It's quite lively. Guanshan looked around for a while, then observed the environment. The vast white mist made it look like a fairyland. Visibility in the white mist was very low. Even with his enhanced vision, he could only see about 10 meters ahead, just enough to see a group of figures that all seemed to be zombies. So much virus gel, looks like I'm going to have a bumper harvest. After speaking, Guanshan took the lead and charged in. The slightly chilly air made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Debuff. Air ice crystals. I see, there are ice crystals in the air. It seems to be a method to obstruct breathing. But to Guanshan, such a method was practically non-existent. After all, at this level, he would only lose a single point of health even if he fought for a day and a night, making it completely negligible. What an arrogant fellow! Kill him! The leading zombie seemingly hadn't expected Guanshan to be so brazen. All of them were here, with Boss White Ape overseeing the situation. Yet he dared to boast about taking their virus gel? This was absolutely intolerable. The group of zombies saw their brother charge ahead, only to be sliced into several pieces by that man's iron sword. It was like being drawn and quartered, with severed limbs everywhere and blood scattering through the air. A blood mist so thick it wouldn't dissipate spread out, and a large amount of blood stained his clothes, making him look like a vengeful ghost from Nether. Seeing this scene, the white ape frowned deeply, not understanding why this turn of events had occurred. Who exactly was this man here for? Could he be here for him? Feeling suspicious and paranoid, the white ape was somewhat hesitant. Should he make a move? The moment the question arose, the white ape rejected it. He chose the safest method, letting the group of zombies wear the man down while he observed the situation. Immediately, he hid behind a rockery and began to observe closely. He saw the man charge into the zombie crowd, the iron sword in his hand like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every swing easily claimed a zombie's life. Their skin, which was usually considered tough, was not even worth mentioning before the iron sword. As if cutting through tofu, the wounds were incredibly smooth. Any zombie that got close to him ended up with shredded flesh and missing limbs. Furthermore, the zombies whose limbs had been severed fell to the ground and were unable to stand for a long time. At the wounds, there seemed to be something hindering regeneration. Every time the flesh tried to begin reviving, a faint glimmer of eerie light would flash over it. Who on earth is he? Seeing this, the white ape became increasingly alarmed. He had never seen anything so contrary to common sense. He considered himself well-traveled and experienced, but even the attacks of the most powerful ability users shouldn't cause a situation where wounds couldn't recover. Otherwise, ability users would have pushed back long ago. It was precisely because of this trait that as long as they didn't die, they could be infinitely deployed that zombies had gradually gained the upper hand over humans. But then, an even more shocking scene occurred. The zombies killed that man actually turned into points of light and slowly disappeared. What is going on? The white ape became increasingly glad of his decision not to act. This man was sinister in every way. Zombies that were killed would turn into points of light and disappear. How possible? After a zombie was killed, it should only leave a corpse on the spot, and the corpses of mutant zombies could even help ordinary zombies gain intelligence and transform into new mutant zombies. Usually, after defeating a mutant zombie, ability users would need to destroy their corpses, which was considered quite a laborious task. Blood splatters were everywhere, covering almost the entire tiger park, yet the zombies' limbs were slowly vanishing. It's simply a massacre. His group of zombie lackeys was actually so weak that they couldn't even last a single round against Guanshan. The white ape focused his mind. Now only the white tiger remained the field, and the two were facing off from a distance. If even the white tiger can't win, I need to make a decision early. The white ape's eyes looked toward the only exit, and he slowly moved his feet toward it, trying his best not to make a sound. He was certain his position hadn't been exposed. That man didn't know of his existence yet, but the white tiger did. If the white tiger was defeated, it would surely tell that man about his presence. Every movement of the white tiger was heavy and powerful, its figure agile, and its claws like steel blades that could tear through anything. However, when facing Guanshan, the white tiger only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The man before it could make 10,000 mistakes, but it couldn't afford even one. Its steel claws felt like a mere itch to him. Each strike caused agonizing pain. The iron sword in the opponent's hand could easily slice through its flesh and cut its blood vessels, sending it to its certain death. More importantly, the man in front of it seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Even his simple movements left it struggling to cope. "White ape, help me!" The white tiger felt increasingly powerless. Every time it dodged, it didn't even dare to launch an extra attack. If it were even a second late, that iron sword would follow like a shadow. It was all too aware that if it even brushed against it, its flesh would be sliced open like tofu, with absolutely no ability to resist. Several wounds had already appeared on its chest, and blood was dripping incessantly. As the wounds multiplied, its movements became increasingly sluggish. The difference in size between the two was enormous. The white tiger was about 7 meters long and nearly 5 meters tall, like a truck. Yet it was forced to hide and dodge. The human before it was only about 1.8 meters tall, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. What was most damnable was that the white ape's white mist kept harassing it, making it harder and harder to breathe. "White ape, help me!" Following a tiger's roar, Guanshan stopped his movements. "There's another zombie." He hadn't even noticed. What exactly was that zombie called White Ape doing? Just then, a sound of wind came from behind him. It seemed a huge object was approaching. As the ground shook, Guanshan looked back, a huge figure slowly approaching through the white mist. "Hang in there, brother white tiger, I'm here to help you." The white ape leaped high, like a mountain, and smashed its fists down hard at Guanshan. Bang! Guanshan blocked with his iron sword horizontally. The two collided heavily, and the iron sword let out a mournful cry. The white ape was full of shock. The combined force of its fists was over 1,000 pounds. Even that white tiger couldn't match its strength. He was able to block it just like that. It seemed he was truly invincible. The white tiger behind Guanshan, seeing his back exposed, decisively pounced forward, opening its bloody maw, a foul wind blowing. Facing attacks from both front and back, Guanshan first turned around and grabbed the tiger's head with one hand, then thrust the iron sword straight into the white tiger's massive skull. A large amount of blood sprayed out, dyeing Guanshan's vision blood red. The iron sword in his hand shook violently, and the two tiger claws swiped toward Guanshan. The white tiger struggled violently while roaring, "White ape, do it!" Only wanted to create an opportunity to work together to defeat this man. After all, they were both zombies, and the one before them was a human. The next second, the iron sword that terrified it swung again. With a flash of cold light and a glint of steel, its two tiger claws were cleanly severed. The white tiger opened its eyes, but there was no sign of the white ape. It had already fled long ago, and the white mist was gradually dissipating. "White ape, I hate you!" Guanshan guided the iron sword from its chin, thrusting it into its skull again, and with a slight exertion of force, sliced the white tiger right open. Inside its stomach, one could see some residual human tissue, which appeared not yet fully digested. When he turned to look, the white ape that had just ambushed him was nowhere to be seen. "I wonder how Wen Yating is doing." The white ape is not easy to deal with. Before he came in, Wen Yating had been guarding the outside. After learning there were quite a few zombies inside, the two decided to surround them. If it were someone else, Wen Yating might have thought they were just feeding themselves to the enemy. But there was no need to say anything about Guanshan. He was in a special category of his own. Thinking of this, Guanshan directly extracted the white tiger's virus gel. As for the virus gels in the heads of the other mutant zombies, he didn't even glance at them, rushing toward the door in a hurry. After all, this was his first spy, used to monitor Tanhua and his group. She absolutely could not afford any mishaps, as he had invested a lot in her. And when he rushed out of the tiger park, he happened to see the scene of Wen Yating fighting the white ape. The white mist spread again, and Wen Yating was suffering terribly within it, only able to clench her teeth and persist. Her invisible hand was clearly visible in the white mist, and the key point of her invisible hand was that it was invisible, an unpredictable method of attack. But now, everything was clearly seen by the white ape, and she could only passively defend and take the beating. White ape. Guanshan roared and charged fiercely toward the white ape. The white ape had been blocked by Wen Yating and was initially quite angry, intending to kill this woman directly, or perhaps take her back to breed, but when it heard Guanshan's roar, its will to fight vanished completely. Since its full strength could be easily blocked by the opponent, what was the point of fighting? Just as it wanted to leave, it suddenly felt a pulling force on its leg. Damn woman, you're courting death? The white ape was furious. Its foot was currently gripped tightly by the invisible hand, and Guanshan had already arrived before it. There was nowhere to hide. A fierce glint flashed in the white ape's eyes, and it threw a punch at the approaching Guanshan. Similarly, Guanshan also threw a punch. The two fists collided instantly, and even the invisible hand was shaken away by the force of this blow. The white ape's face became extremely pained, its arm bent slightly, and a piece of bone had even protruded through the skin. It was truly shocking. This man, his strength was simply too great. It felt as if over a dozen African elephants had rammed into its body. Guanshan snorted coldly. His level had now reached 86, and his strength had been enhanced once again. After he had crazily slaughtered over 20 mutant zombies, experience points were everywhere. Just then, the white ape revealed a smile of a conspiracy succeeded. By utilizing this blow, it not only shook off the invisible hand, but also allowed itself to escape successfully. You've been tricked? This is my escape route. Utilizing this immense force, the white ape flew backward for 10 or 20 meters, tapped its toes lightly on the wall, reached out its arms, climbed directly onto the roof, and then disappeared into the night. Wen Yating's hands and feet were numb. The white ape's force just now was truly too terrifying, and even through the invisible hand, she had felt it solidly. Are you all right? I'm fine, she said, standing up. Her expression remained cold, but her heaving chest could not lie. Seeing this, Guanshan took a zombie energy gel out of his status bar, which carried a faint fragrance, and handed it to Wen Yating. This counts for the month after next month. That white tiger has been killed by me, and besides that, there are a dozen or so mutant zombies. A dozen or so? Wen Yating was slightly surprised. She had to admit, this man's strength had shocked her once again. A white tiger was already hard enough to deal with, let alone the hidden white ape and a dozen or so mutant zombies. Fortunately, Guanshan's strength was solid enough. Otherwise, if it had been anyone else, it would have been certain death. I'm sorry, it was a lapse in my intelligence. Wen Yating lowered her head, her face pale. It's nothing. Making mistakes is normal. I will not blame my subordinates. It's nothing. Making mistakes is normal, and I won't blame my subordinates. Wen Yating looked at the virus gel that had been delivered. Her eyes flickered slightly, and then she opened her small mouth and slowly ate it. Just as you said, this is for the month after next, and I will work hard for you. As she spoke, Wen Yating closed her eyes and felt the energy fluctuations within her body. A warm current flowed to her limbs and bones, gradually integrating within her heart. Slowly opening her eyes, Guanshan felt that, for some reason, the Wen Yating before him had changed slightly. An indescribable aura erupted from her. It seemed as if she had undergone a transformation. Wen Yating felt it for a moment, then took a breath and said, "Thank you for the virus gel. Now my invisible hand has not only increased in range, reaching 110 meters, but it has also gone from 1 to 2. Does that mean you can perform multi-stage attacks?" Correct. Wen Yating nodded. Now, the existence of two invisible hands allowed her to handle both offense and defense. So she would no longer face the dilemma of choosing one over the other, especially when facing an opponent like the white ape that could generate white mist. She could be much more at ease. After cleaning up a bit, the two decided to head back the way they came. Wen Yating was smart enough not to ask about the virus gel from those 20 mutant zombies, and they walked along the road in silence. At the exit, they saw a long line of cars in the basement parking lot, seemingly all trying to hide inside. Strange, why were there so many cars rushing into the basement parking lot before the zombie outbreak? Wen Shun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He exchanged a glance with Wen Yating and said, "The civil defense shelter." As everyone knows, some civil defense shelters are set up in basement parking lots of ways to deal with emergencies, like war airstrikes. With a major event like a zombie outbreak, the civil defense shelter would definitely be opened. Civil defense shelters have protective doors, anti-poison passage, filter ventilation, as well as disinfection facilities and wartime power generation facilities, and so on. It can be said that if you encounter a crisis situation, hiding in a civil defense shelter is definitely your best choice for survival. And right now, there are probably many survivors hiding inside. Immediately, the two crept towards the basement parking lot. In the dark environment inside, a few roars of zombies could be heard. Some zombies were trapped in cars, frantically banging on the windows. When the two passed by, they pressed their faces against the glass, which was extremely terrifying. Guan Shan could even see the missing parts of their faces through the windows. Most of these people had turned into zombies while driving, and because the cars lost control, they had lost some body parts. But since they could not die, the cars had become their cages. Taking out their flashlights, the two walked into the dim and deep environment. Their footsteps were exceptionally clear at this moment. Soon, zombies came rushing in their direction, but without exception, they were all swatted away by the invisible hand and turned into a puddle of flesh. The gate of the civil defense shelter was not hard to find. Walking down into the basement, one could see at a glance the thickest iron door, with the 4 large characters "Civil Defense Shelter" written clearly on it. Arriving in front of the gate, Wen Yating crossed her arms and looked at Guan Shan. He saw that he had another iron pickaxe in his hand and began to dig at the gate. Before long, a large hole appeared, big enough for one person to pass through. How much longer will this zombie crisis last? We don't have much food left. In a sealed space, there were about 200 or 300 people gathered. The air was filled with anxiety. The most important thing is that there is no information from the outside world. Facing his companion's anxiety, Du Sihan was as calm as ever. He knew clearly that the lack of information from the outside world only proved that the crisis outside had not ended, and their food supplies were running low. Thus, the 2 paths before them were already very clear. Go out voluntarily to find food and a way to survive. Don't go out and starve to death here. Song Yu also spoke up. It's very clear now, we must go out and explore. As he spoke, everyone's eyes turned toward him. But there were still some who were unwilling to face the facts. Both of them were senior electrical engineers. In the apocalypse, the value of this profession goes without saying. It was precisely because of this profession that the two were pushed to become the leaders here. In the crowd, some had foreseen this result early on, but they were smart enough not to say it out loud, because the first one to say it would be the one who had to solve the problem. The solution was naturally to go out and find food and water, but the dangers outside went without saying. As long as they didn't say it, someone else would eventually. Holding this thought, some people looked at Du Sihan with smugness and joy. There were others who keenly realized Du Han's thoughts and chose to be deadbeats. They were determined not to go out, but they insisted on being fed, or else they would resort to moral blackmail. After all, they could not just watch someone starve to death. Du Han was well aware of the gazes in the crowd and their petty schemes, but he had no way to these people, and could only grit his teeth and endure it in silence. Knock, 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 knock. Just then a rhythmic sound came through the wall. It sounded like a knock on the door, or perhaps the sound of some hard object hitting the wall. Someone's here. Du Han and Song Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing a glimmer of joy in each other's eyes. Since there was a response from the outside, things must have improved. If it were zombies, they would definitely not be able to knock with such rhythm. Listening to the sound getting in closer, the crowd could hardly suppress their joy. Just as Du Han and his companion were about to open the gate, the sound suddenly became much closer. So fast? Just as Du Han was still thinking, the next moment, the iron door was dug open. The crowd, more than 200 people, stared at the gap in confusion. They could not wrap their heads around the fact that the gate of a civil defense shelter, capable of withstanding airstrikes and nuclear explosions, could actually be dug open with an iron pickaxe. Could this pickaxe be some kind of divine object? Guanshan dug through the gate and immediately saw the 200+ people inside. He was overjoyed. He had not expected there to be so many people in one civil defense shelter. If he rescued all the survivors from the surrounding civil defense shelters, the number would surely exceed 1,000. Population equals productivity. If things continued like this, and there were 400,000 or 500,000 people, Guanshan was confident he could turn this city into an impregnable fortress. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Guanshan spread his arms. Everyone, let's build a wonderful tomorrow together. In the tiger park, a zombie slowly crawled out of the artificial lake. Looking at the bloodstains around, and the remnants of the white tiger's corpse in the distance, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. That jinx has finally left. Geng Li looked at the main entrance. That man had already walked far away. The scene just now had scared him out of his wits. His fellow colleagues had been slaughtered like pigs and dogs by him, all of them wiped out completely, none of them able to withstand even a single blow. Even the white tiger, which could fight the white ape to a 6-4 split, had only lasted a few more rounds. Even now, the white tiger's roars echoed in his ears. I just don't know if the white ape is dead or not. Judging by the sound, it should have escaped. Geng Li seemed to vaguely heard words like escape route, and he couldn't help but marvel at the white ape's good fortune. However, his survival was also thanks to the white ape's ice mist. Otherwise, he would have been discovered long ago. His gaze turned to the remnants of the white tiger's corpse, which was now split in two, looking like raw pork hanging in a wet market. Looking around, his fellow zombie colleagues had turned into dust, not even leaving a corpse behind. Such methods made him shiver. However, the white tiger before him, due to its strength, didn't seem to have dissipated yet, still leaving behind more than half of its body. Geng Li couldn't care less about being disgusted. He rushed up and began to chew greedily. Large amounts of raw meat were swallowed down his throat, as if he were a starving ghost reincarnated. Woo! I finally finished eating before it disappeared. Geng Li patted his chest. Even though much of the tiger's corpse had disappeared, the remaining portion still nearly made him burst. But it didn't matter. It was all worth it. He could feel that his body had undergone some kind of change. Faintly, his life level had increased by a grade. Advanced zombie. Geng Li felt the power within his body, and almost laughed out loud. Calming his heart, he explored the deepest power within his body. He knew that all advanced zombies possessed abilities unique to themselves. Is my ability combustion? As he opened his eyes and his heart beat, his skin surface seemed to have magma flowing over it, emitting a scorching temperature. The water vapor that had just remained on him was violently evaporated, stirring up a large amount of white mist. So that's it, this ability. Clenching his fists, upon feeling this power, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this way, he no longer had to fear the white ape. That lethal ice mist was now completely useless against him. He even wanted to hunt the white ape immediately and use it as fuel for his own strength. But after calming down, he dismissed the idea. Admittedly, it was true that the white ape was injured, but his own strength was still too shallow. He was only a newly entered advanced zombie, while the white ape belonged to the level of the strong. Among zombies, to challenge it like this would be unwise. I should even thank that man, otherwise, how would I have this opportunity? After thinking for a while, Zheng Li still planned to quickly improve his strength. Because as long as the white ape's tracker was still in his head, if it found out he wasn't dead, it would definitely come looking for him, and things would be difficult to say then. No, I have another choice. Even if I can't beat the white ape, I must at least steal its tracker. Zheng Li saw clearly that the white ape had not brought the tracker on this expedition, but had left it in the cave. As long as he was fast enough, he could return to the cave one step ahead of the white ape. Now that the white ape was in the light and he was in the dark, he didn't want to lose this opportunity. He had to gain his freedom. Thinking of this, Zheng Li rushed out directly and sprinted all the way toward the white ape's lair. Finally, he arrived back at the white ape's lair one step ahead. He simply snatched the tracker, crushed it, and then rushed back into the night, hiding within this steel forest. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the white ape dragged its heavily injured arm back slowly and lay down in its lair. At first glance, it didn't notice anything wrong, just felt that something had changed. But when it examined things carefully, it realized that its tracker had disappeared. What? Someone has been in here. The white ape jumped up from its nest, hurriedly keeping its distance, and looked around warily, afraid that someone might launch an attack at this moment. Who on earth is it? It only destroyed the tracker, which means someone among those zombies survived. After sorting out, the white ape relaxed its vigilance. It seemed that no one was ambushing it. But the downside was that a mutant zombie had escaped its control and gone into hiding. It's just a mutant zombie, not worth mentioning, but the other party's scheming and cunning are worthy of praise. Even the white ape had to admire the intelligence of this mutant zombie. It had found a way to escape from a death trap. The white tiger, which was stronger than it, had died on the spot, while the white ape had paid the price of an arm to escape with its life. And that weak mutant zombie, in the midst of such a battle, had miraculously survived and lived until now. Through its own wisdom, it had found the key point at the first moment and regained its freedom after destroying the tracker. Should I say it's worthy of being a human? Indeed, they cannot be underestimated. The white ape propped up its body, leaning against the cave, its other arm covered in blood, hanging limp on the ground. Who could it be? On the street, a group of nearly 200 people formed a long line. Guan Shan and Du Xihan walked at the front of the group, while Wen Yating was at the very end of the line. The zombies encountered along the way, almost all slapped to death by Wen Yating, as if she were swatting a fly. With an attack range of over 100 meters, almost no zombie could get close to that distance. Mr. Guan Shan, can your safe zone really accommodate so many people? And is there clean water that can be used infinitely? Du Xihan was still a bit incredulous. Just as they were making a desperate gamble, this man had appeared, bringing them hope. and generously accepting them. And the other beautiful woman was even more mysterious. She seemed to be some kind of ability user, able to easily defeat zombies without needing to lift a finger. In the past, those zombies that required 2 or 3 people to struggle for half a day to eliminate seemed like nothing more than a mouse before. Easily destroyed with a wave of her hand. And what surprised them even more was that this woman seemed to listen to this man very well. It seemed that this man was the leader. After walking for another distance, they saw a high concrete wall with scaffolding attached to the outside, which seemed to be for people to enter and exit. Below the scaffolding, some zombies were roaring, staring blankly at the scaffolding. Around the building, there were high towers with searchlights shining all around, without any blind spots. The bright light clearly paused when it passed over Guan Shan and the others. "It's Boss Guan! Big brother Guan Shan is here." People called him by different titles, but the only thing that was certain was that this man possessed great prestige. "Everyone, welcome to my safe zone." As the 200 or so people entered the safe zone, the full view of the place appeared before their eyes, and exclamations of amazement rose one after another. It looked secure enough from the outside, but they hadn't expected the internal facilities to be so complete. Someone with sharp eyes noticed the water tower and pointed at it, saying, "Is that the water tower? Is the clean water real?" As he spoke, his lips were already cracked, and he stared at the water tower without blinking. Of course it's real, and the water inside the water tower is infinite. This single statement caused an uproar, and everyone wanted to know what meant by infinite. What does infinite mean? Ducia found it even harder to understand what was meant by infinite. Infinite means it will never run out no matter how much you use. Everyone was stunned. It took quite a while for them to slowly digest this information in their shock, as it had already surpassed their understanding and violated the laws of physics. But upon closer thought, they had already seen Wen Yating's invisible hand. Since something that violated the laws of physics like that had already appeared, they didn't care about this anymore. However, at this moment, Du Sihan noticed the houses in the distance. Their shapes were a bit strange, a mix of wood and stone, yet they were exceptionally neat. "Mr. Guan, why are those houses in the distance so strange? They look like matchboxes." Du Sihan felt that these houses were square and blocky, lacking any sense of design aesthetics. The only thing worthy of praise was the solid materials used. They looked very sturdy. "That's quite normal." Guan Shan coughed twice, said, "Everyone, the night is already deep. Let's go to the cafeteria to rest for a while first. As soon as tomorrow's sun rises, you'll be able to move into new houses." As his voice fell, everyone began to look forward to it, imagining what their new houses would look like. As the crowd formed a long line and surged into the cafeteria, Liu Qingquan had already woken up and started preparing bedding and such. They would have to sleep on the floor today. Ever since he came out of the zombie's stomach, he had felt unusually hyperactive and couldn't sleep at all. So he began working and organizing intelligence all night. Right now, seeing that Guan Shan had brought back so many more people, he started getting busy again. Guan Shan took Du Sihan and Song Yu to find Yu Dahai, as they were all high-level intellectuals. "Nice to meet you." Upon learning their identities, Yu Dahai was overjoyed. The safe zone was becoming more and more like a proper place. Du Sihan and the other man first checked the diesel generator at the construction site, and after taking a tour, they put forward their own views. "Mr. Guan, our population has currently increased to 250 people. And this single emergency diesel generator definitely won't be able to support it." "I know that too. The energy issue is also very important. I just don't know where to start." Guan Shan nodded, looking at the two with hope. We currently need a thermal power plant to provide a large amount of electricity. Electricity is the foundation of industry. Song Yu also said that although the establishment of industry requires talent in many areas, their expertise was the foundation of it all. Their role was to ensure the supply of electricity. I remember there is a thermal power plant not far away. Due to pollution in recent years, it has been in a semi-shutdown state. We might be able to utilize it. My idea is to use hydroelectric power. Guan spoke up. Hydroelectric power? Of course that's possible. Compared to the efficiency of about 30% for thermal power, hydroelectric power can achieve over 70%. But we don't have rushing rivers here, nor do we have high-altitude drops. Du Sihan and the other man looked at each other, both feeling very confused. Guan Shan pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Don't be surprised when I say this." Looking at their confused faces, Guan Shan stated his idea. I remember there is a forest park in the distance. Although its height is only about 100 or 200 meters, I can expand it. Expand it? I mean making it taller, creating a higher drop. The area there is also sufficient, and I also want to build a reservoir. Du Sihan and the other man were bewildered. What on earth was Guan Shan talking about? They understood the words he said, but when put together, they couldn't understand it. They also knew that mountain. It was lush with trees, and was a fairly large forest park. But there was no water inside. Without water, where would the hydroelectric power come from? I plan to create a great river and an artificial reservoir. The two of them were completely lost. What did it mean to create a great river and an artificial reservoir? Can a reservoir also be artificially created? Forget it, you'll know in a while. Yu Dahai knew it couldn't be explained clearly. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe Guan Shan's words, but they would know in a while. As the three watched Guan Shan walk away, just when they were confused, they saw buildings suddenly appear in the distance. Guan Shan held stones in his hands and began to build matchboxes. This time, 100 or 200 people had come, and Guan Shan planned to build floors on top of the existing foundation, so there would be no need to occupy another place. The stones needed for the matchboxes for 200 people were undoubtedly massive, and there was also a need for wooden planks. But this time, Guan Shan did not intend to add wooden planks to every floor. He would only add planks to the very top and use stones for all other parts. There was no other way. It wasn't that he didn't want it to look nice. It was just that he really didn't have enough construction materials on hand. If he had enough quartz and other such materials, he could try to build a villa. But he only had stones right now. Because he had expanded a level under the underground parking lot, he now had an unusually large amount of stones on hand. The three just blankly at this scene. The houses in the distance seemed to have grown a floor out of thin air. Could this be Mr. Guan's superpower? Could it be that he can even generate water? Du Sihan and then the other man finally understood Guan Shan's idea. No wonder. As long as he had such an ability, no matter how absurd the plan was, it could succeed. They could even store water on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, then dig a big hole in the middle of the highest peak and let the water pour down, directly washing away that group of zombies in White Elephant Country. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just do it. Du Sihan's eyes lit up. He had never seen such a crazy project before. As for the hydroelectric generator, they already knew of a location where one could be found. At the factory location of Furong Motor Co., Ltd., there were hydroelectric generators. He remembered that shortly after they were manufactured, the zombie crisis broke out. If nothing went wrong, they should still be parked there. Besides that, they also had many industrial devices over there, which could all be completely moved over. The two quickly told Yu Dahai this news, and his eyes also lit up. Unlike these local talents, he was an outsider and knew nothing about this news. Don't rush. After it's repaired, we will discuss it again. But Yu Hai was not in a hurry either. After all, there were two Mannings right now, and they all needed to be coordinated. But you can rest assured, no matter what, the importance of this matter is paramount. As the sun rose above the horizon, a stone building appeared in everyone's view. There were 20 rooms on each floor, spanning a full 13 stories, all constructed from stone, with only a small amount of wood laid on the top for aesthetics. After everyone woke up, they realized that in just one night, so many more people had come to the safe zone. Jiang Yanyan's eyes lit up. She felt that Guanshan was truly amazing, and her eyes were filled with adoration and affection. Tanhua remained silent, merely feeling that Guanshan's influence had grown even stronger. If this continued, he feared he and the others would have to work for him for the rest of their lives. A massive collection of Taiwanese novels is waiting for you to discover. They were a group of people who had run all the way here from the coastal areas, attempting to seize the initiative and capture resources to strengthen themselves. For every bite more that Guanshan ate, they would have one less. How could they not be worried? Gao Tianyao, on the other hand, thought this was a good thing. With more people, management would inevitably become chaotic, making it easier to fish in troubled waters, and his plan with Wang Yongqi could proceed more smoothly. Everyone had different thoughts, but they just watched this scene without speaking. After building another huge water tower, Guanshan leaped down from the roof, instantly causing a chorus of gasps. He is showing off his strength to intimidate anyone harboring inappropriate thoughts. Tanhua understood the significance of this action and said nothing. This action was undoubtedly very meaningful. As could be seen among the crowd, the newcomers all reined in their inappropriate thoughts. Du Sihan and his companion were both stubborn people who could be deceived by righteousness, but they didn't understand Guanshan. The only thing they knew was that he was the boss here, and he had just shown off a trick. Given that level of physical strength, there was naturally no need to say more. Facing such an existence, they absolutely dared not harbor any other thoughts. After landing on the ground, someone quickly approached him. The person looked shifty. To put it bluntly, he looked like a petty person at first glance. Lu Chuan walked over, looking left and right, checking behind him to see if Wang Yongqi or anyone else was around before coming to his ear and whispering, "I recently saw Gao Tianyao and Wang Yongqi meeting in private. They entered the same room and discussed things for a long time." These past few days, Lu Chuan seemed to have found the meaning of life. When he had nothing to do, he monitored Wang Yongqi, and when he had something to do, he made trouble for Wang Yongqi. He didn't even fawn over Jiang Yanyan much anymore, instead focusing entirely on disgusting Wang Yongqi. He had finally tasted the flavor of power. This thing was too intoxicating. Guanshan raised an eyebrow. Those two guys getting together probably meant no good. It seemed he had to act sooner. Let's set it for today. I'll have this guy accompany me to the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, there was a huge zombie. He didn't know how strong it was, but he could imagine it was definitely boss level. For this kind of battle, Wang Yongqi really needed to make an appearance. He had now lost patience with Wang Yongqi. He had a better replacement when Yating. Not only was she more loyal than him, but she could also act as a spy to help him pry into the secrets of Tanhua and the others. And as for Wang Yongqi, that piece of trash, it was time for him to die. Just having such a person in the safe zone made him feel nauseous. Ever since he learned of his behavior, Guanshan had already sentenced him to death. He went straight to Wang Yongqi and said directly, I'm going out now. You're coming with me. After saying that, he went to notify Tanhua and the others. He had to bring all his combat strength along, just in case. On the other side, Gao Qianmiao and the others also heard Guanshan's words and nodded. No problem, you're the boss. Tanhua shrugged, looking helpless. So many people going out. Looks like there's going to be a big commotion? Xiongyan rubbed his hands together, very excited. Guanshan nodded. Definitely. If everything goes as expected, we'll be able to have a big slaughter. Almost without a moment's rest, ever since he became Steve, he felt as if he didn't need to sleep anymore. He came. Wenwan. This former girl next door was now wearing a long dress, and just like her name, she sat on the office chair in an exceptionally gentle manner, responsible for handling logistics-related matters. Going out again? Seeing Guanshan come over, Wenwan already knew the answer in her heart. Yeah. Wenwan took a deep breath. She was currently in the midst of a passionate love affair. For the first time, she had someone she loved, yet they had no time to be intimate. Every time they met, he would leave in a hurry, or he would be tied up with matters. I regret it now. If I had known it would be like this, I should have confessed my feelings to you sooner. Wenwan wrapped her arms around Guanshan's neck, slowly exhaling a puff of hot air, resting her head against his chest, quietly feeling his heartbeat. Guanshan also reached out to embrace her plump and smooth body, quietly feeling the beauty of this moment. After a while, Wenwan slowly pushed Guanshan away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance, clouded by a layer of mist, as she looked at him. I've always kept a spot for you in bed, don't keep me waiting too long. Although she used to sleep alone, no matter what, she felt awkward and uncomfortable. How she longed for a strong, powerful embrace. Rest assured, I'll come to you once I'm done with this period. Guanshan cupped her beautiful and elegant face, crashing down onto her red lips. The two of them bit into each other in an almost infatuated way. All right, you should go. The two slowly pulled apart. As their lips separated, a few silver threads connected them, glistening in the sunlight. Wenwan felt weak all over, and the inner part of her thighs felt numb. After gently pushing Guanshan away, she returned to her seat. Guanshan left without lingering, pushing the door open, simply because there were more important matters at hand. He didn't know to what extent the zombies in the coastal areas had reached, and they urgently needed an unbreakable safe zone now. Even in this city, there were countless opponents. The insidious and cunning white ape, the huge zombie in the gymnasium, and the zombies lurking in the city, all eyeing them with malicious gazes. And inside, there was still a piece of trash, Wang Yongqi. On the open ground, Tanhua and the others had been waiting for a long time, while Gao Tianmiao and Wang Yongqi were gathered together, whispering, I think it's a bit strange. What do you think? In the past few days, Wang Yongqi's arm had healed a lot and didn't affect his normal life, but he was still somewhat fearful of Guanshan. Don't be afraid, it's just a normal operation. Gao Tianmiao had obviously experienced this many times and wasn't too worried. Seeing this scene, Tanhua said to Gao Tianhao, Your brother seems to have gotten together with that guy named Wang Yongqi. It doesn't matter, Gao Tianhao observed. He's under too much pressure being with us. Being with Wang Yongqi is just right. Their strength is about the same. As they spoke, both of them looked at the figure in the very front, Wen Yating. They just felt that something had happened when Yating. There was an indescribable feeling, and the only thing they could confirm was that a great change seemed to have occurred in her after coming out of Wenwan's office. Guanshan sought out Liu Qingquan again. I have excavated 16 bunkers underneath this construction site. Each bunker has 500 cubic meters of storage space, and I've placed a bucket of water in every one of them. If you encounter enemies you can't defeat, you can hide inside the bunkers. Liu Qingquan nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I will have people store some food in each bunker for emergencies." These bunkers were all dug when Guanshan needed materials. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to find that many stone blocks to build houses. In the future, whenever he needs materials, he'll just go underground. The excavated stone blocks and dirt will be used as building materials for expansions on the surface. After finishing these simple instructions, Guanshan went to his semi-automatic zombie XP farm. At this moment, many zombies had already gathered inside, piled up like a stack of our hats. To put it bluntly, it looked like a McDonald's Big Mac piled up into a mountain. So many? Guanshan's eyes lit up as he added sweeping edge to his second iron sword. Current XP level 36. Enchanting it with sweeping edge consumed 50 levels of XP. And it was only the lowest level, but Guanshan didn't feel any heartaches. In the future, this one with a sweeping edge will be used to cut down ordinary zombies. It's highly efficient. The other one with a smite is for one-on-one fights, dealing high damage. The two complement each other. Mainly, the durability of the iron sword with smite isn't high enough. Otherwise, he would have wanted to combine them. Looking at the numerous zombies, he swung the iron sword with sweeping edge, instantly stirring up a massive wave of sword wind. After large swaths of zombies turned into XP and disappeared, many more roaring zombies rushed down from above. It turned out that because there were too many below, a blockage had formed even with the water flow. But it didn't matter. Guanshan was about to start clearing it. After hacking continuously for more than 3 minutes, the zombies were finally cleared out. There was no more sound from above, only the babbling of the water flow. Guanshan checked his XP level again at this moment. Current XP level 96. The zombie horde just now had provided him with a full 60 levels of XP. It could practically be called a huge bonus package. And this bonus best package could be claimed daily. It was incredibly satisfying. Guanshan planned to build a few more after returning from the gymnasium. It just so happened that he had over 20 virus gels from mutant zombies on hand, enough to build over 20 semi-automatic zombie XP farms. Then, once he found some diamonds and made a diamond sword, he would truly be invincible. If he had a diamond sword with all enchantments maxed out, he could kill the white tiger and white ape zombies in the zoo with a single strike. After finishing his daily harvesting task, Guanshan finally arrived in front of the group. In the distance, Tan Hua and the others had been waiting for a long time. Wang Yongqi and Gao Tianmiao were whispering to each other, not knowing what they were saying, only occasionally scanning the surroundings with their eyes. That posture looked just like students whispering during an evening self-study session, looking sneakily out the window to see if the homeroom teacher had appeared. Seeing Guanshan arrive, Wang Yongqi flinched instinctively, but then puffed out his chest. "I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but it seems you're seeking your own death." Guanshan thought to himself silently. The two had been whispering for so long. He didn't know what they were plotting, but they must be impatient, eager to make their move. It just so happened that he had the same idea. He would just find some corner somewhere to kill Wang Yongqi and be done with it. It was just that he didn't know how to deal with Gao Tianmiao. This person was Gao Tianhao's biological brother, and the two had a deep bond. Moreover, he didn't know what Gao Tianhao's ability was. The unknown meant it was uncontrollable. If he killed Gao Tianmiao as well, what would his brother Gao Tianhao do? And Gao Tianhao was very close to Tan Hua. The two could be said to be inseparable. Killing Gao Tianmiao would inevitably cause Tan Hua and the others to turn against him. He was still weighing the pros and cons. If killing Gao Tianmiao would cause Tan Hua and the others to break away from him, Guanshan could hold back. After all, Everything currently depended on the safe zone. He gave Wang Yongqi a faint glance as if wanting to remember his final appearance. "Let's go." Following Guanshan's order, the group followed him out. Wang Yongqi followed at the back of the group, frowning. He always felt that the glance Guanshan had given him just now was malicious, but he didn't know how Guanshan intended to make a move. Was he planning to use some accident to make him die inexplicably? Wang Yongqi couldn't figure it out. A person like him, used to schemes and tricks, naturally didn't know what Guanshan was thinking. It was actually very simple. Just find a desolate place and kill him directly. When the time came, he would just say he was bitten to death by zombies. Who could verify that anyway? The streets were as chaotic as ever. Thick black smoke and the smell of blood were the dominant tones here. Hardly any traces of living people could be seen, only countless wandering zombies, emitting meaningless roars. Besides that, there were explosions from fires occurring from time to time. The sound of glass shattering and the sound of walls collapsing, all mixed together and echoing on the streets. Guanshan's group walked up and started clearing out the zombies. Gao Qianhao, however, did not make a move from beginning to end, which made Guanshan frown even more. These people are intentionally not letting Gao Qianhao make a move, preventing me from knowing his ability. After walking for a while like this, Guanshan saw a jewelry store. Chow Tai Fuk Jewelry. "Wait a moment, I'm going in." With that, Guanshan dove straight in. Inside the gymnasium, a gigantic zombie almost occupied the entire space. Countless fleshy hands extended from its body, spreading in all directions. Above it, there was a giant mouth like an abyss, constantly opening and closing, attempting to devour everything around it. "Hungry! Hungry! Angry!" It simply repeated this one word, and standing in front of it, there was another person. Or rather a zombie. Its eyes were like a tranquil lake, without any ripples. Looking at the giant ball of flesh below, a trace of satisfaction flashed in its eyes. "You are my final puzzle piece. Grow as quickly as possible." He was wearing a black trench coat, hands in his pockets, his figure upright, standing quietly in the air just like that. It was as if there were transparent stone blocks beneath his feet. He turned to leave, but seeming to think of something, he took out a lump of something and tossed it into the giant mouth. That thing carried a faint fragrance. It seemed like a stone, yet also like a heart, except its surface was scabbed over, with a rough texture, beating gently. "This heart of the lodged host is yours now." After speaking, he walked straight out. And beneath his feet, countless zombies were looking up at him. As if in an instant, this group of zombies had gained intelligence. "Once it is completed, I will be the king of this place." After arriving at the jewelry store, Guanshan first examined the contents of the glass cabinets. It was a pity that most of the jewelry and gold had already vanished, and the cabinets had been smashed. Continuing deeper inside, he suddenly discovered a small safe. "Perhaps I can find some diamonds or gold in here." Finding diamonds would undoubtedly be best, while gold could be used to craft a golden apple, which would be very helpful for combat. As for golden swords and the like, forget it, they are just traps in this version. Tenhua and the others looked at Guanshan with confusion, unsure of what he was doing. At a time like this, what use was this bit of gold and jewelry? Others might not understand, but surely Guanshan did. He didn't seem like the type to be greedy for wealth. Guanshan picked up a safe, inspected it, and then punched straight through it. The group stared in stunned silence. He had actually punched through the safe using nothing but his bare hands, could you believe it? Wang Yongqi felt his composure shatter. He was certain that Guanshan had become even stronger, and he subconsciously began to chew his fingernails. Guanshan inspected the inside of the safe, finding some gold and jewelry. There was nothing else. There was only one diamond, just enough to make a shovel, which was useless. There was quite a bit of gold, enough to craft a chest plate or a golden apple. The rest were mostly useless items like emeralds. Since there were no villagers here to trade with, they were essentially junk. After stuffing these into his pockets, Guanshan walked straight out. Although Tanhua and the others were confused, they didn't ask any questions. They assumed he had his reasons and stopped dwelling on it. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the zoo. "We'll rest up ahead before setting off again." The group nodded at Guanshan's words, though Tanhua's gaze remained somewhat puzzled. Judging by Guanshan's demeanor, it was as if he had been here before. Logically, he shouldn't have had the chance to scout the location beforehand. As they entered the zoo, Gao Qianmiao walked straight up to Wen Yating and said, "Yating, it's too dangerous in here. Let me control some zombies to go in and scout the path ahead." His ability to control zombies was an excellent scouting skill, and it had provided Tanhua and the others with plenty of intelligence. In the past. "It's fine. Guanshan and I have already been here," Wen Yating said softly, not even sparing Gao Tianmiao a glance. Exuding a cold aura, Wen Yating strode forward, a faint fragrance trailing in her wake as she was the follow Guanshan. Behind her, Gao Tianmiao stood frozen. He didn't know when Wen Yating had gone out with Guanshan. Could they already be that close? "When did you two go out?" Tanhua asked. From a distance, Wen Yating's cool voice drifted back. Upon hearing it, Gao Tianmiao felt his heart die on the spot, turning him into a statue. "Last night." A faint awkwardness filled the air. Gao Tianhao glanced at his younger brother, offered a bitter smile, and patted him on the shoulder. As for Xiangyan, he had long since let it go. He had realized that he wasn't cut out for pursuing women. It was better to improve his strength, and then women would naturally flock to him. He now had only one goal: to kill more zombies and consume more virus gel. The others followed Guanshan, leaving only Gao Tianmiao and Wang Yongqi standing motionless. Wang Yongqi looked at Gao Tianmiao, his eyes shifting. Gao Tianmiao clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing a drop of eye-catching blood. "That guy Guanshan is too promiscuous. I bet he used some underhanded method to trick Wen Yating." Wang Yongqi flames. It must be. Otherwise, why would Yating be so intimate with him? Whenever Gao Tianmiao thought of Guanshan, he gnashed his teeth in hatred, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Thinking of Wen Yating being deceived by sweet talk made his heart ache so much he could barely breathe. Why couldn't she see his deep affection? Why did she have to prefer those smooth talkers? He gritted his teeth, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. Looking at Wang Yongqi beside him, he said, "I want to kill Guanshan. You have to help me." With that, he gripped Wang Yongqi's arm tightly. "Of course I'll help you. After all, we're friends," Wang Yongqi said with a smile. Gao Tianmiao absolutely could not forgive Guanshan. Now that Xiangyan had backed out, just when he thought no one was left to compete with him, Guanshan had appeared. What was worse, that he was even more scheming than Xiangyan. A person like that was absolutely not allowed near Wen Yating, yet he didn't have enough time to protect her, like a knight guarding a princess. "It's okay, Yating. Just endure it for a little while longer. I will protect you at all costs." Gao Tianmiao and Wang Qi followed behind like vengeful ghosts, whispering about something. Walking in the lead, Guanshan and Wen Yating reached the main hall, from where they could see the tiger park they had fought the previous night. It was covered in blood. The glass was splattered with it, and the rockery and pond were stained a deep blood red. Logically, such a brutal battle should have left many corpses behind. But Tanhua and the others found the place empty. There were only sword and claw marks, along with some areas that appeared to have been caved in, as if by heavy punches, causing the concrete walls to crack. Pushing open the doors, they were hit by a thick, suffocating stench of blood that made it hard to keep their eyes open. There was also a chilling air that smelled deeply unpleasant. Just breathing it in made their lungs feel cold and uncomfortable. "Do you know what happened in here?" Tanhua coughed a few times and closed the doors to the tiger park, finally blocking out the choking stench. He knew that whatever had happened here was definitely related to Guanshan and Wen Yating. The bloodstains were still fresh. It couldn't have been long since the battle, likely within the last 48 hours. "Guanshan and I came here last night and killed that mutant white tiger." Wen Yating's crisp voice rang out, leaving Tanhua stunned. His gaze darted between Wen Yating and Guanshan. That white tiger's combat power was formidable. Was Guanshan actually that strong? A tiger was already the king of beasts, and this one had also been infected with the zombie virus. To think that the two of them dared to venture deep into the lair of such a terrifying creature and kill it. Then why is there still so much blood? It's almost dyed the entire room red. Gao Qianha was equally confused. Had they really only killed a white tiger? Hearing this, a beautiful curve formed at the corners of Wen Yating's mouth. She said with a hint of pride, "Ask him." That night, there were also over 20 mutant zombies in here. As her words fell, everyone's eyes widened in shock. 20 mutant zombies? What did that even mean? If 20 zombies had surrounded Tanhua's original group, they would have had almost zero chance of survival. Yet, in that very situation, Guanshan had killed them all by himself. Tanhua even doubted his own ears, as he found it hard to imagine what kind of scene that might be. Wen Yating looked at the group, seemingly quite satisfied with their shock, and continued. Besides that, there was an advanced zombie inside a white ape. The ice mist in there was its ability. It's just a pity that it managed to escape in end. What? The silence was almost absolute. 20 plus mutant zombies, plus a white tiger, was already nether-level difficulty. And yet, there was also an advanced zombie white ape inside. And judging by Wen Yating's tone, she actually seemed to have some regrets. In such a situation, just being able to escape would be an incredible feat. Any ability user organization that heard of this would immediately prioritize them for cultivation. And hearing them talk, it seemed as if they felt they hadn't killed to their heart's content. Xiong Yan could only shake his head, feeling that comparisons between people only lead to frustration. Recalling the white mist he had felt in his breath earlier, Tanhua felt a jolt of horror. If that white ape were to unleash its ability, not many people present would be able to defeat it. Almost 10 hours had passed, and the ice mist still made him feel uncomfortable. That alone was enough to imagine the environment at that time. I had anticipated that Guanshan's strength was superior to ours, but I never expected it to be this terrifying. Tan pondered for a moment, then glanced at Guanshan, silently estimating the gap between them. Although he won, he must have had a rough time of it. He likely only managed a narrow victory. Guanshan sat there without saying a word, presumably still feeling shaken by the ordeal. Thinking this way, Tanhua found it acceptable. This meant there was still hope to catch up, and he wouldn't lose his fighting spirit due to an insurmountable gap. In that case, doesn't that mean you have over 20 mutant zombie virus gels in your possession? Gao Qianhao spoke up at this moment, immediately hitting the nail on the head. Hearing this, Xiong Yan and the others also reacted, immediately looking at Guanshan with burning eyes.